What's going on? Xianxia, who recovered from his shock, soon discovered his own changes and felt unbelievable. With joy on his face, he excitedly said, "Pinnacle of the Lesser Elysium Core Realm? Oh my God! Why is there so many Saint Elixir essences within my body? The Saint Elixir essences have accumulated within my blood, bones, astral energy, and violet palace. Just what the hell is going on?" Xianxia was so excited that he had no idea what was going on earlier, and this all felt too unbelievable to him. The Saint Elixir essences accumulated within his body was equivalent to a hidden treasure. Just this alone had given him an unimaginable foundation, and this was why he was so shocked. Saint Elixir essences and pellets weren't the same. Since they hadn't been refined, the essence was pure, without any impurities. Furthermore, the Saint Elixir essences were refined by the profound Wither Great Saint's life-death Tao, so there wouldn't be any side effects. This was naturally a huge opportunity for Xianxia. But Lin Yun knew that Xianxia's aptitude was a little lower. If someone woke up earlier, that meant that their talent was lower. A brief moment later, Xianxia recovered from his shock. When he looked at Lin Yun, he still couldn't regain his composure and said, "Junior brother Lin, what happened earlier? Why did I obtain such a huge opportunity after just one night of sleep? You guys were restricted earlier. When the herbal field crumbled, the remaining Saint Elixir essences entered your bodies and are now stored within them," replied Lin Yun calmly. After a brief pondering, Lin Yun didn't choose to hide the Great Saint origin and continued, "I have already obtained the Great Saint origin." So the Great Saint origin is the opportunity that the profound Wither Great Saint gave us? Xianxia wasn't surprised that Lin Yun had obtained the Great Saint origin. After knowing that the Saint Elixir essences came from the profound Wither Great Saint, he was endlessly grateful and gave several bows in midair. He definitely had his own opportunities, since he could become the chief disciple in the fleeting Cloud Sword sect, but it was incomparable to the opportunity that he had obtained this time. If his opportunities were a droplet of water in the past, then this opportunity was a vast ocean. "Junior brother Lin, thank you," said Xianxia while sending a serious look at Lin Yun. He knew that this opportunity was brought to him by Lin Yun. After all, Lin Yun didn't have to bring them with him, and he knew what Lin Yun meant by bringing them with him. In response, Lin Yun merely smiled and was pretty happy at that. Not long later, Feng Zhang, Lu Qingyan, Lil Red, Yi Xiling, and Su Xiao woke up, and all of them were shocked by the opportunity that they had obtained without an exception. When Su Xiao recovered, she turned to look at Lin Yun as if she was asking something with her gaze. Lin Yun nodded his head. The two of them didn't have to speak to understand what each other was saying. "What happened to me?" Yi Xiling was shocked to discover that she had reached the pinnacle of Lesser Elysium Core Realm. But that wasn't all. She found many Sword Dao comprehensions within her mind. What left her even more shocked was the fact that she discovered that her Divine Dragon Sword physique and Radiant Snow Clan's bloodline have perfectly fused together. "Junior brother Lin, what happened?" Yi Xiling asked. Lin Yun had no idea what to say because Yi Xiling's opportunity was clearly different from the others. Or rather, her opportunity had far exceeded everyone else's. Her opportunity didn't come from the profound Wither Great Saint. He suspected that Yi Xiling's opportunity might be related to the other person who came. However, even Lin Yun had no idea who that was. Then again, it was all just speculation. Since Lin Yun wasn't too sure about it, he couldn't answer Yi Xiling's question. "There have been conflicts between my Divine Dragon Sword physique and Radiant Snow Clan's bloodline. This is why they were both sealed by the Radiant Sword Saint when I was young. As a result, I could only use a small portion of the Radiant Snow Clan's bloodline, until my father undid the seal not too long ago. But it was still hard for the two of them to fuse together," Yi Xiling said in an unbelievable tone. Back then, Senior Radiant Sword Saint said that this was something that even he couldn't resolve, and yet they have actually fused together now. Lin Yun was also surprised to hear that it was the Radiant Sword Saint who sealed the Divine Dragon Sword physique and Radiant Snow Clan's bloodline in her body. So, just how strong did the person have to be to perfectly fuse the two? Hehe. Senior sister. Looks like we have to call you the Divine Radiant Dragon Queen, now. Feng Zhang joked, and everyone else also congratulated her. They all knew that this was a rare opportunity, and they could tell that Yi Xiling was very happy about the fusion of the Divine Dragon Sword physique and Radiant Snow Clan's bloodline. I have already reached the Elysium Core realm. Lin Yun looked at everyone with a brief pause before he smiled. And I've also refined an Origin Saint Rune. Upon hearing that, the smile on the faces of Zhang Liken and the rest disappeared. They all had their own opportunities, but it was nothing compared to Lin Yun. The more they thought about it, the more they felt that the world was unfair. An Origin Saint Rune? Yi Xiling and Zhang Liken were both surprised because they knew that an Origin Saint Rune wasn't something that you could just find anywhere. They didn't think that even the profound Wither Great Saint could take out an Origin Saint Rune for Lin Yun to refine. Suddenly, Yi Xiling's eyes lit up and smiled. That monk! Nodding his head, Lin Yun replied. There was a golden crow plume feather sealed within the stone tablet with a golden crow Saint Rune on it. Hearing that, Zhang Liken and the rest had their mouths wide open and couldn't utter a single word. If that monk knew what was in the stone tablet, he would probably die from regret right away. If I run into Qin Song now, I should be able to defeat him, said Lin Yun calmly, and his words shocked everyone once more. They all knew that Lin Yun wasn't someone who boasts, and since he dared to say those words, this meant that he should be confident about it. After all, Lin Yun never said that he could defeat Qin Song before. Seeing that Zhang Liken and the rest were used to the shock that Lin Yun revealed, Lin Yun smiled. Don't feel sullen. The Saint Elixir essences stored within your bodies are a super foundation. Within a year, you guys should be able to reach the heavenly Elysium Core realm. On the other hand, I don't have any Saint Elixir essences within my body. Although they knew that Lin Yun was comforting them, Zhang Liken, Feng Zhang, and Lu Qingyan were still very happy when they heard that. Lin Yun, your cat seems to have obtained an opportunity as well. It seems to be cultivating right now. When Zhang Liken saw Lil Red seated like a human, cultivating some sort of cultivation technique, he couldn't help smiling. Lil Red is a little stronger than you guys right now, replied Lin Yun. How is that possible? I can use one hand to fight. Zhang Liken immediately voiced his unhappiness. After all, he was the senior brother there, so how could he not be comparable to a mere cat? But when Lil Red heard what Zhang Liken said, it suddenly opened its eyes and pushed a paw out. When its black paw landed on Zhang Liken's chest like an ancient dracope, Zhang Liken threw out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying away. When he got back on his feet and looked at Lil Red, Zhang Liken's eyes were filled with shock. His injuries weren't serious, and he could feel that Lil Red had gone easy on him. But it was simply too humiliating that he was actually sent flying away by a cat when he was the chief disciple of the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect. Seeing this, Lil Red shook its head as if it was saying that Zhang Liken was too weak. This cat is too despicable, Zhang Liken roared. But when Lil Red threw a glance at Zhang Liken and wanted to reach out with its paw once more, Zhang Liken quickly hid behind Lin Yun and apologized. Lord Cat, I'm sorry. Hee hee. Lil Red grinned before tugging its paws together on its chest. This instantly made everyone laugh before Su Ziao asked, Lin Yun, how long have we been here? 3 days, replied Lin Yun after a brief ponder. The flow of time there was different from the outside world, and staying half a month there should be equivalent to 3 days in the outside world. Time for us to head out, said Su Ziao. Since Lin Yun had already obtained the Great Saint Origin, then there was no need for them to keep staying within the 7-treasured glazed tile pagoda. Lin Yun. Su Ziao looked at Lin Yun. But before she could even finish, Lin Yun already knew what she wanted to say. Holding onto her hand, Lin Yun smiled with confidence flashing across his pupils. It's fine. There is no doubt that there will be a battle between me and Qin Song. I didn't fear him even when I was at the Empyrean realm, not to mention that I'm already at the Elysium Core realm. He's definitely not my opponent. I believe you, said Su Ziao. Let's go. They then proceeded to leave this place. When they went out, they noticed that everyone had already left the pagoda, but this was also because they didn't have a choice. After all, the pagoda would devour their vitality for every moment they stayed there, and not even a greater Elysium core realm expert could last long, not to mention them. Lin Yun is out. Did he really obtain the great saint origin? Isn't it obvious? Many people have seen him ascend the summit of the mountain while holding onto the profound wither key. There were countless people gathered outside the 7 treasured glazed tile pagoda, and there were at least tens of thousands of people. All of them were the survivors of the profound wither island, and they could be considered the final winners. Before they entered the profound wither island, they were at the quasi-Elysium core realm at best. But now, all of them had practically reached the Elysium core realm. Even if they didn't acquire a saint elixir each, they had at least gotten something equivalent to quasi-saint elixirs. Lin Yun, you're finally out. Qin Song, who was seated, suddenly opened his eyes with bright golden light flashing within his pupils. When Qin Song spoke, Lei Ju and Xianxia, who were standing on his sides, also unleashed a terrifying wave of aura. Profound Sky Saint Sovereign, invincible in the ancient barren domain. Right at that moment, hundreds of Profound Sky Sect's disciples, along with 10-odd greater Elysium core realm deacons, charged over. As they spread out, they were all emitting a dazzling light with the astral energy in their Elysium cores raging, immediately forming into a massive array before the 7 treasured glazed tile pagoda. As countless starlights shone, this made all of the Profound Sky Sect disciples look like bright stars shining brightly in the sky. As for those greater Elysium core realm deacons, they also formed seals to connect all the starlights in the sky, forming a gigantic net that sealed off the entire space. The Profound 1000 Astral Array. Yi Xiling locked her brows together when she saw the array that the Profound Sky Sect disciples had set up. Lin Yun, why don't you look at who this woman is? Right at that moment, Lei Ju sneered when he looked at Lin Yun while standing beside Qin Song. Shortly after, 2 people were escorted over. They were Luo Shui and Tang Jing. Aside from that, there were also many Profound Valley and Heavenly Note sect disciples being escorted over and forced to kneel on the ground. As a cold light flashed through his pupils, Lin Yun's killing intent was on the brim of losing control. But Su Xiao held onto his hand right at that moment. When Qin Song slowly got back up, he pinched Luo Shui's face. Looking at Lin Yun, who was not far away, he said, Lin Yun, you clearly know that without her help, there's no way you could enter the mountain. Qin Song, she's the fated transcendent of the Heavenly Note sect. If you kill her, the Heavenly Note sect will definitely not let you go, said Lin Yun coldly with his face sunk. Shaking his head, Qin Song looked at Luo Shui's gorgeous face. The more he looked at it, the more he felt that Luo Shui was beautiful. Since she was proficient in music, this allowed her to possess an ethereal temperament. You don't know because death isn't terrifying. From the moment she dared to make a move against me, she should have already expected this outcome. She's not an ordinary woman, so she naturally doesn't fear death. Qin Song stared at Luo Shui's face before he said, For a woman, the most important factor about her should be her face. If I leave a few cuts on her face, I bet she'll regret making even the slightest move against me. When Luo Shui heard what Qin Song said, her pupils squinted and her body began to tremble. Qin Song, stop. If you dare to touch her, my Profound Valley will definitely not let you go. Tang Jing began to struggle, despite being restricted, and his face was even distorted with rage. But Qin Song merely gave him a slap and no longer bothered with him. But his slap made Tang Jing's head spin around before he collapsed to the ground with his eyes wide open. Just like that, the fated transcendent of the Profound Valley, Tang Jing, died on the spot. When Luo Shui saw this scene, she could only feel the entire world spinning and she nearly fainted from the grief. Outside the Profound 1000 Astral Array, when all the cultivators saw this scene, they were so shocked that they didn't dare to utter a single word. After all, Tang Jing was the fated transcendent of the Profound Valley, and Qin Song had simply killed him without giving the Profound Valley any face. At this moment, they could only feel their scalps going numb and a chill down their spines. Seeing this scene, Song Yun of the Vajra Monastery nearly exclaimed. Although he had been mocking Tang Jing, mocking him that he would end up being nothing more than a dog, he never thought about killing Tang Jing. So he was greatly shocked when he saw Tang Jing die, suffering a huge impact, and couldn't accept Tang Jing's death. This was simply too ruthless, and this made Song Yun speechless. Nangong Zhe, Ning Feng, and the other fated transcendents were also dumbfounded, because Qin Song's ruthlessness had far exceeded their expectations. Even the sword sects Mu Qingqing and Xikong Zhou were so shocked that they couldn't utter a single word right now. Looking at how arrogant and fearless Qin Song was, all the fated transcendents could feel a chill down their spines. When Qin Song swept a glance at Tang Jing's corpse, he coldly said, "A mere dog dares to represent the profound valley and threaten me? Qin Song, you're too arrogant and you'll suffer from your arrogance sooner or later." Jiang Liken couldn't help yelling upon seeing this scene. "Sorry about that, but I have always been this way. Those who submit to me lives and death to those who don't. When he and this woman made a move against me back then, he was already a dead man. If you feel that this is me being arrogant, then there's nothing I can say. You're standing beside Lin Yun, and if you dare to make a move against me, Tang Jing's outcome will be your outcome." Qin Song coldly looked at Jiang Liken with a black lotus blazing with flames in his pupils. When his eyes shone with a bizarre demonic light, this made Jiang Liken's face change because he could feel the immense pain in his mind. At the same time, he threw out a mouthful of blood and took several steps back. But fortunately, he had a great improvement in his cultivation. Otherwise, just that glance from Qin Song would have been enough to heavily injure him or make him kneel on the spot. Jiang Liken was terrified by that experience and no longer dared to utter a single word with his face becoming pale. Right at that moment, Qin Song suddenly moved and swiped his finger on Luo Shi's face like a blade. In the next second, a few sinister-looking wounds appeared on Luo Shi's face, making her look bloody. "Those who submit to me lives and death to those who don't. Profound Sky Saint Sovereign, invincible in the ancient barren domain." Qin Song roared as he released boundless golden light with an invincible dragon aura that soared to the sky. "Profound Sky Saint Sovereign, invincible in the ancient barren domain. Profound Sky Saint Sovereign, invincible in the ancient barren domain." The profound Sky Sect's disciples in the profound Thousand Astral Array echoed along with Qin Song. In the next moment, everyone could only hear their chants echoing between the heavens and earth. When Qin Song swept his gaze around, he was emitting a powerful and invincible aura. Even an ant will beg to live, not to mention a human. "Lin Yun, you should know what to do, right?" Qin Song coldly looked at Lin Yun. "Flower burial. Why aren't you still on your knees? Hand over the great Saint Origin, and my senior brother might consider sparing your life." One of the three saints of the profound Sky Sect, Lei Ju, roared with a cold light flashing through his pupils. Lei Ju, who was standing beside Qin Song, was even more arrogant than Qin Song in his words. Hearing that, Lin Yun's face sank. "You think you can make me hand over the great Saint Origin this way?" Just when Lei Ju was about to flare up after seeing that Lin Yun wasn't willing to submit, Qin Song stopped him and looked at Lin Yun. "The great Saint Origin belongs to me to begin with. You're only responsible for retrieving it. As for these two, well, you won't be able to change the outcome, regardless if you're willing to hand over the great Saint Origin. Or do you think I should stretch my face for others to slap? Anyone who dares to make a move against me should be prepared to pay the price. I'm willing to give you a chance, but this doesn't mean that I'm willing to give them a chance, not to mention that they can't even enter my eyes. Lei Ju, release them." Lei Ju and Xianxia were surprised when they heard that, since they initially thought that Qin Song captured Tang Jing and Luo Shi to threaten Lin Yun into handing over the great Saint Origin. But they didn't expect that Qin Song would lose interest in them after killing Tang Jing and disfiguring Luo Shi. "Senior brother, you can't let this person off. She helped Lin Yun, and Lin Yun will definitely not see her die before him." Lei Ju argued. He wanted to let his senior brother change his mind, since he could sense that Lin Yun wasn't that easy to deal with. They could easily get the great Saint Origin by threatening him. "You guys don't understand him. How can someone who slaughtered his way out of the heavenly path submit so easily? As for that woman, killing her is the same as going easy on her," smiled Qin Song. Just when Lei Ju hesitated, faint fluctuations spread out in midair, and Lil Red appeared with a dagger. The black dagger was flickering with a cold light that was aimed at Lei Ju's throat. Because Lil Red had appeared too suddenly, even Qin Song wasn't able to detect Lil Red's presence. After seeing Lil Red charging over, Lei Ju's face drastically changed. He could sense that his life was being threatened. Lil Red was simply too fast and turned into a streak of light, charging at him. Without any hesitation, Lei Ju quickly retreated. When Lil Red pushed Lei Ju back, it let out a roar and transformed into its majestic ancient Dracope form. After slamming its fist against the ground, it grabbed onto Luo Shui before it retreated. "You're courting death." Qin Song flew into a rage. Even if Luo Shui had been freed, he should be the one to free her, not someone snatching her from him. Executing his movement technique, Qin Song took a step forth and chased after Lil Red. When astral energy gathered into his hand and manifested into a dragon claw, he slammed the dragon claw towards Lil Red. The golden dragon claw was over 10-odd feet in size, and each nail was flickering with a cold light that looked like they could easily smash a mountain apart. Furthermore, Qin Song's cultivation had reached a height that no normal person could ever catch up to, so his attack naturally reached a terrifying height. Flicking divine finger. But when Qin Song attacked, Lin Yun also flicked his finger and unleashed a sword ray. As a cold light began to gather on his finger, a loud sword vibration echoed and a boundless sword aura filled the surroundings. In the path of the sword ray, the surrounding space began to crumble, as if the space had been pierced by the sword ray. When Qin Song's claw collided with Lin Yun's sword ray, the sound of the collision resounded, as if an entire iceberg had crumbled. But the sword ray easily pierced through the dragon claw and continued to head towards Qin Song. Looking from afar, it looked like a comet was streaking across the horizon, containing a boundless sword aura that engulfed Qin Song within it. Break! Qin Song had no change on his face as fine golden dragon scales began to appear on his right hand, transforming his right hand into an actual dragon claw. This time, his attack easily crushed the sword ray. When the sword ray exploded, the shockwave created by the explosion created more damage to the already cracked land. Heart connection. Spiritual sword. As the Elysium core above Lin Yun's violet palace began to circulate, waves began to fluctuate on the golden ocean and instantly filled his body with boundless astral energy. Pouring all the astral energy into his fingers, Lin Yun began to flick all 10 of his fingers as if he was strumming a zither as an ocean of flowers appeared behind him, empowering his attack. Forming into tens of thousands of sword auras, they then shot toward Qin Song. Flicking all 10 fingers was the highest stage one could achieve with the flicking divine finger. Profound sky armor. Qin Song pushed his hand forth and a light began to flow over the surface of his body. He had resorted to using the profound sky cannon by now. The light flowing over the surface of his body soon formed into an armor that consisted of runes that enveloped him within it. At the same time, when he raised his right hand before him, it formed into a shield that was made up of runes that were created with astral energy to block the incoming sword rays that were attacking him. When the powerful impact slammed against the shield, Qin Song let out a groan before he was sent flying back. When he fell to the ground, the shield made up of runes shattered into pieces. Even his right sleeve was torn into pieces with wounds appearing on his arm. Senior brother Qin is injured? The faces of everyone from the profound sky sect changed, feeling that this was too unbelievable. This is my fight with him, so no one is allowed to interfere. Qin Song grinned and stopped the 10-odd greater Elysium core realm deacons who wanted to come and assist him. Lin Yun, you have finally reached the Elysium core realm, and I can finally sense some pressure. Qin Song's eyes shone brightly. Earlier, he was probing Lin Yun, and he had suffered a slight loss because of it. This was something that he had never experienced in the past, and this made him excited with his blood boiling. As for Yi Xiling and Su Ziao, who wanted to step forth to help, they were stopped by Lin Yun. His face was calm and no one could ponder his thoughts as he took a step forth. Take care of Lady Luo. Luo Shui was saved by Lil Red, so Lin Yun no longer had any concerns. In this fight, he would let Qinsong know the real meaning of brutality. Golden Dragon Seal. Qinsong made the first move. He was overbearing and he also had a strong stance. Although he had treated Lin Yun seriously, he also didn't place Lin Yun in his eyes right from the beginning. This might seem conflicting, but this looked natural when it was from him. As golden light exploded from his body, a claw flew out with runes enveloping the claw, instantly manifesting into a golden dragon claw that was clearly 10 feet in size. This attack wasn't extraordinary and looked like a genuine dragon claw with a saint rune engraved on his palm, and the claw was enveloped in black flames. This was the secret technique of the golden dragon sky patching art, and it was extremely terrifying. But that wasn't all. A painting flew out of Qinsong's body. This was his constellation. When the painting unfolded, golden light shone from the painting and revealed a golden divine dragon that was about 100 feet in size that had a terrifying aura that instantly a great pressure that came crashing down. What was even more terrifying was the sun and moon above the golden divine dragon that emitted a terrifying light. When sunlight and moonlight shone from the sun and moon, they enveloped the golden divine dragon with a layer of divine light, making every single one of its scales shine brightly, looking like golden flames that were blazing on the dragon. At this moment, Qinsong gave off the feeling that he was the ruler of this world, a monarch that no one could look directly at. Divine dragon roar, brilliance of the sun and moon. This is Qinsong's constellation? Looks like Lin Yun is doomed. Everyone was dumbfounded as their gazes fell onto Qinsong. At this moment, they knew that Qinsong had finally become serious. A golden divine dragon constellation with the golden dragon sky patching art. This was simply a perfect match. When the golden dragon claw descended, the immense pressure that it had formed began to crash down on Lin Yun's sword aura. Before the dragon claw could even descend, the surrounding land that had cracks spreading out due to the 7 treasured glazed tile pagoda began to tremble. With a pair of eyes like the sun and moon, freezing all of eternity with one thought, as a dazzling sword intent exploded from Lin Yun, a golden painting flew out of his body. It was an aurora dragon painting that appeared in everyone's eyes. When the painting unfolded, it suddenly began to grow in size and became extremely terrifying, slicing through the primeval chaos on the summit of Kunlun, unleashing great prowess as the sun rises. But Lin Yun didn't stop there. He easily brought out another painting from his body. It was a painting symbolizing one of the 8 ominous beasts, the winged dragon. It was a snow-white primordial beast with a pair of wings on its back. At the same time, it was also enveloped in a powerful dragon aura that wasn't at all inferior to Qinsong's golden divine dragon constellation. Just when everyone thought that that was it, another painting flew out of his body. Xianxia's might sets the world, annihilating everything along with yin and yang. This was the 3rd painting that symbolized one of the 8 primordial beasts, Xianxia. When 3 ominous beasts appeared behind him, they formed into a boundless phenomenon that dyed the surrounding heavens and earth in multiple colors. 3 paintings? 3 constellations. When everyone saw the 3 paintings behind Lin Yun, everyone finally knew where Lin Yun got the confidence to face Qinsong head-on. Die! Qinsong sneered. If Lin Yun didn't have this much strength, then he would be too disappointed. The moment he finished, the golden dragon seal emitted a boundless light that manifested into a dragon claw with 5 fingers that looked like 5 towering pillars before he charged toward Lin Yun with the dragon claw. When the dragon claw flew over, the surrounding space was torn apart by meteorites that were enveloped in the dragon flames as they descended. This scene simply looked apocalyptic. Raising his head, Lin Yun saw that those meteorites were actually lotuses being enveloped in black dragon flames. If Lin Yun was struck by those meteors, he definitely wouldn't have a good outcome, even with his physique. Qinsong was ranked 1st on the Empyrean ranking, and he was someone who could fight against those who were on the Elysium Core ranking. When everyone saw Qinsong's attack, they all knew that Qinsong was serious this time. Lin Yun, let me see how you deal with my golden dragon claw. Qinsong looked so arrogant and clearly spoke about his confidence in his golden dragon seal. This was an attack that could even kill a greater Elysium Core realm expert. How will I deal with it? With one palm, Lin Yun soared to the sky and reached out with his right hand. As the blood flame divine rune appeared in his palm, a thunderstorm began to spread out in the next moment, accompanied by the roar of an azure dragon. When 3,000 purple golden dragon runes fused into his palm, a violent thunderstorm aura began to spread out as a chill flickered in Lin Yun's eyes. While wielding 3,000 dragon runes in his palm, it began to be enveloped in flames after being empowered by the blood flame divine rune. With a single thought, the origin saint rune that was engraved on his Elysium core began to circulate as a golden light poured into his palm. This is. Everyone was shocked as they watched Lin Yun slowly raise his palm. On his palm, there were two terrifying runes that were intertwined together. One was a golden rune. It was the origin saint rune, the golden crow saint rune. As for the other one, it was naturally the origin saint rune that had been upgraded to a divine rune, the blood flame divine rune. This was the same as Lin Yun activating two origin saint runes at the same time. As a terrifying vortex of thunderstorms began to form in his palm, the 3,000 purple golden dragon runes were constantly being devoured by the vortex. In the past, it was already powerful when Lin Yun used the blood flame divine rune. Now that it was further empowered by the golden crow saint rune, it further brought the azure dragon grasp to an unprecedented height. When Lin Yun raised his right hand, the surrounding space began to tremble before he unleashed his attack on the golden dragon seal. Practically in a split second, the powerful golden dragon seal began to crumble, instantly destroying the golden dragon claw and the descending black lotuses. But that wasn't all. Lin Yun shot forth like a sword as an azure dragon roar echoed from his palm. Since his attack was empowered by the golden crow saint rune and blood flame divine rune, all the black lotuses in his path had instantly crumbled. Pitiful tricks. Looking at Lin Yun charging towards him, Qin Song let out a ferocious roar before he triggered the golden dragon bone and charged forth. When Lin Yun and Qin Song clashed, they instantly exchanged over 100 moves in the blink of an eye. When their constellations clashed together, the collision unleashed a terrifying fluctuation in the surroundings. The shock wave from their collision was so terrifying that it enveloped everything within a 1,000-mile radius. Regardless of whether it was the disciples from the Profound Sky sect or the fleeting Cloud Sword sect's party, they had long retreated because not even greater Elysium core realm experts could protect themselves under this violent storm. The scene of Qin Song suppressing Lin Yun one-sidedly didn't happen. Even after Qin Song brought out his constellation, they were both evenly matched. When Qin Song and Lin Yun clashed once more, their collision resounded like a rumble of thunder in the sky that made everyone feel a hammer slamming down on their hearts. They were both clashing head-on without any fancy tricks. The shock brought by the fight between Qin Song and Lin Yun had left everyone dumbfounded, including the disciples of the powerful sections. When they looked at Qin Song and Lin Yun again, they couldn't help having fear flashing in their pupils. Qin Song's strength was terrifying, but Lin Yun's strength had far exceeded their imaginations. If Lin Yun defeated Qin Song, then wouldn't that mean that Lin Yun had replaced Qin Song as the first on the Empyrean ranking? Just thinking about that was simply too unbelievable. Regardless of the outcome of their battle, Lin Yun's strength would definitely send a shock throughout the ancient barren domain after today. It was so much so that even the ancient Saint Domain's Divine Dragon Empire would hear about Flower Burial's name. Did that fellow really obtain the great saint origin? This is simply too powerful. Song Yun's mentality had crumbled while watching this fight from afar. He was still waiting for Lin Yun to be killed by Qin Song, so that he could snatch Lin Yun's purple golden dragon runes. Those purple golden dragon runes were filled with powerful vitality, so they wouldn't disappear even after Lin Yun died. So it was a treasure to Song Yun. This was also why Song Yun couldn't accept the reality after seeing Lin Yun and Qin Song being evenly matched. Another clash later, Lin Yun and Qin Song both retreated. Qin Song's face was ugly because the strength revealed by Lin Yun had far exceeded his imagination. He didn't expect that Lin Yun would be so powerful even after reaching the Elysium core realm. He even suspected that Lin Yun still had even more powerful trump cards. Qin Song, let me return you with one sword. As a roar exploded between the heavens and earth, Lin Yun, who was hovering in the sky, had his hair fluttering wildly in the wind. As he formed the golden crow seal, a pair of golden crow wings that reached the length of 20 meters unfolded behind him. When the pair of golden crow wings unfolded, Lin Yun began to emit a dazzling golden light. In a split second, the golden light had dyed everything around the 7 treasured glazed tile pagoda in gold. When Lin Yun was done, he summoned the lightning shadow sword to his hand and his hair began to flutter violently in the wind, looking like a deity while emitting a powerful pressure. As Lin Yun raised the lightning shadow sword above his head, heaven and earth began to tremble under his rage, and the light from his sword made all the stars lose their luster, creating a terrifying phenomenon. Fleeting cloud 13 swords. Myriad sword condensation. As Lin Yun's sword aura climbed to the peak, he raised the lightning shadow sword with both hands and swung it down on Qin Song. As a terrifying aura spread out, the sky collapsed, and the earth caved in. Even the sun and moon had lost their luster when compared to his sword. At the same time, an azure sword of a few hundred feet appeared behind Lin Yun as he summoned the true Holy Spirit of the fleeting cloud 13 swords. At the same time, limitless power began to pour into the Holy Spirit, allowing Lin Yun to shine brightly with sword rays. As Lin Yun's hair began to flutter violently in the wind, the pair of golden crow wings behind him shone brightly like a bright sun. At this moment, he looked like a sun deity, and the lightning shadow sword's radiance looked like a blazing mountain. When his sword swung down, the heaven and earth began to tremble, causing the entire profound Wither Island to tremble. The profound Wither Island's restriction was already on the verge of disappearing. In addition to the massive impact from the 7 treasured glazed tile pagoda, cracks began to spread across the ground. So the profound Wither Island that was already on the verge of collapsing began to shake even more, like a wobbling old man. Golden Dragon Sky Patching Art. Sensing the incoming danger, Qin Song didn't hesitate to push the Golden Dragon Sky Patching Art to the limit. The golden dragon bone on his chest shone as he raised his hands before his chest, and a bright sun began to appear between his palms. The sun was a golden dragon that had coiled around itself, containing the terrifying power that looked like a bright sun while being pushed out by Qin Song. As a series of explosions resounded, the sun shattered with an echoing draconic roar, and countless fragments of the golden dragon flew out in various directions. After an earth-shattering explosion, the explosion left craters of a few thousand meters on the already damaged ground. Some of the craters even pierced through the profound Wither Island, and water could be seen bursting from the ground and soaring towards the sky. When the golden dragon shattered into pieces, the power of the divine rune fell onto Qin Song, and he crossed his arms before him. As golden dragon scales appeared on both of his arms, his profound sky armor was pushed to the limit. But the power of Lin Yun's attack was too terrifying. As the golden crow wings flapped on Lin Yun's back, the boundless sword aura began to accumulate. When it reached a new height, Qin Song finally couldn't hold it back anymore and was sent flying away. This made Qin Song throw out a mouthful of blood. Lin Yun's fleeting cloud 13 swords. Myriad sword condensation had far exceeded his imagination. Even if he pushed the golden dragon bone to the limit, he still couldn't withstand the power. Those who saw this scene could feel their hearts throbbing violently and their scalps going numb. Qin Song's physique was rather terrifying. Lin Yun's attainment in the sword was already so powerful, but it could only break Qin Song's profound sky armor, and couldn't see any flaw in his physique with no signs of being heavily injured. What a monster! Nangong Zhe and the rest couldn't help exclaiming when they saw this scene. Qin Song also practiced the Dragon Clan's body refining technique, but Qin Song's physique was a lot stronger than Lin Yun's. Many people didn't know that Qin Song had a golden dragon bone, so they were in disbelief that Qin Song's physique was so powerful. They could believe that Qin Song merely used his physique to block that terrifying sword from Lin Yun. Ha 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 ha! Qin Song threw out a mouthful of blood and continued, Lin Yun, what other means do you have? Just throw them all at me. Qin Song, don't fear any fight. Let me see how many times can you activate the 1,000 Runes Saint's sword. This wasn't his first time fighting Lin Yun, so he had a deep impression of the lightning shadow sword. When Lin Yun was still at the Quasi-Elysium core realm, he could already use the lightning shadow sword to injure him. Now that Lin Yun had reached the Elysium core realm, this only meant that it would be even stronger. But he had long discovered that Lin Yun couldn't fully bring out the power of the sword, not even 1/100th of it. Furthermore, he noticed that Lin Yun couldn't use it for long and had to pay a great price to do so. But in reality, this was his misperception. Lin Yun couldn't use it for long because of his broken sword physique. On the other hand, that sword didn't exhaust that much of his astral energy. Unable to inflict heavy injuries on Qin Song, Lin Yun was decisive and threw the lightning shadow sword away. When the sword fell on a huge rock, the golden crow wings behind Lin Yun flapped, and he appeared before Qin Song in the next second. When the two charged at each other, they were so fast and only left blurs behind. But there was something that made them stand out. The two of them were enveloped with an unusual aura that allowed them to unleash immense pressure. What's that? Why do I feel that their pressure has greatly exceeded those at the pinnacle of the Lesser Elysium core realm? They're so strong that not even Greater Elysium core realm experts could threaten them. A fated transcendent of a powerful sect said in a trembling voice. They were all enveloped in fear because Qin Song and Lin Yun were too heaven-defying. That's the innate saint aura transformed from astral energy. But that's something that only Dragon Pulse realm experts can try to do. Their saint aura is thin, but the moment they succeed, they will put a huge gap between them and those in the same generation as them. What monsters! Actually, many people have already guessed it, but none of them dared to say it because it was simply too shocking. Now that they looked at it again, it should be obvious that Qin Song had grasped the Golden Dragon aura. But who could have thought that even if Qin Song grasped the Golden Dragon aura, it still couldn't do anything to Lin Yun? Lin Yun and Qin Song fought too quickly. When they fought, sonic booms exploded. As the two fought, their attacks were like exploding stars. This time, Lin Yun and Qin Song clashed once more, one using his palm and the other using his fist. The collision unleashed another explosion that sounded like a war drum, making everyone's blood boil. Dragon, Sun, and Moon Cauldron. Lin Yun threw his punch, and a cauldron began to manifest in the sky with the sun and moon engraved on the cauldron. But Qin Song was fearless and used his palm like a blade and slashed down. After Lin Yun attacked, he thrust his fingers like a sword at Qin Song's right shoulder. If this attack landed on others, their body would have exploded. But when it landed on Qin Song, it merely emitted a metallic collision sound with sparks flying about as a golden light rippled from his body. Hee hee. Qin Song grinned before he tore space apart with his hand manifesting into a dragon claw that was heading for Lin Yun's head. But Lin Yun's golden crow wings folded together. When the golden dragon claw landed on Lin Yun's wings, it only emitted a metallic collision with sparks flying out. Open! As the golden crow wings opened up, his wings were like blades that swung beside Qin Song, tearing apart the golden light that was being emitted from Qin Song, and his golden crow wings nearly injured Qin Song's physique. You can't injure me. Qin Song's hair fluttered in the wind. He was already in a disadvantageous position because Lin Yun's speed was a lot faster than his own. Not to mention that his golden dragon aura couldn't obtain any advantage against Lin Yun. But he wasn't afraid. He was undefeated as long as he relied on the golden dragon bone. A cold light shot from Lin Yun's eyes. He wanted to bring out the firmament sword intent right away and kill Qin Song. But he ultimately bore it because he knew that he couldn't be anxious right now. I don't believe that. Lin Yun's golden crow wings flapped and unleashed fluctuations around the surrounding space. He didn't move, but it looked as though he was being pushed by space and appeared before Qin Song. 7 flowers convergence. As 49 flower petals flew out from his violet palace and formed into the divine astral flower, his golden origin energy began to blaze. At the same time, Lin Yun's aura began to rise with flames blazing in his eyes that enveloped him in a violent aura. When he pushed his palm towards Qin Song's chest, the divine astral flower blazed and one could faintly hear a sacred voice resounding from his palm. As his palm landed on Qin Song's golden dragon bone, it immediately made Qin Song throw out a mouthful of blood. Instantly knowing that this was an opportunity, Lin Yun grabbed onto Qin Song's chest, but his fingers were blocked by a golden barrier. But Lin Yun didn't give up so easily. Thunderstorms began to gather in his palm, as well as 3,000 purple golden dragon runes. His entire hand had manifested into a dragon claw that tore the golden barrier apart. When his fingers plunged into Qin Song's chest, Lin Yun's senses started to tingle. Thinking of something, Lin Yun quickly retreated. But it was already too late. Light suddenly exploded from the golden dragon bone, and a terrifying power exploded from the Origin Saint rune that was engraved on it. This power made it seem as though the golden dragon bone had come to life and a golden dragon breath was heading for Lin Yun's hand. This made Lin Yun feel as though his heart was being held by a dragon, causing him to throw out a mouthful of blood with his face turning pale. If he hadn't retreated fast enough and didn't have the azure dragon mark protecting his heart might have burst under the explosion of the Origin Saint rune's power. Demon Flame Lotus Eye. As the black lotus bloomed in Qin Song's eyes, they became deep like the abyss with a terrifying demonic aura manifesting into a demonic aura that poured into Lin Yun's mind. This made Lin Yun throw out a mouthful of blood with the firmament sword intent used to finally cut the demonic aura apart. Standing proudly with his hands behind his back, Qin Song said, "Everyone who has tried to dig out my golden dragon bone have all died. Lin Yun, you're really bold." When everyone heard what Qin Song said, their hearts throbbed as gazes fell onto him. They didn't expect Qin Song to have the golden dragon bone. At the same time, they finally knew why Qin Song's physique was so terrifying and why his dragon clan's martial techniques were even stronger than the profound sky cannon. Lin Yun, truth be told, I don't care about the death of the Nether Divinity Realm son. You're a grindstone to me, a stepping stone for me when I become the first of the 3 rankings. When I surpass Jian Jingtian in the future, I will not forget how you helped me, Qin Song said with confidence filled in his tone. Everyone was shocked once more when they heard what Qin Song said. That was too arrogant. He had just reached the Elysium Core realm, but he already wanted to obtain the first on the Elysium Core ranking and even the Dragon Pulse ranking. First on the 3 rankings? You really think too much about that. You should focus on surviving today, said Lin Yun coldly. It's futile. Your Azure Dragon Saint art is flawed to begin with. On the other hand, my Golden Dragon Skypatching art is flawless. With the Golden Dragon Bone, I am already in an undefeatable position. You did give me a lot of pressure, but there's no way you can escape from death, Qin Song said. As the 2 of them spoke, they continued to clash with their figures flashing around. In just the blink of an eye, they had already clashed over 100 times. When everyone saw the golden crow wings that Lin Yun had summoned, they thought that it was more than enough for them to suppress Qin Song. But they never thought that Qin Song would actually have the golden dragon bone. It was the bone of a divine dragon. With such a heaven-defying treasure, it might really be possible for him to obtain first on the 3 rankings. Lin Yun, why bother struggling? I already know your trump cards, so you can only end up as my stepping stone. I won't kill you, but I'll kill everyone you care about and plant a demon seed in your heart. I'll be waiting for you to come and take revenge against me after reaching the Dragon Pulse realm, Qin Song said proudly. When everyone heard what Qin Song said, this made their scalps go numb because Qin Song was too vicious. He really planned on letting Lin Yun become his grindstone, giving Lin Yun pressure and allowing him to keep becoming stronger. As I've said, you really think too much. As for your dragon bone, I'll be taking it. Lin Yun had no change on his face. As the purple mark on his forehead shone brightly, the golden human in the sword ocean began to shine brightly like a miniature sun. He had a powerful sword intent to begin with. Under everyone's shocked gazes, Lin Yun's sword intent continued to rise with a sword vibration echoing across the sky. As a golden beam exploded from Lin Yun, it soared to the sky and broke apart the first layer of heaven. When an unimaginable sword intent came crashing down from the sky, the pressure instantly made the majority of the people in the surroundings fall to their knees. Their hearts were enveloped in fear and had no idea what was going on. Just when they wanted to struggle to get back onto their feet, they were shocked to discover that it felt as though Lin Yun was heaven itself. Lin Yun stood in the sky with dazzling sword rays exploding from his body. With the pair of golden crow wings that reached over 20 meters in length, it made him look like a majestic deity. When he raised his hand, the powerful aura he unleashed made the entire heaven and earth appear to tremble. This made him look like an immortal, enveloped in an ethereal aura. As the boundless sword intent began to roar, the entire sky was dyed in gold, making it look like a golden ocean. This was an ocean of sword intent that was manifested from Lin Yun's firmament sword intent. Firmament sword intent. How is this possible? Didn't people say that not even those in the Dragon Pulse realm could grasp it? Holy shit, just what the hell is going on? Someone who has just reached the Elysium core realm has grasped the firmament sword intent? Or did he already grasp it when he was at the Empyrean realm? This is a little too exaggerated. Those who were forced onto their knees under the sword aura were covered in sweat with their faces ugly. Aside from horror, they had no idea what was going on. As for those who managed to bear the immense pressure of the sword aura, they were all left dumbfounded. And Lin Yun's firmament sword intent also left those from the various powerful sects dumbfounded. At this moment, the restriction on the profound Wither Island was already tattered. Since the storm around the island was already greatly weakened, the people outside could see what was happening on the island with their eyes. If they weren't afraid of the restriction, they would have charged forth and competed for the great saint origin. As countless gazes fell onto Lin Yun, everyone could feel that anyone who was in the same cultivation as him was nothing to him. At this moment, Lin Yun was the emperor of all swords, and just his gaze alone could injure the souls of others. This is a monster. A monster. The strongest champion of the 9th heavenly path. Looks like it wasn't fake. I'm afraid that Lin Yun's name will spread throughout the ancient barren domain in the future. I wonder how strong he will become in the future. Outside the profound Wither Island, countless elders from the powerful sects were thoroughly left dumbfounded. In the profound Sky Sects camp, the Dragon Pulse realm elders all wore grave expressions as they looked at Qin Song with worry in their eyes. But they soon calmed down when the corner of their gazes looked at Zhuge Qingyun, who was covered in a hood. With Zhuge Qingyun around, everything would be under their control. Even on the profound Wither Island, the people there were unsure who would win and who would lose. After all, Qin Song was a junior who received the profound Sky Saint Sovereign's importance. It was so much so that Tian Xuanzi had already said that he would take Qin Song as his disciple when Qin Song reached the Elysium core realm, and that was a huge glory in the eyes of everyone in the profound Sky sect. Without outstanding talent, Tian Xuanzi wouldn't have placed such importance on Qin Song. It was so much so that there were rumors that the golden dragon bone was given to Qin Song by Tian Xuanzi. As Qin Song stood in midair before the 7-treasured glazed tile pagoda, he also couldn't help being surprised when he saw the boundless sword aura around Lin Yun. He initially thought that he would be undefeated as long as he had the golden dragon bone, but he never expected that Lin Yun would still have another trump card. In just this short period of time, Qin Song had thought about many things. Just when others were still guessing if Lin Yun had grasped the firmament sword intent while he was at the Elysium core realm or the Empyrean realm, he was sure that Lin Yun had grasped it when he was at the Empyrean realm. When he fought Lin Yun earlier, he was curious about where Lin Yun was able to get his confidence to face him when he was still at the Quasi-Elysium core realm. Instantly recognizing that Lin Yun was terrifying, Qin Song's gaze turned cold because he felt that he was already heaven-defying enough. But he never expected that there would be someone even more heaven-defying than him. After all, it made no sense for someone to grasp the firmament sword intent at the Quasi-Elysium core realm. You want to take my life with the firmament sword intent? That's impossible. But Qin Song was fearless and coldly snorted before he circulated the origin Saint rune on the golden dragon bone to the limit. In the next moment, golden scales began to appear on the surface of Qin Song's body as he pushed the golden dragon sky-patching art to the limit. At this moment, he had already brought out all of the power of the golden dragon bone. A terrifying golden dragon aura exploded towards Lin Yun. Golden sacred flame. Forming seals with both his hands, surges of boundless energy began to ignite on the golden dragon bone. When the energy made a full circulation within his body, It then surged towards his throat. Opening his mouth, Qin Song breathed out boundless golden flames that headed toward Lin Yun. In the next second, flames comparable to dragon flames swept out and instantly enveloped the heavens and earth. As the golden crow wings flickered behind Lin Yun, this made his movements become unfathomable with afterimages and sword rays flying about. But the afterimages began to shatter into pieces under the flames, and all of Lin Yun's afterimages were destroyed in the blink of an eye, leaving his real self behind. When Lin Yun's real body was revealed, this instantly made everyone's attention focus on him. As a sword vibration echoed, countless sword auras began to envelop him. As sword rays flickered on the surface of his body, Lin Yun charged forth under the pressure of the golden dragon aura. Seeing this scene, Qin Song's gaze was indifferent as his golden dragon bone shone brightly, causing the surrounding space to distort. His gaze began to glow golden like dragon pupils as he stared at Lin Yun. At the same time, Qin Song raised his hand and the demonic lotus saint rune bloomed in his palm, instantly allowing him to emit a terrifying aura that was comparable to heavenly Elysium core realm experts. When he pushed his palm forth, the entire world began to spin with a demonic lotus appearing behind him that could tear the golden clouds apart. Within the demonic lotus, there was a golden dragon that released a ferocious roar. He quickly broke the firmament sword intense pressure head-on, and even broke through Lin Yun's sword aura with his palm that was heading towards Lin Yun, causing everything that stood in its path to crumble. Furthermore, he had already activated the power of the two origin saint runes at the same time, not to mention that he had unleashed the power of the profound sky cannon. So the lethality had reached a height that even heavenly Elysium core realm would be fearful of. But facing Qin Song's attack, Lin Yun wasn't the slightest bit bothered before unleashing a sword ray with his finger that contained a draconic aura, manifested with the Dragon Phoenix World annihilating sword cannon. What power! Everyone's lips couldn't help twitching when they saw Lin Yun's attack. After all, Qin Song had even resorted to such a powerful attack, activating two origin saint runes at the same time. But Lin Yun relied on his firmament sword intent to easily resolve this attack. But Qin Song was still approaching Lin Yun, and they couldn't imagine what would happen if Lin Yun's firmament sword intent lands on Qin Song's body. They began to wonder if Qin Song could block this attack by relying on his physique alone. This made everyone worried if Qin Song could survive under Lin Yun's firmament sword intent. But Qin Song's heart was calm and his eyes were brimming with confidence. In his eyes, Lin Yun was still far from being invincible, or he would have long used his firmament sword intent. When he was about to get close to Lin Yun, Qin Song smirked and charged forth. Spreading his palm wide open, the demonic lotus saint rune in his palm bloomed and rumbled as a demonic light began to spread out from his palm. In the blink of an eye, the demonic light had covered the golden clouds, making it appear as though all of heaven and earth were within his grasp. Profound sky saint sovereign, invincible in the ancient barren domain. As Qin Song's hair fluttered in the wind, he instantly looked like a divine dragon with everything within his grasp. Profound sky cannon, universal reversal. As the surrounding space began to distort, Lin Yun and Qin Song weren't far apart. But in Lin Yun's eyes, the surrounding space had overlapped and his sword intent couldn't reach Qin Song. Under this move, fine cracks actually started to appear on his firmament sword intent. This was abnormal. With his firmament sword intent, it should be enough for Lin Yun to fight those who had stronger cultivation than his own, not to mention those at the same cultivation. Lin Yun was far from Qin Song with the overlapping space, but Qin Song was close to Lin Yun with demonic light shining from his palm before landing on Lin Yun. Traces of blood also dripped down from the corner of Lin Yun's lips before he was sent flying away. As his firmament sword intent began to vibrate, killing intent continued to accumulate in Qin Song's eyes as he glared at Lin Yun. The demonic lotus saint rune began to bloom on Qin Song's palm once more, and he also started pouring golden dragon aura into his palm. At the same time, when he circulated the golden dragon bone, boundless vitality began to start pouring out from Qin Song's heart, which made him push the demonic lotus saint rune to the limit. Behind him, There was a sun and moon shining brightly that allowed him to turn the tables around and suppressed Lin Yun's 3 paintings instead. Surprised? Everyone believes that you've won. But in my eyes, it's just an illusion. The firmament sword intent is strong, but I'm stronger. The opponents that I've faced aren't people you can imagine. Flower burial, you're still too tender before me. Qin Song's aura began to violently rise before he pushed his palm out, executing the universal reversal once more. His move made the surrounding space distort once more. No matter how Lin Yun used his sword intent, it couldn't touch him, no matter what, before his palm landed on Lin Yun. Under his attack, Lin Yun's purple golden dragon runes began to start cracking, and he was heavily injured under this attack. Compared to Qin Song's golden dragon sky patching art, the azure dragon saint art was a little lacking, so the advantage brought by the golden dragon bone wasn't something that others could think about, and the benefits weren't just restricted to his physique. In the hands of fated transcendence, it could shine with an unprecedented light. It was so much so that upon reaching the later phase, it could allow Qin Song to possess the divine golden dragon's bloodline. Profound sky cannon. Nangong Zhe and the rest wore grave expressions because Qin Song had always been using the Dragon Clan's martial techniques to face Lin Yun. But now, he had resorted to using the profound sky cannon that had shocked the entire ancient barren domain. Everyone never imagined that the moment Qin Song unleashed the profound sky cannon, he would instantly turn the tables around. Even if Lin Yun's firmament sword intent was powerful, it was pointless if it couldn't touch Qin Song. Lin Yun. Everything has come to an end. Qin Song stood with his hands behind his back and coldly looked at Lin Yun. As long as his attack landed on Lin Yun once more, Lin Yun's physique would crumble. At that time, his firmament sword intent would just be a display. As the golden crow wings flapped behind him, Lin Yun wiped the blood off his lips and smiled. Why do I feel that you're already going to die, and you're still putting up a strong front? Shouldn't you be curious about why I didn't use the lightning shadow sword after I revealed my firmament sword intent? That is the lightning shadow sword forged by the Mo clan with a complete divine rune engraved on it. I have already noticed that you can't use it for long, not to mention that it has a long history. So you can only use it once, at most, said Qin Song faintly. Who said that I only have one sword? Lin Yun said coldly. Squinting his eyes, Qin Song snorted. So what? I can easily take your life with a single palm. But don't worry. I won't take your life, but I will kill everyone you care about. Qin Song wasn't afraid because he didn't place Lin Yun in his eyes right from the beginning. He already made up his mind that he would use Lin Yun as his stepping stone, wanting Lin Yun to be consumed by hatred. This was because he wanted to step on Lin Yun once more after reaching the Dragon Pulse realm. His thoughts were vicious and ruthless. Raising his brow, Lin Yun roared, Qin Song, I'll tell you the truth. It's simple for me to kill you. The reason why I let things develop in this manner is that I want to take revenge against you. The person I hate the most is someone who threatens me by using women, regardless if it's your intention or not. You threatened me with Lady Luo and even disfigured her. So I will make you pay the price for it. Not only will I dig out your dragon bone, but not a single person from the profound sky sect can leave today. People say that I'm arrogant, but I feel that you're even more arrogant. Qin Song raged before he charged forth once more. Ha ha ha. Lin Yun fearlessly laughed with his hair fluttering in the wind. Qin Song, what qualifications do you have to stand before me for being arrogant? I've been in the Kunlun realm for half a year, so who do you think you are? You want to use me as a stepping stone? Do you think that you're qualified to do so? In the next second, his vitality began to start blazing as he circulated the Dragon Phoenix world annihilating sword cannon. As the Dragon Phoenix sword aura above the golden ocean began to blaze, sword vibrations resounded from his body. As Lin Yun began to shine with dazzling sword rays, the Dragon Phoenix sword aura emitted from his pores with a torrential sword aura soaring to the sky. At the same time, the light of the sun and moon made the sky turn dark with Lin Yun's burst of laughter echoing across the entire profound Wither Island. His laughter was also filled with a wisp of ferocity, making Lin Yun seem unprecedentedly ferocious. As his hair began to flutter violently, the purple mark on his forehead made him look even more bewitching. Lin Yun was someone with a bottom line, and anyone who violated it had to die. Letting out a ferocious roar, ferocity flashed within his pupils as he took a step forth. This time, the golden human and golden dragon in his sword ocean shone brightly, allowing the light of his firmament sword intent to shine brightly. When he took a step forth, his footstep was filled with boundless sword intent that left cracks on the surrounding space. Profound sky cannon, universal reversal. Qin Song's face was emotionless as he brought out his strongest attack once more. As the surrounding space began to distort, it made everything feel as though it was all within his control. Sword, on my command. Lin Yun was fearless as he faced Qin Song head-on. Waving his hand, the flower burial sword flew out from his sword box and Lin Yun grabbed onto it. In that split second, the flower burial sword felt like it was connected to him by blood. As sparks flew from the flower burial sword, he hacked his sword towards Qin Song while being empowered by his firmament sword intent the moment he drew his sword. That is your sword? It's just an ordinary saint artifact. Qin Song looked at the flower burial sword with disdain. That sword had just been upgraded to a saint artifact and was a lot more inferior than the Thousand Rune Saint artifact. Practically in a split second, Qin Song's expression froze because the space that was being distorted by him broke into pieces under Lin Yun's sword. When Lin Yun's sword ray spread out and landed on Qin Song, his body's golden dragon scales began to crumble and were reduced to fragments. "I've been waiting for you for a long time," said Lin Yun as his gaze fell onto his sword, which the flower burial sword vibrated in response. Azure mountain beyond the clouds, emerald stars. Lin Yun soared to the sky and swung his sword, shattering the sun and moon behind Qin Song that had formed into a constellation. This was simply too terrifying and made everyone's heart throb. They could feel their scalps going numb and wondered if this was the true power of the firmament sword intent. When he was done, he swung his sword once more before the dragon's head in the constellation was also sent flying away. With that, the sun and moon collapsed and the divine dragon had been beheaded. And no? Qin Song let out a roar with fear appearing in his eyes for the first time. Protect senior brother. The disciples of the Profound Sky sect also began to panic before hundreds of disciples and 10-odd greater Elysium Core Realm experts charged forth. Sheathing his sword, Lin Yun raised his eyebrow and said, "I said that all of you will have to die today." Looking at all the Profound Sky sect's disciples, Lin Yun closed his eyes. With his right hand holding onto the silver moon mask, a cold smirk rose on his lips, his killing intent spreading out. The moment he put on the mask, he was enveloped in moonlight and his hair instantly became silver. At the same time, the divine indigo jade bamboo flute appeared in his hand and he placed it by his lips. "I have a song. Please enjoy it." When Lin Yun opened his eyes beneath the silver moon mask, boundless killing intent exploded from his pupils, and he looked even more devilish at this moment. "You continue to put on an act. Kill him." When the Profound Sky sect's disciples saw Lin Yun put on the silver moon mask, they were briefly stunned before their eyes flashed cold with waves of killing intent surging forth. Lei Ju and Xianxia let out a cold snort before they charged at Lin Yun. They had the advantage in numbers and they were all experts, so they didn't put Lin Yun in their eyes at all. Let's not mention that Lei Ju and Xianxia were fated transcendents, but they were strong and weren't that much weaker than Qin Song. Not to mention that there were still 13 greater Elysium Core Realm experts and 200 Elysium Core Realm disciples. Facing this formation, even heavenly Elysium Core Realm experts wouldn't be able to face their formation head-on. Not to mention that Lin Yun was arrogant, claiming that he wanted to kill them all. Did he really think that they were mere livestock? When Qin Song, who had his physique heavily injured and his constellation destroyed, saw this scene, his face drastically changed. His eyes squinted and he became anxious with his heart beating fast. What did these fools think the firmament sword intent was? He had the golden dragon bone and could release the true dragon aura with it. But even so, he could only barely withstand Lin Yun's firmament sword intent and had to bring out the 2 origin saint runes. But even so, when Lin Yun grabbed onto the flower burial sword, his firmament sword intent suddenly became so powerful that even he couldn't withstand it. If those profound sky sect's disciples retreated now, maybe half of them could survive. But all of them charged at Lin Yun instead, and this was no different from courting death in his eyes. This wasn't an issue with numbers. The Tao of music was proficient in fighting large numbers. It was as though he could see purgatory before him and furiously roared, "Everyone from the profound sky sect, listen up! Retreat immediately and leave the profound Wither Island. None of you are allowed to get close to Lin Yun." Qin Song was heavily injured to begin with, and he had practically exerted the last of his strength to yell out. When he was done, blood dripped down his lips once more. His words instantly left everyone baffled, including the other disciples from the other powerful sections. Lin Yun had just gone through a series of battles. Even if he wasn't injured, he would definitely be greatly exhausted. With such a huge formation, not to mention Lin Yun, those from the profound sky sect could even annihilate a sect here if they wanted. What is he doing? For this, I'm still waiting to get his corpse. Song Yun rubbed his bald head and his eyeballs rolled around. He was bold, and he was still concerned about Lin Yun's purple golden dragon runes. Lei Ju, Xianxia, and the rest were also briefly stunned upon hearing what Qin Song said. Before they could comprehend what he meant, Lin Yun had already started blowing the flute. At that moment, his noble tune had fused together with the firmament sword intent and the saint artifact, the divine indigo jade bamboo flute. As praise the phoenix resounded, it sounded like a ferocious roar that echoed across the sky. This instantly made the faces of hundreds of people from the profound sky sect change because they were all enveloped by a boundless sword aura. Since Lin Yun's music was empowered by his firmament sword intent, this made everyone from the profound sky sect feel like mere ants. This instantly made the profound sky sect disciples feel as if there was an invisible barrier before them that blocked their path. Lin Yun was clearly far away, but they couldn't get close to him, no matter how they tried. Furthermore, Lin Yun's music was like swords leaving cracks on the ground with sword rays blooming brightly, and everyone was facing an unimaginable sword aura. This made Lin Yun look like a celestial wielding his sword with his hair fluttering in the wind while executing a graceful sword technique. Furthermore, the intent contained within was boundless and massive. Facing Lin Yun, everyone from the profound sky sect, regardless of whether they were a greater Elysium core realm expert or Lei Ju and Xianxia, everyone was being suppressed. As Lin Yun played the music, he trapped everyone from the profound sky sect in his music. But how was that possible? Everyone who saw this scene was left dumbfounded with their mouths wide open. Clad in moonlight, a pair of golden crow wings unfolded behind him as Lin Yun relied on the divine indigo jade bamboo flute to suppress hundreds of people. If it was a heavenly Elysium core realm expert that was there, it wouldn't be so exaggerating. But Lin Yun was only at the pinnacle of the lesser Elysium core realm, which made everyone have disbelief. Bring out your constellations. Lei Ju and Xianxing's faces were pale as they exchanged a look and summoned their constellations. When the two fated transcendents summoned their constellations, Lin Yun's music briefly paused, giving the 13 greater Elysium core realm experts the opportunity to catch their breath, allowing them to bring out their constellations. As various phenomenons began to appear, their terrifying auras combined together to push back Lin Yun's music. At the same time, sound waves spread out in the form of ripples that tried to fall onto Lin Yun. Now, Lei Ju and Xianxia had joy in their eyes because they knew that their opportunity had come. Knowing that they couldn't waste this opportunity, they charged towards Lin Yun with rage blazing in their eyes. Facing them, Lin Yun didn't panic. The purple mark bloomed on his forehead beneath his mask, activating two sword souls at the same time with his firmament sword intent. At the same time, music continued to resound from the flute. The flute music sounded like war drums and was beautiful at the same time. He was so immense in playing the music, he had slowly shut his eyes. At the same time, flowers began to dance around with a boundless sword aura starting to accumulate behind Lin Yun. When sword rays shone from him, this made everything pale in comparison to Lin Yun's sword rays and music as they combined together. In just a split second, Lei Ju and Xianxia were both sent flying back, throwing out a mouthful of blood at the same time. Taking this opportunity, the music from Lin Yun that was briefly suppressed charged forth and swept over once more. Shortly after, a storm began to sweep with a phoenix tree slowly growing to be 1,000 feet in size under the nourishment of Lin Yun's music and sword intent. At the same time, Lin Yun began to walk on the ground and the music started becoming majestic. Lin Yun wasn't simply playing music, but was creating a painting with his music. Under his music, flowers began to appear on the phoenix tree and started blooming, looking gorgeous when they shone brightly. As the flowers continued to bloom, his massacre also continued. Arg! A series of screams resounded from amongst the Elysium Core Realm disciples from the Profound Sky sect. They gradually collapsed and they were covered in wounds by Lin Yun's sword rays and music. When tens of thousands of flowers bloomed on the phoenix tree, all of heaven and earth were enveloped in a rainbow light. Watch out! Lei Ju and Xianxia exclaimed before they brought out their strongest attacks. One of them had a lightning saint rune blooming in his palm, while the other was enveloped in afterimages. The flowers were so beautiful that they paired with Lin Yun's flute music and sword intent that spread over 10,000 miles. Along with a series of screams, 10-odd Elysium Core Realm disciples from the Profound Sky Sect's party died on the spot. You bastard! Rage blazed in Qin Song's eyes as they became red, and he charged towards where the music had enveloped them. But Lin Yun didn't bother with him. He didn't let his music envelop Qin Song, nor did he allow Qin Song to charge over. In the next moment, Qin Song, who had charged over, was sent flying back by the rebound force from Lin Yun's sword intent. This made Qin Song throw out a mouthful of blood before he clenched his fist and gritted his teeth as he watched the Profound Sky Sect's disciples being helplessly butchered. He knew that Lin Yun did this on purpose. Lin Yun wanted him to show him how his companions were being butchered and that there was nothing he could do about it. When Lin Yun reached the third phase of Praise the Phoenix, his music turned into 8,000 auspicious lights that descended from the sky, enveloping the entirety of the profound Wither Island. In the blink of an eye, the 8,000 auspicious lights had formed into a golden bridge that reached 10,000 miles away, reaching towards the crown of the phoenix tree. As Lin Yun's music changed again, his music suddenly became solemn and his firmament sword intent manifested into tens of thousands of rainbows that flew around like snow. At the same time, 2 clouds drifted over. Holy shit! What's going on? That's too beautiful. Everyone could feel their scalps going numb and nearly went insane because they had never seen something like this before. It's snowing? Luo Shuyi looked at the rainbow snow while she laid in Su Xiao's embrace. This made her eyes become watery as she reached out to grab them. This made Su Xiao inwardly let out a sigh before she held onto Luo Shuyi's hand. Yeah, the phoenix is coming, and this music is for you. It's against his path as a swordsman to see women suffering. So Qin Song will surely be punished for his deeds. Her words made Luo Shuyi's face change as she raised her head and saw 2 gorgeous birds carrying 2 clouds. As the clouds passed over the bridge, the 2 birds then landed on the phoenix tree. When the 2 birds landed on the phoenix tree, a resounding, earth-shattering bird cry could be heard. After the birds cried, countless birds began to flock over from various directions and bowed to the phoenix tree. Everyone must manage to bear it. He definitely won't be able to last for long. His firmament sword intent will be exhausted sooner or later. Lei Ju and Xianxing's faces were ugly with ferocity flashing within their pupils, shining with the glory of geniuses belonging to the Profound Sky sect. Profound Sky Saint Sovereign, invincible in the ancient barren domain. Profound Sky Saint Sovereign, invincible in the ancient barren domain. They were all covered in wounds and blood. But when someone yelled their chant, this instantly incited everyone's emotions to echo along. As for Lei Ju, Xianxia, and the greater Elysium Core Realm experts, they had tears welling in their eyes and could only feel their blood boiling. Who were they? They were the elites of the Profound Sky sect, the overlord of the ancient barren domain. So how could they possibly collapse here? Steady. After the music's over, we'll make him pay the price 100-fold. Lei Ju gritted his teeth while he was enveloped in lightning. But right at that moment, Lin Yun suddenly opened his eyes. It was as though he was standing on the summit of the mountain, looking down at everyone. He was like a deity that made everything bow to him. When he raised his head, the last note of praise the phoenix soared into the sky. Aside from Lei Ju, Xianxia, and the greater Elysium Core Realm experts, all of the other Elysium Core Realm disciples exploded into clouds of blood. When Lin Yun lowered his flute, Lei Ju and the rest were also bleeding from their 7 orifices as they fell to their knees. "You madman!" Lei Ju, Xianxia, and the 13 greater Elysium Core Realm deacons struggled back to their feet with their eyes becoming bloodshot. But Lin Yun merely drew out the flower burial sword and shuttled through the crowd of people. When he appeared before Qin Song with his sword, the group of people who were heavily injured, to begin with, were torn into pieces by his sword rays. Drawing his sword, Lin Yun only needed one sword to kill and didn't even have to turn his head back. This made Qin Song widen his eyes because Lei Ju and the rest who were still alive just a moment ago were all dead. "Kill me!" Qin Song was bleeding from his heart and gritted his teeth. Qin Song, can afford to lose, so I'm not afraid of death." Lin Yun coldly looked at Qin Song before he continued. "You're not afraid of losing or death. If I kill you, then it'll be going easy on you. Don't worry because I won't kill you. I'll dig out your dragon bone, break one of your arms, make you blind, and shatter your meridians. Don't you like to treat others like ants the most? Then I'll make you into someone who can't even be comparable to an ant. If you survive the ordeal and reach the Dragon Pulse realm, you can come after me and I'll cripple you again." When Qin Song heard what Lin Yun said, he began to tremble with a chill down his spine. What Lin Yun said was simply too terrifying to him, and it also wasn't something that he could accept. He hoaxed. "You dare? Those who tried to dig out my dragon bone have all died. Why do I, Lin Yun, not dare? You're prideful, but that doesn't mean I don't have any temper. Since I said, then I'll dig out your dragon bone. Then I'll definitely dig out your dragon bone." Lin Yun barked. When he was done, his palm reached towards Qin Song's chest. When Lin Yun's palm landed on Qin Song's chest, this made Qin Song throw out a mouthful of blood. The remaining light enveloping Qin Song shattered under this palm, causing his face to turn pale, and he staggered because he couldn't even stand firmly on the ground. When Qin Song finally stabilized himself, he threw out a mouthful of blood. But before he could catch his breath, Lin Yun charged over and landed before him in the blink of an eye. This time, Lin Yun's palm turned into a claw with 3,000 purple golden dragon runes pouring into his hand, allowing his hand to transform into a dragon claw that stabbed into Qin Song's chest. Since he said that he would dig out Qin Song's dragon bone, then he would definitely do as he said. "Lin Yun, you're courting death." Qin Song bled from his 7 orifices with his gaze becoming sinister while he gritted his teeth. He wasn't joking when he said that everyone who tried to dig out his dragon bone had died. Ever since he came out, many people have tried to dig out his dragon bone, including Dragon Pulse Realm experts. But all of them had died without exception. The dragon bone had restrictions on it, and he had revealed his flaw on purpose to lure Lin Yun into digging out his dragon bone. But Lin Yun reacted quickly and pulled back his hand just when he was about to come into contact with the restrictions. Even then, Lin Yun still suffered heavy injuries because of it. If Lin Yun really tried to dig out his dragon bone, then he would only end up dead. But for some reason, when he saw Lin Yun's dragon claw reaching for his chest, this suddenly enveloped his heart in boundless fear. He could faintly guess that this time, it wasn't the same as it was in the past. "Lin Yun, there's no need for you to do this. You don't have to force yourself to do it. Your name will spread throughout the ancient barren domain one day, and the profound sky sect is invincible in the ancient barren domain." Qin Song's strong desire to live finally made him bow to Lin Yun with fear and reluctance in his eyes. "You think I was joking with you? Since I said that I'll dig out your dragon bone, then I'll definitely do it," Lin Yun said coldly. When he was done, his fingers pierced into Qin Song's chest and soon came in contact with the golden dragon bone's restrictions. As a terrifying dragon aura exploded from Qin Song's golden dragon bone, a devastating and destructive power began to surge from the restriction that was on it. This instantly left everyone dumbfounded because Qin Song still had such a terrifying power when he was about to die. This was simply too unbelievable, and the restriction also stopped Lin Yun's fingers from going any further. At the same time, the restriction from the golden dragon bone also began to spread to his hand. As Qin Song's face distorted from the pain, he gritted his teeth. Lin Yun, I said that you'll regret it. Everyone who has tried to dig out my dragon bone are all dead, and you're not an exception. You really think too much. Lin Yun had already expected this because his Azure Dragon True Bone also had similar restrictions back then. Thinking about the Azure Dragon True Bone back then, Lin Yun already had a solution to deal with it. You'll die today. Qin Song's eyes flashed with a ferocious light as a torrential dragon aura exploded. At the same time, a demonic lotus also began to bloom within his pupils. He actually relied on the restriction to recover a little and wanted to intimidate Lin Yun. You're courting death. The golden human in Lin Yun's sword ocean formed a seal with both hands, and a golden dragon flew from the sword ocean. Azure Dragon Annihilation. Lin Yun roared as an azure dragon flew from his forehead and turned into a golden light that reached the golden dragon bone on Qin Song's chest, instantly subduing the restriction, causing it to start crumbling. And no! Stop! Qin Song threw out a mouthful of blood and began to panic. Come out! Lin Yun grasped the golden dragon bone even tighter before he ripped it out. A loud boom resounded from Qin Song's body, and his aura began to drop. When Qin Song was sent flying back, he collapsed onto the ground in great pain, while Lin Yun had a bone in his hand. The bone was glowing with a saint rune engraved on it and a dragon aura shrouding it. This is the golden dragon bone? Everyone immediately shifted their attention to look at the golden dragon bone with greed and shock in their eyes. They all knew that the golden dragon bone was a huge factor as to why Qin Song could become so powerful, aside from his hard work and talent. If anyone obtained the golden dragon bone, their future achievements definitely wouldn't be at all inferior to Qin Song. But when their gazes fell onto Lin Yun, the greed in their eyes disappeared and they could only feel a chill down their spines. Qin Song was already ruthless enough, but Lin Yun was even more ruthless. So what if Qin Song had a golden dragon bone? Since Qin Song was arrogant, then Lin Yun would just dig out his golden dragon bone. And this was even crueler to Qin Song than killing him. Qin Song was ranked first on the Empyrean ranking, but his outcome had actually become so pathetic. Lin Yun, just kill me. Qin Song yelled in a desperate tone with his face distorted with pain. This wasn't because of the pain in his body but the humiliation and despair he was feeling. This was something that he had never felt before. Stowing the golden dragon bone, Lin Yun said, I already said that I won't kill you. I will only blind you, cut off one of your arms, and destroy your meridians. Stop! But just when Lin Yun was about to make a move, a series of ferocious roars resounded outside the restriction left behind by the Profound Wither Great Saint that enveloped the Profound Wither Island. They already couldn't bear it long ago, but Lin Yun was simply too quick when he killed Lei Ju, Xianxia, and the other Greater Elysium Core Realm experts. They were already heavily injured to begin with, so they were no different from mere ants before Lin Yun and couldn't defend against his firmament sword intent. But when they saw that Lin Yun wasn't going to let go of Qin Song, how could they possibly still bear it? So all the Dragon Pulse Realm experts began roaring before they anxiously turned to look at Zhuge Qingyun. The Saint Sovereign has orders that we're not allowed to interfere with what's going on at the Profound Wither Island. Zhuge Qingyun then sighed. Furthermore, there's nothing we can do. Even if there are a lot of lesser restrictions, it's still dangerous to Samsara Edict Realm experts. You guys will only die if you guys go. The weaker the restriction is, the more terrifying it will become. The Profound Wither Island rumbled with the roars of 10 odd Dragon Pulse Realm elders from the profound sky sect echoing throughout the heavens and earth. As the surrounding air began to tremble, ripples started to spread out and Lin Yun's palm slowed down. His palm was breaking through the ripples that tore the surrounding space apart with cracks spreading out, looking like a mirror. Qin Song squinted his eyes and quickly made use of this opportunity to struggle back to his feet. When he took several steps back and looked at Lin Yun once more, the corner of his lips twitched and he gave up struggling. He knew that the roars from the elders couldn't stop Lin Yun unless the restriction around the profound Wither Island breaks with the help of a Samsara Edict Realm expert. Otherwise, even a deity wouldn't be able to save him right now. At that moment, he knew that it was impossible to escape from Lin Yun. His constellation had shattered, his golden dragon sky-patching art broke, his physique was bearing the backlash of the profound sky cannon, and he had also lost the golden dragon bone. Not to mention Lin Yun, even a dog could take his life right now. This enveloped Xianxia in despair because he knew that he couldn't die even if he wanted to. Perhaps this was the despair that many of his opponents felt when they looked at him, but he never expected that he would feel such despair one day. As Lin Yun swiped his fingers, a sword ray flashed past and Xianxia's eyeballs burst. This made Xianxia fall to the ground as he held his eyes and wailed in pain. This sword is for Luo Shui. You're a fated transcendent and ranked first on the Empyrean ranking, but you shouldn't humiliate a woman in this manner. You disfigured her, so I'll make you blind. Without any expression, Lin Yun swiped his fingers across and Xianxia's right arm flew away. Then, his right arm was reduced to ashes, and this meant that it was impossible for Xianxia to reattach his right arm. This sword is for Tang Jing. This sword is for senior sister Yi. You gave her a palm, so I'll give you a sword. Lin Yun flicked his finger and his firmament sword intent shot into Xianxia's body and started raging havoc from within. Xianxia wailed in pain on the ground as he felt his meridians being destroyed, and this meant that his cultivation was swiftly being drained away from him. At this moment, the first on the Empyrean ranking, Xianxia, had become a cripple. When everyone's faces fell onto Lin Yun, they all had fear on their faces because they knew that Lin Yun had replaced Xianxia as the first on the Empyrean ranking. After today, the name Flower Burial would definitely spread throughout the ancient barren domain. Right at that moment, the entire profound Wither Island began to tremble and the entire space was crumbling. Seawater geysers shot out from the cracks on the ground, and a terrifying power exploded from the depths of the profound Wither Island, tearing the entire island apart. Lin Yun knew that the restriction had crumbled. When the 7 treasured glazed tile pagoda fell previously, the profound Wither Island was already destined to crumble, so his battle with Xianxia merely quickened this process. After all, the shockwave from their battle had affected half of the profound Wither Island. Let's go. This island is going to crumble. The audience no longer dared to stay behind and started to flee. Lin Yun, time for us to leave as well, said Su Xiao. Lin Yun nodded his head and appeared behind the fleeting cloud sword sex party. His gaze fell onto the terrifying wound on Luo Shui's face. Xianxia was simply too ruthless, and this made Lin Yun feel that Xianxia had gotten off easy. Lady Luo, we're going to leave. We'll first send you out, but don't stand together with us later, said Lin Yun. He knew that this matter hadn't come to an end. The profound sky sect would definitely not let him off easy. So it was best for Luo Shui to stay with the Heavenly Note sex party after leaving the profound Wither Island. I know. Young Master Lin, do you have a way to find Tang Jing's corpse? Luo Shui said in a sobbing tone. She knew that this would put Lin Yun in a dangerous position, but she couldn't forgive herself if she couldn't even protect Tang Jing's corpse. Tang Jing did nothing wrong, he just happened to run into her. Don't worry about it. I'll definitely find him. Lin Yun then turned to Su Xiao. Xiao, leave with them and wait for me. As the surrounding space began to violently tremble and started crumbling, Su Xiao looked at Lin Yun and wanted to stay behind with him. But when she saw his gaze, her heart immediately became soft. She had cultivated the Empress Heart Sutra, and this meant that it was hard for her to fall in love with anyone. But the moment she did, she would be faithful to him for the rest of her life. I promise you, but you have to come back and look for me. I have something very important that I've not told you. Su Xiao bit her lips as she looked at Lin Yun with a gentle expression. I promise. Lin Yun nodded his head before heading towards the depths of the island. Over there, the surrounding space was filled with cracks, looking like cracked mirrors. Lin Yun turned around and could see the entire sky spinning as the sea raged. The entire profound Wither Island was finally crumbling. Lin Yun, don't go. It's too dangerous. Lil Purple's voice resounded from the sword box with her tone filled with concern. The restriction that was left behind by the profound Wither Great Saint was beginning to crumble, making the space around it violently fluctuate. As for the profound Wither Island, it naturally fell into chaos. "I have to find Tang Jing's corpse no matter what," said Lin Yun with a grave expression. "At least I have to try." He could understand what Luo Shui was feeling, and this was why he wanted to help her. It was so much so that he would do it even if Luo Shui didn't ask him for help. As the golden crow wings unfolded behind him, he carefully traveled around the shattering dimension. Just like that, Lin Yun shuttled through the rubble. If he remembered correctly, Tang Jing's corpse shouldn't have been far from the 7-treasured glazed tile pagoda. As long as he could find the pagoda, he should be able to find Tang Jing's corpse. But it wasn't easy. The entire profound Wither Island was collapsing with rubble floating in the surroundings. Not only was his vision being hindered, but the surrounding space was also in chaos. When Lin Yun sat on a huge rock, he could sense a surge of danger with his sword intent and quickly shifted away. In the next moment, space began to crumble on the huge rubble he previously stood on. But before he could catch his breath, the shattering space turned into a violent storm that swept out. The surrounding space was being sucked into the storm and disappeared in the blink of an eye. As for Lin Yun, he was like a bird flying in the violent storm, and he had pushed the divine sun-chasing art to the limit. But even so, he was still very careful, feeling like he had experienced 100 years, and each breath he took might be his last. Lightning Shadow Sword. Lin Yun's eyes lit up a long time later when he saw the lightning shadow sword that was plunged into a huge rock. He nearly forgot about it, and Jian Tiantian would probably kill him if he lost it. After a few flickers, Lin Yun landed on the huge rock and pulled the lightning shadow sword out. "Lin Yun, look over there." Lil Purple's voice resounded. When Lin Yun looked to the left, his eyes flashed. He found the 7-treasured glazed tile pagoda. Perhaps because of the pagoda, the surrounding ground had yet to completely collapse. When Lin Yun swept his glance out, many rocks were swept over by a storm that appeared before him. Each huge rock contained a terrifying power and looked like a stone dragon. "Break!" Lin Yun roared as he swung out the lightning shadow sword. With his firmament sword intent empowering the sword, the runes on the lightning shadow sword shone brightly and the rocks were severed into two. Stomping his foot on the ground, the huge rock beneath his foot broke apart, and Lin Yun soared to the sky, passing through the gaps that he had created with the lightning shadow sword and landed on the 7-treasured glazed tile pagoda. He discovered that there was someone still alive. When he turned his head over, he realized that it was Qin Song. He was still alive, relying on his instincts to slowly crawl on the ground with great difficulty. When Qin Song heard the commotion that Lin Yun had created, he yelled, "Are you Martial Uncle? Save me. I'm Qin Song. Since I'm still alive, I will definitely rise in the future. I will also repay the humiliation that Lin Yun gave me 100-fold. When I reach the Dragon Pulse realm, I will pay him back. I Qin Song will definitely not die here. Bring me with you. I want to seek the Saint Sovereign for forgiveness because I have betrayed his trust. Bring me back. I'm not a cripple. As long as I still have a breath left, I will definitely rise up again. So don't leave me behind." Looking at Qin Song crawling to his feet, Lin Yun merely looked at the former without any expression on his face. Qin Song was already in this state, but he still wanted to take revenge. This made Lin Yun realize that Qin Song had no regrets about what he had done. "Why aren't you speaking? Do you think that I'm a cripple? Since I can rise in the Nether Divinity clan as the son of a concubine, I will definitely be able to do it again. Bring me back. I don't want to die here. I want to see Saint Sovereign. I want to take revenge against Lin Yun. So please, bring me back." Qin Song sobbed while he grabbed onto Lin Yun's feet with his remaining arm. But right at that moment, a familiar voice resounded. "I am Lin Yun." Those 4 words resounded within Qin Song's ears, and was instantly him dumbfounded. He quickly let go of Lin Yun's feet and quickly backed away. But Lin Yun couldn't even be bothered to take a look at him. When 3,000 dragon runes gathered to his feet, he gave Qin Song a kick. "Get lost." Just like that, Qin Song shot out like a cannonball and was sent flying away. leaving this region that could still be considered safe. Lin Yun said that he wouldn't kill Qin Song, but Qin Song was simply too disgusting for him to look at. He had made up his mind that he would kill Qin Song with a stomp if he couldn't find Tang Jing's corpse. Following his memory, Lin Yun continued forth, and it didn't take long for him to see Tang Jing's corpse. Tang Jing died a horrible death when he was killed by Qin Song after he spoke a sentence. Even in his death, he couldn't protect Luo Shui from being disfigured. Lin Yun wasn't a heartless person. On the contrary, he was a person filled with warmth and affection. Wait! Just when Lin Yun was about to step forth, a voice resounded from the sword box. What's wrong? Lin Yun asked. Don't move. There's someone over there. That person is here again. Lil Purple said anxiously, and this tone of hers was rare. When Lin Yun raised his head and focused his firmament sword intent in his eyes, he couldn't say anything. There was no one aside from Tang Jing. But suddenly, he could feel a chill down his spine, and the lightning shadow sword in his hand also began to tremble. This instantly made Lin Yun's face change as he took several steps back. Yu Qingfeng was standing beside Tang Jing. He raised his head to look at Lin Yun, who had arrived. Looking at Lin Yun's retreating figure, he smiled before his gaze fell onto Tang Jing once more. It's this young lad again. Is he that old fellow's grandson? He really died a terrible death. But at least his aura hasn't dissipated yet, so he should still have a chance. Yu Qingfeng lifted Tang Jing's corpse and flew towards the 7-treasured glazed tile pagoda. This scene left Lin Yun shocked as he looked at Tang Jing's corpse that suddenly flew into the air and entered the 7-treasured glazed tile pagoda. Right at that moment, the 7-treasured glazed tile pagoda released a rainbow light that distorted space before Tang Jing disappeared. This made Lin Yun feel a chill down his spine and finally believed what Lil Purple said before, that there was someone else there. Is it that person who came when I was refining the great Saint Origin? Lin Yun asked. It's him. You should know about him because you've heard of him before, said Lil Purple. What Lil Purple said left him dumbfounded. He then asked, Who? The Sword Emperor? Yu Qingfeng. Lin Yun's heart sank when he heard that. This wasn't the first time he had heard that name. That name was resounding and was practically a legend. He then asked, Why did he take Tang Jing away with him? Perhaps he has a way to save Tang Jing, said Lil Purple. The dead can come to life? Lin Yun asked in a shocked tone. Of course not, said Lil Purple. But the death that you know of might not be death in the eyes of many. Tang Jing's neck is broken, but his body hasn't completely died. At least not his heart. As for his soul, it's definitely still around because it hasn't been long. Hearing that, Lin Yun rejoiced. Tang Jing can still be saved? It might be hard for many people. At least divine elixirs are needed. But since Yu Qingfeng has made a move, he should be pretty confident about it. After all, the 7-treasured glazed tile pagoda was left behind by the profound Wither Great Saint. Don't forget what the profound Wither Great Saint is proficient at, said Lil Purple. Life-Death Dao. You're talking about the Life-Death Dao. Lin Yun's eyes lit up when he heard that. This also made Lin Yun let out a breath of relief that Tang Jing could be saved. This also meant that Luo Shui wouldn't be that sad. The Sword Emperor, Yu Qingfeng, isn't the same as the legend, muttered Lin Yun. After all, the Sword Emperor was someone who sliced 2 peaks from the sword sect, allowing the strongest sword sect to become the ancient Baron Domain's sword sect. He initially thought that someone of that caliber would be domineering and view the lives of others as mere ants. He never expected that the Sword Emperor would actually pay attention to the life and death of a small figure. It's true that he doesn't have any ill intentions. But you can't just look at things on the surface because the profound Wither Great Saint had his guard up against the Sword Emperor, said Lil Purple once more. What do you mean? Lin Yun had a feeling that he had missed out on something important. Do you still remember when the profound Wither Great Saint said that he didn't know where the Southern Emperor's tomb was located? I do. Then you should remember that he said that you will be able to find the Southern Emperor's real tomb one day. Do you remember that the Southern Emperor is buried together with his wife? Of course I do, said Lin Yun before his face drastically changed because he finally knew what he had missed. Do you understand now? Lil Purple asked. Since the profound Wither Great Saint said that he doesn't know where the Southern Emperor's real tomb is located, how will he know that the Southern Emperor is buried together with his wife? He said that the profound Wither Key is a container, but I feel that it might be involved with where the Southern Emperor's tomb is located. I believe that you'll know if I'm right after you undo the 9 restrictions. Lin Yun briefly pondered before he said, So the profound Wither Great Saint didn't tell me because of the Sword Emperor's existence? That's only a speculation. The Sword Emperor shouldn't have any ill intentions, and the profound Wither Great Saint might also not know where the Southern Emperor's tomb is located. I overheard that the profound Wither Great Saint owed the Sword Emperor 1, and the 7 treasured glazed tile pagoda was a repayment. Lin Yun's eyes flickered because he had no idea about the connections. Right at that moment, a sword vibration echoed as a sword ray pierced through the layers of vortexes before a figure landed beside Lin Yun. Why are you standing here? Quick, leave. It was Feng Zhu who came for Lin Yun. Lin Yun replied. But before he could finish, Feng Zhu interrupted him and raged, You're really reckless. Why are you still staying here if you can't find Tang Jing's corpse? What's the matter? You want me to collect your corpse? Leave with me now or I'll break your legs. Lin Yun was startled by those words because he had never seen Feng Zhu so furious. At the same time, he didn't doubt that Feng Zhu would really break his legs. After all, his legs could still be healed after being broken. Right at that moment, a group of people holding on to the profound sky umbrella entered and landed beside Qin Song, who still had a breath left. This made Feng Zhu wear a grave expression before he sighed. You're really in deep trouble now. After he was done, he grabbed onto Lin Yun's shoulder and flew out of the profound Wither Island. With senior brother Feng Zhu's help, the journey out of the profound Wither Island was a lot smoother. Facing some spatial storms that weren't too powerful, Feng Zhu could use his sword aura to forcibly charge through. But throughout the entire journey, Feng Zhu's face was cold and didn't say a single word. Occasionally, Lin Yun would smile because it was hard for him to see Feng Zhu in this state. In his impression, Feng Zhu was always a friendly person and never showed his anger. Feng Zhu was unhappy as he grabbed onto Lin Yun shuttling through the spatial storms and coldly said, You're in such deep trouble and you can still smile? Hearing that, Lin Yun didn't say a word and continued to smile. You brat. Why are you still smiling? Don't you know that you're already in deep trouble? Feng Zhu raged. Stop smiling. If you keep smiling, I also won't be able to hold back my laughter. As Feng Zhu spoke, he suddenly finally couldn't continue his pretense and laughed out. Senior brother, you're a Samsara Edict realm expert, so you have to control your expression well, smiled Lin Yun. Feng Zhu glared at Lin Yun before he smiled. You're really bold this time. The profound Sky Sect has been arrogant for so many years, and this is the first time they have suffered such a huge loss. Even the Sword Sect can't suppress the profound Sky Sect? Lin Yun asked in a surprised tone. In the ancient barren domain, just how powerful was the profound Sky Sect that even the Sword Sect had to avoid them? Watch out! Feng Zhu grabbed onto Lin Yun and avoided a spatial crack before he sighed. Comparing foundations, our Sword Sect is naturally stronger, but Tian Xuanzi is too heaven-defying. He's not even 1,000 years old, and he's capable of competing with our master. Not only is he strong, but his disciples are also monsters. This is the reason why the profound Sky Sect is able to rise so quickly. It's not a big issue that I crippled Qin Song, right? Lin Yun asked. You're finally scared now. Haha. Well, no. Qin Song is nothing, but the Great Saint origin is the crucial key here. It won't be easy for you to get away with that, smiled Feng Zhu. Then what should we do? What should we do? Fight. Our Sword Sect isn't a pushover either. Now that we have obtained the Great Saint origin, there's no reason for us to give it away, said Feng Zhu in a domineering tone. How many Samsara Edict realm experts did the profound Sky Sect send? Lin Yun asked. 1. Nodding his head, Lin Yun replied. Phew, that's still all right. How is it still all right? It's Zhuge Qingyun who came. He's the strongest disciple under Tian Xuanzi. Upon mentioning this person, Feng Zhu recollected himself with fear lingering in his eyes. The entire journey was then quiet as Feng Zhu brought Lin Yun along and broke through the profound Wither Island before landing on the island occupied by the Sword Sect. The Sword Sect's sword-bearing elder had been waiting there for a long time with a grave expression. It's as though he was facing a powerful enemy. When he landed on the ground, Lin Yun looked at Su Xiao and the rest who were standing behind an old man. That old man had a terrifying sword aura, and his aura was as deep as the abyss and was even stronger than senior brother Feng Zhu. This meant that the old man had long reached the Samsara Edict realm, unlike Feng Zhu, who had just reached the Samsara Edict realm. This is the Sword Sect's sword-bearing elder, Lin Zhen. Senior Lin, he's still alive and I brought him out, said Feng Zhu. Lin Zhen had a higher position and strength compared to him. Cupping his hands together, Lin Yun greeted, "Greetings, senior brother Lin. You obtained the great saint origin?" Lin Zhen went straight into the topic, and Lin Yun nodded his head in response. "Where is it? Let me take a look," Lin Zhen pursued. "Hey, what are you trying to do?" Feng Zhu's face changed, but Lin Zhen glared at Feng Zhu before he turned to look at Lin Yun. "Friend, the great saint origin is extremely important, and I believe there's no need for me to tell you about the reasons." Lin Yun nodded because he also knew that the great saint origin was useless to him right now. In the end, he could only hand it to the Sword Sect. At the very least, he could give it to Feng Zhu or Zhen Jingtian. He naturally knew that he would be in danger if he kept the great saint origin to himself, since it would be a ticking time bomb. Lin Yun also didn't initially plan to keep it for himself. But the situation had changed now, so Lin Yun replied honestly, "I'm sorry, but the great saint origin has been sealed within my body by Senior Profound Wither. This one with my heart now. You can check my body if you don't believe me." His words instantly caused a huge uproar. He briefly paused before he continued, I also refined a small portion of the great saint origin, and it's also the reason why I have reached the Elysium core realm." This time, his words caused an even greater uproar. Hearing what Lin Yun said, Lin Zhen looked at Lin Yun's chest with his eyes flickering. "Hey, what are you thinking? Don't tell me that you want to dig out my junior brother's heart. If you dare, this daddy won't let you go easily." Feng Zhu became anxious while looking at Lin Yun and stood before Lin Zhen. Lin Zhen had disdain flashing through his pupils and replied, "No sense of seniority. Do you think you can do anything to me if I really wanted to make a move? I already know that he'll join the Sword Sect sooner or later. Get lost or I'll beat you to death." Anyone could tell that the sword-bearing elder didn't like Feng Zhu and wasn't polite with his words. Lin Yun inwardly snickered when he heard that because it was all thanks to the Radiant Sword Saint that Feng Zhu wasn't beaten to death with his temper. Otherwise, no one doubted that Feng Zhu would be beaten every single day in the Sword Sect. To call himself this daddy before the sword-bearing elder, it would be weird if Feng Zhu didn't ask for a beating. Hearing what Lin Zhen said, Feng Zhu instantly submitted and awkwardly smiled. "I'm just casually talking about it. Is it because I'm anxious? Haha. You're not any younger than me." Lin Zhen looked at Feng Zhu unhappily before he turned to look at Lin Yun. "I believe you, but the profound Wither Great Saint's name is too great. Once it spreads throughout the ancient barren domain, you will have to be careful because the sect also can't protect you well. Let's go, we shouldn't stay here for too long." He was decisive and didn't ask more about it after he got to know where the Great Saint origin was located. Leading a group of people, they surrounded Lin Yun and left. Lin Yun came over to Su Xiao. After greeting Su Xiao, he turned to look at Luo Shui. "Lady Luo, there's a possibility that Tang Jing isn't dead." Luo Shui was briefly stunned when he heard that before she turned to look at Lin Yun with disbelief and asked, "Are you serious?" "Not 100%, but at least 90%. I personally saw his corpse being sucked into the 7-treasured glazed tile pagoda, and there might be other secrets about it. I'll tell you about the details when we're safe," said Lin Yun. "Thank you, young Master Lin," replied Luo Shui. "Please don't say that. I'm the reason why you're in this state, and this is what I should do. As for your face, I'll find a way to resolve it," said Lin Yun. He planned to ask Lil Purple if she had a way to restore Luo Shui's face, but Luo Shui smiled. "It's fine. Big Sister Su said she has a way to obtain a flawless saint pellet. So it's a huge opportunity for me instead. Lin Yun was shocked as he turned to look at Su Xiao. But seeing how calm Su Xiao was, it was as though this was nothing important to her. Let's talk again after we make it out. I'm afraid that the profound sky sect won't let it go that easily, said Su Xiao. There was no question that the profound sky sect definitely wouldn't let them leave so easily. Furthermore, it was unsure if the other powerful sects would join hands. After all, it was the great saint origin that they were talking about, and it was enough to make a Samsara Edict realm expert tempted. So it was a tough question if they could safely make it out of this situation. Lin Yun was also pretty optimistic about it because he knew that there was no spot for him since this was a fight amongst the powerhouses. Then again, there was no use for him to think too much about it because he would be instantly killed before a Samsara Edict realm expert. If the sword sect couldn't protect him, then there was nothing he could do either. If he was forced to a dead end, he could only summon the Firmament Saint Cloth to ensure the safety of Su Xiao and the rest. But if possible, he really didn't want to reveal the Firmament Saint Cloth. He knew that the value of the Firmament Saint Cloth was even greater than the Great Saint Origin, and that even saints wouldn't be able to hold back their temptation. Just when the group was about to leave the island, a group of people streaked across the horizon and appeared before them. They were from the Profound Sky sect, and their faces were ugly as they looked at Lin Yun. Lin Yun, why are you leaving in such a hurry? Before the Profound Sky sect, the Dragon Pulse Realm experts coldly looked at Lin Zhen and Feng Zhu. Get Zhuge Qingyun over to talk, said Lin Zhen. He didn't place the Dragon Pulse Realm experts in his eyes, and this made the Dragon Pulse Realm experts unhappy. But there was nothing they could do because they didn't have any courage to face Lin Zhen. It has been a long time, and your temper is still so violent. Zhuge Qingyun walked out with a bamboo hat covering his head. At the same time, the powerhouses from the other powerful forces also appeared, looking from afar. Looks like there are a lot of old friends around. It appears that they won't agree to it, even if I want to let you go, smiled Zhuge Qingyun. What do you want? Lin Zhen asked. Good, Zhuge Qingyun replied. I'll be blatant about it then. Leave that person behind and you guys can leave. Zhuge Qingyun pointed at Lin Yun and saw Feng Zhu appearing before him with a flicker. Why are you pointing at me? If I want to leave, you still can't stop me. Feng Zhu raged. Feng Zhu, right? I have a pretty deep impression of you because you're the stupidest disciple under the Radiant Sword Saint. You're not strong, but you have a strong temper. I heard that because you're too stupid, you're kicked out of the sword sect, said Zhuge Qingyun faintly. When Feng Zhu heard that, his face turned green because Zhuge Qingyun was too ruthless with his words. Haha, was I wrong? Zhuge Qingyun smiled. If you hadn't reached the Samsara Edict realm by luck, you wouldn't even have the qualification to stand before him. Feng Zhu flew into a rage when he said that. But just when he was about to speak, Lin Zhen stopped him and coldly looked at Zhuge Qingyun. I'm sorry that Lin Yun was a little too ruthless against Qin Song. But this is a grudge between the juniors, and we usually leave it to the younger generations to deal with it amongst themselves. That's right. That's what Saint Sovereign teaches us as well. If Qin Song is killed, he can only blame himself for being too weak. But Zhuge Qingyun's expression turned cold and said, how long are you still going to keep acting? If he doesn't hand over the Great Saint Origin today, not a single one of you can leave. Don't force me to make a move and make the sword sect's sword-bearing elder kneel before me. What Zhuge Qingyun said was simply too arrogant. Lin Zhen was also a Samsara Edict realm expert. But Zhuge Qingyun showed no respect to Lin Zhen, and it was blatant humiliation. It was also clear in his words that Zhuge Qingyun didn't place Lin Zhen in his eyes. Not only did he want to humiliate Lin Zhen, he also ignored Lin Zhen's identity as a sword-bearing elder. At that time, not only would it be a slap on Lin Zhen's face, but the entire sword sect would be humiliated along the way. His words had thoroughly enraged the sword sect with a powerful sword aura exploding from the sword sect's party. Zhuge Qingyun, what do you mean? Feng Zhu had a fiery temper and raged. You're just alone. If we fight, it's still unsure who will win. You counted yourself in that? Zhuge Qingyun snickered with disdain. The corner of Lin Yun's lips twitched because Zhuge Qingyun was too arrogant. With Feng Zhu's temper, there was naturally no way he could hold himself back. But if Feng Zhu made a move, then he would fall for the latter's trap. Zhuge Qingyun, you're taking it too far. Feng Zhu's face turned red. He understood that he had just reached the Samsara Edict realm and was weaker than the other party. But this was simply too much. Not only did Zhuge Qingyun say that he was the stupidest disciple of the Radiant Sword Saint, he didn't even treat him like an opponent at all. Then let me see what ability you have to say those words. Feng Zhu finally couldn't hold it back, and a sword vibration echoed from within his body. When he drew his sword out by half an inch, a dazzling sword ray shone with a boundless sword intent. Feng Zhu was ultimately a disciple of the Radiant Sword Saint. Even if he had just reached the Samsara Edict realm, he was still a lot stronger than other Samsara Edict realm experts. So he had brought out his strength the moment he made his move. Lin Zhen's eyes flickered to the side, but he didn't stop Feng Zhu. He also knew that there was no way they could resolve this issue peacefully. So he wanted Feng Zhu to test Zhuge Qingyun's strength. So he wasn't conflicted by it because a fight was unavoidable. But when Feng Zhu drew his sword by half an inch, he couldn't draw it out anymore as a black blur flew over. That person was fast, and others couldn't even see who or what it was. Just like that, Feng Zhu was knocked back by the shadow, throwing out a mouthful of blood before he was sent flying away. Up till now, everyone then realized that Zhuge Qingyun's bamboo hat had disappeared. He was donned in black clothes, holding onto a fan, and revealed his true appearance. This was a young, handsome, and flawless face. If it wasn't for the age reflected in his eyes, everyone would even believe that he was 30 years old and a scholar. At this moment, everyone was shocked by his appearance and strength. The black blur that attacked Feng Zhu was the bamboo hat that Zhuge Qingyun previously wore. When Feng Zhu fell to the ground, he immediately soared back into the sky with his sword intent filled with reluctance. Obediently lie down. I've already said that you're not included. Zhuge Qingyun smiled before he pushed his palm out. Along with a series of rumbles, the sea of clouds began to roll as a finger descended from the sky, looking like an ancient pillar. As the finger broke through several layers of heaven, Feng Zhu was forced onto one knee by that finger with his sword aura being restricted. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't get up. Is this all you got? Is this the strength that enabled you to talk before me? No wonder people call you the shame of the Radiant Sword Saint. I wonder if it's because you're stupid or the Radiant Sword Saint doesn't know how to teach his disciple, said Zhuge Qingyun with disdain reflected in his eyes. Zhuge Qingyun, that's enough. Lin Zhen sent a cold look at Zhuge Qingyun. At the same time, he was also unhappy. He didn't think that Feng Zhu was not only reckless and stupid, but he couldn't even take a single move from Zhuge Qingyun. So he wasn't able to estimate how strong Zhuge Qingyun was. Zhuge Qingyun smiled. All of you move away and give Elder Lin some face. If Elder Lin is unhappy and starts a massacre, even I can't take care of you. Upon hearing that, the disciples and elders of the Profound Sky sect immediately spread out along the surface of the ocean. They knew that they didn't have the qualifications to interfere in a fight between Samsara Edict realm experts, even if they were at the pinnacle of the Dragon Pulse realm. Just the shockwave from their battle alone would be enough to kill them. In an age where saints don't appear, Samsara Edict realm experts were kings among mortals, not to mention that their devastating destructive prowess was unimaginable. The Sword Sect's disciples and elders also quickly retreated with several Dragon Pulse realm experts protecting Lin Yun, fearing that the other Dragon Pulse realm experts would launch a sneak attack on him to obtain his great saint origin when the two kings fought. Lin Yun sneaked a peek at Feng Zhu and the corner of his lip twitched. Feng Zhu's current state was simply too pathetic to kneel from just one attack. Although Feng Zhu had just reached the Samsara Edict realm and had a huge difference in their cultivations, he still represented the Radiant Sword Saint as his disciple. So such a defeat was a little too pitiful, and it would even affect the Radiant Sword Saint's prestige. But so what? Feng Zhu is my senior brother. Lin Yun unhappily looked at Zhuge Qingyun from afar and engraved his face into his mind, wanting to take revenge for his senior brother in the future. Suddenly, a series of sword vibrations echoed about, and the shockwave from every sword vibration would spread to over 100 miles away. Lin Jun was hovering in the air with 7 swords behind him that opened up like a peacock tail. Each sword had a saint rune engraved on it that shone brightly. Looking from afar, they looked like 9,000 rune saint artifacts. The sword aura that he was giving off was like a huge mountain that restricted the entire space, stopping even time itself. Facing Lin Jun, Zhuge Qingyun had no panic on his face. 9 rainbows enveloped him, looking like 9 divine dragons. This made the part of the sky that he was hovering in look like an illusory world, looking colorful and gorgeous. As the light circulated, the surrounding space began to tremble and started to blur. It's no wonder why you have the strongest talent under Tian Xuanzi. It looks like you've reached a high stage in the profound sky canon, said Lin Jun with a grave expression. But Zhuge Qingyun casually replied, make your move. The sword sect's disciples have always been like swords, rather snap than bend. If I don't make you kneel before me, you definitely won't hand that brat over. As you wish. When Lin Jun finished, he began to form a saint seal in each hand. When the 2 seals overlapped, the clouds in the sky began to roll and countless swords started to descend from the sky, forming into a profound sword ray. In the next moment, tens of thousands of swords flew towards Zhuge Qingyun. When the sword rays descended, a piercing voice resounded that made everyone's heads start to ache and their internal organs nearly pulverized. As the sword array circulated, the entire world began to quake with countless sword rays enveloping Zhuge Qingyun in a momentum that wanted to destroy an entire sect. But the 9 rainbow lights that enveloped Zhuge Qingyun easily knocked the swords away. When the swords landed in the ocean, they created gigantic craters on the ground. The craters were extremely terrifying, looking like they went to a deep abyss with a flowing undercurrent. Zhuge Qingyun smiled. It has been a decade, and you're still playing these tricks. I might have suffered some loss a decade ago, but it's nothing to me now. As he waved the fan in his hand, the surrounding space instantly began to distort and the undercurrent formed by the swords began to dissipate. When the sword rays dispersed, they exploded in the surrounding air, and this made Lin Yun's scalp tingle. Not only the sword rays, but even the shockwave alone was enough to kill him. But it was good that they were far away because the ocean was filled with craters. The so-called ocean was nothing before the 2 of them. After all, the 2 of them were kings in an age where saints didn't appear. At this moment, Lin Yun had a deep impression of those words and realized how unreliable it was to look for Zhuge Qingyun's trouble. When Zhuge Qingyun and Lin Jun clashed once more, the 2 of them unleashed their terrifying aura and their figures began to blur with various phenomenons appearing. At the same time, Lin Yun couldn't see their fights at all. After the 2 of them separated, their eyes coldly flashed and Zhuge Qingyun barked, Lin Jun, come and fight. Just as the 2 of them separated, they both soared to the sky before everyone could see what was going on. As heaven shattered 18 times, they had already reached the 18th layer of heaven. But even so, the 2's fight still rumbled like thunder in the ears of everyone, as if they were fighting right beside them. Oh my God! This is too terrifying. They're already at the 18th layer of heaven, and the shockwave is still so terrifying. Samsara Edict Realm, kings among mortals. All the powerful sect's disciples and elders raised their heads with shock in their eyes. They couldn't see them clearly, but even so, they could imagine how terrifying the battle was. Occasionally, sword rays and profound light would break through the 18th layer of heaven and reach the ocean, causing another series of explosions to occur. As the layers of heaven cracked open again, they could only see 2 blurred figures fighting in the sky. The fight between Lin Jun and Zhuge Qingyun made their scalps go numb with a huge wave rippling in their hearts. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky and caused a series of waves on the ocean. When the waves settled down, Lin Jun held onto his sword with one knee on the ground. His face was much paler than before and coughed before he threw out a mouthful of blood. Elder Lin! The hearts of everyone from the sword sect throbbed when they saw this scene. Some of them couldn't accept that Lin Jun was defeated by Zhuge Qingyun. At this moment, they felt that they were tiny and powerless, which made them feel terrible. As heaven shattered once more, starlight shone from the cracks in the sky. Zhuge Qingyun descended under the starlight, looking at Lin Zhan, who was kneeling on the ground. Isn't it easier to hand him over? Why force me to make a move? Looks like everyone from the sword sect has such a foul temper. Zhuge Qingyun landed on the surface of the ocean. Lin Zhan briefly struggled before he stood up with rage flashing through his eyes. So? How long are you guys going to keep watching? Is the alliance between us still valid? When Zhuge Qingyun heard that, his face changed as a figure flew out from each of the powerful sections. The top-tiered experts from the 6 powerful sects had charged forth, and they were all kings, which meant that they were all Samsara Edict Realm experts. Zhuge Qingyun first defeated Lin Zhan before he faced 6 Samsara Edict Realm experts, defeating all 6 of them. At this moment, the aura that he was giving off reached a limit and intimidated everyone in the surroundings. Profound Sky Saint Sovereign, invincible in the ancient barren domain. Profound Sky Saint Sovereign, invincible in the ancient barren domain. After a brief silence, everyone from the Profound Sky sect cheered. But compared to them, the other powerful sects, including the Sword sect, all wore ugly expressions as they looked at Zhuge Qingyun with fear in their pupils and cold sweat covering their backs. They now knew why Zhuge Qingyun was called the strongest disciple of Tian Xuanzi. After all, Zhuge Qingyun hadn't reached the Saint Realm, and his master rose up the fastest in the ancient barren domain in the past millennium. So everyone couldn't imagine how strong Tian Xuanzi was. Zhuge Qingyun stood in the air, while elegantly fanning himself with his fan before he coldly said, "Is this all you guys got? And you guys want me to back down? You guys are just a bunch of trash. So what if you guys joined forces? One trash or a bunch of trash makes no difference." The other Samsara Edict Realm experts' faces turned red when they heard that, but there was nothing they could say. After all, it was simply too humiliating that they lost so terribly even after they joined forces. Most importantly, Zhuge Qingyun was still young and was barely 100 years old. "You've won. So you can do what you want now, even if you want our lives," Lin Zhan coldly said. "But it's impossible if you want me to hand over Lin Yun." The Samsara Edict Realm experts from the other powerful sects' faces changed and were shocked. After reaching their realm, it was rare for them to kill their opponents, even if they had a huge feud. After all, defeating and killing were 2 different concepts. A Samsara Edict Realm expert was the foundation and core of a sect. The moment someone kills another Samsara Edict Realm expert from another sect, it was no different from waging war. The reason why they dared to stand up against Zhuge Qingyun was that they were confident that Zhuge Qingyun wouldn't kill them. Then again, they also wouldn't take Zhuge Qingyun's life if they managed to win. But there were some rules that everyone had acknowledged. Since they had lost, then they should allow Zhuge Qingyun to take Lin Yun away by right. But what Lin Zhan said was no different than flipping the table, not to mention that they already couldn't put up a fight against Lin Zhan. Then again, as Samsara Edict Realm experts, they naturally have their trump cards. But the moment they brought them out, it would be the same as a life and death battle, and they didn't think that it was worth it for the great Saint Origin. "Brother Lin, we've already kept up to the alliance. But if it involves life and death, then I'm sorry about it," said the middle-aged man who was the Samsara Edict Realm representative from the Profound Valley. His injuries were the heaviest, so he was the first to speak up. "This is a matter between the Sword sect and the Profound Sky sect. So there's no need for you guys to apologize," replied Lin Zhan calmly as he wielded his sword with a firm gaze. Sword sect's disciples could be defeated, but they would never submit to their opponents. As a sword-bearing elder, he naturally wouldn't back down either. As a swordsman, he had no fear of death. Zhuge Qingyun's face sank when he heard that and locked his brows together while tightening his grip on his fan because Lin Zhan was making things difficult for him. It was easy for him to defeat Lin Zhan, but he would definitely have to pay a price if he wanted to kill him. Most importantly, if he killed a sword-bearing elder of the Sword sect, who knew what chaos might be incurred. "You're weak, and you have such a foul temper. Your Sword sect is really hateful." Zhuge Qingyun gritted his teeth. Raising his brow, Lin Zhan replied, "You can go ahead and make a move to see if I'm truly weak. Why spend so much saliva on words?" Seeing Lin Zhan being so stubborn, Zhuge Qingyun suddenly laughed coldly. Since you're courting death, then I'll fulfill your wish. Today, I'll break your pride as a swordsman. Martial uncle. Lin Yun escaped. Right at that moment, a Dragon Pulse realm expert from the Profound Sky sect exclaimed with his face changed. Feng Zhu had sneaked away when Zhuge Qingyun attacked with the universal reversal, creating a huge commotion and drawing everyone's attention. So when the Dragon Pulse realm expert recovered from his shock, he then noticed that Lin Yun had already fled. Zhuge Qingyun's face changed when he heard that. When he swept his gaze around, Lin Yun was really nowhere to be found. As he looked further away, he saw two blurred figures. They were Feng Zhu and Lin Yun who fled. This made Zhuge Qingyun shocked before he smiled. No wonder he's the stupidest disciple of the Radiant Sword Saint. Run? How can he possibly run? Lin Zhen, you don't have to die now. Ha ha ha. Zhuge Qingyun laughed. He did think that Lin Yun might escape, but the reason why he paid no attention to Lin Yun was that there was no need for him to do so. Without Lin Zhen's protection, an Elysium core realm was nothing but an ant before him. Although Feng Zhu was also a Samsara Edict realm expert, Feng Zhu was no different to an ant in his eyes. So it was perfect for him that Feng Zhu fled with Lin Yun because this meant that he didn't have to engage Lin Zhen in a life and death battle. Swordsmen were different from other martial cultivators because they didn't fear death. If they really placed their lives on the line, then there was a possibility that even he might be heavily injured. Sending Lin Zhen back with a palm, Zhuge Qingyun laughed. The shame of the Radiant Sword Saint. He really deserves his reputation. As he laughed, Zhuge Qingyun soared to the sky and entered the clouds in the blink of an eye. This scene made Lin Zhen's face ugly because he had no idea what Feng Zhu was trying to do. With Feng Zhu's strength, it was simply impossible for him to escape from Zhuge Qingyun. Most importantly, where could Feng Zhu flee to? Who else in the profound Azure Prefecture could face Zhuge Qingyun? Could it be that Feng Zhu wanted to flee back to the sword sect with Lin Yun? That was simply ridiculous if that was what Feng Zhu was planning. Feng Zhu seems to be heading in the fleeting cloud sword sect's direction. Right at that moment, the old monk from the Vajra monastery spoke up. He couldn't figure out why Feng Zhu didn't head in the sword sect's direction, but was heading in the opposite direction and heading towards the fleeting cloud sword sect. Instead, the fleeting cloud sword sect was pretty far, but it was nothing to Samsara Edict realm experts. If they pushed their movement technique to the limit, it was not an issue for them to make it over in just 2 hours. Lin Zhen's face drastically changed when he thought of something and raged. That bastard! When he finished, he ignored his injuries and chased after Zhuge Qingyun. That Feng Zhu is really the shame of the Radiant Sword Saint. If Lin Zhen insisted on protecting Lin Yun, there might have been a chance that Lin Yun could live. But he has ruined it all now. But there's something wrong with Lin Zhen's earlier reaction. Is there anyone in the fleeting cloud sword sect? So what? Not even the 6 of us can put up a fight against Zhuge Qingyun. So who else can suppress him? The other Samsara Edict realm experts were also surprised by Feng Zhu's response. Let's go and take a look then, the gray-clothed old man from the Heavenly Blade Pavilion said and followed behind Lin Zhen. Let's go. Everyone was curious as to why Feng Zhu went in that direction and didn't hesitate at all. Pushing his movement technique to the limit, Feng Zhu practically flashed like a bolt of lightning. But Lin Yun had no joy on his face. Feng Zhu was fast, a lot faster than his golden crow wings. But it was still too slow when compared to Zhuge Qingyun, not to mention that Feng Zhu had to bring him along. So there was no doubt that Zhuge Qingyun would catch up with them sooner or later. Senior brother, you think we can survive till we reach the fleeting cloud sword sect? Lin Yun began to regret it now. For some reason, he felt that they might have some chance if they stayed behind. Lin Zhen might be heavily injured, but he was at least more reliable than Feng Zhu. Don't worry about it. Even if Zhuge Qingyun catches up to us, I'll hold him back, so you can leave by yourself, said Feng Zhu with a firm expression. Lin Yun was carrying Lil, red in his embrace as the corner of his lips twitched and replied, But you went down on your knees earlier in just 3 moves. He was already giving Feng Zhu face by saying 3. In reality, Feng Zhu only lasted 2 moves, or if Zhuge Qingyun wanted, he could have easily dealt with Feng Zhu with just a move. But Feng Zhu was still his senior brother, so Lin Yun naturally had to give him some face. Hearing what Lin Yun said, Feng Zhu wore an awkward expression and argued, "What nonsense. That's because I wasn't able to bring out my firmament sword intent earlier. Otherwise, I could at least last 10, no wait, at least 5 moves." Feng Zhu had no confidence in his tone at all, but he argued that there was a gap of a decade between them. After all, Zhuge Qingyun had reached the Samsara Edict realm a decade ago. Then again, this was also because he didn't have the face to say that because Zhuge Qingyun was younger than him, and it wasn't glorious that Zhuge Qingyun had a higher cultivation than him. Lin Yun didn't ask much about it. The 6 experts were all defeated by Zhuge Qingyun. Even if Feng Zhu only lasted 2 moves, Lin Yun also had to admit that it was pretty humiliating. What's that? Lin Yun suddenly discovered that there was a scarlet light streaking over. Shortly after, white, black, blue, and 5 other different colors of light appeared, and Lin Yun realized that it was Zhuge Qingyun who had caught up to them. This made Lin Yun widen his mouth and didn't know what to say. "Go!" Feng Zhu threw Lin Yun down and gave him a palm, using the momentum to push Lin Yun ahead. At the same time, his sword aura began to explode and tore a crack in the rainbow light, allowing Lin Yun to be sent out and rolled on the ground. When Lin Yun turned his head back, Zhuge Qingyun was already before Feng Zhu and didn't even bother with him. This made rage start to boil in Lin Yun's heart because it felt terrible that he was neglected since he couldn't even pose the slightest threat. At this moment, he really didn't want to leave. As 6 Samsara Edict Realm experts appeared at the same time, they all stood beside Lin Zhen, which spoke of their attitude. At the same time, a series of exclamations resound because this scene had far exceeded everyone's expectations. No one had expected that the 6 powerful sects would stand on the sword sect's side. Even the profound sky sect was surprised and became nervous. Initially, the sword sect had no choice but to hand over Lin Yun after Zhuge Qingyun defeated Lin Zhen. But no one had expected that 6 out of the 8 powerful sects would stand out at the same time and turn the tables around. In the eyes of everyone, even if Zhuge Qingyun was strong, they didn't feel that he could defeat 6 enemies of the same cultivation level. Lin Zhen slowly stood with a sword in his hand as his aura started to accumulate. "This grandeur is really impressive," Zhuge Qingyun mocked. "Ha ha ha. So many people are ganging up on me." He really never expected that the powerful sects would join forces to stand on Lin Zhen's side. Previously, when he saw these people approaching, he thought that they still wanted the great saint origin. He never expected that they had actually formed an alliance. "Mr. Zhuge, you're truly the most outstanding disciple under Tian Xuanzi. You've grown so fast in just over a decade. It looks like the profound sky sect has a successor," an old monk from the Vajra monastery said as he became enveloped in a golden holy light. He meant what he said because the strength that Zhuge Qingyun had shown proved it. "Venerable, what are you trying to say?" Zhuge Qingyun said with a playful smile. "This old monk here doesn't wish to fight you, nor does the Vajra monastery wish to fight the profound sky sect," said the old monk. "Then leave. Don't poke your nose in my business," replied Zhuge Qingyun coldly. "Amit Ba," the old monk chanted, but he didn't leave as Zhuge Qingyun said. "Zhuge Qingyun, since it wasn't obtained by your profound sky sect, why are you still forcing it?" The Thunder Sect's Samsara Edict Realm expert said to Zhuge Qingyun. This was a purple-clothed old man. He was emitting a powerful lightning aura that enveloped him. But when he looked at Zhuge Qingyun, he didn't dare to be careless at all. "We have already formed an alliance beforehand. No matter which force obtains the great saint origin, the rest of us will have to help. So I hope that you can understand, Zhuge Qingyun," said the gray-clothed old man from the Heavenly Blade Pavilion. He was wearing a grave expression when he looked at Zhuge Qingyun. If they didn't have to fight, they naturally wouldn't want to fight. After all, Zhuge Qingyun was too terrifying and had an invincible momentum in the Samsara Edict realm. "Let's end it here. You're strong, but you have no chance if all of us join forces," said a middle-aged man from the Emerald Jade Manor. They wanted to force Zhuge Qingyun to back down because it would be the best. But just when everyone else was feeling that Zhuge Qingyun would drop this matter, Zhuge Qingyun showed no signs of retreating and started smiling. Ha ha! His laughter was calm, and this instantly made all the Samsara Edict Realm experts around Linjin become nervous. All of you are considered my seniors, and all of you are more than 1,000 years old altogether. You guys are pretty famous in the ancient Baron domain, and I know that you guys have no enmity against me. To be honest, I also don't have any enmity against you guys, including Elder Lin Zhan, said Zhuge Qingyun. As mockery flashed in his pupils, he continued, Even Lin Zhan is kneeling before me, and yet you guys dare to stand before me? Fine then, since you guys want to be humiliated, then I'll fulfill all your wishes. So, do you guys want to come at me together or one by one? I'm fine with it either way. His words instantly made the surroundings fall into silence. When Lin Zhan heard what Zhuge Qingyun said, his face changed because Zhuge Qingyun was too arrogant and simply unreasonable. Sorry about that then. Just when everyone's faces changed, the old monk from the Vajra monastery stepped out. When he stepped forth, holy light began to shine beneath his feet as he clasped his hands together before Zhuge Qingyun. The holy light was majestic, making the old monk's face solemn as he became enveloped in a golden light. As the old monk's aura continued to rise, the aura from the old monk started to clash with the 9 rainbow lights enveloping Zhuge Qingyun. Not long later, his lips moved and he started reciting a Buddhist scripture. This instantly made the chanting of the Buddhist scripture to start echoing with fine runes spreading out and glowing before they descended from the sky. But no matter how he recited the Buddhist scripture, the 9 rainbow lights enveloping Zhuge Qingyun glowed and looked profound. At the same time, the holy light swiftly evaporated the ocean water as the ocean started to boil. Facing his move, Zhuge Qingyun merely fanned himself casually with a fan. Looking at this scene, the remaining Samsara Edict Realm experts' lips twitched because they could tell that Zhuge Qingyun's profound sky cannon had reached a terrifying height. The profound sky cannon. I have a 6-syllable Sanskrit mantra that I would like you to hear. Om Mani Padme Hum. Zhuge Qingyun roared indifferently. When Zhuge Qingyun chanted the 6-syllabled Sanskrit mantra through the profound sky cannon, the chant that should be a Buddhist mantra suddenly became demonic. In the next second, black holy light began to start accumulating behind Zhuge Qingyun. His 6-syllabled Sanskrit mantra also disrupted the old monk from the Vajra monastery to chant his Buddhist scripture. This made the old monk let out a snort before he separated his hands and pushed a palm at Zhuge Qingyun. When the old man unleashed his attack, a gigantic golden palm manifested and flew towards Zhuge Qingyun. When he pushed his palm out, the power contained in the golden palm was unbelievably powerful. But Zhuge Qingyun had no change on his face and threw out the fan in his hand. After seeing the fan that Zhuge Qingyun threw, the old monk continued to push his palm, to which Zhuge Qingyun faced his attack head-on by pushing his palm out as well. When the 2 palms collided, the old monk threw out a mouthful of blood before he took 3 steps back. As the old monk stretched both of his hands, a staff enveloped in holy light appeared. It was a 1,000-runed saint artifact with a divine rune engraved on it, and its appearance instantly attracted everyone's attention as it emitted the power it held. The name of it was Vajra Demon Subduing Staff. When the old monk held onto the staff and swung it, the space before him began to crumble. But Zhuge Qingyun didn't panic and grabbed onto the fan that had fallen and clashed with the staff. When the fan clashed with the staff, the saint runes on the surface of the staff began to crumble and the light that was emitted from the staff swiftly dimmed at a visible speed. How is this possible? The old monk exclaimed in shock. But before he could recover from his shock, Zhuge Qingyun pulled back the fan and slanted to the side before he pushed his left hand out. Zhuge Qingyun's attack easily destroyed the holy light enveloping the old man, causing the old monk to throw out a mouthful of blood before he quickly retreated. He knew that he had lost to Zhuge Qingyun in a head-on fight. Let me face him. The purple-clothed old man from the Thunder sect finally made a move. As the lightning aura around him manifested into a talisman in a split second, a dazzling sun enveloped in lightning and flames began to rise into the sky with lightning crackling and flames lighting up the surroundings. But Zhuge Qingyun didn't retreat when facing him. He stomped his foot on the ground before he rose to the sky. In the next second, 10 water geysers shot out from the ocean and formed into dragons before charging at the purple-clothed old man. This scene made the Samsara Edict realm experts from the Emerald Jade Manor and Heavenly Blade Pavilion's faces change with their eyes squinted. At this moment, they no longer hesitated and charged toward Zhuge Qingyun in a pincer attack. Zhuge Qingyun merely stood there with his aura sweep out from within his body. He faced 2 opponents at the same time while he manipulated the water dragons to attack the purple-clothed old man. But right at that moment, zither music began to resound with strands of sound waves drilling into Zhuge Qingyun's mind. The middle-aged woman from the Heavenly Note sect had finally made her move, playing music through a zither with her long hair fluttering in the wind. This made Zhuge Qingyun frown his brows with annoyance on his face. Clearly, the zither music had caused him some trouble. As for the Samsara Edict realm expert from the Profound Valley, he began to form seals with both of his hands and spiritual runes slowly rose to the sky. He had created a painting that was nearly 1,000 feet high, looking majestic and grand. The countless spiritual runes then formed into a saint cauldron with 1,000 dragons coiling around it. When he was done, the painting then shrunk in size before it flew towards Zhuge Qingyun. When everyone saw this scene, every single one of them was left dumbfounded without exception. They couldn't clearly see the fight between Samsara Edict realm experts, but they could roughly tell which direction this matter was going to develop in. Zhuge Qingyun faced 6 opponents on the same level as him and even obtained a slight advantage without showing any signs of defeat, and this was simply too insane. This scene also made Lin Yun's face change. He had a feeling that this matter today wouldn't be able to end that easily. Right at this moment, Zhuge Qingyun blocked the Samsara Edict realm expert from the Emerald Jade Manor before the 9 rainbow lights converged on the surface of his body and formed into an armor. Then, he formed a fist with his right hand while grabbing onto the fan and threw a punch out at the gray-clothed old man from the Heavenly Blade Pavilion's chest. His attack instantly caused the old man's chest to sink in and created a crater. Right at this moment, a beam of light shot out, aimed at the middle-aged woman who was playing music. This made the middle-aged woman's face change as she quickly stopped playing the zither and used it to block the beam of light. As the zither shattered into pieces, Zhuge Qingyun laughed because the middle-aged woman would no longer be able to play her music without her instrument. Zhuge Qingyun then opened up the fan in his hand and swung it out like a blade, nearly severing the Emerald Jade Manor's Samsara Edict realm expert from his waist. Trap! Right at that moment, the heavenly spiritualist from the Profound Valley finally attacked with the painting that he had manifested. As space distorted, Zhuge Qingyun was dragged into the painting, and this made the heavenly spiritualist's face rejoice before he waved his hand and summoned the painting back to him. "We stopped him," the other Samsara Edict realm experts said in an uncertain tone with their faces pale. "There's no way he can escape now that he's trapped in my 1,000-dragon cauldron," the Profound Valley's heavenly spiritualist said in a confident tone. But just when he was done, the painting that was flying back to him exploded and Zhuge Qingyun slowly walked out of the painting. Before the heavenly spiritualist could reveal shock on his face, Zhuge Qingyun's left hand descended like a dragon claw and grabbed onto that heavenly spiritualist's head, causing the heavenly spiritualist to throw out a mouthful of blood before he fell to his knees. Easily subduing the heavenly spiritualist, Zhuge Qingyun opened his fan and laughed. "You guys are just a bunch of trash. There's no way you guys can contend with me even if all of you join forces together. Come, let's continue our fun." Zhuge Qingyun then grabbed onto that heavenly spiritualist's wrist, causing the saint runes around the heavenly spiritualist that protected him to start crumbling before he sent the heavenly spiritualist flying with a kick. Profound Sky Cannon, Universal Reversal. Before the other Samsara Edict realm experts could respond in time, Zhuge Qingyun lifted a sun and moon with his left hand, causing the surrounding space to start distorting. This made everyone's face change. They were having great difficulty bearing the pressure coming from Zhuge Qingyun. But when Zhuge Qingyun pushed his palm out, they could finally not bear it any longer. As black primitive chaos energy exploded, rainbow light turned into tens of thousands of light beams that shot out. This caused a massive explosion on the surface of the ocean. Aside from Zhuge Qingyun, the other Samsara Edict realm experts were heavily injured, and their injuries even reached their internal organs. When they descended once more, they all had fear reflected in their pupils when they looked at Zhuge Qingyun because the latter was simply too terrifying. Right at this moment, no words could describe Zhuge Qingyun's strong stance. This left everyone, except Feng Zhu, dumbfounded. He had been accumulating his sword aura when Zhuge Qingyun was facing those Samsara Edict Realm experts to destroy the finger that suppressed him. When he got back on his feet, he just happened to see the scene of Zhuge Qingyun breaking free from the Thousand Dragon Cauldron and was left completely shocked. But when he recovered from his shock, Feng Zhu's face drastically changed and arrived beside Lin Yun in a flash. "Leave!" Before Lin Yun could react, Feng Zhu had already dragged him away. "Where are you bringing me? No one is his opponent in the profound Azure Prefecture, and not a single one of us can escape. Who says that I want to escape? There's no way I can take this lying down," Feng Zhu said. "Then, where are we going?" "To the fleeting Cloud Sword sect to look for my junior brother. I don't believe that he can hold back from making a move with our master being humiliated," Feng Zhu said with a decisive light flashing through his pupils while he gritted his teeth. Lin Yun had no idea how that was different from running, but his face suddenly changed. Was the junior brother that Feng Zhu spoke of Jian Jingtian? The Jian Jingtian who was ranked first on the 3 rankings? At this moment, Lin Yun began to wonder if Jian Jingtian could really stop Zhuge Qingyun. "Go!" Feng Zhu yelled. Hearing that, Lin Yun gritted his teeth with a pair of golden crow wings unfolding behind him. At the same time, his face was extremely ugly. How could he leave his senior brother behind while he ran? Especially when he thought that Feng Zhu might die in 5 moves. Lin Yun's expression became even more ugly. But he knew that he still had to go, or what Feng Zhu had done for him would have no meaning. "I never expected that as the shame of Radiant Sword Saint, you'd have quite the backbone." Zhuge Qingyun looked at Feng Zhu with mockery on his face. But he was calm and didn't even bother about Lin Yun, who had fled. In his eyes, Lin Yun was a mere ant at the Elysium Core realm. If he wanted to catch up to Lin Yun, he could instantly catch up in the blink of an eye. "It's none of your concern. With me around, there's no way you will catch my junior brother." Feng Zhu wore a nervous expression, but his face was firm and unyielding. "Ha ha ha!" Zhuge Qingyun laughed. "What are you laughing at?" Feng Zhu raged. "I'm laughing at the fact that you're too naive." Zhuge Qingyun shook his head with a smile on his face. Before Feng Zhu could respond, Zhuge Qingyun's palm had already landed on him, executing the profound sky sect, universal reversal. As sun and moon revolved in his palm, the surrounding space distorted as primitive chaos appeared with boundless light shining from him. When his palm descended, Feng Zhu didn't even have the chance to draw his sword, and his sword aura instantly crumbled, causing Feng Zhu to collapse on the ground. This attack from Zhuge Qingyun had made a mess out of Feng Zhu's meridians, leaving his internal organs injured. As Feng Zhu threw out blood, his face was extremely pale with fragments of his internal organs in the blood that he threw out. A single attack from Zhuge Qingyun made Feng Zhu fall into despair because he couldn't even take a single move from Zhuge Qingyun. As tears welled in his eyes, he felt extremely guilty and felt that he was extremely useless with his head lowered. "Trash like you should live well. You're only the shame of the Radiant Sword Saint when you live in this world. Perhaps the Radiant Sword Saint isn't as strong as rumored," smiled Zhuge Qingyun as he looked at Feng Zhu. When he turned to look at the direction Lin Yun left in, a mocking smile rose on the corner of his lips. "Stop!" Feng Zhu's eyes became red as he struggled back up onto his feet, wanting to stop Zhuge Qingyun. But Zhuge Qingyun didn't turn around. He merely waved his hand through the air, sending Feng Zhu flying away. "I'm born before heaven, and I'll live even if heaven is destroyed." But just when Zhuge Qingyun was about to take a step out, an unusual aura appeared with an echoing voice. "This empress is 18 years old. 1 year for each era. Who is it?" Zhuge Qingyun's face changed as he looked around. When he finally saw who was speaking, it was a little girl with well-sculpted features. She had silver white hair that looked like snow, and her eyes looked like 2 deep abysses. On her forehead, There was a golden and crimson mark that made her look even more extraordinary. "Who are you?" Zhuge Qingyun asked in an uncertain tone. "I'm the Divine Phoenix Clan's supreme heavenly slaughter empress of 4 seas, 8 barons, 36 heavens, and 72 earths," Lil Purple said proudly. When Zhuge Qingyun heard what she said, he was instantly stumped because, judging from the sound of it, that origin was a little terrifying. But when he looked at Lil Purple, he began to feel weird because Lil Purple's cultivation was a little too low for her to be the so-called Supreme Heavenly Slaughter Empress. But the peerless temperament that was being emitted from the little girl wasn't fake. And this was why it made Zhuge Qingyun feel weird. "Zhuge Qingyun, why aren't you kneeling upon seeing this empress?" Lil Purple coldly said as she stood on the snow-heat blade. Zhuge Qingyun was startled because no one had ever spoken to him in this manner ever since he appeared in public. But the prestige that Lil Purple was giving off was comparable to his master. Or rather, the prestige given off by Lil Purple was even more terrifying than his master. This made Zhuge Qingyun begin to wonder what was going on. As Zhuge Qingyun became anxious, beads of sweat rolled down from his forehead. He had an extraordinary eyesight, and he knew that there were many ancient clans in the world with huge origins that not even saints dared to provoke. He then began to wonder if Lil Purple was really from the Divine Phoenix clan. While holding onto the fan in his hand, he had no idea what to do because he was placed in a difficult position since the aura that Lil Purple was giving off was too weak. So weak that it even made Zhuge Qingyun doubt his own cultivation. But he soon thought of something. If Lil Purple was really from an ancient clan, how did she know about him? This was simply too bizarre. As he recovered from his shock, a smile appeared on Zhuge Qingyun's face as he said, "Senior, your words are too heavy. I wonder what relationship you have with the sword sect. Your sudden appearance makes this junior feel uneasy. Why does this empress need to?" But before Lil Purple could finish, Zhuge Qingyun raised his hand and unleashed his attack. His attack made blood drip down from the corner of Lil Purple's lips as she was immediately sent flying away and fainted on the surface of the sea. Pitiful tricks. The smile disappeared on Zhuge Qingyun's face and was replaced by a cold expression. He continued, "I was nearly fooled by a little brat. Let me take a look and see where you came from." When Zhuge Qingyun took a step forth, he teleported before Lil Purple in the blink of an eye. But just when he was about to make a move, Lil Purple suddenly opened her eyes and the 2 origin divine runes on her forehead flew out like shackles. In the blink of an eye, the shackles bound onto Zhuge Qingyun as Lil Purple sat in the air. When she formed a seal with both of her hands, light bloomed from her forehead and her hair turned silver. As her hair fluttered in the wind, her expression became indifferent without any emotions. "Damn it!" Zhuge Qingyun was greatly startled because he discovered that he couldn't break free from the shackles. "Who the hell are you?" Zhuge Qingyun said while gritting his teeth and his face had sunken. But Lil Purple merely looked at him coldly with disdain flashing through her pupils and didn't answer him. On the other side, Lin Yun had returned, riding on Lil Red, who had turned into the warhorse form. "Junior brother, are you here to save me?" Feng Zhu was touched when he saw Lin Yun coming over. But just when he was done speaking, the horse spat its saliva all over his face. But before he could even respond, the horse had turned around and Lin Yun grabbed onto Feng Zhu's shoulder from the horse's back. "Empress, time for us to go," Lin Yun said nervously to Lil Purple. After Lil Purple's hands formed signs, she then tapped on her forehead and the shackles broke off from her forehead, before coiling around Zhuge Qingyun several more times. When she was done, she hugged the snow-heat sword and flew to the sky before she weakly collapsed on the horse's back. "Quick, leave. The divine frost chain can't hold him back for long," Lil Purple said while she gasped for breath. Hearing what she said, Lil Red started galloping on the surface of the ocean as though it was running on flat land. When it galloped, a piercing noise resounded that tore space apart. As for Feng Zhu, he was being lifted on Lin Yun's shoulder, while swaying from left to right as Lil Red galloped. But what made Feng Zhu feel that the situation was even more unacceptable was the fact that he was actually being carried on Lin Yun's shoulder. This was simply too humiliating. "Junior brother, Let me down, Fengju said. But as his cheeks trembled under the airflow, his words were unclear. Hearing what Fengju said, Lil Purple muttered, "For someone like you who went down on your knees in just one attack, it's best for you to keep quiet for now." What Lil Purple said nearly made Fengju throw out a mouthful of blood because her words were too harmful and vicious. "How is that kneeling? That's just my strategy of numbing my enemy," Fengju argued. But Lil Purple merely responded with a snort and a roll of her eyes that made Fengju even more furious. "You brat. I'll give you a beating when I recover from my injuries." Fengju raged because he was actually being looked down upon by a little girl. Most importantly, as he was being carried by Lin Yun on his shoulder, he couldn't teach Lil Purple a lesson. "If you dare to give her a beating, then I'll throw you off right now." Lin Yun's threat resounded right at that moment, which instantly made Fengju shut his mouth. This made Fengju feel even more grievous because even his junior brother was bullying him. "We're here." Lin Yun's eyes lit up when the outline of the fleeting cloud island appeared before his eyes. But right at that moment, Lil Purple threw out a mouthful of blood and said, "He's coming! You think you can escape? Let me see where you guys can escape to. No one in this world can save you guys." Practically a split second later, Zhuge Qingyun's voice resounded from behind. Hearing that voice made Lin Yun's face change because Zhuge Qingyun was too fast. But looking at the fleeting cloud island that was just before him, a resolute light flashed through his pupils. As the golden crow wings unfolded behind him, Lin Yun grabbed onto Lil Purple with his left hand, while he carried Fengju in his right and soared into the sky. When he flew into the air, he pushed the golden crow Saint Rune to the limit, exhausting the majority of his astral energy in his violet palace practically in a split second. We did it! It didn't take long for them to arrive on Fleeting Cloud Island. When they landed on the Fleeting Cloud Island, joy could be seen on Lin Yun's face. But when he raised his head, his smile disappeared when he saw Zhuge Qingyun, who was standing before them. With just one glance, Lin Yun could feel an immense power crushing him and made him throw out a mouthful of blood as he fell to the ground. "You guys have quite a lot of means." Zhuge Qingyun coldly looked at Lin Yun, Lil Purple, and Fengju. He then continued, "But what's the point of doing that? Since I said that you'll be coming with me, then I will definitely bring you with me. You're still not qualified to possess the great saint origin." Lin Yun held onto his chest and didn't say a single word. Zhuge Qingyun was simply too terrifying, and he even suspected that he wouldn't have the chance to bring out the firmament battlecloth to use against Zhuge Qingyun. "Zhuge Qingyun, there's no place for you to be arrogant," Fengju rebuked as he looked at Zhuge Qingyun while he collapsed on the ground. When Zhuge Qingyun looked at Fengju, he could only feel that Fengju was too laughable and snickered. "The shame of the Radiant Sword Saint? What do you want to say? You bastard! Don't think that there's really no one who can deal with you," Fengju replied with his face turning red from rage. He then continued, "Since you dared to step on this island, then you're destined to die." Zhuge Qingyun casually fanned the fan in his hand and mocked, "You think I don't know why you're trying to run to the Fleeting Cloud Island? Did you hope that that piece of garbage junior brother of yours will save you? Jian Jingtian, first on the 3 rankings? Since I have such a deep grudge against him, how will I not know that he's being trapped in the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect right now? You!" This time, Fengju was left dumbfounded because he clearly didn't expect that Zhuge Qingyun would know what he was planning right from the start. "Even as the shame of the Radiant Sword Saint, you're already at the Samsara Edict realm. Yet he's still at the Dragon Pulse realm. So you expect him to save you? First on the 3 rankings and invincible? Haha, that was in the past and not now." Zhuge Qingyun gritted his teeth with his face distorted. Evidently, he had a deep grudge against Jian Jingtian that was formed in the past. It was so much so that he might have even been humiliated by Jian Jingtian before. "Do you believe that I can make you kneel in front of me before him, and he won't even dare to utter a single word? He's just a tortoise being trapped here. If he dares to utter a single word, then I'll level the entire Fleeting Cloud Sword sect," Zhuge Qingyun said coldly. "Zhuge Qingyun, you're not allowed to humiliate my junior brother," Feng Zhu roared while he gritted his teeth with his face turning red. There was no way he could allow anyone to humiliate his junior brother, Jian Jingtian. After all, Jian Jingtian was his master's favorite disciple who had once shone the brightest on the divine firmament peak. So what if I humiliate him? Zhuge Qingyun said coldly. I'm saying that all for him to hear. You're a piece of trash, and he's a piece of trash who can't even be compared to you. At the same time, your master, the Radiant Sword Saint, is also a piece of trash. But the moment he was done, Lin Yun could instantly feel that something wasn't right. At the same time, Zhuge Qingyun's face drastically changed. When he turned around, his pupils squinted when he saw a sword ray expanding in his eyes. The sword ray had filled his entire sight in a split second. But just when Zhuge Qingyun wanted to push a palm out to destroy the sword ray, something bizarre happened. Not only did he fail to destroy the sword ray, he was even sent flying back instead. Even when Zhuge Qingyun fell onto the surface of the ocean, the sword ray still didn't let go of him that easily, making the heavens and earth look like they had been pushed back by the sword ray. When the sword ray pierced through Zhuge Qingyun's palm, he had slanted to the side to avoid taking the sword ray head-on. However, the sword ray still left a blood mark on his cheek. When a wind blew on his face, this made the blood mark even more terrifying. Jian Jingtian. Zhuge Qingyun stood on the surface of the ocean as he raised his head to look at a figure standing at the summit of the highest mountain in the fleeting cloud sword sect. Zhuge Qingyun, come to the summit of the fleeting clouds, and I'll grant you death. A loud voice echoed between the heavens and earth. This made all the experts from the other powerful sects dumbfounded as they raised their heads to look at the summit of the snowy mountain on the fleeting clouds. At the same time, 9 majestic dragons appeared that spread to 100,000 miles, covering the light from the sun and moon. This scene instantly left everyone dumbfounded, including the old monk from the Vajra monastery. All of them had widened their mouths and couldn't utter a single word. They began to wonder if Jian Jingtian was really in the Dragon Pulse realm. At the same time, what Jian Jingtian said echoed between the heavens and earth under boundless pressure. How did he manage to accomplish this? Lin Yun had widened his mouth with shock filled in his eyes. After all, Zhuge Qingyun was able to fight 6 Samsara Edict Realm experts, and not a single one of them could inflict any injuries on him. But Jian Jingtian easily unleashed a sword ray at the summit of the fleeting clouds that pierced through Zhuge Qingyun's palm from 1,000 miles away, and had even left a cut on his cheek. Junior brother. Feng Zhu could feel his blood boiling at this moment as he clenched his right fist. Everyone was shocked by the strength that Jian Jingtian had shown, but Feng Zhu never doubted that Jian Jingtian had such strength. Amongst the same generation, Feng Zhu firmly believed that Jian Jingtian was the strongest. The sword sect is really annoying. It has been 18 years, and your temper hasn't changed one bit. Zhuge Qingyun stood on the surface of the ocean as the wound on his palm slowly closed up. When he touched his cheek and saw the blood on his fingers, his already dark expression suddenly smiled. I don't care what you do outside the fleeting cloud island, but if you dare to humiliate my master within the fleeting cloud island, then I'll kill you. Jian Jingtian's cold voice resounded from the summit of the snowy mountain. When Lin Yun raised his head, he could see Jian Jingtian standing at the summit with his silver hair emitting a faint glitter. Ha ha ha! Zhuge Qingyun laughed. Jian Jingtian, do you still think that it's the same as 18 years ago? You've been trapped in the Dragon Pulse realm for the past 18 years, and I'm no longer the same person that I was before. So you should behave in front of me. Otherwise, I don't mind leveling the entire fleeting cloud sword sect to the ground. Zhuge Qingyun had rage flashing through his pupils. It had been 18 years, and Zhuge Qingyun originally thought that Jian Jingtian wouldn't dare to utter a single word before him if they were to meet again. But it turned out that Jian Jingtian still didn't place him in his eyes just like before, and this made him feel that it was unacceptable. After all, he was suppressed by Jian Jingtian back when he was at the Dragon Pulse realm, defeated over and over again. Especially their last fight, which was simply the greatest humiliation in his lifetime. When Feng Zhu fled in the direction of the fleeting cloud island with Lin Yun, he had already guessed what Feng Zhu was trying to do. The reason why he didn't end everything sooner was that it was also what he wanted. He wanted to let Jian Jingtian know that he was no longer the same person he once was. He initially thought that Jian Jingtian wouldn't dare to utter a single word when facing his provocation and could only watch his master being humiliated. But he never expected that even after 18 years, Jian Jingtian was still so arrogant, and this made Zhuge Qingyun unhappy because Jian Jingtian should be trembling before him. He couldn't figure out where Jian Jingtian got his confidence to retaliate. "Didn't you hear what I said? Zhuge Qingyun, I asked you to come up and I'll grant you death," said Jian Jingtian. "I'm in no hurry. We're no longer on the same level now, and I've reached a height that you can't imagine. Jian Jingtian, take a clear look at the difference between us," Zhuge Qingyun said coldly. When he was done, Zhuge Qingyun stomped his foot on the surface of the ocean, causing the ocean to cave in. In the next second, Zhuge Qingyun had arrived at the summit of the snowy mountain before he descended with his arms spread apart. "Go!" Feng Zhu couldn't bother about his injuries right now and immediately flew towards the fleeting cloud sword sect after he struggled back to his feet. "Let's head over, too." As the golden crow wings appeared behind Lin Yun, he grabbed onto Lil Purple and followed him, instantly catching up to Feng Zhu. Since Feng Zhu was heavily injured, his speed couldn't even be compared to Lin Yun's. Before Feng Zhu could even react, Lin Yun had already grabbed onto him and arrived at the fleeting cloud sword sect with a few leaps. But just when they wanted to get close to the snowy mountain, they were immediately blocked by an invisible aura. In the end, the three of them could only land on a mountain near the Sword Saint Mountain. "It has already begun," said Feng Zhu with a grave expression. Lin Yun knew that Feng Zhu was saying that they had clashed with their auras. Not physically. But even so, their auras had enveloped the entire region as they began to clash. If one side showed any weakness, then they would instantly face a devastating attack from their opponent. Right at that moment, the Samsara Edict Realm experts from the other powerful sects entered the fleeting Cloud Sword sect because they didn't want to miss this battle. They couldn't even believe that someone at the Dragon Pulse realm dared to fight someone who was at the Samsara Edict realm. "Old geezer, you have to win." Lin Yun might seem calm, but he had never been so nervous before. He knew that if Jian Jingtian failed, Jian Jingtian would be facing death or a humiliation that's even worse than death. Although he had fought with Jian Jingtian multiple times, he had also considered Jian Jingtian to be his senior. If Jian Jingtian didn't help him, then he would be dead by now in the demon domain. Without Jian Jingtian's resources, there was no way he could achieve the Seven Flowers convergence while he was at the Empyrean realm. Jian Jingtian wasn't only someone who guided him, but also a friend because their tempers were too alike. Suddenly, a loud sound echoed from the snowy mountain with a white energy ripple spreading out, followed by a boundless sword aura that exploded from Jian Jingtian, causing Zhuge Qingyun to take several steps back. Evidently, Jian Jingtian had won in the clash of their auras, and this scene nearly made everyone's jaws fall off. They couldn't believe that someone at the Dragon Pulse realm actually won against someone at the Samsara Edict realm. Firmament. Taking this opportunity, Jian Jingtian used his fingers as a sword and thrust them at Zhuge Qingyun. The sword ray unleashed from his fingers looked like a meteorite that had reached over 100 meters, suppressing Zhuge Qingyun and not giving him any opportunity. How is this possible? Zhuge Qingyun was shocked because when Jian Jingtian's dragon pulses spread out, every single pulse had reached over 100 feet. Jian Jingtian was at the Dragon Pulse realm, but his dragon pulses were a little too extravagant and this made no sense at all. Before he could think more about it, 9 lights spread out from Zhuge Qingyun and formed into multiple weapons. There was a sword, blade, spear, fan, halberd, and a few more. They were all Thousand Rune Saint artifacts. When the 9 Saint artifacts revolved, they then fused together and formed into a cauldron that was enveloped in 9 colors and clashed with Jian Jingtian's sword. When both parties clashed, a powerful shockwave rippled, and this scene looked like an apocalypse in the eyes of others. "Ha! Jian Jingtian, how is my profound sky Saint Cauldron? Your dragon pulses might have accumulated to a terrifying height, but there's nothing you can do before my Saint Cauldron." Zhuge Qingyun laughed when he obtained a slight advantage in the battle. "Then, I'll just shatter it," Jian Jingtian soared to the sky with flames blazing on his palm. In the next moment, a dragon flew from his body that emitted a terrifying pressure while being empowered by his sword aura. At the same time, the flame blazing on his palm had become so hot that it was comparable to a dragon's breath. Everyone instantly recognized that it was Jian Jingtian's innate divine dragon sword physique, the foundation that allowed Jian Jingtian to reign undefeated in the ancient barren domain back then. When Jian Jingtian raised his palm, the surrounding space began to tremble before his palm landed on the profound sky St. Cauldron. In the next second, the cauldron cracked before it broke into pieces. When Jian Jingtian soared while dodging the fragments, a sword ray flashed on the surface of his body and a dragon roar echoed from his palm before he easily destroyed Zhuge Qingyun's aura. "You're courting death." Looking at Jian Jingtian charging over, Zhuge Qingyun let out a roar before he threw his punch out. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged over a few hundred moves with their auras continuing to clash. It caused a terrifying ripple to start spreading out. The battle between the two of them was too terrifying and made everyone's hearts tremble. There were no fancy tricks. The two simply clashed head-on. And this scene left all the Samsara Edict Realm experts dumbfounded with fear flashing through their pupils. Was this the grace of someone who was once known to be first on the 3 rankings? He's fighting a Samsara Edict Realm expert when he was only at the Dragon Pulse Realm. Furthermore, not only was he not defeated by Zhuge Qingyun, but he even managed to suppress his opponent. This had completely overthrown everyone's common sense. When they saw the 9 dragons behind Jian Jingtian, all of this suddenly became comprehensible once more. After all, other dragon pulses were like a drop of water compared to an ocean. Jian Jingtian might be at the Dragon Pulse realm, but his dragon pulses were at least 1,000 times stronger than other experts at the Dragon Pulse realm, and this made everyone's scalps go numb. They knew that if Jian Jingtian made a breakthrough to the Samsara Edict realm, he would instantly become invincible. As Jian Jingtian and Zhuge Qingyun separated, their violent auras had reached an unimaginable height. When their auras soared to the sky, it caused a series of shattering sounds from heaven, and this made Zhuge Qingyun's face ugly. This was because the foundation that Jian Jingtian displayed far exceeded his imagination. Now that he looked at it, Jian Jingtian didn't stop his footsteps and had been accumulating while remaining at the Dragon Pulse realm. "Zhuge Qingyun, I have a sword that will like some guidance from you." Jian Jingtian's voice resounded right at that moment. As his hair fluttered in the wind, he roared, "Sword!" As if the lightning shadow sword had heard what Jian Jingtian said, the lightning shadow sword flew towards Jian Jingtian. When Jian Jingtian held onto the lightning shadow sword, a dazzling golden light shone from him that made him look like a sun deity at this moment. His already white hair became black and his wrinkles also started disappearing from his face, as if time had rewinded on him. In the next moment, a youth with well-sculpted features appeared before everyone. Jian Jingtian wasn't old because he was the Radiant Sword Saint's youngest disciple, and he was only 50 years old. But because of what he had experienced, his hair had become white in a night, and he had trapped himself in the cage he created. But at this moment, the first on the 3 rankings, Jian Jingtian was back. He's back. Feng Zhu's eyes welled up with fear because he knew that the Jian Jingtian he was familiar with had come back today. When Jian Jingtian held onto the lightning shadow sword and raised it to his head, his eyes raged with flames as the light emitted from the sword made everything seem pale in comparison. When Jian Jingtian was done accumulating his sword aura to the limit, he let out a roar and swung his sword at Zhuge Qingyun. The Radiant Sword Saint cannot be humiliated. When Jian Jingtian swung his sword out, a terrifying aura enveloped the entire summit of the fleeting cloud, causing the sun and moon to dim under his sword ray. Jian Jingtian was also using his firmament sword intent and the lightning shadow sword, but it was 100 times more powerful than when Lin Yun used it. Most importantly, Jian Jingtian was merely swinging his sword out of rage and didn't use any martial techniques behind his attack. So this scene made the corner of Lin Yun's lips twitch with his scalp going numb. When he was at the quasi-firmament sword intent, he already sensed how terrifying Jian Jingtian's sword intent was. Back then, He bled from his eyes when he just took a glance at Jian Jingtian's sword intent because it looked like a bright and majestic sun. At the same time, all the other Samsara Edict Realm experts had their mouths wide open while looking at this sword unleashed by Jian Jingtian. But in Lin Yun's impression, he knew that this wasn't the limit to Jian Jingtian's sword intent. Was it because Jian Jingtian was under a certain restriction and couldn't unleash his full power? As Lin Yun's eyes flickered, he was puzzled because there were too many secrets shrouding Jian Jingtian. Perhaps his current state wasn't right because his accumulation in the Dragon Pulse realm was too terrifying. As boundless energy poured into the lightning shadow sword, Jian Jingtian began to glow, and his black hair began to flutter in the wind violently. Was the old geezer always so handsome? Lin Yun now knew why Fengju called Jian Jingtian his junior brother. Turned out that Jian Jingtian wasn't old at all. In terms of his appearance, even Zhuge Qingyun was inferior to him. When Jian Jingtian swung his sword down, all of heaven and earth began to tremble, causing the entire fleeting cloud sword sect to tremble along. All the restrictions in the sect were activated before they crumbled and disappeared. Only Lin Yun was smart enough to stand near the Sword Saint Mountain, and this wasn't affected by it at all. Profound sky cannon. Zhuge Qingyun couldn't think much right now when he sensed a threat coming from Jian Jingtian. So he immediately pushed the profound sky cannon to the limit right away. As 9 lights began to converge on his body, it then manifested into a rainbow armor. As space behind him distorted, the sun and moon revolved in his palm, which instantly caused space to form into a rainbow spatial distortion. This was the move that Zhuge Qingyun used the most, the universal reversal. This move again. Fengju's face changed beside Lin Yun as he became nervous. This was the move that defeated the 6 Samsara Edict Realm experts back then, and this was also the move that instantly defeated him without being able to put up any resistance. Even now, he still hasn't recovered from the injuries that Zhuge Qingyun gave him. But this only lasted briefly before cracks spread out in the surrounding distorted space. Shortly after, sword rays exploded and caused the cracks to become even wider. As everything cleared up, space was no longer distorted and Jian Jingtian's sword landed on Zhuge Qingyun. Along with an explosion, Zhuge Qingyun gritted his teeth as he took this attack head-on with the profound sky armor. The radiant sword saint cannot be humiliated. But Jian Jingtian's sword was too terrifying with flames still blazing in Jian Jingtian's eyes. In the end, Zhuge Qingyun could no longer bear it and his armor began to shatter. When the armor shattered, Zhuge Qingyun had already backed off. But even so, he still suffered a terrifying wound on his chest. Seeing the blood gushing from his chest, Zhuge Qingyun's face instantly became pale. Didn't you want to show me the difference between us? Why are you still the same as 18 years ago, pathetic? You can't even take one sword from me, Jian Jingtian said, looking at Zhuge Qingyun who had taken 100 steps back without any expression as he wielded the lightning shadow sword. As Zhuge Qingyun coughed, his face became uglier, and he threw out several mouthfuls of blood. Jian Jingtian, I'm just giving you face. Don't forget that I've not summoned my constellation. You really think that I can't do anything to you? Zhuge Qingyun was furious because he thought that summoning his constellation to deal with a Dragon Pulse Realm expert was too humiliating. But he never expected that Jian Jingtian would be so heaven-defyingly strong. When a painting flew out from his body, the painting unfolded and revealed 9 mountains. Each of the mountains was enveloped in profound light that looked like blazing sacred flames. When the constellation unfolded, Zhuge Qingyun's aura began to rise and instantly overwhelmed Jian Jingtian's aura in a breath's time. As more layers of heaven shattered, Zhuge Qingyun basked in starlight and unleashed all of his aura as a Samsara Edict Realm expert. This scene instantly made the faces of all the Samsara Edict Realm experts from the other powerful sects change. Zhuge Qingyun is serious now. He even brought out his constellation. Looks like there's nothing he can do to Jian Jingtian. Now that he has gone all out, I'm afraid that he won't hold back anymore, and the fleeting Cloud Sword sect will be doomed. Looks like this sect will be destroyed. Everyone's faces changed and they no longer dared to stay in the fleeting Cloud Sword sect. Zhuge Qingyun, stop! Lin Zhen roared. If you dare to destroy the fleeting cloud sword sect, I swear that I won't let you go so easily. The majority of the elders and disciples of the fleeting cloud sword sect still couldn't retreat in time. If the fleeting cloud sword sect was destroyed, then the accumulation in the sect would all be gone. Most importantly, there would be countless deaths, and those deaths were innocent. Damn it! Su Xiao and the rest who arrived had their faces changed when they saw this scene. Was the fleeting cloud sword sect really going to be destroyed today? A brutal light flashed through Zhuge Qingyun's pupils as he snickered. What has the annihilation of the fleeting cloud sword sect have to do with me? It's already too late now. Jian Jingtian, kneel and beg me if you're scared now. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to go all out. Hearing what Zhuge Qingyun said, a cold light flashed through Jian Jingtian's pupils as he asked, "Are you threatening me with the fleeting cloud sword sect? So what if I am?" Zhuge Qingyun smirked. "Defeating me with a sword? What can you do? I just don't wish to bully a Dragon Pulse realm like you. If I'm serious, not to mention the fleeting cloud sword sect, but there's no way you can escape." But Jian Jingtian merely wielded the lightning shadow sword and didn't utter a single word. "Bring out your constellation if you're unhappy." Zhuge Qingyun hovered in the air as his aura crashed down on Jian Jingtian's aura after being empowered by his constellation. In the blink of an eye, Jian Jingtian's sword aura could only shrink back to the summit of the snow mountain, looking like a raft in the ocean. Since Zhuge Qingyun was anxious to take revenge, he reappeared on the summit of the snowy mountain before Jian Jingtian could reply. Then, his palm flew out towards Jian Jingtian's head. But just when his palm was about to reach Jian Jingtian's head, Jian Jingtian closed his eyes, as though he had submitted to his fate. But in the next second, something bizarre happened. All the dragon pulses started pouring into Jian Jingtian's body. At the same time, Jian Jingtian's bottleneck in the Dragon Pulse realm instantly broke and reached the Samsara Edict realm. But that wasn't all. As the dragon pulses continued to enter his body, his aura continued to rise, reaching the profound life stage, then the profound death stage, then nirvana stage before finally reaching the pinnacle nirvana stage. Just like that, Jian Jingtian had immediately broken through the Dragon Pulse realm and reached the pinnacle nirvana stage under so many people's eyes. But that wasn't all. Jian Jingtian's aura continued to grow, causing everyone's hearts to throb with their eyes nearly bulging out. How is this possible? Zhuge Qingyun was quickly left dumbfounded by this scene. Lin Yun's face changed because he remembered what Lil Purple said. Jian Jingtian's accumulation at the Dragon Pulse realm was unprecedented. The moment he makes a breakthrough, he would far exceed the limit of the nirvana stage. If saints didn't appear, then he would become an invincible existence. When Lin Yun turned to look at Lil Purple knew what he wanted to ask and nodded her head. "Heavenly King!" Just like that, Jian Jingtian had taken one step to reach heaven. Even in ancient times, it was rare for anyone to reach Jian Jingtian's height as a heavenly king because a heavenly king was an invincible existence as long as saints weren't around. "Zhuge Qingyun, you need to get something clear. I don't need to bring out my constellation if I want to defeat you," said Jian Jingtian before he pushed his palm out. Facing Jian Jingtian's palm, Zhuge Qingyun threw out a mouthful of blood, and his constellation broke into pieces. Under Jian Jingtian's attack, his bones, internal organs, and meridians were all thrown into chaos. Just like that, everyone watched as Zhuge Qingyun rolled down the snowy mountain like a snowball. When he reached the foot of the mountain, he was covered in blood, and his hair was scattered around. Without any hesitation, Zhuge Qingyun turned around and fled using both hands and feet. "I already said that I'll grant you death if you dare to come to the summit of the fleeting clouds. Since you've come, then don't leave." Jian Jingtian hovered in the air like a deity, pulling Zhuge Qingyun, who wanted to flee, back to the summit of the mountain. Before Zhuge Qingyun could respond in time, Jian Jingtian gave him a slap and said, "This slap is to remind you that the Radiant Sword Saint cannot be humiliated." Zhuge Qingyun's cheek instantly became swollen with blood dripping from his lips. "This sword is to tell you that anyone who dares to humiliate the Radiant Sword Saint will die." Jian Jingtian then raised the lightning shadow sword and swung it. But just when the sword ray was about to swipe through Zhuge Qingyun's neck, a golden petal flew over while Zhuge Qingyun was in despair. As the sword and petal collided, sparks flew out and the trajectory of the sword was shifted. Looking at this scene, Zhuge Qingyun quickly got back on his feet and turned back before he cried out, "Master!" When everyone heard what Zhuge Qingyun said, their faces changed because Zhuge Qingyun's master was Tian Xuanzi. So did that mean that Tian Xuanzi had come? Thinking about it, everyone quickly turned in the direction that Zhuge Qingyun had cried out. When Lin Yun turned around and saw a person, he was instantly stumped. The entire world had also become quiet since it was an unparalleled youth who had appeared. This youth was donned in white clothes with an opening on his chest that revealed half of his chest. His right shoulder was decorated with tree vines that was draped with a purple flower blooming on the vine. The flower had 9 petals, and the bud of the flower had flames blazing on it that made it look sacred. The divine astral flower? The first thing that came to Lin Yun's mind was the divine astral flower. But what shocked him even more was that this person had golden hair and ashen skin that seemed to have the bloodline of another race. At the same time, his eyes were deep like 2 abysses, and the way he stood in midair was like looking at a natural portrait. Some people were blessed with looks like celestial fairies who came out from paintings with an extraordinary and ethereal temperament. But this painting was different. He looked like he was a well-known painting to begin with. He was standing there, but he gave everyone a feeling that he was in the painting while everyone else was outside. So this was Tian Xuanzi, the strongest genius in the past millennium in the ancient barren domain? He was only a few hundred years old, but his strength was close to the radiant sword saint. Not only the ancient barren domain, but his name was famous in the entire divine dragon era. After all, the chant Profound Sky Saint Sovereign, invincible in the ancient barren domain, wasn't just a chant. Lin Yun couldn't believe what he was saying because this person should be ambitious in his eyes, but he couldn't sense any ill intentions from Tian Xuanzi. On the contrary, he always seemed to have a wisp of sorrow in his eyes. Although Lin Yun knew that Tian Xuanzi wasn't old, his appearance was a little way too young. Vajra Monastery's Xian Kong greets the Saint Sovereign. Heavenly Blade Pavilion's Zhang Qiong greets the Saint Sovereign. This was the first time many Samsara Edict Realm experts from the other sects had seen Tian Xuanzi, so they quickly greeted him after they recovered from the shock. But Lin Yun didn't, because this person was emitting a dangerous aura that made him nervous. If this person wanted to take out the great Saint Origin, what should he do? Who could stop this person? Lin Yun's face changed because he knew he might not even have the time to summon the firmament battlecloth before this person. It was so much so that the other party would sense the slightest hostility. This is a clone, and he seems to possess the Dragon Clan's bloodline, said Lil Purple. Her face was pale because she had previously used the Origin Divine Rune, and she still hadn't recovered fully. Feng Ju was also covered in wounds and was in a daze when he saw Tian Xuanzi. Tian Xuanzi waved his hand, wanting to bring Zhuge Qingyun over to him. His hand reached the snowy mountain summit, and no one could tell how he did it. As space distorted, he reached out, and it looked like it was narrowed. But just when his hand was about to reach Zhuge Qingyun, Jian Jingtian let out a cold snort before he unleashed a sword ray. As the distorted space shattered, that hand could only return. Tian Xuanzi. Jian Jingtian gritted his teeth with flames blazing in his pupils. Tian Xuanzi pulled back his hand and lowered his head to see a blood droplet dripping down his finger. He sighed. A heavenly king indeed. You're invincible as long as saints don't show up. Tian Xuanzi, stop faking it. Jian Jingtian continued. He dares to humiliate my master, so he has to die today. Let's not mention that you're only a clone. Even if you're here personally, I'll still kill him no matter what. But Tian Xuanzi was calm as he replied, looks like it's a mistake for me to let you live 18 years ago, but remember your oath. You won't take a step out of the fleeting Cloud Sword sect in your lifetime. When he was done, Tian Xuanzi stepped out, looking as if he had flown out of a painting. When he stepped out of the painting, time and space had frozen in the surroundings. This time, he had personally come to the snowy mountain. His movements weren't fast, but everyone could clearly see him as he landed on the summit of the snowy mountain. When Jian Jingtian wanted to attack, he was shocked to discover that everything in the world had been restricted as a ripple spread out. Tian Xuanzi returned to where he initially stood with Zhuge Qingyun beside him. The two were together, but it gave everyone a feeling that a painting separated them. One was standing in the painting while the other was outside the painting. When they returned, Jian Jingtian threw out a mouthful of blood before he fell to one knee. This shocked Lin Yun. He wondered if Tian Xuanzi had made a move against Jian Jingtian. But he soon dispelled that thought because Tian Xuanzi merely glanced at Jian Jingtian when he brought Zhuge Qingyun away with him. But that glance alone was enough to inflict severe injuries on Jian Jingtian, who had become a heavenly king. As the surroundings fell into silence, everyone could feel their scalps going numb because Tian Xuanzi was simply too terrifying, not to mention that this was only one clone of his. They all knew Jian Jingtian's strength, but he was nothing before Tian Xuanzi. "Remember what I just said, and remember your oath. Otherwise, I won't let you off," said Tian Xuanzi. No one could see any emotions on his face, but his words left everyone silent. "Master, the great Saint Origin is on him." Zhuge Qingyun pointed his finger at Lin Yun. When Tian Xuanzi looked at Lin Yun, Jian Jingtian struggled back to his feet. "You dare!" But Tian Xuanzi merely replied by pushing his palm, causing Jian Jingtian to throw out a mouthful of blood before he was sent flying away. Even if this was only his clone, his appearance had already determined something. "I saw it," said Tian Xuanzi. His words made Lin Yun's heart throb violently, and he felt that the profound wither key with the great Saint Origin sealed within it would jump out of his heart in the next moment. At the same time, Lin Yun realized that he couldn't budge when he tried to grab onto his throbbing heart. But under Tian Xuanzi's gaze, he couldn't even circulate his astral energy, not to mention move. So his breathing gradually became hurried. "Interesting. Lil Qinsong's golden dragon bone is on you." Tian Xuanzi had no change in his expression as he reached out in Lin Yun's direction. But Lin Yun was surprised when his palm was about to land because he discovered he could move. He was surprised, and he had no idea how he managed to escape from Tian Xuanzi's restriction. Logically speaking, it should be easy for Tian Xuanzi to restrict his movements even if he was only a clone. But before they could think much about it, a pair of golden crow wings unfolded behind Lin Yun, instantly bringing him far away. This also caused Tian Xuanzi to miss, instantly shocking everyone. They were amazed that Lin Yun managed to avoid his grasp. But how was that possible? Earlier, Tian Xuanzi had easily used a glance to leave Jian Jingtian heavily injured. So how could Lin Yun avoid it when he was only at the Elysium core realm? This was simply too bizarre, just like someone crushing an ant with a palm. But the ant was still living well. Suddenly, Lin Yun could sense the wisp of a dangerous aura, and he soared to the sky once more, avoiding Tian Xuanzi's hand. When Tian Xuanzi failed again, this made everyone's faces change. Even Lin Yun was shocked and in disbelief. Although Lin Yun had no idea what was going on, he had all his feelings pent up when he previously saw how arrogant Tian Xuanzi was. He then raised his head and smiled. "Looks like the so-called profound sky Saint Sovereign isn't so impressive after all. Master, you don't have to trouble yourself with personally dealing with this brat. Let me do it." Zhuge Qingyun was also shocked while watching from the side and wanted to act on behalf of Tian Xuanzi. Hearing what Zhuge Qingyun said, Tian Xuanzi didn't say anything that could be considered an acknowledgement. This made Lin Yun's face change. Despite his words, he knew he couldn't face either Tian Xuanzi or Zhuge Qingyun. If Zhuge Qingyun disregarded his identity and came after him, there was nothing he could do. "Zhuge Qingyun, you bastard. Are you going to disregard your status?" Feng Zhu flew into a rage beside Lin Yun. "Get lost." Zhuge Qingyun simply waved his hand to send Feng Zhu flying away. He and Feng Zhu had injuries on them, but Zhuge Qingyun's recovery ability was a lot higher than Feng Zhu. "You brat, you dare to disregard my master? If I don't teach you a lesson today, I'll not be called Zhuge Qingyun." Zhuge Qingyun had a killing aura emitting from his eyes. He might be injured, but he still gave off a powerful aura. This scene made the corner of Lin Yun's lips twitch because they were two completely different levels. Could it be that he had to bring out the firmament battlecloth to kill Zhuge Qingyun? Looking at Zhuge Qingyun, enveloped in 9 lights once more, beads of sweat began to roll down from Lin Yun's forehead because he didn't dare to summon the firmament battlecloth before the profound sky Saint Sovereign. Kneel! Zhuge Qingyun roared before he soared to the sky with his palm descending. Don't be afraid. Beat him. Just when Lin Yun wanted to avoid it, a voice resounded in his mind, causing Lin Yun to subconsciously push his palm out. Then, something bizarre happened. Zhuge Qingyun threw out a mouthful of blood before he fell to his knees. This scene instantly caused everyone's jaws to drop with their eyeballs bulging. Holy shit! The old monk, Xian Kong of the Vajra Monastery, couldn't hold back from cursing out. When he was done, he was shocked by his words and quickly covered his mouth. He then carefully looked around to see if anyone heard what he said. But no one was paying attention to him because they were also deeply shocked. That was Zhuge Qingyun that they were talking about, someone who toyed with 6 Samsara Edict Realm experts in his hand like nothing. Not to mention them, but even Lin Yun was shocked by what just happened and couldn't help taking a few steps back. Zhuge Qingyun was actually forced to go down on his knees with just a palm from him? This was simply too unbelievable. Slap him! A playful voice resounded within Lin Yun's mind once more. With no hesitation, Lin Yun stepped forth and raised his hand into the air. You bastard, you dare? Zhuge Qingyun flew into a rage as he quickly got back on his feet. But the moment he rose, he took a slap from Lin Yun and fell to his knees again. Kick him! When that voice resounded within his mind once more, Lin Yun didn't hesitate to let out a burst of laughter before he kicked Zhuge Qingyun. His kick fell onto Zhuge Qingyun's face, sending him flying back and spinning in the air. When Zhuge Qingyun fell to the ground, he instantly fainted and lost consciousness. At this moment, everyone in the surroundings was quiet as they looked at Lin Yun with disbelief, with their eyes wide open. Everyone looked at Lin Yun in disbelief and shock because they couldn't comprehend what had just happened. What's going on? Feng Zhu, who got back up, was utterly left dumbfounded when he saw Zhuge Qingyun sent flying from a kick by Lin Yun. Since when did his junior brother become so powerful? Tian Xuanzi's expression also became uncertain as he waved his hand and pulled Zhuge Qingyun, who was lying on the ground, over. Just like that, Zhuge Qingyun's body disappeared before everyone's eyes. I suppressed a king? Not only was everyone else in disbelief, but even Lin Yun couldn't believe what he had just accomplished. He didn't feel that his strength had improved, but when he attacked earlier, he felt as if a surge of power empowered him. Lin Yun instantly figured out someone was helping him and took a cold breath. Senior, are you the Sword Emperor, Yu Qingfeng? Lin Yun asked in an uncertain tone in his mind. Looks like you're not stupid. It's me, Yu Qingfeng. That playful voice resounded within Lin Yun's mind again, making Lin Yun tremble. It was the Sword Emperor who took the 7 treasured glazed tile pagoda, the strongest swordsman in the world. 3,000 years ago, the Sword Emperor was someone who suppressed the entire sword sect all by himself with a sword. This instantly made Lin Yun speechless because, from a certain angle, the Sword Emperor should be an enemy as someone who made the sword sect fall from a sacred land. But deep in his heart, he was filled with reverence for the Sword Emperor, so his feelings were complicated. With just one sword in his hand, the Sword Emperor faced the entire sword sect all by himself, and just hearing that alone was enough to make anyone's heart to start boiling. But the problem was that he had to enter the sword sect sooner or later. Senior brother Feng Zhu saved him on the heavenly path, which meant that he would become the sword sect's disciple. But it turned out that the sword sect had no favorable impression of Yu Qingfeng. Are you thinking about why I wanted to level the entire sword sect back then? The Sword Emperor, Yu Qingfeng, seemed to have seen through Lin Yun's thoughts and chuckled. Yeah, replied Lin Yun. The Sword Emperor fell into a brief silence before he said, There's no need for me to tell you about it. Regardless of whether you're willing to accept that, you will know about it one day because you're involved in the karma from 3,000 years ago. So I can't tell you much now, but I can tell you that I have no enmity with the sword sect. Lin Yun's face changed because he could tell there was another reason why the Sword Emperor suppressed the Sword Sect back then. But the Sword Emperor also mentioned that he had gotten involved in the karma from 3,000 years ago. So what did that exactly mean? Is it because of the great saint origin? Lin Yun probed. Haha. The Sword Emperor, Yu Qingfeng, merely smiled and changed the topic. He's looking at you again. His words made Lin Yun's heart sink. When he raised his head, he saw that Tian Xuanzi was looking at him. But this time, Tian Xuanzi wasn't in a hurry to make a move and seemed deep in thought. The more Tian Xuanzi was in this state, the more uneasy it made Lin Yun feel. So, can we beat this one? Lin Yun asked with anticipation in his tone. If he could, it would be great. Thinking about how he beat Zhuge Qingyun up and could possibly beat Tian Xuanzi up instantly made his blood boil. There's no way we can beat this one up, the Sword Emperor bitterly said. I'm not in a position to make a move in my current state, and I only promised that I'd look after you. So I have no intention of being involved in something like this. But you might be taken away if the Radiant Sword Saint still doesn't show up. Senior, since you've already helped out, then you might as well help all the way. Help me give Tian Xuanzi a beating, replied Lin Yun. I can't make a move personally, and your name will spread out since you've beaten up Zhuge Qingyun, smiled the Sword Emperor. The corner of Lin Yun's lip twitched because he didn't think that anyone would believe it. He tried calling the Sword Emperor several times, but the Sword Emperor seemed to be in deep thought and didn't reply to him. Senior. Lin Yun finally lost his confidence. If the Sword Emperor were no longer around, he would be powerless against Tian Xuanzi, even if Tian Xuanzi was only a clone. I wonder which senior you are? Do you mind coming out and letting this junior take a look at you? Tian Xuanzi asked. He could see Lin Yun didn't rely on his strength to beat Zhuge Qingyun, but someone was helping him in the dark. Furthermore, the one assisting Lin Yun had reached a terrifying height. But clearly, Yu Qingfeng didn't bother him, nor did he think about showing up. Senior. When everyone heard what Tian Xuanzi said, they were all shocked. But they soon figured it out because it made no sense that Lin Yun could defeat Zhuge Qingyun. They now knew why Lin Yun could beat Zhuge Qingyun. Turned out that someone was helping Lin Yun, and everything now made sense. If Lin Yun had relied on his ability to defeat Zhuge Qingyun, then they might as well commit suicide immediately. When Tian Xuanzi stared at Lin Yun, the Sword Emperor also didn't reply. In the end, Lin Yun could only muster his courage and said, Tian Xuanzi, since you know that this emperor is here, then why aren't you backing down right now, Emperor? An exclamation resounded from the surroundings because there weren't many people who could call themselves an emperor in Kunlun realm. Senior, since you're not willing to show yourself, I must apologize for being rude. Tian Xuanzi appeared before Lin Yun with his hand stretched over. This time, he had no killing intent and only wanted to take Lin Yun away. Unlike the last time, Lin Yun could keenly sense that this palm was enveloped in a light wind that would nearly tear his body apart. Senior, Lin Yun yelled anxiously in his heart. Looks like the rumors are true that the Radiant Sword Saint is in trouble, said the Sword Emperor calmly. But when he said that, Lin Yun could sense that the pressure on him was lifted, and he quickly jumped to the side. This surprised Tian Xuanzi as he teleported over and reached out to grab Lin Yun. But Lin Yun could avoid his grasp on the brink of an eye, like a fish in a pond. Suddenly, the flower on Tian Xuanzi's shoulder bloomed. When the flower bloomed, Lin Yun could feel that even his breathing had stopped, as if he had plunged into an abyss. In the darkness, a pale white hand broke through and reached over. Beat him. Just when Lin Yun was in despair, the Sword Emperor's voice resounded, and Lin Yun didn't hesitate to push his palm out. When the two palms collided, Lin Yun threw out a mouthful of blood before he was sent a few hundred meters away. You bluffed me, Lin Yun said in a depressed tone as he wiped the blood off his lips because he thought that Tian Xuanzi would be sent flying away under that palm. Ha ha, laughed the Sword Emperor. I know who you are now. This junior is surprised that you'll be involved in this matter, said Tian Xuanzi after he sent Lin Yun flying out. The younger generations are impressive now, sighed the Sword Emperor in Lin Yun's mind. But since Senior has gotten yourself involved in this matter today, then I can only apologize. Tian Xuanzi had guessed who was standing behind Lin Yun, but he still showed no intention of letting this matter go. It's as if he was confident that the Sword Emperor wouldn't appear publicly. Senior, don't hold back anymore. He's looking down on you, Lin Yun said in his heart. Do you know why he didn't call out my name openly? Do you know what it means if I show myself personally? The Sword Emperor asked. There seemed to be a reason as to why he couldn't appear publicly. After all, he had a complicated relationship with the Sword Sect, so he shouldn't be involved in this matter. But since he had taken the 7 treasured glazed tile pagoda, he couldn't watch Lin Yun being captured. But he was unhappy seeing Tian Xuanzi still coming even after knowing his identity. After a brief silence, the Sword Emperor's voice resounded in Lin Yun's mind. Perhaps it's because it has been a long time since I made a move personally. Lend me your flower burial sword. Hearing that, Lin Yun rejoiced because he knew that if the Sword Emperor swung his sword, Tian Xuanzi would not be able to return. Tian Xuanzi, don't take it too far. But just when the Sword Emperor was about to make his move, a boundless sword aura exploded from the summit of the snowy mountain. Along with a sword intent that had surpassed firmament sword intent, Jian Jingtian stabbed forth with the lightning shadow sword. 9 suns appeared behind Jian Jingtian, but this sword was even more dazzling than the 9 suns, making Tian Xuanzi's face thoroughly change. Without any hesitation, Tian Xuanzi immediately retreated, but he was already too late because this sword was too fast. When the dazzling sword ray stabbed into the painting, a dragon roar echoed from Tian Xuanzi as a divine golden dragon coiled around him. But the divine golden dragon only lasted for a split second before it was torn apart by the sword ray, wanting to eradicate Tian Xuanzi directly. As the flower on his shoulder dispersed, the petals collided with the sword ray, causing sparks to fly around. But as the petals were sent flying away by the sword ray, the power contained in the sword was swiftly exhausted. When all the petals were blown away, Tian Xuanzi reached out to grab onto the sword ray with 2 fingers. As the sword ray unleashed a mighty gale that blew on Tian Xuanzi's face, causing his face flutter in the wind, traces of blood appeared on Tian Xuanzi's face. Meanwhile, everyone in the surroundings was utterly shocked because that was Jian Jingtian, ranked first in the 3 rankings. Even Tian Xuanzi, known to be invincible in the ancient barren domain, was injured by him, which was simply unbelievable. Jian Jingtian was simply too terrifying because he made a breakthrough in his sword intent under the pressure of Tian Xuanzi, unleashing a sword intent that far exceeded firmament sword intent. Tian Xuanzi, you're a saint sovereign. Yet, you made a move against my junior brother time and time again. Do you want any face? Jian Jingtian ferociously roared as his voice made the entire fleeting cloud sword sect tremble. But when Lin Yun heard that, his face changed because Jian Jingtian called him junior brother. If you dare to touch him again, I solemnly swear that even if I can't become a saint and become a demon, I'll slaughter every person in the profound sky sect. Jian Jingtian roared with his eyes becoming bloodshot. I swear that I'll follow my words. But Tian Xuanzi shattered the sword ray and said, looks like it was a mistake that I didn't kill you 18 years ago. Then don't make the same mistake again. Jian Jingtian retorted. Humph! Tian Xuanzi coldly snorted. Forget it, then. It's a threat to leave you behind, so it's not late for me to kill you now. You bastard! Are you really that shameless? Lin Yun couldn't help roaring. Why do I need to explain my actions to others? Since Tian Xuanzi decided to kill, he was instantly enveloped in a terrifying chill. But right then, the 36th layer of heaven shattered and a boundless starlight shone down, forming into a white-clothed old man. When Feng Ju saw this old man, he exclaimed, Master! When Feng Ju yelled out, it was clear who the newcomer was. The newcomer was the Radiant Sword Saint, one of the 3 sword saints of the Eastern Desolation domain. Lin Yun also raised his head and saw the Radiant Sword Saint landing on the summit of the snowy mountain. When the Radiant Sword Saint appeared, the killing intent enveloping Tian Xuanzi suddenly disappeared and was replaced by a gentle expression on his face, as if nothing had just happened. Tian Xuanzi, what did you say earlier? We already made an agreement 18 years ago. As long as he doesn't leave the fleeting Cloud Sword sect, you won't pursue that matter. Did he go back against his promise now? The Radiant Sword Saint barked while he looked at Tian Xuanzi. I'm just joking, smiled Tian Xuanzi. Looking at the warm smile on his face, no one could believe that he was the same Tian Xuanzi as before. This instantly made everyone realize that Tian Xuanzi was a terrifying person. Lin Yun also felt a chill down his spine because he had never seen someone so terrifying. Not only was Tian Xuanzi strong, but his skill of changing his face right away was even more terrifying. This meant that Tian Xuanzi was an extremely shrewd person. His killing intent from before was real, and judging from the killing intent in his eyes, he had already considered Jian Jingtian to be a threat. He wanted to eliminate Jian Jingtian earlier, but his killing intent disappeared when the Radiant Sword Saint appeared. This made Lin Yun wonder what Tian Xuanzi's objective was. Was his objective the Great Saint Origin, Jian Jingtian, or saving Zhuge Qingyun? At this moment, Lin Yun realized that Tian Xuanzi was unfathomable, and he couldn't see through his person. Since you're here, this junior won't bother you any longer. My disciple, Zhuge Qingyun, was disappointing and couldn't even defeat someone in the Dragon Pulse realm. But he's still my disciple, and I can't just watch him die. So please don't get angry because of it, Senior, smiled Tian Xuanzi. But seeing that the Radiant Sword Saint didn't reply, Tian Xuanzi cupped his hands together. Well then, this junior will take his leave first. You should stay behind. Suddenly, the Radiant Sword Saint moved, swiping his fingers across the air and instantly left a bloody hole on Tian Xuanzi's chest, causing blood to flow out. If you want to probe me, there's no need for you to go through so much trouble to do it. I'm in the Sword Sect, and you can come anytime. If you want to play, then I'll play with you. I'm only destroying this clone of yours today, but it won't be that simple the next time. As Tian Xuanzi's body became dim, he bitterly smiled. The Sword Sect is still as hateful as always. Every single one of you has such a foul temper. When he finished, his clone broke into countless fragments and dissipated away. Master! Jian Jingtian went down on his knees with tears welling up in his eyes as he kowtowed. I don't have a disciple like you, so don't call me master. Remember what you said 18 years ago. You're not allowed to leave the fleeting Cloud Sword Sect. The Radiant Sword Saint didn't even look at Jian Jingtian and turned to the other Samsara Edict Realm experts. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for you guys to leave. Lin Yun will join my Sword Sect, and I will give you guys an explanation if the Great Saint Origin is connected with the Southern Emperor's tomb. So remember, Lin Yun is a disciple of my Sword Sect. His words made everyone's expressions change because they never expected that the Radiant Sword Saint would personally get involved in this matter. Most importantly, he emphasized twice that Lin Yun was a disciple of the Sword Sect, and the meaning behind his words was pretty clear. After the Radiant Sword Saint finished, he dispersed into clouds. Looking at this scene, Lin Yun widened his mouth because the Radiant Sword Saint was too strong. Was this the intimidation of a Sword Saint? One of the 3 Sword Saints of the Eastern Desolation killed a clone of Tian Xuanzi the moment he came. After the Radiant Sword Saint was done speaking, the experts from the other sects no longer dared to stay there any longer and swiftly left. Right now, Lin Yun still couldn't believe that the profound Wither Island would attract both the Radiant Sword Saint and Tian Xuanzi, which had far exceeded his expectations. No, wait. Even the Sword Emperor Yu Qingfeng was attracted. If others knew that even the Sword Emperor was attracted to the profound Wither Island, it would definitely drop a bomb on the other forces. After all, the 9 emperors were legends, and just making an appearance alone was enough to cause a huge uproar. Lin Yun, quick! Help my junior brother up! Feng Zhu anxiously yelled. He couldn't move right now with his heavy injuries. Sect Master! Lin Yun suddenly recovered from all the shock and turned to look at the summit of the snowy mountain. He could still see Jian Jingtian kneeling on the ground, which made Lin Yun wonder what Jian Jingtian did in the past for the Radiant Sword Saint to be so ruthless, not even willing to spare a glance at him even after 18 years. I'll head over immediately. Lin Yun nodded his head, as a pair of golden crow wings unfolded on his back. He landed on the summit of the snowy mountain in just a few breaths as the snow flew around. This was the place where Zhuge Qingyun and Jian Jingtian fought previously. The battle between the two of them had left a deep impression on Lin Yun's heart, especially the strength that Jian Jingtian had displayed. After all, Jian Jingtian had fought a Samsara Edict realm expert when he was only at the Dragon Pulse realm before he made a breakthrough and became a heavenly king. After today, Jian Jingtian would no longer become first on the 3 rankings but first on the 4 rankings. As long as there were no saints, he would become an invincible figure. But at this moment, Jian Jingtian was enveloped in sorrow and didn't look like someone who had obtained a shocking achievement of first on the 4 rankings. If the Radiant Sword Saint was willing to look at him once, just once, Lin Yun believed that even if Jian Jingtian still hadn't walked out from the cage he had locked himself in, he would also smile like an innocent child. After all, his feelings for the Radiant Sword Saint far surpassed everything. A long time later, Jian Jingtian finally sat down and looked at Lin Yun, who had landed on the summit of the snowy mountain. When Lin Yun looked at Jian Jingtian's current appearance, he was shocked by Jian Jingtian's young visage. After all, Jian Jingtian had always given him the appearance of an old geezer with a foul temper. But now, he knew where Yi Xiling got her good looks from. Looking at the young Jian Jingtian, Lin Yun had no idea how to face him now. "You're not injured, right?" Jian Jingtian asked, breaking the silence. "Definitely not as heavily as you. I had an emperor helping me, and if you didn't unleash that sword, Tian Xuanzi might have already been killed by me," smiled Lin Yun. What he said wasn't fake because Yu Qingfeng was planning to borrow his flower burial sword earlier. If Yu Qingfeng really swung out his sword, Lin Yun believed that Tian Xuanzi's clone would definitely be killed. But everything was great now. If Yu Qingfeng really made a move, then it would look bad on the sword sect, and this was the reason why Yu Qingfeng initially didn't want to make too big of a move. With a smile, Jian Jingtian asked, "Is the Great Saint Origin really with you?" Lin Yu nodded and roughly explained to Jian Jingtian what happened on the Profound Wither Island. "Although Mas, Senior Radiant Sword Saint, declared that you're a disciple of the Sword Sect, the temptation of the Great Saint Origin is too great. So you must be careful if you go to the ancient barren domain. The challenges you will face aren't on the same level as those you faced in the profound Azure Prefecture," said Jian Jingtian. "There are still 2 months to the 1-year deadline, so you better obediently stay in the Fleeting Cloud Sword Sect." Lin Yun had no opinion about that because his harvest in the Profound Wither Island was too great, and he naturally needed time to digest them. "Are you surprised that Tian Xuanzi would appear here as if he's here for you?" Jian Jingtian asked. "The more I think about it, the weirder it seems. After all, it makes no sense for Tian Xuanzi to make a move on you with his status." Lin Yun also felt that there was something fishy about that. The Great Saint Origin might be important, but did the temptation really reach the point where a saint would make a move personally? If that was the case, why didn't the saints from the other powerful sects or saint clans come here? It was even more baffling that Tian Xuanzi made a move against him multiple times, disregarding his status as an expert when Lin Yun was only at the Elysium Core realm. So what exactly was Tian Xuanzi's objective? Forget it. Let's not think about that for the time being. "I only want some peace right now," said Jian Jingtian. Lin Yun didn't disturb Jian Jingtian right now, but before he left behind the Quasi-Saint Origin. Jian Jingtian didn't stop Lin Yun and only inwardly sighed. He was willing never to become a saint for Lin Yun, but Lin Yun left a Quasi-Saint Origin behind, clearly wanting him to become a saint. Then again, Jian Jingtian knew that if he wanted to become a saint, a Quasi-Saint Origin still wasn't enough. When Lin Yun returned, Feng Zhu immediately asked how Jian Jingtian was. Hearing that, Lin Yun smiled bitterly because he had no idea what to say to this senior brother of his. Throughout the entire ordeal, it seemed that only his senior brother was taking the beating right from the start to the end. Zhuge Qingyun and Jian Jingtian had both displayed their strengths, and he also gave Zhuge Qingyun a beating thanks to the Sword Emperor's help. Only Feng Zhu took a beating right from the start to the end. Even when Zhuge Qingyun was heavily injured by Jian Jingtian, Zhuge Qingyun could still send Feng Zhu flying with a slap. But Feng Zhu was kind and innocent deep in his heart. Even when he was so heavily injured, he was still concerned about Jian Jingtian's injuries. "Senior brother, you should care about yourself first. That fellow is in a much better state than you," said Lin Yun before he gave a Saint Elixir to Feng Zhu. Saint Elixir. Feng Zhu stared straight at the Saint Elixir and was so touched that he nearly cried out. "Junior brother, you're too good to me. I'll definitely repay you in the future." That was a Saint Elixir he was talking about. Even if Feng Zhu has reached the Samsara Edict realm, it still wouldn't be easy for him to obtain a Saint Elixir. Not to mention that it had an even higher value for Lin Yun. But Lin Yun gave it to him without any hesitation. "Empress, you should recover from your injuries, too," said Lin Yun before he took out all 8 Saint Elixirs from his interspatial pouch and gave them to Lil Purple. Lil Purple had used the 2 origin divine runes, and Lin Yun was worried about her. When Feng Zhu saw the scene, he really cried out this time around. Outside Fleeting Cloud Island, many people have gathered around. They were juniors who were watching the battle that broke out on the Fleeting Cloud Island. Most of them were disciples of the various powerful sects. Since the battle earlier was too dangerous, they didn't choose to ascend the island like those Samsara Edict realm experts. But even so, they could still feel how terrifying the battle earlier was. Regardless of the fight between Zhuge Qingyun and Jian Jingtian, Tian Xuanzi's appearance, or how Lin Yun gave Zhuge Qingyun a beating, they watched the entire process. Each of them suffered a great blow and was thoroughly shocked by what they saw. No one had expected that the competition over the Great Saint Origin would lure out someone like Tian Xuanzi. In the end, even the Radiant Sword Saint showed up, instantly making everyone feel suffocating. The Radiant Sword Saint wasn't only a legend in the Sword Sect, but a legend of the Eastern Desolation. In the Divine Dragon era, saints were godlike figures in the hearts of many people, but now many saints dared to call themselves Sword Saints. That title was for those who stood out amongst saints, and this meant that they were terrifyingly powerful. So it wasn't easy for saints to call themselves Sword Saints. There weren't many saints in the world, to begin with, and not every saint that uses a sword could call themselves a Sword Saint. This was a title that was forged with blood, and the Eastern Desolation only had 3 Sword Saints. They're too powerful. Gong Sun Yen finally recovered from the shock he had just witnessed. Tian Xuanzi was already so terrifying, as if he was in a painting, isolated from the outside world. So even if others could see him, they might not be able to injure him. But he was nothing compared to the Radiant Sword Saint, who merely used one sword to tear the painting and Tian Xuanzi's clone apart. Furthermore, Jian Jingtian was also strong and managed to injure Tian Xuanzi. Gong Sun Yen now knew why Jian Jingtian was known to be invincible and ranked first on the 3 rankings. This all made Gong Sun Yan's blood boil, but when he turned to look at Zhao Yan, his blood immediately became cold because that fellow was squatting down on the surface of the ocean, drawing on the ocean with his fingers as a brush. Occasionally, when he raised his head, his pupils were dull without any spirits. "This fool has really become dumb." Gong Sun Yen flung his lips to the side because Zhao Yan was playing with water instead of watching such an earth-shattering battle. Clenching his right fist, Gong Sun Yen declared, "I've decided that I'll join the Sword Sect. The Sword Sect opens up once every 4 years, attracting all the swordsmen in the ancient barren domain. It's time for me, Gong Sun Yen, to let everyone know of my name." He had received an opportunity from the Sword Emperor. In addition to his huge harvest in the profound Wither Island, he was confident that he could join the Sword Sect. "You're going to the Sword Sect?" Zhao Yan finally recovered and muttered to himself, "I suggest that you don't go there. You've already embarrassed the entire Sword Emperor's lineage. So I don't think you should go and embarrass the Sword Sect as well." Hearing what Zhao Yan said, Gong Sun Yan's face became ugly. He pretended not to hear what Zhao Yan said and changed the topic. "Humph. I'm joining the Sword Sect no matter what. So, what are you drawing on the water? Are you stupid? I'm just playing in the water. I don't have a brush, so how am I going to draw anything?" Zhao Yan replied without raising his head. His words made Gong Sun Yan's face become black. He naturally knew that Zhao Yan was playing with the water, and he asked in that manner because he wanted to be more polite. "But how did Jian Jingtian's sword manage to injure Tian Xuanzi? I can't figure it out. It's too hard, Zhao Yan muttered to himself before he slammed his palm on the water. When the water splashed, Gong Sun Yen saw an unbelievable scene. Every single water droplet was shining with a faint light that formed into an incomplete painting. It was the sword that Jian Jingtian used to injure Tian Xuanzi. This made Gong Sun Yen exclaim with his mouth widened. You fool! Are you still going to deny that you're drawing? I'm just playing with the water, said Zhao Yan before he left. When he turned around, his eyes became dull once more with his shoulders swaying from left to right. Every single step he took would cause a faint light to shine on the surface of the ocean, containing his sword intent. You're not going to the fleeting cloud sword sect to greet Lin Yun? Isn't that a little too impolite? Gong Sun Yen asked. He'll go to the sword sect sooner or later, so we can meet there at that time, replied Zhao Yan without even turning his head back. Gong Sun Yen held onto his chin and pondered what Zhao Yan said. But a brief moment later, he was shocked and quickly caught up to Zhao Yan before he asked, Fool, you're going to join the sword sect as well? Don't worry, I'll keep it a secret that you knelt to Lei Ju, said Zhao Yan before his eyes became dull once more. Hearing what Zhao Yan said, Gong Sun Yen raged. I already told you time and time again. I didn't kneel to him. I was the one who defeated him. Don't worry, I'll keep it a secret, repeated Zhao Yan. I really didn't. Gong Sun Yen was about to cry because he had a feeling that he would never be able to cleanse himself from his dark history. I'll keep it a secret, Zhao Yan repeated again. All right, I admit I did kneel, replied Gong Sun Yen in a helpless tone. Zhao Yan heard what Gong Sun Yen said and briefly paused before he said, I'll keep it a secret because we're friends. What Zhao Yan said made Gong Sun Yen briefly stunned. He had always claimed to be from the Sword Emperor's lineage, but he could barely be considered a fated transcendent. In reality, he was an illegitimate child who was expelled from Skysalit City. All along, he felt inferior and had disguised himself by acting with a high profile. He would either kneel to others or make others kneel to him, and he was already used to this sort of life. So he had never thought of the day when someone would treat him as a friend. He couldn't believe that he was actually feeling touched by a fool, but it made him happy at the same time. So this made him wonder if this was the feeling of having a friend. Zhao Yan, what did you say? Repeat what you said. Gong Sun Yen yelled with tears welling up in his eyes. I'll keep it a secret for you, replied Zhao Yan. Hearing what Zhao Yan said, Gong Sun Yen nearly threw out a mouthful of blood and gave himself a facepalm that he actually believed in the words of a fool. He then made up his mind that he had to give Zhao Yan a beating for cheating on his feelings. But when he charged forth, he was the one who took a beating instead. 10,000 miles away from the fleeting cloud island, Tian Xuanzi and Zhuge Qingyun were standing together. This clone of his that should have been destroyed by the Radiant Sword Saint was actually here and unharmed with Zhuge Qingyun standing beside him. Before them was Qin Song, who was only left with one arm as he knelt on the ground, kowtowing to Tian Xuanzi. Zhuge Qingyun didn't say a word because Qin Song had to be responsible for failing to obtain the great saint origin. Get up, said Tian Xuanzi calmly. No, Saint Sovereign, please kill me. I'm now a cripple and I don't deserve to live in the world. I kept myself alive because I wanted to see you one last time. Since I have fulfilled my wish now, I can die without any regrets, Qin Song said without raising his head. You're already blind, so how can you see me? If you want to die, die after your eyes recover, said Tian Xuanzi. This disciple isn't worthy, replied Qin Song, still not raising his head. I once said that I'd accept you as my disciple once you've tasted defeat. Do you know why I didn't take you in as my disciple even after you lost to so many geniuses on the Elysium Core Realm rankings? Tian Xuanzi asked. But before Qin Song could reply, he continued. It's because you didn't think that you're defeated. In your heart, you thought that it's normal to lose to them since their cultivation was higher than yours. Saint Sovereign. Qin Song blankly raised his head. Address him as Master. Master has decided to take you in, said Zhuge Qingyun. Qin Song was briefly shocked before he bitterly smiled. But I'm a cripple now. Do you mean that you're a sipple without the dragon bone, or that you are a cripple now that you're blind? Tian Xuanzi muttered to himself, seemingly giving his reply. Get back up. The Radiant Sword Saint didn't give us much time, and there can only be one overlord in the ancient barren domain. There is no trash amongst my disciples. In the future, the profound sky sect will become a sacred land, and not a single one of you can be missing. Zhuge Qingyun's face changed when he heard that, but he seemed to have grabbed onto something. He instantly knew that his master didn't come here for the Great Saint Origin. It looked like his master had already given up on the Great Saint Origin when he lost it. So his master made a move against Lin Yun to force the Radiant Sword Saint to show himself? Back at the Fleeting Cloud Sword Sect, Lin Yun first looked after Feng Zhu and Lil Purple before his gaze fell onto the Sword Saint Mountain. There was a sovereign divine rune over there waiting for him, something that he had to obtain before he left. What are you looking at? Suddenly, the Sword Emperor, Yu Qingfeng's voice resounded within his mind. His voice startled Lin Yun, causing him to quickly shift his gaze. If the Sword Emperor knew about the Sovereign Divine Rune, the Sovereign Divine Rune would definitely not belong to him anymore. Haha, you still need to work on your acting skills. I have long heard of the Sword Saint Mountain, but this is the treasure and inheritance of the Sword Sect, so I definitely won't touch it, mocked the Sword Emperor. He seemed to have guessed something. Senior, you're still here? Lin Yun smiled. He thought that the Sword Emperor had left, and he was curious as to where the Sword Emperor was hidden. But when he looked around, he couldn't find the Sword Emperor anywhere. You can't see me because this is only a strand of my divine will, replied the Sword Emperor. Hearing that, Lin Yun gave up looking for the Sword Emperor and asked, Senior, may I ask if Tang Jing is still alive? Ha! Looks like you have a pretty close relationship with him. Don't worry, he's still alive, said the Sword Emperor, which made Lin Yun finally feel relief. Senior, what did you mean about the rumors of the Radiant Sword Saint? You really have a lot of questions, but it won't matter much to tell you. His lifespan is coming to an end, and he's in seclusion, which was the reason why he came late. Tian Xuanzi made a move against you to see if the rumors were true, and it looks like the rumors are true. If he can't take that step out within 5 years, his lifespan will definitely come to an end. His words left a deep shock in Lin Yun's heart. A long time later, Lin Yun asked, What step? A step that can be comparable to the Emperor's. The Sword Emperor replied. Well then, I'll be taking my leave now. The Sword Emperor greeted and wanted to leave because he didn't want to get involved in this matter to begin with. So now that Lin Yun was fine, he had fulfilled his promise with the profound Wither Great Saint. Senior, why don't you leave behind some opportunities before you leave? I'll be very grateful for it. Lin Yun asked before the Sword Emperor left. He would be an idiot if he allowed the Sword Emperor to leave without leaving behind anything for him. Haha. This Emperor will give to anyone except you. Hearing what Yu Qingfeng said, Lin Yun nearly threw out a mouthful of blood and asked, Why? This Emperor has a feeling that you'll come to the Skysolid City one day. So it's best for me not to give you anything, replied the Sword Emperor. As Lin Yun blinked his eyes, he asked in a serious tone, Wait, Senior, why don't you give me some opportunities that can allow me to defeat Tian Xuanzi? When Yu Qingfeng heard what Lin Yun said, he laughed. A bright moon shining in the sky as the broken bridge is filled with water and snow. No one knows that my heart is like the moon, and who mocks who for being in the painting. As Yu Qingfeng laughed, a light shone in Lin Yun's mind and seemed to have seen many things. There were countless sword rays and countless afterimages, but they didn't seem to exist at the same time because he could only see a bright moon hanging in the sky. This time, no matter how Lin Yun inwardly called out to the Sword Emperor, there was no reply, and this meant that Yu Qingfeng had really left. The Sword Emperor said that he wouldn't give anything to him, but he still ultimately gave him an opportunity before leaving behind a burst of laughter and left. This made Lin Yun feel hollow in his heart. When he turned around, he saw someone who stuck out, and he couldn't help yelling, Xiao. Lin Yun looked at Su Xiao, and Su Xiao was looking at him as well. The two just simply looked at each other without saying a word. When Tian Xuanzi appeared and the Sword Emperor still hadn't shown up, Lin Yun's heart was actually enveloped in fear. He wasn't afraid of death as a swordsman, but he was afraid that he would never be able to see Su Xiao again. The two of them had gone through so much just to be together, and the kiss he gave her back on the profound Wither Island felt like it was just yesterday. After coming so far, Lin Yun knew Su Xiao's feelings for him. He just wanted to avoid facing it. He didn't want to lose her, nor did he want to see Su Xiao feeling sad because of his death. He couldn't think how great of a price Su Xiao had to pay just to stay in the fleeting Cloud Sword sect for so long. A long time later, a smile rose on Lin Yun's lips as he stepped forth and hugged Su Xiao. This stunned her before she hooked her arms around Lin Yun's neck and smiled. "You're getting bolder and bolder now." Her body was a little cold, but Lin Yun could feel at ease with her in his embrace. As long as she was in his embrace, he could forget all the troubles in the world. Even the tremendous pressure he felt earlier from death had disappeared. Perhaps this was love. "That's because you're too beautiful," smiled Lin Yun. "Stop being cheeky," Su Xiao rebuked. She had never been so close to someone before, and Lin Yun was still being so cheeky after taking advantage of her. "Then let me be cheeky for a little longer." Lin Yun suddenly let go of Su Xiao. Before Su Xiao could respond, they kissed once more. Su Xiao tried to struggle, but she opened her eyes and looked at Lin Yun's eyes at such a close range. They had never been so close. Suddenly, Lin Yun let go of Su Xiao upon feeling the pain on his lips. When they split, only then did Lin Yun realize that there was a tear on his lips. "You're not allowed to do that again," said Su Xiao softly. But when she saw Lin Yun in pain, her heart became soft, and she continued, "There are too many people around." "I don't mind," smiled Lin Yun. "I don't mind either, and I like how you're treating me," smiled Su Xiao after a brief stun. When she spoke, she grabbed Lin Yun's hand and placed it against her chest before saying with a serious expression, "You hear that?" Lin Yun sensed Su Xiao's heartbeat and felt her love for him. At the same time, he could also feel that she was in a wisp of pain. After all, those who cultivate the Empress Heart Sutra can't afford to fall in love, or they will suffer a setback from the cultivation manual. The deeper they fell, the more pain they would be in. It looked like the rumor was true. "So I don't mind," said Su Xiao. She didn't mind what others thought of her and didn't mind the pain she was in. There were two meanings behind her words. "But I mind." Right then, Feng Zhu, recovering from his injuries with a saint elixir, said in a jealous tone, "Humph, they're a perfect couple." "So an old geezer like you has no right to care about that," snorted Lil Purple as she rolled her eyes at Feng Zhu. When Feng Zhu heard that, he nearly threw out a mouthful of blood because Lil Purple had targeted him when they were fleeing from Zhuge Qingyun. He was just muttering a little upon seeing Su Xiao and Lin Yun, but she had to ridicule him again. If it weren't for Lin Yun, he would have taught her a lesson a long time ago. When his gaze fell onto the saint elixirs in Lil Purple's hands, he said, "You talk a lot for a lass. Why do you need so many saint elixirs at such a young age? Gigi, give me some." His face had turned red when he said that because he could also feel it was shameless to ask for that. But his tone was suddenly filled with confidence at the thought that the saint elixirs belonged to his junior brother. "Humph, why does this empress have to give you what is mine? Lil Red, let's go. This old geezer is shameless." Lil Purple cautiously glared at Feng Zhu before she called Lil Red, and they disappeared. "That lass is fast." Feng Zhu had pity on his face because he couldn't get a few more saint elixirs, but he soon felt that something wasn't right and discovered several pairs of gazes directed at him. Yixiling, Luo Shui, Zhang Liken, and the rest who followed Su Xiao over were all looking at him weirdly, instantly making Feng Zhu feel awkward. "Senior brother, must you go as low as bullying a kid?" Lin Yun asked. Feng Zhu inwardly wailed when he heard that because he was the one being bullied by her instead. But he knew that he couldn't correct himself no matter how he explained and coughed. "I'll go into seclusion first to recover from my injuries. I'll talk to you at a later date." Without any hesitation, Feng Zhu fled and didn't even dare to stay for another second. Looking at Feng Zhu fleeing, Lin Yun had no idea what to say about his senior brother. When he turned around, he came to where Luo Shui was and said, "Lady Luo, I've just received exact news that Brother Tang Jing is still alive, but you might not be able to see him for now." He should have his opportunity. Luo Shui's eyes lit up when she heard that, and she finally felt relieved. A brief moment later, Luo Shui smiled bitterly. He will probably come and look for me when he's recovered, but I have no idea how to face him now. Lin Yun smiled because what she said was true. After all, feelings between men and women were never one-sided. No matter what, I'm grateful, said Luo Shui. You don't have to thank me. We didn't know each other in the past, but we're friends now. So you don't have to be so courteous. Moreover, if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been able to reach the mountain's summit, replied Lin Yun. At that time, he was still at the Quasi-Elysium core realm and didn't have much confidence in defeating Qin Song. So Luo Shui was a great help at the crucial moment. All right then. The Sword Sect is the strongest sect of swordsmen in the ancient Barren Domain, with a huge reputation even in the entire Eastern Desolation. The test for the Sword Sect that opens once every 4 years is just 2 months away. It will be a grand event at that time, and I believe that you will also be there. Luo Shui winked. Test. Lin Yun rubbed his chin and said, Don't tell me there's another way of joining the Sword Sect if I don't go? There is. Luo Shui explained. There are 2 methods for when powerful sects recruit new disciples. One is through an internal selection, where they will pick those with good potential. Most of them are recruited into the sect at a young age, such as Qin Song, Xikongzhou, Nangongzhe, and the rest. They joined their respective sects at a young age. The majority of the quota for internal selections are in the hands of deacons and elders of the sect meant for their descendants. This was Lin Yun's first time hearing about this, but he soon figured out why. There was a threshold for internal selections. You either need to display a strong talent at a young age or you have an elder of the family in the sword sect. But no matter how someone looked for geniuses, they couldn't find every genius in the world. Some also didn't show any talent when they were young and only started showing their talent when they grew up. For those geniuses, the sword sect would definitely not reject them. Thus, the once in every 4 years test was meant for those geniuses. Compared to those who were internally selected, the open test had a wider scope, and this meant that the threshold would also be higher. So one could expect the competition to be intense. After all, it wasn't easy to join the sword sect, which was ranked first in the ancient Barren Domain, and the sect to which the Radiant Sword Saint belongs to. When Lin Yun turned around, he discovered that Feng Zhu had already left. So he could only ask about it again in the future to see if he had to attend the test or if he was already internally selected by the sword sect. Young Master Lin, the Great Saint Origin is a huge opportunity for you, but it's also huge trouble at the same time. So you have to cultivate quickly and join the sword sect. After all, you'll be safer when you're stronger. Only then, can you grasp a hold of your life? Said Luo Shui with a grave expression. With your talent and the sword sect's foundation, I can already foresee your rise in the ancient Barren Domain. She was optimistic about Lin Yun. Even if he was young and had only arrived in the Kunlun realm for a year, she was sure that the name Flower Burial would be known by everyone in the world one fine day. Amongst the younger generations in the entire ancient Barren Domain, Lin Yun was a true fated transcendent. I feel that too, smiled Lin Yun. You're not humble at all, said Yi Xiling. Lady Luo, if you have nothing important, why don't you stay in the fleeting cloud sword sect for a few more days? Lin Yun threw out an invitation. It's time. I have to travel to the Profound Valley and tell Tang Jing's elders about his situation. If Tang Jing returns, he will also head to the Profound Valley immediately. Luo Shui was a good lady, and she could only feel relieved when she sees Tang Jing with her own eyes. Then, let us send you. Just like that, the group sent Luo Shui down the mountain. At the same time, 4 figures stood side by side 100 miles away from the fleeting cloud sword sect. They were the Emerald Jade Manor's Ningfeng, Heavenly Blade Pavilion's Nangongzhe, Thunder Sect's Zhangjin, and the Vajra Monastery's Songyun. They had personally witnessed the entire event, and they were still filled with shock. I can't imagine how powerful he will become after he joins the sword sect, when he can already step on Qin Song, when he's trapped in a small place like the fleeting cloud sword sect. Nangongzhe sighed with a grave expression. Looks like it's time for the Elysium core rankings to change. Ning Feng smiled. Even without Lin Yun, it wouldn't take them, who were in the top 10 on the Empyrean ranking, long to shine on the Elysium Core ranking too. Baldy, whatever happened to your ancient stone tablet? Nangongze asked, clearly still not letting go of the stone tablet. Song Yun smiled and replied, well, it doesn't matter for me to tell you honestly. I gave it to Lin Yun. His words made Ningfeng, Zhang Jin, and Nangongze surprised. But they soon understood how Lin Yun reached the Elysium Core realm when he reappeared. But Song Yun didn't seem too bothered and replied, that stone tablet did nothing. You guys might think that I suffered a loss, but Lin Yun was the one who suffered a loss. He swapped it with me with a Dragon Clan's body refining technique. If I speculated it right, the stone tablet had an origin Saint rune, and the stone tablet might have been the bone of a golden crow. As for the martial technique on the stone tablet, it's definitely a lot more valuable than your Dragon Clan body refining technique, smiled Ningfeng. You're adorably foolish. I don't even think you can reach Lin Yun's height with the Dragon Clan's body refining technique, smiled Nangongze. Zhang Jin also had mockery flashing through his pupils as he said, and you can proudly say that Lin Yun suffered a loss? Yeah, you didn't make a loss. You practically lost your chance to suppress the first on the Empyrean ranking. Song Yun was stumped when he heard what they said, with his smile freezing on his face. The more he thought about it, the more it didn't seem right. As he began to doubt, his face also became uglier, and he asked, are you guys serious about that? Figure it out yourself. The three fated transcendents no longer bothered about Song Yun while they inwardly laughed. 3 days later, the turbulence caused by the profound Wither Island finally settled down. Since there were 2 more months until Lin Yun had to leave the fleeting Cloud Sword sect to head for the ancient Barren domain, Lin Yun knew that he had to become stronger. Although he was confident, he still had to guarantee that nothing would go wrong. It would be humiliating if he failed the test and couldn't enter the Sword sect. After all, he had already considered himself a disciple of the Sword sect, or he wouldn't be calling Fengju his senior brother. The Violet Palace, Heavenly Soul, Empyrean, and Elysium Core realms were also the mortal path. This meant that no matter how strong you were, you would still be considered immortal, and making a breakthrough from the Elysium Core realm meant that you had slowly started to transcendent from being immortal. If one couldn't make a breakthrough from the Elysium Core realm, one would still be immortal with a limited lifespan. Above the mortal path would be the Saint Path. It wasn't easy to reach Saint Path because one had to undergo 9 divine dragon transformations and nirvana before getting to the Saint realm. The 9 divine dragon transformations were also called the Dragon Pulse realm. Every time the dragon pulses formed, one would undergo a drastic transformation in their strength, and their physique would also become stronger. Every single pulse represented a tribulation, and after the tribulations would be a slow transformation to break free from being immortal. Only after having enough accumulations and cleansing yourself from the mortal aura could one have a flawless body without impurities to undergo nirvana. The nirvana is called Samsara Edict realm, separated into the profound life stage, profound death stage, and the nirvana stage. After the 3 stages, one would have only one chance at stepping into the saint realm. This was the same as undergoing 9 tribulations and 3 life deaths before one could have a slight chance of becoming a saint. So one could imagine how tough it was to reach the saint realm in the divine dragon era. Fengju should have just reached the profound life stage, while Zhuge Qingyun and Lin Zhen should be in the profound death realm. Above them would be the nirvana stage, also known as the limit of the Samsara Edict realm. So it was understandable why Fengju couldn't even take a single attack from Zhuge Qingyun. The two might be in the Samsara Edict realm, but one was in the profound life stage while the other was in the profound death stage, not to mention that the latter was Tian Xuanzi's most outstanding disciple. So this all made sense now. That information was what Lin Yun found in the fleeting Cloud Sword sect's library because he was baffled when those people were fighting. It was so much so that he didn't even know about their stages. So when everything settled down, Lin Yun immediately looked through the books to have a rough understanding. Jian Jingtian was an exceptional existence. It was rare, even in ancient times, for those to take one step to heaven. Furthermore, this also told Lin Yun something terrifying. If Jian Jingtian couldn't take that step out, he would die within 10 years. This was because Jian Jingtian's body was already reaching a limit and could no longer bear the power of his dragon pulses. Now that Lin Yun thought about it again, Jian Jingtian was limited by his physique and cultivation when he fought with Zhuge Qingyun and couldn't bring out his full power. But now that Jian Jingtian has reached the nirvana stage, he was already at the limit of the Samsara Edict realm. On the other hand, Lin Yun was still very weak because he had a long journey to the Dragon Pulse realm, not to mention the Samsara Edict realm. At this moment, he was looking at the quasi-saint origin in his hand with his brows locked together. Back then, he quietly left the quasi-saint origin behind when Jian Jingtian was recovering from his injuries, hoping that Jian Jingtian could quickly become a saint. But Jian Jingtian gave it back to him and said that he wasn't allowed to give this to Fengju. The quasi-saint origin was a decent temptation for Samsara Edict realm experts, but that was only if they could refine it themselves. As for Fengju, Jian Jingtian said that Fengju would have his opportunity in the future, but Jian Jingtian didn't go into the details with him. It was something that the Radiant Sword Saint briefly mentioned. Fengju was a late bloomer. The moment he reaches the saint realm, he would unleash potential far exceeding his other martial brothers, but on the prerequisite that he had to reach the saint realm. Lin Yun was doubtful about that, but he could only believe it for now. Looking at this quasi-saint origin before him, Lin Yun was getting a headache. He had just unlocked the first seal on the Great Saint origin, but the power contained in one seal was much more significant than this quasi-saint origin. If he wanted to use it to increase his foundation in the Elysium Core realm, he should wait till he was in the heavenly Elysium Core realm because it would be a waste for him to use it now. Now that he looked at it again, he didn't lack movement techniques, cultivation techniques, or body refining techniques, but he lacked a sword technique to face his enemies. Only the Divine Solar Lunar Fist was suitable for his current cultivation, not to mention that this fist technique still had a massive amount of room for improvement. But his sword technique was a little pathetic. The fleeting Cloud 13 swords could only be invincible at the Empyrean realm. Now, in the Elysium Core realm, only the last 3 swords could be considered decent. As for the gift left to him by the Sword Emperor, it was still too profound for him right now. That didn't seem to be something he could grasp at the Elysium Core realm, so he had to rely on himself for now. Perhaps I can consider raising my realm as a spiritualist. He grasped the Golden Crow Saint Rune and Blood Flame Divine Rune. If he had enough resources, he could easily become a spiritualist. After becoming a spiritualist, he might have another opportunity to comprehend the rose painting. According to the Profound Wither Great Saint, 3 sword techniques were hidden in the rose painting: Dustlight, Carefree, and 9 Firmament. Let's go with that, then. Lin Yun quickly made up his mind. He had a strict requirement for himself. Since he was about to go to the ancient barren domain, he needed the capital to compete with those geniuses on the Elysium Core rankings. Because he had a resounding name and the Great Saint origin, he could predict that many people would come and challenge him. The quasi-saint origin not only contained the cultivation of the deceased but the soul energy as well. Soul energy was the foundation for spiritualists, and Lin Yun's objective was simple, that was to refine all the soul energy contained within the quasi-saint origin. When he clasped his hands together, he activated the spiritual rune marking in his profound palace. It was a firefeather rune and he was only a 3rd-grade spiritualist. The soul energy contained within it was nothing before the quasi-saint origin. Even if he could only digest 1,000th of it, it would be more than enough for him to become a saint spiritualist. As Lin Yun activated the firefeather rune, the soul energy contained within the quasi-saint origin started to be absorbed. The profound palace in Lin Yun's mind gradually became realistic before it gradually gave off a wisp of sacred aura. Soul energy was a spiritualist's foundation, and if the soul energy didn't reach a corresponding accumulation, it was pointless even if he had an origin saint rune. Trying to use external help to become a saint spiritualist was a shortcut. His attainment in spiritual runes would be inferior to saint spiritualists who took it one step at a time. But it was fine because it was enough if Lin Yun had the corresponding realm. He wasn't too bothered if he could create spiritual runes, set up spiritual arrays, or create saint artifacts. He only needed the foundation to comprehend the 2nd sword technique hidden in the rose painting. Since Jian Jingtian had returned the quasi-saint origin to him, he could use it to become a saint spiritualist, and Lin Yun definitely wouldn't miss out on this opportunity. Just like that, Lin Yun spent half a month and refined most of the quasi-saint origin. His accumulation in soul energy had also reached a step that would transform with countless soul energies gathering towards his profound palace. This made Lin Yun feel his mind heating up, and his profound palace nearly blew up. Time to engrave a saint rune. Lin Yun took a deep breath and started engraving the Golden Crow Saint rune. The origin of the Golden Crow Saint rune was etched into his Elysium core and couldn't be separated. So what he did was the same as creating a new Golden Crow Saint rune in his profound palace. Then again, this meant that the new Golden Crow Saint rune would no longer be considered an origin saint rune. There was a vast difference between an origin saint rune and an acquired saint rune in terms of quality. But the difference was much more prominent because an origin saint rune was naturally formed while an acquired saint rune was something a spiritualist created. So it wasn't on the same level to begin with. 4 hours later, the Golden Crow Saint rune had replaced the Firefeather rune in Lin Yun's profound palace. When the Golden Crow Saint rune was formed, Lin Yun's profound palace lit up and transformed. I'm finally going to become a saint spiritualist. Lin Yun stopped refining the quasi-saint origin and came out from the cultivation chamber before climbing to the highest point of his residence. As Lin Yun closed his eyes and allowed his soul energy to spread out, everything within 100 miles in radius appeared within his mind, as if he was seeing them with his eyes. But he didn't stop there. His soul energy continued to spread until it reached 500 miles in radius. How bizarre! Lin Yun rejoiced. He could also perform such a radar scan with his martial intent, but it wasn't as clear as his soul energy. But with the soul energy, it was as though he saw through his own eyes without any blind spots. After becoming a saint spiritualist, my control over soul energy is also surprising. This means that I will have an advantage when fighting with enemies, and I can also avoid many dangers outside. But it still seems a little too weak since I'm a saint spiritualist that only grasped one saint rune. Lin Yun muttered to himself while holding onto his chin. Saint spiritualists were divided into 9 grades, and above that would be heavenly spiritualists. In terms of battle prowess, a heavenly spiritualist would be comparable to a samsara edict realm expert. Powerful heavenly spiritualists could even be comparable to saints. They had more means, such as forging 1,000 rune saint artifacts, setting up arrays, refining pellets, and controlling saint puppets. This was their greatest capital, and in the eyes of many, a heavenly spiritualist was no different from a saint realm expert. I only grasped one saint rune, and there's no way I can be compared to others. But it doesn't matter as long as I can uncover more secrets of the rose painting. Lin Yun had excitement flashing in his pupils before he took out the rose painting from his interspatial pouch. When Lin Yun took out the rose painting from his interspatial pouch, he became nervous. It was rare for him to become anxious, but Lin Yun could still remember how powerful the Dustlight sword art was. Back then, he could use it to defeat 3 Violet Palace realm experts, and there was no question that the following sword technique would be even stronger than the Fleeting Cloud 13 swords. But he had no idea what he would face if he unraveled the painting because it was also possible that the sword ray in the painting would kill him. Then again, the biggest possibility would be gaining nothing from the painting because he had no confidence in his attainment as a spiritualist, unlike his accomplishment in the sword. He took a shortcut to become a saint spiritualist, unlike those who became a saint spiritualist by taking it step by step. So he couldn't treat himself as a genuine saint spiritualist, or he would suffer a loss because of that sooner or later. If it doesn't work, I can only try and brush up on my spiritual runes after joining the sword sect, muttered Lin Yun. His foundation as a saint spiritualist was weak, but the benefits that came out of it were too shocking. Just his soul energy alone was able to form a radar with a radius of 500 miles. It was enough to spark the envy of many. If he could take it a step further with the spiritual runes, he would have ways to become stronger even without the rose painting. When Lin Yun unraveled the painting, the familiar white tiger appeared before his eyes once more. Even now, Lin Yun could feel a tremendous pressure from the white tiger, even though he had become much stronger than when he first looked at it. He speculated that this white tiger might be a saint or divine beast. Otherwise, the rhyme that it possessed wouldn't be so terrifying. As the purple mark on his forehead glowed, Lin Yun had brought out his firmament sword intent. This enveloped him in a golden sword ray that resisted the pressure from the white tiger. Right at that moment, a familiar figure appeared once more and a fair hand appeared before the tiger, while the tiger closed its eyes and took a whiff of the rose. As an aroma spread out, Lin Yun could even smell the fragrance coming from the rose. As the painting continued to flash, the dustlight sword art appeared before him once more. When the dustlight sword art was done, the picture in the painting suddenly collapsed and the world turned into fragments with a terrifying killing aura accumulating in the surroundings. This instantly made Lin Yun nervous because he knew it was finally here, and his firmament sword intent could sense the strand of an extremely dangerous aura. Heaven! Just when Lin Yun focused all of his attention, a voice suddenly resounded beside his ears. This instantly made Lin Yun throw out a mouthful of blood with his firmament sword intent about to instantaneously collapse. Earth! This voice made Lin Yun throw out another mouthful of blood before he took 3 steps back. Heaven, earth, profound, desolation, wind, fire, lightning, and ice. When those words resounded, Lin Yun had already taken 100 steps back with one knee on the ground, and his face had become ashen. He could feel his head splitting apart, and his face had become distorted from the pain. As those words continued to echo and entered his profound palace, it placed Lin Yun in great pain. The pain was so great that it made him want to split his mind and get those words out of his head. At this moment, his various means were futile against the pain. But in the crucial moment, the golden crow Saint Rune in his profound palace saved him. When the Saint Rune unleashed waves of Saint Aura, it slowly alleviated the pain that Lin Yun was feeling. When Lin Yun recovered, his eyes shone brightly and the blurred surroundings gradually cleared up. I see it! Lin Yun's eyes lit up as he quickly stood up. He could see that the shattered sceneries were swiftly fixing themselves, and the surroundings were undergoing a transformation. Countless Saint Runes and ink intertwined together. Carefree 9 swords, a total of 9 forms. They were divided into the heaven, earth, profound, desolation, and ice sword form. A voice resounded from the painting, but when Lin Yun recited them, he only counted that there were 8 words in heaven, earth, profound, desolation, wind, fire, lightning, and ice. So what was the 9th word? What was the 9th sword? There are 36 brushes in the heaven sword form. Before Lin Yun could figure out the 9th sword form, the Southern Emperor began to brandish his sword on the plain. First heaven, second heaven, third heaven, fourth heaven, 15th heaven. Like that, the Southern Emperor looked like he had a brush in his hand, and each brush stroke contained boundless power. 36th heaven. When the Southern Emperor swung his sword the 36th time, the 36 sword rays began to overlap in the air and started to accumulate. Suddenly, the sky became dark and an ancient heaven word appeared. The split second the word was formed, it gave off a feeling as though everything in the world had bowed to that word. This scene stumped Lin Yun because he had never seen such a sword technique before, nor did he think that there would be such a bizarre technique. As for Earth, as the azure-clothed Southern Emperor moved faster in the painting, his movements had reached a speed that even Lin Yun couldn't follow with his firmament sword intent, until Lin Yun couldn't see everything clearly, and everything became blurred. Even the voice from the painting also became bits and pieces. He could only see that when the 8 words were formed, the mood behind the word carefree was brought to a new height by the azure-clothed Southern Emperor. Each of his swords left cracks in the air. When the 8 words were formed, the entire world began to spin, with the surrounding space starting to distort. The 8 words contained a carefree mood, and Lin Yun's eyes were filled with reverence for the carefree 8 swords because this sword technique was simply breathtaking. Suddenly, Lin Yun recalled that this sword technique was called the carefree 9 swords, so there should be one more sword form after the 8. A sorrowful yet furious roar tore the sky apart when Lin Yun felt uncertain. But it's hard to be carefree in the world. As Lin Yun's face changed, he quickly waved his hand before the azure-clothed Southern Emperor could unleash the 9th sword. Following this, the rose painting closed up and returned to his hand. Phew, that was a close call. This instantly relieved him because he felt that if the Southern Emperor performed the last sword, he might be killed, even if he was outside the painting. The carefree mood in the 8 words had reached an unimaginable limit, and he also understood what carefree meant from those words. But the last word had destroyed the carefree mood, filled with boundless sorrow, rage, and darkness. But it's hard to be carefree in the world. As Lin Yun muttered several times, he seemed to have figured out something. At the same time, he finally knew why he could feel a wisp of danger back then if he had unraveled the painting. If he didn't have the Golden Crow Saint Rune in his profound palace now, he would probably lose his life when he unraveled his painting back then, and this realization instantly made him feel relieved that he wasn't impulsive. Stowing the rose painting, Lin Yun sat on the ground and began to digest what he had just comprehended. He knew that the carefree 9 swords didn't just contain 9 swords. Just the heaven sword form alone had 36 swords, and the power behind each sword was terrifying because the mood contained in each sword was different. It had nothing to do with heaven but carefree under heaven. But it was a pity because his current attainment in the spiritual runes was still lacking, so the carefree 9 swords wasn't complete. Let's take it at a step then. Let's start with the heaven sword form. When Lin Yun opened his eyes, his complexion had improved a lot. As he recalled what he experienced in the painting, he circulated his astral energy. He began circulating it through his meridians according to the Sword Sutra he had obtained. The azure-clothed Southern Emperor easily performed the carefree 9 swords. But when Lin Yun tried to use it, he realized it wasn't as easy as it seemed. As long as he couldn't comprehend the mood, he wouldn't even be able to reach the initial stage with it. With just the heaven sword form alone, the mood contained within it was like a boundless ocean. Just like that, Lin Yun spent 7 days before he barely brought the heaven sword form to the initial stage, learning 18 swords out of the 36. But he was still far away from drawing the entire heaven word. Even so, Lin Yun still felt excited because of it. Ever since he grasped the firmament sword intent, it wasn't an issue for him to master a Holy Spirit sword technique with just a glance. As for those slightly more complicated ones, it would only take the time needed for a cup of tea to brew to grasp it. But that wasn't the case for carefree 9 swords because he couldn't comprehend it completely, even with his firmament sword intent. Just like that, Lin Yun spent another 7 days before he reached the 23 swords in the heaven sword form before he was forced to stop as Lil Purple appeared while riding on Lil Red in its warhorse form. Lin Yun. Time to take the sovereign divine rune. Lil Purple locked her brows together and said in an unhappy tone, "Have you trained so much that you've become dumb? You forgot what you promised this empress." Hearing what she said, Lin Yun smiled and stowed the flower burial sword because he had already talked about it with Jian Jingtian. Jian Jingtian would undo the seal on the sword Saint Mountain today. It's just that he was too focused on learning the heaven sword form that he nearly forgot about it. Knowing he was at fault, Lin Yun quickly changed the topic. "You're here at the right time. I have something to ask you." "What is it?" Lil Purple asked in an uninterested tone. She had no interest in anything other than the sovereign divine rune. "What should I do with Qin Song's golden dragon bone?" Lin Yun asked as he took out the dragon bone he dug out of Qin Song. It wasn't appropriate for him to give this to anyone because it would only bring them trouble if Qin Song knew about it. But he also couldn't use it himself because the attributes of the golden dragon bone and azure dragon true bone were too great. Furthermore, the golden dragon bone still contained Qin Song's aura. Since it was hard to completely get rid of Qin Song's aura, it wouldn't be compatible with his azure dragon saint physique. Hehe. Lil Red is still growing. Why don't you let Lil Red eat it? Don't you know how to cook? You can make soup with it. Oh, I didn't use the saint elixirs that you gave me, so you can cook using them together. It will be delicious. Lil Purple became more excited the more she talked about it. The corner of Lin Yun's lips twitched when he heard what Lil Purple said. If Qin Song knew what Lil Purple said, he would probably immediately die from the anger. "What do you think? Why aren't you saying anything?" Lil Purple asked as she stared at Lin Yun. Lin Yun knew that Lil Purple was still holding a grudge against Qin Song. But when he considered what she said, the sound of that suggestion was pretty good. As he caressed her head, he smiled. Why don't we go and obtain the Sovereign Divine Rune first? Humph, extracting the Sovereign Divine Rune is dangerous, so we need to fill up our tummies before we have the strength to do it. We have no idea what will happen, and we might even die in there, said Lil Purple. Then, I'll go make some preparations and see what I can pair with the dragon bone, said Lin Yun. Making the golden dragon bone soup wouldn't be easy, and those ordinary tools wouldn't work. He had to borrow a cauldron from the fleeting cloud sword sect. But if he was going to use a cauldron, just the dragon bone alone seemed a little lacking to brew a soup. So he had to get help from Fengzhang, Lu Qinyan, and the others to catch 8 rare snow dragon carp from the sea. When Lin Yun went to look for them, they were still baffled about what Lin Yun was trying to do. But Lin Yun didn't bother explaining and just asked them to do as they were told. After they captured the carps, he called Yi Xiling, Wang Yurua, and Su Xiao. When Lin Yun sorted out all the preparation work, he tossed the ordinary ingredients into the cauldron. Junior brother Lin, what are you doing? Are you going to cook? Everyone was baffled and asked with a smile as they looked at Lin Yun. Because if Lin Yun was going to cook, there was simply no need for him to do it personally and make such a big fuss over it, especially the snow dragon carps that were hard to capture. Even Dragon Pulse Realm experts would have difficulty catching the carps if one wasn't proficient in it. But they were happy that they could taste snow dragon carps together because they were known to be a delicacy. But shortly after, their expressions turned into shock when they saw Lin Yun crushing several Saint Elixirs he took from Lil Purple and tossed them into the cauldron after the fire started blazing. Saint Elixirs. Jiang Liken and the rest gulped down a mouthful of saliva with disbelief. They only heard that Saint Elixirs were refined into pellets or refined with cultivation techniques. But they had never heard of Saint Elixirs being used as a cooking ingredient. But what Lin Yun did next left them even more shocked. They were dumbfounded as they watched Lin Yun retrieve the golden dragon bone and removed the imprint on it before creating several cracks on the surface of it with his sword intent. Oh my god! That's the golden dragon bone. Golden dragon bone soup? Holy shit. Why is he using it to brew soup? Jiang Liken was on the verge of going insane, with his eyes turning red because Lin Yun was simply wasting it. If Lin Yun didn't want it, he wouldn't mind accepting it. Don't bother feeling pity over it. You won't dare to use it even if I give it to you. If Qin Song knows that you took the golden dragon bone, he'll probably immediately kill his way to the fleeting cloud sword sect. Smiled Lin Yun because he could tell what Jiang Liken was thinking with a glance. That's right. The golden dragon bone is good, but it's only a disaster if it's in the hands of those who aren't strong enough. Yi Xiling added. Su Xiao, seated beside Lin Yun, also joined in. This is a divine dragon true bone. The bone beneath the reverse scale of a divine dragon. So it contains the essence of a divine dragon. The divine dragon true blood can strengthen your bloodline. The divine dragon essence can strengthen your soul. The golden saint liquid can strengthen the foundation of your cultivation, and the marrow can transform your body. Perhaps cooking it is the best way. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard what Su Xiao said, and they couldn't help getting excited. When Jiang Liken heard what Yi Xiling and Su Xiao noted, he could only quietly pout his lips. The process of brewing the dragon bone was long. So while they waited, Lin Yun took out the Dragon Clan's wine and shared it with everyone. In the process, Lin Yun even took out the divine indigo jade bamboo flute and blew it. When he blew on the flute, this enveloped him in a faint sacred light that soon made everyone immersed in his song. Big Sister Su, why don't you play something as well? Yi Xiling suddenly turned to Su Xiao when she seemed to recall something. Lady Su, why don't you join in? Jiang Liken and the others also echoed along with Yi Xiling. Su Xiao briefly hesitated when they heard their suggestion. But when she swept her gaze over, Lin Yun just happened to look at her as well. When she looked Lin Yun in the eyes, Su Xiao lightly nodded her head before she took out a zither and started playing it, matching Lin Yun's song perfectly. It's really beautiful, said Wang Yurua as she leaned against Yi Xiling. As time passed, the golden dragon bone emitted a faint glow from the cauldron, with the divine dragon essence slowly seeping from the cracks that Lin Yun created. It was fortunate that Lin Yun used the iris sacred flame. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy for him to boil the dragon bone, even if he had already created some cracks on the surface of it. So it didn't take long for the divine dragon blood to seep from the cracks and merge with the soup. There's really dragon blood. Jiang Liken and the rest had their jaws dropped when they saw the divine dragon blood. As the golden dragon blood emitted a sacred aura, the aroma that came from the soup became even more tempting. The marrow is also out. A brief moment later, the entire dragon bone melted and turned into a jelly substance. Almost ready. Lin Yun lowered his flute and smiled at Su Xiao before he flew to the cauldron. As he stretched his hand out, he used his aura as a giant spoon and started stirring the soup. Very quickly, the soup began to clear up along with his stirs. At the same time, the snow dragon carps were well protected by his sword intent, preventing them from breaking apart. Not enough. Lin Yun laughed as he released his firmament sword intent, instantly shattering the fourth layer of heaven, and starlight poured down like a waterfall into the cauldron. Holy shit! Isn't this a little too extravagant just to brew soup? Jiang Liken, Feng Zhang, and Lu Qingyan were shocked by Lin Yun's actions. When the starlight dissipated and the sky slowly closed up, Lin Yun was finally done brewing the soup. Without hesitation, everyone flew over and was shocked when they looked at the cauldron. The soup that previously looked sticky had cleared up with faint starlight, making the entire soup look like a clear lake. But that wasn't what shocked them the most. What surprised them the most were the 8 snow dragon carps that looked as though they were still alive in the cauldron, while the saint elixirs and dragon bone had disappeared, merging into the soup entirely. Is this really the golden dragon bone soup? Jiang Liken rubbed his head with disbelief because Lin Yun's culinary skill was too terrifying. You've hidden it well. I couldn't tell that you have such good culinary skills, exclaimed Su Xiao. Well, I can cook for you every day if you like, replied Lin Yun. Do you think dragon bones are like grass that can be found anywhere? Su Xiao smiled. The conversation between the two made Jiang Liken, Feng Zhang, and the rest awkward because they felt their presence was unnecessary here. Yi Xiling interrupted with a smile. Lin Yun, you're not going to let us stand here and watch, right? Yuruo wants soup. Yuruo wants the golden dragon bone soup. Wang Yuruo stepped forth. Sob, all of you get lost. This belongs to this empress. It all belongs to me. Lin Yun, you scumbag. Lil Purple was so anxious that she was about to cry when she couldn't squeeze into the circle. She was the one who suggested it in the first place, but there was no room for her now. Haha, relax. One at a time. Let Lil Purple will have it first, smiled Lin Yun as he scooped a bowl for Lil Purple and even gave her a snow dragon carp. Lil Red too. Lil Red too. Lil Purple yelled. I know. Lin Yun wasn't in a rush as he scooped another bowl for Lil Red before Lil Purple was finally satisfied. It didn't take long for everyone to hold a bowl of the golden dragon bone soup. When the soup entered their mouths, they all wore satisfied expressions on their faces because they could feel a warm current traveling through their bodies that made them feel like they were floating with the clouds. At the same time, their bodies swiftly began to glow. But then, Jiang Liken started to bleed from his nose as he could feel his blood surging within his body. Jiang Liken then gulped down the entire bowl before he sat down and circulated his cultivation technique to refine the golden dragon bone soup. I can't take it anymore. I have to meditate. Before everyone else could tease Jiang Liken, their faces changed with joy because they finally knew why Jiang Liken had to meditate. The golden dragon bone soup was equivalent to a strengthened saint elixir because the benefit was unimaginable. Right then, Jian Jingtian and Feng Zhu turned into 2 sword rays and landed in Lin Yun's residence. They were both shocked when they looked at the golden dragon bone soup. Without any hesitation, Feng Zhu left right away. But just when Lin Yun was feeling uncertain, Feng Zhu returned while chuckling and carried a larger bowl than everyone else. Senior brother, isn't that a basin? Lin Yun's lip twitched. Bullshit, this is a bowl. Isn't it just a bowl of bone soup? It won't harm you to give me some, smiled Feng Zhu before he started to gulp it down after he filled his bowl with soup. Golden dragon bone soup. I bet no one dares to make a soup like that in ancient times. Cough, cough. Jian Jingtian coughed and said, "Give me some as well." "Alrighty." Lin Yun smiled. Just like that, everyone was satisfied after drinking the golden dragon bone soup. Since Fengju and Jian Jingtian were both at the Samsara Edict realm, their portion naturally exceeded everyone else's. When the cauldron was emptied of the golden dragon bone soup, Jian Jingtian quickly said, "Don't waste the remains. I can brew it again to ensure that all the core disciples in the fleeting cloud sword sect can drink a bowl." "Isn't this a little too inappropriate?" Lin Yun asked. He didn't feel bad for others to drink their remains. "What do you know?" Jian Jingtian glared at Lin Yun. "There's no way they can drink the original soup with their cultivation. Brewing the remains is just perfect for them, and it can allow them to transform. In the future, my fleeting cloud sword sect might be able to give birth to several fated transcendents with it." For hours later, everyone else was seated in Lin Yun's residence, digesting the golden dragon bone soup because the benefits they got from it were too terrifying. "Let's go. I'll bring you to the Sword Saint Mountain." Jian Jingtian stood up and soared into the sky when Lin Yun opened his eyes. "This empress will go as well," Lil Purple yelled as she quickly entered the sword box. The wild wind raged above the fleeting cloud because Jian Jingtian was too fast. So it took Lin Yun some time before he got used to it. As for the effects of the golden dragon bone soup, even Lin Yun was shocked because his Azure Dragon Saint art reached the pinnacle 10th stage in such a short amount of time. This meant that his 3,000 purple golden dragon runes had grown to 3,800, and the aura given off by each rune was also a lot stronger. The runes looked denser than before, and the dragon aura they were giving off also became 2 times stronger. Then again, this was also because he had drunk a lot of it. Fengju relied on his cultivation in the Samsara Edict realm to consume 1/3 of it, equivalent to 3 bowls from his bowl. This nearly made Zhang Liken and the rest throw out blood, but there was nothing they could do about it because they could only drink 3 bowls with their cultivation. As for Lin Yun, he stopped after drinking 10 bowls because he could sense that it wouldn't help any further, even if he drank more. But amongst them, Zhang Liken, Feng Zhang, and Lu Qingyan benefited the most. The 3 of them had ordinary physiques, but thanks to the soup they might be able to form an acquired saint physique in the future. "You scared me this time," smiled Jian Jingtian. Truth be told, Lin Yun couldn't get used to Jian Jingtian's smile because Jian Jingtian's previous appearance was that of an old man. Now he only looks to be in his 20s. Then again, this might be his initial appearance to begin with. "You didn't drink much. Is the soup useless to Samsara Edict realm experts?" If he remembered correctly, Jian Jingtian controlled himself after 3 bowls and didn't continue. "It's all right because I mainly drank it for the taste. Otherwise, just 1 bowl would be enough. The soup strengthens the body and aptitude. In the future, those who drink it will have a chance to cultivate a true dragon saint physique," smiled Jian Jingtian. "Then senior brother Fengju?" Lin Yun asked. Jian Jingtian helplessly smiled. "He's just being greedy. That's a bad habit of his. In the past, when he was on the Divine Firmament peak, he took a lot of advantage of the other peaks. As a result, I had to often stand out to clean his mess." Judging from what Jian Jingtian said, Lin Yun instantly knew that there was a story. Judging from the looks of it, the 2 of them should have been pretty close back then, despite the contempt that Jian Jingtian had shown for Fengju. But this only further proved that they had a good relationship together. "We're here," said Jian Jingtian. A mountain that seemed to be stabbing into the clouds appeared before them. When Jian Jingtian waved his hand, the sea of clouds dispersed and revealed the true appearance of the Sword Saint Mountain. "Sect Master!" The guards and elders from the nearby mountains all flew over and greeted Jian Jingtian. "Go back," said Jian Jingtian, causing the other elders to look at Lin Yun before they left. Very quickly, there was no one else in the surroundings except Lin Yun, Jian Jingtian, and Lil Purple, who was in the sword box. "Senior brother, do you want to enter the Sword Saint Mountain with me?" Lin Yun asked. "What did you call me?" Jian Jingtian was briefly stunned after he heard how Lin Yun addressed him. "Senior brother?" Lin Yun smiled. I heard you called me your junior brother previously, so I can't keep calling you sect master, right? You look so young now that I can't convince myself to call you sect master. Jian Jingtian happily laughed upon hearing what Lin Yun said. But anyone could tell he was happy that Lin Yun addressed him as a senior brother instead of a sect master. You can call whatever you want. It's not like you're sincere when you called me sect master in the past. Lin Yun became awkward when he heard what Jian Jingtian said, because he had called Jian Jingtian old geezer in the past. Go ahead. No one has gotten through the 13th stage, so the opportunity belongs to you to begin with, said Jian Jingtian. What Jian Jingtian said instantly made Lin Yun awkward before he said, I'm not confident about it, you know. Jian Jingtian glanced at Lin Yun with a smile because Lin Yun wanted him to be his bodyguard. He smiled. There's nothing I can do even if I know. You think I've never tried figuring out the secret of the Sword Saint Mountain? MHM? Lin Yun realized that what Jian Jingtian said seemed to make sense. Jian Jingtian was strong and surely knew that the Sword Saint Mountain wasn't simple. But there's nothing I can do about it. I explored the Sword Saint Mountain 3 times. I reached the summit before, and I didn't see the stone tablet you spoke of, sighed Jian Jingtian. So you can enter after I undo the seal for you. In the past, when he was still in the Dragon Pulse realm, it was still somewhat troublesome for him to lift the seal on the Sword Saint Mountain. But it was easy now that he was in the Samsara Edict realm. When he released the aura of a heavenly king and enveloped the entire Sword Saint Mountain, the Sword Saint Mountain began glowing before a powerful sword aura soared into the sky, wanting to break through this heaven and earth. But Jian Jingtian's aura quickly blocked the sword aura completely. Junior brother, go ahead. Jian Jingtian hovered in the air as he formed seals with his hands, and the restriction on the Sword Saint Mountain started to disappear. In the end, Lin Yun could only take a deep breath and entered the Sword Saint Mountain. This time, he naturally didn't have to go through the stages one by one and could just descend from the sky, directly reaching the mountain summit. When Lin Yun descended, he could feel the desolation of the mountain, and it was the same as when he first thought of it. The Sword Saint Mountain had been waiting for someone for many years. As Lin Yun spread his arms wide, he firmly landed on the summit. On the cliff was the stone tablet with the fleeting cloud 13 swords sword sutra and the last sword recorded on it. When he stood before the stone tablet, he caressed it like an old friend, and the stone tablet glowed as if it was responding to him. Empress, it seems to remember me, said Lin Yun, with joy flashing in his pupils. When Lil Purple flew out from the sword box, she cautiously looked at the stone tablet. It seems to possess some spirituality. You should have received the stone tablet's acknowledgement when you made it through the 13 stages. So where's the sovereign divine rune? In the stone tablet? Lin Yun asked. No, it's inside the Sword Saint Mountain. Lil Purple looked around before her gaze fell onto the stone tablet and continued. But we have to rely on this stone tablet if we want to enter. Try and see if you can communicate with it. But Lil Purple's words left Lin Yun baffled because he had no idea what she meant by communicate, and how he should do that. The stone tablet might have spirituality, but he had no idea if he should communicate verbally or through his mental energy. Very quickly, Lin Yun figured something out and took out the flower burial sword before he started performing the fleeting cloud 13 swords. As one azure bird after another flew from his body, it didn't take long for there to be 13 azure birds around him. When the azure birds formed into an azure giant sword, Lin Yun slammed his palm at the top of the stone tablet. When Lin Yun's palm came in contact with the stone tablet, one rune after another began to appear from the stone tablet and were all reflected in Lin Yun's pupils. The fleeting cloud 13 swords. Lin Yun's eyes lit up because that was the sword sutra of the fleeting cloud 13 swords. In the past, he could only learn it himself and couldn't pass it down to anyone else. Lin Yun quickly imprinted it in his heart. But he soon realized something wasn't right. The sword sutra was complete and different from the one he cultivated. Lin Yun didn't care about that and immediately remembered it. When the runes fully appeared, the stone tablet suddenly sank. Before Lin Yun could react, a huge hole that looked like a wild beast's jaw opened up beneath him. Without any hesitation, Lin Yun quickly pulled Lil Purple into his embrace before they started to freefall. As Lin Yun fell, he then discovered that the interior of the Sword Saint Mountain was a whole new world, and the space inside was a little too huge. Not long later, Lin Yun's face lightly changed because he could sense a familiar eerie aura below. The eerie aura contained an evil demonic aura that had lumped together, looking like a cloud beneath. Demonic aura? Lin Yun locked his brows because that was the demonic aura of demonic cultivators. Furthermore, the demonic aura was an extreme evil that he had only sensed in ancient runes. Be careful. That's the abyssal demonic aura. If it invades your body, it can even erode your soul, said Lil Purple. Then what should I do? Lin Yun immediately summoned the golden crow wings and hovered in the air, preventing him from falling into the demonic clouds. In the past, the demonic aura he ran into was thin, and it couldn't pose any threat to him, even if it was terrifying. But the demonic aura here was so thick that it had formed into a demonic cloud, and this was the first time he had seen something like this. He wasn't sure if he could isolate himself with his firmament sword intent. Let me do it. The two divine runes on Lil Purple's forehead lit up before she spat out golden flames from her mouth. The demonic cloud swiftly evaporated when the flames came into contact with it. Quick! My divine flames haven't recovered yet, so that the demonic cloud will recover very quickly. Lil Purple urged in Lin Yun's embrace. After Lil Purple said that, the evaporated demonic cloud swiftly began to close up. When Lin Yun saw this scene, he didn't dare to wait. He controlled the golden crow wings to envelope the two before they shot into the hole Lil Purple created like an arrow. An hour later, Lin Yun's expression was distorted with pain as he unraveled the golden crow wings. The golden crow wings were eroded by the demonic aura, creating several holes in the wings, and the demonic aura also prevented the golden crow wings from recovering. Lil Purple popped out from Lin Yun's embrace and spat out several mouthfuls of divine breaths. When her divine flames had expelled the demonic aura that stuck to the golden crow wings, she raised her head to look at Lin Yun. Are you all right now? The two were too close together, making them look pretty ambiguous. Lin Yun lightly nodded his head before he let go of Lil Purple. There's an altar up ahead. Let's go take a look. This Empress can sense that the sovereign divine rune is nearby, said Lil Purple as her pupils shone brightly like stars. When Lin Yun and Lil Purple landed on the altar, there was nothing in the surroundings except the chilling cold wind. It was a little hard to imagine that the demonic aura within the Sword Saint Mountain would be so thick that it had formed into a cloud, and there was such a massive altar within the cloud of demonic aura. This was a rare purple altar. The altars that Lin Yun saw in the past were either black or gray, so this purple altar looked a little devilish and didn't seem like an altar at all. Lin Yun also observed that this altar was forged with rocks, and countless stone pillars were standing on the altar. At the top of every pillar was an ancient sword that made the stone pillars look like some sort of array, instantly giving this altar a form of ceremony or ritual feeling to it. But Lin Yun's gaze was soon attracted by the fluctuation from the center of the altar. When he turned to look at the center of the altar, a slight reaction came from the golden crow Saint Rune in his profound palace. Sovereign divine rune. Lin Yun speculated that the fluctuation must come from the sovereign divine rune. Let's go and take a look. Lil Purple was the first to move as she came to the center of the altar with several leaps. A giant long sword plunged into the ground, and the entire sword was made of stone, and several fine shackles were dangling from the top of the sword hilt. When Lin Yun got close, he noticed that most of the shackles were connected to the swords in the surrounding pillars, and he instantly figured out that this was an array. The stone sword in the center should be the core of this array, and the sovereign divine rune might be beneath it. What array is this? Lil Purple, do you recognize it? Lin Yun felt the eeriness in this place, and the array was highly terrifying. He began to hesitate because the sovereign divine rune might be sealing some sort of existence. If he retrieved the sovereign divine rune, the array would shatter, and he might unleash something terrifying. I'm not too sure. Lil Purple claimed to be a divine spiritualist and often boasted about her abilities as a spiritualist. But her brows were locked together at this moment. This array should appear after the ancient era, which is during the dark era. Can it be that the Sword Saint Mountain is really sealing a demon lord? Lil Purple also began to feel suspicious and wondered what this array was sealing. She was usually fearless, but she had become cautious at this moment. Let's go out and discuss this with my senior brother first, Lin Yun suggested as he had maintained his composure and resisted the temptation of the sovereign divine rune. Jian Jingtian had a higher cultivation and more experience than him, so he might know something. Most importantly, he had to find a way to bring Jian Jingtian over. Most importantly, with Jian Jingtian around, it would be another layer of safety for him. All right. Lil Purple was still reluctant because she was more concerned about the sovereign divine rune than Lin Yun. When Lin Yun saw Lil Purple's gaze, he could roughly guess why the sovereign divine rune should be connected if Lil Purple could recover her strength. The sovereign divine rune was just before her, yet she couldn't retrieve it, so it definitely felt terrible for her. This made Lin Yun let out a weak sigh and wanted to comfort her. But the Golden Crow Saint rune in his profound palace suddenly vibrated. When he touched the stone sword, he could feel a fluctuation coming from within the stone sword. Weird. Lin Yun let go of the stone sword and took several steps back. The sovereign divine rune in the stone sword seemed to be responding to him, as if it was trying to stop him from leaving. What's going on? Lil Purple asked when he saw Lin Yun's eyes flickering. There seems to be something inside the stone sword. It seems to be responding to me. I have to go and take a look, said Lin Yun before he stepped forth and slammed his palm on the stone sword. But the rebound force that exploded from the stone sword caught him by surprise and sent him flying back. As Lin Yun wiped the blood off his lips, his expression became awkward. Did you get something wrong? Lil Purple asked, looking at Lin Yun doubtfully. Scratching his head, Lin Yun smiled. It should be right. There's a reaction from the Golden Crow Saint rune in my profound palace, and I can sense something inside it trying to stop me from leaving. Even so, you can't be so impulsive. The sovereign divine rune is the core of this array, so this array is definitely powerful, said Lil Purple. I think you can try and summon the Azure Sword Holy Spirit and see if it acknowledges you. The summit of the Sword Saint Mountain has a stone tablet, and there are 13 tests, so it's clearly been waiting for someone for many years. All right, Lin Yun nodded his head. As he calmed down, he came before the stone tablet and sat down with both hands on his knees. Soon, 13 azure birds appeared and started revolving around the entire array. When the azure birds fused, an azure sword reappeared before Lin Yun. The azure sword instantly lit up the surroundings. When it appeared, all the swords on the stone pillars radiated before the light converged into the stone sword through the fine shackles. Not good. Lin Yun's face changed, and he was surprised to discover that he had lost control of the azure sword, and that his vitality was swiftly being sapped from him and absorbed by the azure sword before pouring into the stone sword. Lin Yun. Lil Purple immediately became nervous. She truly wanted the sovereign divine rune, but she didn't want to lose Lin Yun because of it. Don't come over. Lin Yun stopped Lil Purple from coming and continued. I can still hold on. If he was alone, Lin Yun would give up without any hesitation and wouldn't put himself in danger. But he could tell that the sovereign divine rune was significant to her, so Lin Yun wanted to try and help her. As Lin Yun's vitality poured into the stone sword began to tremble before ripples appeared at the center of the stone sword, turning into a purple vortex. This is the entrance? Lin Yun was surprised because he could sense the vortex's extremely terrifying and powerful aura. Gradually, purple light poured out from the vortex and formed a circular gate of light. Seeing this, Lin Yun gritted his teeth and entered the vortex with Lil Purple following after him. When Lin Yun entered the vortex, the surroundings were first dark before lighting up with bolts of lightning flickering above him. At the far end of his sight, Lin Yun saw a figure hovering in the air, sitting above the stone sword. Who? Lin Yun squinted his eyes as he slowly flew over. He quickly saw a purple-clothed old man who emitted an ancient aura. When the old man opened his eyes, his pupils were filled with age, as though he was a slumbering dragon who had awakened with lightning and boundless sword intent filling his pupils. Fleeting cloud isn't my intention, and 10,000 years have passed in the blink of an eye. How many years has it been, and someone is finally here?" said the purple-clothed old man. His voice was filled with puzzlement and mystery. When Lin Yun heard what this old man said, he instantly speculated that this old man might be the owner of the Sword Saint Mountain. "Lin Yun pays his greetings, Senior," Lin Yun said carefully. "If I have disturbed Senior in any way, I apologize beforehand." "Disturbed? I don't even know how long I have been sleeping here. Young man, can you tell me what year of the Dark Era this is?" the old man asked. "This is year 3301 of the Divine Dragon Era. The Dark Era has already ended," replied Lin Yun honestly. "The Dark Era has come to an end? How is this possible? They're all so strong. Who is it? Did the ancestor of the heavenly Tao sect come back to life? Or did a genius appear from the myriad Buddha Tao? Or did the ancient 8 clans come back? Or that Lord finally returned?" The old man was shocked when he heard what Lin Yun said. Lin Yun was baffled when he heard what the old man said and replied, "None of them. 9 emperors appeared 3,000 years ago and ended the Dark Era." He didn't know much about the 9 emperors. Everything he knew was public information, and much of it was exaggerated and sounded like a legend. So it was hard for anyone to have exact information on the 9 emperors besides those ancient saint clans or holy lands. The 9 emperors? The old man was baffled because he had never heard of them before. This meant that they were geniuses who rose after his death. That's right. The 9 emperors appeared 3,000 years ago. They suppressed the Dark Era and re-established the Divine Dragon Empire. We're now in the Divine Dragon Era. Lin Yun shared everything he knew with the old man. The heavenly paths are broken, so it hasn't ended yet. They will return sometime in the future, sighed the old man. Who are they? Lin Yun asked. They're a race that doesn't belong to the Divine Dragon Era. They're demons from hell that will never be able to coexist with our Kunlun realm. So our only option is to fight. If we lose, we will all be annihilated, said the old man with a grave expression. His voice was filled with boundless sorrow and killing intent. MHM? Suddenly, the old man's gaze turned to Lil Purple and the sword box that Lin Yun was carrying. This instantly made him exclaim with a weird expression, and he was baffled. Looks like you have a lot of secrets on you. I can't see through the sword box that you're carrying. I can sense a familiar feeling coming from the sword box, but I can't recall when I saw it. The old man was surprised that someone of his level couldn't see through the sword box that Lin Yun was carrying. Forget it, said the old man. Since you can come here, you've made it through the 13 stages. Perhaps you might know about the secrets of the Sovereign Divine Rune. Lin Yun became emotional when he heard that because the Sovereign Divine Rune was here. But your current cultivation is too low. The Sovereign Divine Rune concerns the entire Kunlun realm and the safety of the Divine Dragon Era. I'm afraid that you can't bear such responsibilities on your shoulders. So come back again in a decade, said the old man as his words instantly made Lin Yun's heart turn cold. A decade was too long, but what the old man said did make sense because the Sovereign Divine Rune was too important, since it involved the safety of the Kunlun realm and the Divine Dragon Era. Lin Yun could be shameless when facing Yu Qingfeng, but he couldn't refute what the old man said with how righteous the old man was. Can you give me the Sovereign Divine Rune? I believe that I can protect the Kunlun realm, said Lin Yun without feeling shameless. When Lin Yun said he believed he could protect the Kunlun realm, he didn't believe in his own words. He didn't mind waiting for a decade, but Lil Purple would probably go insane. So Lin Yun could only try and become shameless. The old man was briefly stunned upon hearing what Lin Yun said because he also never expected that he would be so shameless. Even the old man didn't dare say he could protect the Kunlun realm. A brief moment later, the old man smiled as he shook his head. Lin Yun awkwardly smiled. Senior, I might sound like I was boasting earlier, but I can prevent the Sovereign Divine Rune from being discovered by others. I might not be able to protect the Kunlun realm, but I'm confident I can protect the Sovereign Divine Rune. No, the old man's expression became serious, and he said, There's naturally nothing to say about your talent since you can make it through the 13 stages at such a young age. I'm the one who set up the 13 tests, so I know clearly, and you don't have to be humble. 5 years. I'll wait for you for 5 years. 5 years later, you can come and retrieve the sovereign divine rune, said the old man. I'm not trying to make things difficult for you, but the sovereign divine rune involves a big secret. So much so that I haven't grasped it fully, even after researching for many years. If I give it to you too soon, it will only bring harm to you. Lin Yun naturally believed what the old man said, and he had no problems retrieving the sovereign divine rune a decade later. So he turned to look at Lil Purple beside him. Lil Purple didn't look at Lin Yun but was looking at the old man with rage in her pupils as she coldly said, "At least you have some eyesight, and you barely have some strength. But don't you think it's ridiculous for you to say those words before this empress?" The old man's face changed when he heard what Lil Purple said. As he turned to look at Lil Purple, he unhappily said, "I can sense the aura of the divine Phoenix clan from this lass, but you're pitifully weak, and you're too rude to me. What are you trying to say?" Lil Purple said with her teeth gritting. "If it's not for this young lad, I would have chased you out by now. The sovereign divine rune is important, so it's naturally best that not many people know about it," said the old man. "What impudence!" Lil Purple finally exploded, with flames gushing out from her pupils. This surprised Lin Yun because this was the first time he had seen Lil Purple so furious. "Do you know who you're talking to?" Lil Purple's face became frost as she continued. 7 sovereign divine runes. They all belong to the Iris Sword Saint and me. A junior obtained my opportunity and dares to speak to me in this manner? You even wanted to chase me away? What are you trying to do? Rebel against an elder? The old man's face changed when he heard what Lil Purple said before he turned to look at Lil Purple with disbelief. His entire body was trembling as he pointed at Lil Purple. "WW, who the hell are you?" This empress is the divine Phoenix clan's supreme heavenly slaughter empress of 4 seas, 8 barons, 36 heavens, and 72 earths, Lil Purple said coldly. When the old man heard what Lil Purple said, he took several steps in disbelief before he examined Lil Purple. "I remembered now. You're that Phoenix, and I saw you when I obtained this sovereign divine rune. But I remember that you're already dead." Lin Yun was shocked when he heard what the old man said. Did that mean that she already marked the sovereign divine runes? And what did the old man mean when he said she had already died? "Speak. What did you see?" Lil Purple asked anxiously. She had been sleeping for 100,000 years, and Lin Yun was the first person she saw after so long. So she had forgotten many things, and some were important. "I witnessed the battle that ended the Golden Era. I can't describe what I saw. They seemed to be waiting for someone, but the person that they were waiting for didn't show up. But even so, you guys still fought to your very last breath until all of you died in that battle," said the old man as he recalled. Hearing what the old man said, Lil Purple began to tremble with tears rolling down her cheeks. This empress is already dead? So this empress also joined that battle. The old man didn't say a word as a form of acknowledgement for what Lil Purple said. So all of this empress friends are dead, and that lord still didn't show up? Why? Why did I come back to life? Why am I the only one who survived? Where's the Iris Sword Saint? Did you see him? Lil Purple asked with her voice filled with sorrow. "I didn't," replied the old man. "I only saw some fragments of the battle when I obtained the sovereign divine rune. It's also thanks to this myriad lightning divine rune that I can become famous." Suddenly, the old man fell to his knees and continued, "Junior, Fu Yunzi pays his greetings to this Phoenix Senior. Senior is someone who died fighting in the Dark Era, so I naturally have no intentions to be rude to you. I have no intentions of letting down Senior's inheritance. I also fought in the Dark Era, but I was too weak and I couldn't end the chaotic Dark Era." Lin Yun widened his mouth at this scene with disbelief filled in his eyes. "You can get up now," replied Lil Purple. But Fu Yunzi didn't get back up and had joy flashing through his pupils. He then continued in a grave tone. "No, the sovereign divine rune is my greatest opportunity, and I have never forgotten about it. So please accept 3 kowtows from this junior." as Fu Yunzi performed 3 kowtows on the ground. Each of his kowtows sounded like a bolt of rumbling lightning. When he was done, he slowly got back up and apologized again. "Senior, I would like to apologize for my rudeness from before again. It's fine. You didn't know about my identity from the start," Lil Purple replied. But the corner of Lin Yun's lips twitched because there was a high possibility that Fu Yunzi was a sword saint. So he wondered if Lil Purple had taken it too far. "I have no regrets in death now that I can see Phoenix Senior before I disappear," smiled Fu Yunzi. He then turned to look at Lin Yun. "I didn't think that you're the servant of Phoenix Senior. It looks like I was a little rude earlier. You better follow behind this Phoenix Senior well, and endless opportunities will be waiting for you in the future. It looks like you have an unimaginable future ahead of you." Lin Yun opened his mouth and wanted to explain, but Lil Purple snorted, "Heh!" In the end, Lin Yun could only bear it all and let Lil Purple have all the limelight for now. "You can go first. I have something that I wish to tell Phoenix Senior privately," said Fu Yunzi as he looked at Lin Yun. Fu Yunzi wanted to chase Lil Purple away, but now Fu Yunzi wanted to chase him away. When Lin Yun heard that, he was stumped with his mouth widened. Was he being chased away? Hearing what Fu Yunzi said nearly made Lin Yun throw out a mouthful of blood. He now realized that Fu Yunzi was pretty annoying. The heavenly path is already broken, and this matter concerns whether the dark era can truly be ended. I have to hand the Sovereign Divine Rune over to Senior, so I would like you to leave for now, explained Fu Yunzi. "Leave the sword box behind, and you can leave," said Lil Purple. There was no way Lin Yun could become angry with Lil Purple, so he could only give her face now and leave his sword box behind with a bitter smile. "How do I get out?" Lin Yun asked, thinking about the demonic cloud above the altar. "Oh yeah, without Phoenix Senior it'll be hard for you to leave. So, let me send you off," said Fu Yunzi, making Lin Yun smile bitterly because Lil Purple had gotten all the limelight this time. He had seen a soul fragment left behind by many seniors, but this was the first time that he was chased away so directly. "You'll get used to it in the future. The fact that you can follow beside this Empress is your glory," said Lil Purple as she turned around and gave Lin Yun a playful wink. Lin Yun knew he couldn't stay behind any longer because it was too awkward to stay with him. He then cupped his hands together at Fu Yunzi. "Senior, please send me out. As you wish. Keep in mind to serve Phoenix Senior well. In the past, she died and bled her last blood for the Kunlun realm," said Fu Yunzi. This time, he had transmitted his voice to Lin Yun and didn't let Lil Purple hear it. As Lin Yun felt an immense power descending on him, his entire world began to spin. When the world lit up again, he realized he was already outside the Sword Saint Mountain. He could see Jian Jingtian slowly descending when he raised his head. Weird. Why did a seal suddenly appear on the Sword Saint Mountain? Jian Jingtian asked in puzzlement. But since Lin Yun wasn't in a good mood, he didn't explain it to Jian Jingtian. "Junior brother, your current state isn't right. What's wrong? You didn't obtain the inheritance." Jian Jingtian smiled, but his face suddenly changed, and he asked, "Where's your sword box? And the artifact spirit? Why are they gone?" Artifact spirit? Lin Yun now realized that Jian Jingtian had mistaken Lil Purple for an artifact spirit. So this made Lin Yun fall into deep thoughts on whether he should tell Jian Jingtian the truth. Jian Jingtian could be trusted as someone who had saved him once, especially when Jian Jingtian confronted Tian Xuanzi to save him. Furthermore, he also had many doubts, so perhaps Jian Jingtian might be able to answer them. "She's not an artifact spirit." Lin Yun roughly skipped everything about the Iris Sword Saint and told Jian Jingtian about Lil Purple's origin. When Jian Jingtian heard what Lin Yun said, his eyes were filled with deep shock. "Senior brother, do you think she's that supreme heavenly slaughter empress?" Lin Yun asked. "I'm not too sure, but it should be right that she's a phoenix. Since even the senior in the Sword Saint Mountain has confirmed it, then there's nothing to doubt. As for a title like the Supreme Heavenly Slaughter Empress, this is a little too." Jian Jingtian also couldn't find a description for it because that title was a little too ridiculous. Who in the world would give themselves such a long and absurd title? but it was a fact that Lil Purple was a phoenix. Well, there's no need for you to overthink it. You just have to follow that phoenix well. Jian Jingtian had envy filled in his pupils, and he continued, "This is an unimaginable fortune for you. Phoenixes are auspicious beasts that can bring you good luck. And I heard that many saints have willingly become a phoenix's servant. So it's your glory if you also become her servant." Lin Yun's lips twitched when he heard that, and he wondered if Jian Jingtian was his senior brother. "What's wrong? Why are you unhappy about it? This is your fortune." Jian Jingtian scoffed. "I was still wondering why you were so lucky. It looks like there's a reason for your good fortune." "Was that the case?" Lin Yun held onto his chin and wondered if Jian Jingtian was serious about that. It was so much so that he even wondered if his good fortune was all because of Lil Purple. "Let's not talk about that for now. Did you obtain the Fleeting Cloud 13 Swords cultivation method?" Jian Jingtian asked. Since he had already taken a step out and became a heavenly king, he did not need to be troubled about making a breakthrough anymore. He could spend all his energy on the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect now. "I'll make a copy now." Lin Yun nodded, and they went to a nearby mountain, to the pavilion where Lin Yun often met Su Xiao. When Jian Jingtian retrieved a brush and some papers, Lin Yun recalled the Fleeting Cloud 13 Swords and the Sword Sutra before writing them down. The Fleeting Cloud Sword Sutra recorded on the stone tablet was much more complete than the one that Lin Yun had grasped. Not to mention that the cultivation method even contained the Elysium Core Realm and Dragon Pulse Realm versions of it. As Lin Yun wrote them down, he was also comprehending them simultaneously. At this moment, he slightly regretted that he didn't wait. If he continued cultivating the Fleeting Cloud 13 Swords and the Fleeting Cloud Sword Sutra, it would be fearsome even in the Elysium Core Realm and Dragon Pulse Realm. Furthermore, the Fleeting Cloud Sword Sutra was connected to Lightning Intent and was compatible with Lin Yun, who had grasped the Azure Dragon Intent. But now that he had already practiced the Carefree 9 Swords, he wouldn't be able to manage his time if he practiced another sword technique. So Lin Yun could only use the Fleeting Cloud 13 Swords and Fleeting Cloud Sword Sutra as a martial comprehension to digest and strengthen his foundation. Jian Jingtian was silently watching from the side without saying a word. But he would occasionally nod his head and have shock on his face because the Fleeting Cloud Sword Sutra was much stronger than he had imagined. Furthermore, there were many places that could be further excavated. When Lin Yun was done, he handed the papers over and exclaimed, "The real Holy Spirit of the Fleeting Cloud 13 Swords can only be brought out with the Sword Sutra. Reaching the Elysium Core Realm can even be comparable to Ghost Spirit martial techniques. Above the Holy Spirit martial techniques were the Ghost Spirit, Dragon Spirit, and the Legendary Deity Spirit martial techniques. Each of them was further categorized into 3 levels. Generally speaking, Ghost Spirit martial techniques could only be found in powerful sects, so Jian Jingtian's evaluation was already high enough. "MHM? Your words are a little interesting," Jian Jingtian exclaimed before he smiled. "I didn't realize your handwriting was so beautiful, looking like a sword technique. Not only beautiful, but one can comprehend it." Lin Yun was surprised because he didn't think that there was anything special about his handwriting, nor did he practice calligraphy. But when Lin Yun suddenly thought of something, he took another blank piece of paper and started writing. He asked, "Senior brother, do you recognize this word?" When Jian Jingtian came over to take a look, he wasn't bothered about it at first. But when Lin Yun was done writing, Jian Jingtian's face changed completely as he muttered, "This is an ancient word. This means heaven." Lin Yun wrote down the 36 strokes that formed the heaven sword form of the Carefree 9 Swords. That was the oldest character born at the beginning of the era. But now, the legacy of those words was already incomplete, and not many people could recognize an entire word. Lin Yun only knew about the origin of those ancient words from the Southern Emperor's mutter. But when Jian Jingtian praised his handwriting earlier, Lin Yun suddenly wondered if the change in his handwriting might be related to the Carefree 9 Swords. Since the sword technique was in the form of writing with the sword, he would have to practice his calligraphy in the future. This had opened a whole new door for him. This seems to be a sword technique. The mood behind every stroke is different when you were writing it earlier. When you finished, the sword technique in your brush also became a lot stronger. As Jian Jingtian said, he finally figured something out and smiled. It's no wonder why you're willing to leave behind the fleeting Cloud Sword Sutra. So it turns out that you have something better. Stowing the brush, Lin Yun said, Senior brother, you misunderstand me. If possible, I would also like to leave behind this sword technique. But this sword technique requires a painting to learn, and others might not understand even if I write it out. I'll try and see if I can figure out a way in the future and send it back to the fleeting Cloud Sword sect. Lin Yun naturally had feelings for the fleeting Cloud Sword sect, and he also wished that the fleeting Cloud Sword sect could rise one day in the entire profound Azure Prefecture. It's good as long as you have the heart, but you don't have to rush that. You can wait till you reach the Samsara Edict realm before you try, said Jian Jingtian. He naturally wouldn't be polite to Lin Yun when he saw that Lin Yun was serious about what he had just said. Right then, the entire Sword Saint Mountain started to glow. A sword ray pierced the sky and broke through several layers of restriction that Jian Jingtian had left behind. This instantly made Jian Jingtian's face change as he unleashed his sword aura to suppress the light coming from the Sword Saint Mountain. When Lin Yun squinted his eyes and looked over, he discovered the iris sword box in the light, and the light didn't come from the Sword Saint Mountain but the sword box. Did that mean that the Sovereign Divine Rune was successfully collected? Open! Lin Yun formed the sky unlocking seal. When the restriction on the surface of the sword box opened, he turned into a streak of light and entered the sword box. When he entered the Iris secret realm, the world had changed with lightning everywhere. Lil Purple was standing at the center of the Iris secret realm. There was a sapling where the phoenix tree had withered. Lil Purple was standing before the sapling with excitement and joy written all over her face. Lin Yun, you're here. Lil Purple flew over and pounced on Lin Yun. Lin Yun. The tree has come back to life. It has come back to life. The impact of Lil Purple pouncing on him made Lin Yun briefly stagger. Seeing that Lil Purple has no intention of letting him go, Lin Yun could only helplessly carry her. You're a phoenix, so why are you acting like a child? Hee hee. That's because I'm too happy today. One of the Sovereign Divine Runes is finally back. When all 7 Sovereign Divine Runes are found, this secret realm will return to how it once was. Lil Purple said happily. It's the Myriad Lightning Divine Rune, right? Lin Yun asked. Yeah. With the Myriad Lightning Divine Rune, the secret realm is slowly recovering. But you still need to spend resources in the future to nurture the Phoenix Tree, because the tree is the core of this entire secret realm, said Lil Purple. So, where's the Myriad Lightning Divine Rune? Lin Yun asked. It's in the Myriad Lightning Lake. Lil Purple pointed in a direction. If Lin Yun remembered correctly, the Myriad Lightning Lake should be in the south. When he turned his head over, he could see lightning enveloping an entire patch of land with the lightning flickering into the sky before forming thunderclouds. After a pair of golden crow wings appeared behind him, the wings flapped, and he began to shuttle amongst the lightning. He had to admit that after finding one Sovereign Divine Rune, the Iris secret realm that looked dead finally had a wisp of vitality. Half an hour later, Lin Yun landed outside the Myriad Lightning Lake. In the past, the Myriad Lightning Lake was just a huge crater. But now, the crater was filled with lightning. Separating herself from Lin Yun's embrace, Lil Purple explained, the Myriad Lightning Lake hasn't fully recovered yet. This is just the beginning. It will have to give birth to rainbow-colored lightning to be fully recovered. At that time, you can temper your body with it. The progress in your body refining technique will be much faster than others by at least 10 or even 100 times. So, how can I let it recover? Lin Yun asked. He had to admit that the sound of it attracted even him. After all, the Azure Dragon Saint art had always been a trump card to him, aside from his sword intent before encountering Qin Song. The Sovereign Divine Rune shares a symbiotic relationship with the Phoenix Tree. The more Sovereign Divine Runes you gather, the more complete the Phoenix Tree will be. At the same time, the bigger the Phoenix Tree, the more energy the Sovereign Divine Rune can absorb to strengthen itself, explained Lil Purple. Lin Yun instantly understood what Lil Purple meant and asked. So you're saying that before more Sovereign Divine Runes are found, I have to find a way to let that phoenix tree grow. Hee hee, bingo. You're truly the servant that this empress has picked, smiled Lil Purple. But when Lin Yun glared at her, Lil Purple stuck her tongue out and became quiet. As Lin Yun observed the myriad lightning lake, he noticed that it had just started to form, and he still couldn't temper his physique. They returned to where the phoenix tree sapling was located. This sapling was even shorter than Lil Purple, so Lin Yun had to bend down to take a closer look at it. The growth of the phoenix tree is slow. Without external help, it can barely grow to a meter in 100 years, said Lil Purple. So, what does it require to grow? Saint Liquid. True Dragon Saint Liquid. If you have a bucket of it, it'll be equivalent to 10 years' worth of growth for the phoenix tree, Lil Purple said seriously. Isn't that a little too much? Lin Yun nearly threw out blood. A bucket of True Dragon Saint Liquid? Did Lil Purple have any idea how ridiculous that was? The half-year he was in the fleeting Cloud Sword sect, the amount of True Dragon Saint Liquid he obtained were counted by drops, and he had already owed Jian Jingtian a considerable favor. So he couldn't imagine how many droplets were there in a bucket. It's not that exaggerating, Lil Purple said softly. She didn't dare to tell Lin Yun that as they gathered more sovereign divine runes, the quantity of True Dragon Saint Liquid needed would also increase, so a bucket was not much for now. A bucket is roughly about 500 kilograms. Lil Purple calculated for Lin Yun. Lin Yun didn't say a word because there was nothing he could do about that for now. But he could look forward to the potential of the Iris Secret Realm. The spiritual energy near the sapling alone was better than the best cultivation spot in the fleeting Cloud Sword sect. So Lin Yun wanted to water it with some True Dragon Saint Liquid and see if there would be any changes. But even without the density of spiritual energy near the sapling, just the effects of the myriad lightning lake alone was extremely attractive to him. Let's think about that when we go to the ancient barren domain, said Lin Yun calmly. There was no way he could gather so many resources in the profound Azure Prefecture, so he could only wait till he was in the ancient barren domain. There was no way Lin Yun could get 500 kilograms of True Dragon Saint Liquid now, and it also didn't seem possible for him to get it anytime soon. According to his speculation, it might only be possible after he reaches the Dragon Pulse realm. But most importantly, he knew that it was only the beginning. So he could only put it aside for now and wait till he was in the ancient barren domain. His current eyesight was still too low, so he couldn't make a clear judgment on many things. So, how much of your strength have you recovered? Lin Yun was more concerned about Lil Purple's strength. Lil Purple briefly pondered before she replied, If it's outside the Iris Secret Realm, I'm roughly in the same realm as you. I can probably grasp about 70% of that cultivation. There's no way I can defeat you, but if I can recover some of my skills. With some preparations, I can even heavily injure or imprison a Dragon Pulse realm expert. Lin Yun nodded his head when he heard that. That wasn't too bad. It's just that the recovery of Lil Purple's strength was a little too slow. But Lin Yun soon caught the key point in her words because Lil Purple's strength seemed restricted by his cultivation. Could this be something left behind by the Iris Sword Saint to ensure that he had the strength to restrict Lil Purple? What about inside the Iris Secret Realm? Lin Yun asked. Well, that's an entirely different story. I can practically bring out the full power of the Myriad Lightning Divine Rune. The Myriad Lightning Divine Rune has roughly 1,000th of its power compared to its peak. As long as anyone dares to enter the Iris Secret Realm, even someone at the pinnacle of the Dragon Pulse realm can only helplessly face death, said Lil Purple. As usual, Lin Yun had to reduce what Lil Purple said by a level because of how she loved to boast. So this meant those who weren't at the pinnacle of the Dragon Pulse realm would be killed if they entered. This was a pretty good idea for him, and Lin Yun could try it in the future to lure enemies into the Iris Secret Realm. So, can I manipulate the Myriad Lightning Divine Rune? Lin Yun asked. Since they had already obtained the Myriad Lightning Divine Rune, it would be disappointing if he couldn't control it. That's for sure. Logically speaking, the Iris Sword Box belongs to you, and this includes everything inside it as well, said Lil Purple. So, does that mean that you also belong to me? Lin Yun winked with a playful smile. Get lost. You scumbag. Lil Purple glared at Lin Yun with her face blushing. Lin Yun no longer teased her and asked how he should control the myriad lightning divine rune. In the end, he found out that it was the Iris Saint Seal. The Iris Saint Seal had many different forms, each representing a different ability. The easiest one would be the sky-opening seal that unlocked the sword box. So there was a form for each sovereign divine rune, and the one corresponding to the myriad lightning divine rune would be lightning manipulation. Aside from that, there were still many forms, such as devour, seal, suppression, and recovery. As Lin Yun collects more sovereign divine rune, the sword box will become even more powerful. Hearing Lil Purple's explanation, Lin Yun could feel his scalp tingle, because this meant that the Iris sword box was equivalent to a divine artifact. It's a lot more powerful than a divine artifact. Even the undamaged 7-treasured glazed tile pagoda couldn't be compared to the Iris sword box, said Lil Purple proudly. Lin Yun rubbed his chin and said, "The sword box is already so terrifying. So how terrifying is the sword that the sword initially contained?" "No idea." Lil Purple locked her brows together before she continued. "I've never seen it before. The Iris Sword Saint had the 7 sovereign divine runes back then, but the sword box was empty. So I have no idea if that sovereign divine sword even exists. The Iris Sword Saint also didn't talk about it. But this is weird. If the sovereign divine sword doesn't exist, then who would spend such a great amount of effort to forge this heaven-defying sword box?" "Don't tell me that it's for fun," Lin Yun asked. "I already told you that I have no idea. So, are you still going to learn the Iris Saint Seal?" Lil Purple asked. Of course, I'm going to learn," smiled Lin Yun. After all, no one would mind having more trump cards, not to mention that the ancient Baron domain would be a lot more dangerous than the profound Azure Prefecture. Since Lin Yun already knew the sky-opening seal of the Iris Saint Seal, his learning speed was fast, and he could control it as he wished in just 4 hours. When Lin Yun tried to use the Iris Saint Seal, a bright light shone from his hands that looked like a silver moon that was before his chest, with purple petals drifting around. When his hands changed again, he could sense that the entire Iris secret realm was like an ancient beast that had awakened from its deep slumber. At the same time, every single movement of his hands would form a connection with the sovereign divine rune in the myriad lightning lake. When lightning flickered in the depths of Lin Yun's pupils, a boundless pressure began to fall upon him. It didn't take long for his forehead to be covered with sweat, and it was starting to feel taxing for him. He could sense that he still couldn't bear much of the sovereign divine rune's power with his current cultivation and physique. The myriad lightning divine rune was like a massive ocean, and he had barely triggered 1,000th of the power. But even so, the power was already terrifying for him. Lightning manipulation. When the seals he formed stopped, he pushed his hands forth and unleashed all the accumulated energy. 10 bolts of lightning swiftly formed into a sphere before it flew out and exploded. As a massive explosion resounded, the lightning sphere was like a gigantic sun, and the shockwave caught Lin Yun before he could even react. Golden crow wings. His face changed as he pulled Lil Purple into his embrace. A pair of golden wings unfolded behind him as he bent his knees. The toughness of each feather was comparable to a saint artifact that enveloped Lin Yun and Lil Purple with it. The loud explosion echoed for a long time before it finally calmed down. When the golden wings opened up, the surroundings were a mess when Lin Yun looked around, and a black hole had formed in mid-air at the core of the explosion. This scene made Lin Yun widen his mouth in disbelief as he rejoiced that the blast occurred in the Iris sword box. If it was in the outside world, he couldn't imagine how terrifying the destruction would be. Even so, the blast still made Lin Yun take in a cold breath with a chill running down his spine. This was because he still wasn't proficient in it, and the power of the myriad lightning divine rune hadn't fully recovered. If he managed to strengthen the attack with his sword technique or a secret technique like the flicking divine finger, Lin Yun couldn't imagine how powerful it would become. So there was a great potential for him to excavate. "Why are you making such a big fuss?" Lil Purple said. Lin Yun could only smile awkwardly after hearing what Lil Purple said. His eyesight was still too low, and he was despised by her once more because of that. "I'll head out first," Senior brother is still waiting for me, said Lin Yun as he formed the sky-opening seal once more. But he didn't notice that Lil Purple's face had blushed as she sneaked a peek at him before giving him a soft reply. When he came out of the Iris secret realm and carried the Iris sword box on his back, Lin Yun saw Jian Jingtian when he raised his head. Was it a success? When Lin Yun nodded, Jian Jingtian smiled because everything had gone according to Lin Yun's plan, and he was happy for him. But senior brother, I still have to tell you something, said Lin Yun as he kept the smile on his face. Go on, replied Jian Jingtian. There's an altar in the Sword Saint Mountain suppressing a demon of a foreign race, and it will come out sooner or later. That senior can still suppress it for a few centuries. But after a few centuries it will be a problem. So this is a lingering threat. Lin Yun said. Don't worry, I'm here. Jian Jingtian gave a simple reply that made Lin Yun briefly stunned before he smiled. After a few centuries, Jian Jingtian would become a saint with his talent. At the very least, he wouldn't be weaker than Fu Yunzi. Lin Yun didn't doubt that, which was how confident he was in Jian Jingtian. You don't have much time left. Go into seclusion for the remaining time. Compared to the foreign demon clan a few centuries away, I'm more concerned if you can survive in the ancient barren domain. After all, the great saint origin alone makes you a walking light bulb. Jian Jingtian continued. Senior brother, will you come and see me in the sword sect? Lin Yun asked abruptly. His question made Jian Jingtian's smile disappear on his face. Jian Jingtian then fell into a long silence before he replied. I committed a grave mistake when I was young that placed the sword sect in a very unfavorable position at the time. I've sworn to Tian Xuanzi as a swordsman that I will never take a step out of the fleeting sword sect. Unless what? Lin Yun asked. Could there be a way to avoid a swordsman's oath? Unless Tian Xuanzi dies. Jian Jingtian gritted his teeth. His pupils were filled with hatred when he mentioned Tian Xuanzi. He continued, One fine day, I'll take his life personally. Lin Yun was silent when he heard that. He naturally supports Jian Jingtian, but it was Tian Xuanzi they were talking about. He was the most talented genius in the ancient barren domain in the last millennium, and his strength was close to the Radiant Sword Saint. After Lin Yun left, Jian Jingtian descended onto the pavilion again after he sealed the Sword Saint Mountain. When he was about to leave, his gaze fell onto the heaven word that Lin Yun wrote. The word had 36 strokes that seemed to correspond with the word. Every single sword corresponded to a different mood, and when they were connected, it filled the word with a carefree mood. Heaven? 36 strokes? Jian Jingtian muttered to himself as one afterimage after another flew out from his body, swinging their swords while Jian Jingtian remained standing before the paper. When all the afterimages overlapped, an ancient heaven word appeared before Jian Jingtian. Picking up the paper, Jian Jingtian muttered to himself, Interesting. I was planning to teach him a ghost spirit martial technique before he leaves, but it looks like there's no need for that now. On the other hand, I have to comprehend this well. It looks like that junior brother of mine has a lot of secrets. Stowing the paper, Jian Jingtian wore a smile on his face. He was suddenly looking forward to seeing what accomplishments Lin Yun would achieve in the ancient barren domain. There were only 40 days left to mark his first year in Kunlun realm. This meant that he didn't have much time left. There were only less than 2 months for him to practice the Dragon Phoenix World annihilating sword cannon, solidify his foundation and the heaven sword form. Since what Jian Jingtian said earlier had opened a whole new door for him, he knew that he couldn't just practice his sword but also his calligraphy. On a stone pavilion seated at the summit of a mountain surrounded by clouds, a piece of beautiful zither music resounded from the surroundings. The one who was playing the zither was naturally Su Xiao. She was donned in white clothes and emitted the dignity of an emperor. But when she played the zither, she looked extremely gentle. As she played her zither in the stone pavilion, Lin Yun practiced his calligraphy in front of her, with his mood in each of his strokes. Suddenly, the zither music stopped when Lin Yun had finished using the ink in his calligraphy. As she walked over to him, she would gently grind ink while she looked at Lin Yun practicing his calligraphy, not daring to disturb him. The two had been this way for half a month. She had been staying beside Lin Yun while he practiced his calligraphy. Though she would occasionally talk to him, she played the zither most of the time. Practicing his calligraphy for half a month, Lin Yun realized that the heaven he wrote now was more carefree than before. At the same time, every single stroke from Lin Yun looked like him swinging his sword, looking carefree. Xiao, your music is a little chaotic today. Is there something bothering you? Lin Yun placed the brush down and held onto Su Xiao's hands with a smile. Do you remember what I told you when you went back to look for Tang Jing? Su Xiao asked as she looked Lin Yun directly in the eyes. Of course I do. Lin Yun inwardly sighed because she told him he had to make it back alive because she had something to tell him. But she hadn't said anything till now. Although Lin Yun already guessed something, he wouldn't ask. Instead, he would patiently wait for her to tell him. Su Xiao hesitated. Lin Yun took her into his embrace with a smile. He knew she must be feeling terrible, so he spoke on her behalf. I know that it must take you unimaginable courage to stay with me in the fleeting Cloud Sword sect for so long. You're from the profound Monarch Palace, and you can't follow me to the Sword sect. I've known it all along. So let me be the one to say it instead. Su Xiao turned back and looked at the heaven he wrote on the paper. She asked, You've spent half a month writing this word repeatedly, but you're still unsatisfied with it. Can you tell me why? This word is already enough. Each stroke is powerful with carefree intent. I just feel like it looks too deliberate. It's like swinging my sword in a cage. The more carefree it feels, the more laughable it is, replied Lin Yun with a weak smile. I see. Su Xiao paused before she continued. But did you think that many things in life are laughable to begin with? All of us are birds in a cage. It's just that the cage for some people is bigger than others and vice versa. Lin Yun was stumped when he heard that because he didn't think about it that way. Su Xiao continued, But in reality, the cage doesn't exist. It's just that your heart is caged, like your senior brother, Jian Jingtian. Even if he leaves the fleeting Cloud Sword sect, can he break free from the cage he created in his heart? He hadn't walked out of the cage, but he swung his sword in the end and injured Tian Xuanzi. Su Xiao's words gave Lin Yun a huge insight, and he suddenly received enlightenment. Why hadn't he thought of that? Xiao, you're brilliant. Lin Yun rejoiced and couldn't help giving Su Xiao a peck on her lips. This caught Su Xiao by surprise. She first glared at Lin Yun before she smiled. You're the smart one, always trying to take advantage of me. Since that's the case, I won't say anything in the future. Ha ha ha. Lin Yun laughed. You discovered my intentions? Why are you still laughing? You're not allowed to laugh. You always look so smug when you laugh. Su Xiao hooted. How can I not be when I have obtained your heart? Lin Yun caressed Su Xiao's face. Lin Yun, I have to leave tomorrow, Su Xiao said gently. Her words stunned Lin Yun. Before he asked, So soon? Time is really fast. A year has passed in the blink of an eye, said Su Xiao. Time passed quickly since she took on the persona of Luo Hua to interact with Lin Yun. Follow me. Su Xiao turned around and jumped into the sea of clouds. When Lin Yun recovered from the shock, he quickly followed Su Xiao. Just like that, the two shuttled through the sea of clouds before a pavilion slowly appeared before them. When Su Xiao landed in the quiet courtyard, the sky had darkened. Lin Yun raised his head to look at Su Xiao's residence, where she had been staying for the past year. Do you still remember that night before I left the Azure Sky sect many years ago? Su Xiao asked. Of course I do. Lin Yun nodded. I don't believe that. Let me test you then. Su Xiao's face changed as a sword flew from her sleeve. When she held onto it, she started swinging her sword like the wind with sword rays shining like moonlight onto this courtyard. When Lin Yun recovered, he quickly recognized that this was the flowing wind sword, the first sword technique he mastered in the Azure Sky sect. When past scenes appeared before him, Lin Yun drew the flower burial sword and joined her. When their swords clashed, moonlight had cast a thin veil onto the two of them, just like that night back in the Azure Sky sect. Many years later, a similar scene replayed in this courtyard again as they clashed with the flowing wind sword. In a split second, the The two had already exchanged over 10-odd moves. Convergent stream, flowing wind. When they executed the same move, a wild wind appeared as their swords began to violently rotate, stirring the moonlight that shone from above. Reflective shadow. As they went deeper into the sword technique, the sword aura that had accumulated on them had reached a terrifying height, with the sky filled with their afterimages, with sparks flying whenever their swords clashed. Traceless wind. When they both executed the final form of the flowing wind sword, their swords clashed, and their sword rays were even brighter than the moonlight in the night. "You remembered," said Su Xiao as she turned around. "How can I forget?" Lin Yun replied. "That was considered their love token. So how could he possibly forget it?" But after a brief pause, he said in a sorrowful voice, "But every single time I practice this sword, I'll remember the day we parted. But we will ultimately meet again. You'll come for me the next time, right?" Su Xiao asked. Lin Yun was briefly stunned because he knew that this was a promise. With a serious expression, Lin Yun replied, "I will." Lin Yun smiled and turned around, walking towards her courtyard. But just when she was about to enter, she stopped and looked at Lin Yun with a playful smile. "Looks like your smugness is on the surface and isn't real. Do I really need to tell you to come in?" Hearing what Su Xiao said, Lin Yun could feel his heart beating violently. Suddenly, he disappeared before Su Xiao, leaving her briefly stunned. But that only lasted for a short period before she couldn't help smiling. When she turned around, she noticed Lin Yun was already in her courtyard. As the two looked at each other, Lin Yun smiled. "Xiao, I've been waiting for you for a long time." This time, Su Xiao really smiled. It seems like men were really terrifying when they became smug, because Lin Yun's speed was almost faster than when he was running away. She couldn't help saying, "If you have this speed when fighting, no one in the world can survive under your sword." She then ignored him and walked into the courtyard. As for Lin Yun, he naturally followed behind her with smiles plastered on his face. The night was long. When daybreak arrived, Lin Yun exhaustedly opened his eyes because last night was a tiring night. When he flipped around, he noticed that Su Xiao had already woken up. With an indolent expression, Su Xiao said, "Go and put on your clothes." "No, you first. I promise I won't look," smiled Lin Yun. "There's someone in the courtyard. You sure you want me to get up first?" Su Xiao smiled. "Someone's here." Lin Yun was shocked before he nodded. "I'll go then." After a quick cleanup, Lin Yun put on his clothes and pushed the door open. When he raised his head, he saw a familiar baldy drinking in the courtyard. But for some reason, this person looked like he was enveloped in holy light, even when this monk was drinking alcohol. "Drifting goblet, it has been a long time," smiled Lin Yun. Now that he thought about it again, it was close to 3 years since they last met, so Lin Yun was naturally happy to see him again. "It has been a long time, Lin Yun," smiled Drifting Goblet. When Lin Yun sat down, he took a jar of Dragon Clan's wine from his interspatial pouch. As a drunkard, Drifting Goblet immediately forgot all about his worries when he saw the jar of wine. After he gulped down a mouthful of wine, he smiled. "Good wine. Where's Xiao?" Drifting Goblet asked. "She's changing," replied Lin Yun casually. Lin Yun's words instantly made Drifting Goblet's smile freeze on his face, and even the wine that should have tasted sweet suddenly tasted bitter. Simultaneously, he could also hear his heart shattering apart. Drifting Goblet wanted to cry when he thought about what happened in the Great Qin's imperial palace. But a short moment later, he genuinely cried out and spoke in a sobbing tone. "If I was not a monk, I swear that I'd cut you apart." Lin Yun revealed an awkward smile when he heard that. He knew that before Drifting Goblet became a monk, he was a cultivator of the demon domain who had countless lives in his hands. But when Su Xiao saved him, he became a monk and willingly followed her. He naturally had feelings for Su Xiao, but he knew he stood no chance. This was why he decided to become a monk, which also meant that he was a person with stories. Lin Yun took a silver pot from his interspatial pouch and looked at Drifting Goblet. This instantly drew Drifting Goblet's interest. He loved all wine and knew it would surely be good since it came from Lin Yun. So he asked, What is it? Mo Clan's Millennium Flame. I drank it all and saved a small pot for you, smiled Lin Yun as he tossed the silver pot. He finished the Millennium Flame that he found, but he saved a small pot, especially for Drifting Goblet, because he knew this monk was a wine lover. Drifting Goblet could be considered an elder brother who had taken care of him since they were in the Great Qin. So Lin Yun naturally wouldn't forget about him when he found such a good wine. Millennium Flame. Drifting Goblet had shock written on his face when he heard that. He then put on a fawning smile and asked, "This is extremely rare. Where did you get it from?" "Don't bother. I found it on the heavenly path. There should have been a branch of the Mo clan there in the past. Aside from the Millennium Flame, I also found many Dragon Clan wines, but I don't have many of them left," replied Lin Yun. "Then I have to keep this stored well. I can bear to drink such a good wine." Drifting Goblet held onto the wine pot with joy written all over his face. Anyone could tell he was a wine lover. "So, did I make it through now?" Lin Yun smiled. In response, Drifting Goblet could only weakly smile because he couldn't get angry with Lin Yun. The smile disappeared on his face, and he said, "Right. I'm here to pick up Xiao. The profound monarch palace will send someone over if she doesn't leave soon. There will be a huge commotion at that time, and everyone in the world will know about your affair with her. Do you know what pressure she's bearing in the profound monarch palace?" Lin Yun asked. The profound monarch palace has deep ties with the Divine Dragon Empire. The Empress is the monarch of the Divine Dragon Empire, which means she has the most authority in this Divine Dragon era. Su Xiao is one of her heirs, so you can imagine the pressure she's bearing because she'll fall into the abyss if she makes the wrong move. There will be a test in 5 years for all of the heirs, and it will be a huge event. Lin Yun was briefly stunned because Su Xiao had never told him about that. "What are you guys talking about?" Su Xiao came out to the courtyard just when Lin Yun was about to ask more about it. When sunlight shone down on Su Xiao's face, it enveloped her in a faint glow that made her look like an actual empress. "Nothing." Drifting Goblet seemed afraid of Su Xiao, so he immediately shuts his mouth when Su Xiao emerged. "Let's go, then," said Su Xiao. When Lin Yun wanted to send her off, Su Xiao stopped him. "Don't send me off. Just remember to come and look for me because you promised me. I will also wait for you." It might seem a little ruthless of her, but that fits her character because they already said whatever they needed last night, and Lin Yun even gave his promise. Lin Yun did expect this day to come, but when this day finally came, this caught Lin Yun by surprise. Lin Yun didn't even have the time to touch the wine Drifting Goblet poured for him. Lin Yun didn't get up, but he raised the cup of wine and looked at Su Xiao's departing silhouette. When he placed the cup by his lips, Su Xiao turned around as the two looked at each other with everything they had to say all in their eyes. When Lin Yun gulped down the cup of wine, he was toasting this wine for the rising sun. A long time later, when he was the only one left in the courtyard, he couldn't help feeling a little low. At noon, footsteps finally sounded outside the courtyard. When Lin Yun raised his head, he was surprised to see Xiling come to the courtyard. It had been a long time since he was alone with her. Xiling was donned in a long purple dress that only revealed her legs, and she also had a jade cloth casually wrapping around her waist like a belt. After the divine dragon sword physique and her radiant snow bloodline fused, her skin had become fairer. "Lin Yun, what are you doing here?" Xiling was surprised to see Lin Yun. "You're here to look for Xiao?" Lin Yun asked. "Yeah, I have been frequently here these past few days. Big Sister Su is friendly and taught me the Dragon Blood Sword Sutra. She even said that it's extremely compatible with me." Xiling immediately sat down and asked, "Where's Big Sister Su?" "She left," smiled Lin Yun. "She's not coming with us to the sword sect?" Xiling sounded disappointed, but then she suddenly thought of something and continued, "Well, that makes sense. How can someone like Big Sister Su not have a secret of her own? But it's a pity I misunderstood her for a long time." "It's fine," Lin Yun comforted. Xiling nodded. "We'll depart for the ancient barren domain in just 10 odd days. You have to perform well and not embarrass our fleeting cloud sword sect. No matter what, you're someone who defeated Qinsong, and you're destined to suppress all the geniuses on the ancient barren domain. So you must become first on the test. If you put it that way, then I'll feel pressured, smiled Lin Yun. Humph. Who are you trying to bluff? Yi Xiling rolled her eyes. You can't laze around just because Big Sister Sue isn't here. I'll supervise you. Lin Yun bitterly smiled when he heard that, because he never expected that Yi Xiling would form such a deep relationship with Su Xiao. You're saying you're going to the sword sect as well? Lin Yun suddenly recalled that Yi Xiling was a fated transcendent who had awakened the Radiant Snow bloodline. The Radiant Snow bloodline was an ancient saint clan, and it seemed to be outside the ancient barren domain. With Yi Xiling's aptitude, she would be able to receive more resources if she went to the Radiant Snow clan. That's for sure. Yi Xiling smiled. The sword sect is the strongest sect for swordsmen in the ancient barren domain, and you can even say it's the strongest for swordsmen in the Eastern Desolation. You don't know how many Saint Clan descendants dream of entering the sword sect. But the sword sect has a high threshold, even if it's open to everyone. You first have to be at the Elysium core realm, and you also have to make it through the test. So disciples of the sword sect are no doubt elite of the elites. There are rumors that the Radiant Sword Saint might take in a disciple this time. Then again, those are only rumors. But something is confirmed. Saints from the 6 other peaks will appear to take in disciples. His face changed because he knew what it meant when Lin Yun heard that. This meant that the sword sect finally felt the pressure from the profound sky sect and resorted to such means. After all, every single saint was equivalent to nobility. It was practically impossible for a saint to take a disciple because saints have stepped on the saint path. This meant that they had transcended from being mortals. So Lin Yun could imagine how bustling this test would be. So you can't embarrass the fleeting cloud sword sect, Yi Xiling said with a grave expression. My father already decided to put more effort into the fleeting cloud sword sect to expand the sword sect's territory in the profound Azure Prefecture. When Lin Yun saw the pride Yi Xiling had on her face when she mentioned her father, he couldn't help smiling. He knew how far this father and daughter couple had come to reconcile. Okay, I will do my best, smiled Lin Yun. Yi Xiling smiled when she heard that with a light flashing through her pupils. Speaking of which, you've lied to me for so long, saying that you weren't Flower Burial. I've yet to resolve that with you. Lin Yun was stunned when he heard that because he didn't expect that Yi Xiling still remembered that. Well, it doesn't matter. Like what you've said, not all likes are the same. I like you, but I also like Flower Burial. Flower Burial is Flower Burial, and Lin Yun is Lin Yun. Yi Xiling suddenly stood up and brushed her fringe to the side. Lin Yun instantly knew why Su Xiao would have such a good relationship with her. There were traits of Yi Xiling that matched the Divine Dragon era, where women were not inferior to men. Just like that, 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the rising sky stage in the fleeting cloud sword sect, a profound azure bird stood out. Lin Yun, Wang Yuruo, Yi Xiling, Feng Zhang, Lu Qingyan, and Feng Zhu from the sword sect were gathered here. Today was the day they would leave the fleeting cloud sword sect for the ancient barren domain, and perhaps they might never return in their lifetime. The profound azure bird was Feng Zhu's mount that could travel in the 4th layer of heaven. This was an extremely rare astral beast species. This was something that the sword sect had bestowed upon him after Feng Zhu reached the Samsara Edict realm, and not every Samsara Edict realm could afford to raise it. When the profound azure bird flapped its wings, it swiftly left the rising sky stage. But Zhang Liken bit his lips as he stood beside Jian Jingtian. When the group left, he finally couldn't bear the tears rolling down his cheeks and yelled, "Junior brother Lin, wait for me. One fine day, I ensure that the fleeting cloud sword sect's name will spread throughout the Eastern Desolation. If 100 years isn't enough, then 300 years. If 300 years isn't enough, I'll take 800 years to do it. I gave you my promise." On the profound azure bird, Lin Yun turned back to look at Zhang Liken. He only casually said it previously, but he never expected that Zhang Liken would remember it. "I'll be back, so wait for me," Lin Yun yelled back. "Master, why does everyone have to leave? Isn't it great if everyone stayed in the fleeting cloud sword sect?" Zhang Liken was like a kid as he cried. He had deep feelings for the fleeting cloud sword sect. He also wanted to leave with them, but he was the chief disciple there. If the fleeting cloud sword sect was everyone's home, someone ultimately had to stay behind to take care of this home. Master, I also want to go with them. Jiang Liken hugged Jian Jingtian and started crying like a baby, and he couldn't control his tears. Silly kid, don't cry, said Jian Jingtian. The day will finally come when the baby eagles spread their wings. But only a true hero will stay behind. The speed of the profound azure bird was shocking, especially after reaching the 4th layer of heaven. It only took half a day for them to fly away from profound azure prefecture's territory. Heaven had 7 flights, and the 4th layer was the last layer of the first flight. The environment would become dangerous, and the surroundings were covered with thunderclouds. Simultaneously, there were also many dangerous beasts here. But the profound azure bird was a samsara edict realm demonic beast. So when it flew, it enveloped everyone in starlight, making them feel like they stood on a steady floating island. When everyone got out of the melancholy of leaving, they were filled with anticipation for the ancient barren domain. Even Yi Xiling was excited because she grew up in the fleeting cloud sword sect. Even if she had the opportunity to train outside the profound azure prefecture, she had never been somewhere so far away from it. On the profound azure bird, everyone was going through the ancient barren record that Fengju gave them. The book explained all the sects, clans, and territories of the ancient barren domain. Feng Zhang sighed when he looked through the ancient barren record. Although I know about the existence of the Divine Dragon Empire, Eastern Desolation, and the ancient barren domain, I never imagined that the Kunlun realm would be so vast. The profound azure prefecture is just the tip of the iceberg of the ancient barren domain, and it's no different from a deserted land. The Feng Zhang, who once suffered a huge loss in Lin Yun's hands, had grown a lot since then, and he had stowed the arrogance he once had away. He then continued, the ancient heaven domain, ancient earth domain, ancient profound domain, ancient barren domain, ancient lightning domain, ancient fire domain, ancient ice domain, ancient wind domain, and the ancient saint domain. There are 9 ancient domains in the Kunlun realm, and the Divine Dragon Empire occupies 5. I never expected that the Divine Dragon Empire would be so powerful. Putting down the ancient barren record in her hand, Yi Xiling said, the core of the Divine Dragon Empire is the ancient saint domain, and they're in control of the ancient wind domain, ancient fire domain, ancient lightning domain, and the ancient ice domain directly. The eastern desolation on the east, the western desert on the west, the southern border on the south, and the northern ridge on the north. Regardless of the eastern desolation or the western desert, those 2 regions were so unbelievably huge that it would be hard for even saints to cross them with their strength. It wasn't because it was vast, but because there were many forbidden areas in those 2 regions that contained unimaginable dangers. The ancient heaven domain was located in the western desert, the ancient profound domain was situated in the southern border, the ancient earth domain was found in the northern ridge, and the ancient barren domain was located in the eastern desolation. Anyone could tell that the Divine Dragon Empire wanted to use the 4 ancient domains to subdue the eastern desolation, western desert, northern ridge, and the southern border. But looking at it again now, it wasn't realistic because only the 4 ancient domains were in the Divine Dragon Empire's control. The world might seem at peace, but chaos would break out at any moment with the undercurrent circulating throughout the Kunlun realm. Lin Yun fell into silence as he held onto the ancient barren record. He was surprised that the 9 ancient domains would correspond to the carefree 9 swords except for the final sword form, which was hard to be carefree in the world. Perhaps the 9th sword form should be the saint sword form that corresponded to the ancient saint domain, but it was changed for some reason. Right then, Fengju suddenly spoke up on the profound azure bird. The Divine Dragon Empire doesn't have much influence in the ancient barren domain, so this is practically an isolated region filled with various sects and clans. Over there, only saints are standing at the top of the pyramid. The ancient barren domain is a holy land for cultivators, and the sword sect was a holy land for all swordsmen. Fengju briefly paused before he continued. Saints of the various peaks will take in disciples in this test, and this is a rare opportunity. The competition will be unprecedented, attracting many geniuses from the various saint clans. This means it'll be even harder to enter the sword sect than it was in the past. When he spoke, Fengju looked at Lin Yun. He told Lin Yun that he could immediately enter the sword sect with his accomplishments on the heavenly path and profound Wither Island. So there was no need for him to prove his talent. Most importantly, Lin Yun was still young and barely 20 this year. But the threshold for this test was the age of 25. This meant that everyone could participate as long as they didn't exceed the age of 25. To fated transcendence, the advantage in age was terrifying because that practically represented their advantage in their cultivation. So it wouldn't be surprising if Heavenly Elysium Core Realm geniuses joined this test. Or rather, it was inevitable that there would be Heavenly Elysium Core Realm geniuses. With the Saint Clan's foundation in the ancient barren domain, their descendants practically had no difficulty cultivating before they reached the Dragon Pulse realm. Lin Yun was strong, but the direct descendants from those Saint Clans wouldn't be weak. In addition to the advantage of their age, they were terrifying. Some Saint Clans even possessed ghost spirit martial techniques that they would allow their direct descendants to comprehend when they were in the Empyrean realm to ensure that they could start practicing the moment they reached the Elysium Core realm. Lin Yun didn't know that the Radiant Sword Saint had already decided to take him as a disciple. He didn't think much when he rejected Fengju's offer because he wanted to take the test as a disciple from the Fleeting Cloud Sword Sect. He had deep feelings for the Fleeting Cloud Sword Sect, for one. Secondly, he was confident in his strength, so he was confident that he would obtain a good ranking on the test. It's that hard. Feng Zhang and Lu Qingyan were shocked by what Fengju said. Fengju glanced at the two and said, "You two drank the golden dragon bone soup, so it's equivalent to refining the dragon blood, dragon essence, and the dragon marrow. Even descendants of the Saint Clan might not be comparable to the two of you. If it's just entering the sword sect, the two of you are more than qualified." Hearing that allowed Feng Zhang and Lu Qingyan to let out a breath of relief. But they didn't dare to relax because they knew the test wouldn't be simple. Due to the sheer size of the Eastern Desolation, it took them 10 odd days to reach the border of the ancient barren domain, even if they were flying on the 4th layer of heaven. But they still had some distance to go to reach the sword sect. The entire ancient barren domain occupied nearly 30% of the Eastern Desolation. The scale was small but ancient, and there was plenty of spiritual energy. The Divine Dragon Empire might be the ruler in name, but they didn't have any actual authority over the ancient barren domain. The ancient barren domain was a territory for the various sects, and many inheritances were left over there. During this period, everyone was busy refining the golden dragon bone soup, aiming to become even stronger before sword sect's test. As for Lin Yun and Yi Xiling, one was practicing the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Sword Cannon, and the other was practicing the Dragon Blood Sword Sutra. Over the past 10 odd days, Lin Yun stabilized the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Sword Cannon in the first stage. The surface of the ocean of astral energy in his Violet Palace was covered in a golden mist that manifested into 3 strands of golden sword auras that gave off sacred auras. The golden mists were the Dragon Phoenix sword auras that Lin Yun had refined from his astral energy. And this was a higher quality of astral energy that everyone spoke of, also known as innate saint aura. Now that it was finally formed, its power was much stronger than when Lin Yun fought Qin Song. The golden mist from back then couldn't even be compared to a strand of his current Dragon Phoenix sword aura. Not to mention if Lin Yun utilized all 3 strands of the Dragon Phoenix sword aura. When everyone finally felt a faint tremor on the back of the profound azure bird, they opened their eyes with doubt. The profound azure bird was fast, but the journey was firm without many tremors. "We've arrived in the ancient barren domain," said Fengju. "The 36 layers of heavens are restricted above the ancient barren domain, so we can only travel under the 36 layers of heaven. There were many forbidden zones in the 36 layers of heaven, so it was rare to find any coordinates and maps corresponding to the 36 layers. So it would be dangerous even for a Samsara Edict Realm expert if they barge in recklessly." After a brief explanation from Fengju, he controlled the profound azure bird to break 3 cracks in the air, and a vast ocean, along with massive mountains, appeared before them. This meant that they had finally arrived in the ancient barren domain. This was a place flourishing with various clans and sections. Every day there would be a new sect emerging and a sect being destroyed. The killing had never stopped for a moment in this vast territory, and everyone was equivalent to ants as long as they didn't step onto the saint path. A clan or sect without a saint could be destroyed the next moment. Not to mention that the ancient barren domain wasn't under the control of the divine dragon empire. The rulers of this vast land were the 8 powerful sects: the Sword Sect, Profound Valley, Heavenly Note Sect, Heavenly Blade Pavilion, Thunder Sect, Vajra Monastery, Emerald Jade Manor, and the Profound Sky Sect. The 8 sects had a long history of several thousand years. But even the 8 powerful sects would face intense competition, such as the newly risen sects like the Azure Thunder Sect, Myriad Beast Gate, and Flame Phoenix sects. Aside from that, many saint clans formed the intermediate forces in the ancient barren domain. In the northeast, there was a vast mountain range that stretched a few 100,000 miles, and every single summit of the mountains had sword rays blooming, giving off a terrifying sword aura. Among the mountain ranges, 7 mountains stood out the most because they were like swords that stabbed into the clouds. That was where the Sword Sect was situated in the ancient barren domain. Outside the gate of the Sword Sect was a massive city. It was a lot more grand than the Azure city that Lin Yun had seen before. The city was already filled with people who were all geniuses who came to participate in the test. The test, held once every 4 years, had set off huge waves amongst the various clans in the ancient barren domain, with many swordsmen rushing over. Feng Ju settled everyone in an inn manned by an old man. He quickly introduced, "This is Old Lu. He'll bring you guys over to take the test 10 days from now." "Martial uncle, you're not coming together with us?" Feng Zhang was surprised. Old Lu was only at the Dragon Pulse realm, and there was no way his status or strength could be compared to Feng Ju. "Nah, there's nothing I can do to help you guys in the test, and this city is within the protection of the Sword Sect. So you guys are safe here," replied Feng Ju. Even if Feng Ju spoke of it casually, Lin Yun knew that this was because Feng Ju was expelled from the Sword Sect and could no longer be considered a disciple of the Radiant Sword Saint. Though everyone knew it was all an act, Feng Ju couldn't enter the Sword Sect publicly and could only sneak in. "Ladies and gentlemen, come with me this way," smiled Old Lu. "The city is filled with people, and it's hard to find an empty inn. I still have to serve others, so please don't take it to heart." The group naturally wouldn't mind because they knew they would have to spend an astronomical sum of divine astral pellets if they wanted to find a place to stay. But when they entered, they noticed that there were hundreds of people. They were all assigned to a building, so it wasn't too packed for them. More people came? There really are a lot of people. When Lin Yun's group was led into the courtyard by Old Lu, the windows of the nearby buildings were opened with countless gazes staring at them. When their gazes fell onto Yi Xiling, their eyes were instantly glued to her, and they couldn't turn their attention away. Anyone who saw Yi Xiling had to admit that she was beautiful. Not to mention the heroic temperament around her couldn't be found in many girls. That's why many people were naturally awestruck when they saw Yi Xiling. Even Lin Yun and the rest, who had interacted with Yi Xiling often, had to admit that she was beautiful. When Lin Yun glanced around, he saw many gazes on Yi Xiling and smiled. "Senior Sister Yi, it looks like you're pretty popular. I would have dug their eyes out if we were not in this inn," Yi Xiling replied, glaring at Lin Yun. She wasn't fond of attention because it would make her feel like she was in a zoo. Lin Yun merely smiled in response because he knew that Yi Xiling had the strength to do it. When he swept his gaze over, there weren't many who attracted his attention aside from one who had reached the Greater Elysium Core Realm. But there was nothing impressive. Reaching the Greater Elysium Core Realm before the age of 25 could be considered a top-tier genius in the Profound Azure Prefecture. He could only be regarded as a mediocre genius in the entire ancient barren domain. So Lin Yun didn't pay much attention to that fellow. Lin Yun ignored them, but this didn't mean that the attention on Yi Xiling decreased. When Lin Yun's group entered the courtyard, everyone began to ask about them. In a luxuriously decorated room, many people were seated around one person. Judging from their clothes, they all came from the same sect, the Flowing Cloud sect. This was the Greater Elysium Core Realm genius that Lin Yun had taken an extra eye on, and his name was Jiang Tao. The Flowing Cloud sect could be considered an average sect in the ancient barren domain. The sect had a saint in it, so the sect could be comparable to an ordinary saint clan. It might be nothing compared to the sword sect, but it was a giant compared to the fleeting cloud sword sect. As a sect that could survive in the ancient barren domain for so long, despite the intense competition, the Flowing Cloud sect wasn't weak. Senior brother, I've looked into them. Several people entered the room and chuckled. They're disciples of the fleeting cloud sword sect, and they're here for the test. The one with long legs is Yi Xiling. Fleeting cloud sword sect? Everyone was baffled when they heard that because they had never heard of such a sect before, so they shouldn't be from the ancient barren domain. But since there were many powerful inheritances and forces in the Eastern Desolation, just because they didn't hear of it didn't mean that it was weak. It's normal that senior brother didn't hear of it before. It's a sect located in the profound Azure Prefecture, a wilderness, smiled a disciple of the Flowing Cloud sect. Haha! People of the wilderness dare to participate in the sword sect's test. This is interesting. Ha ha ha. Such a beautiful woman is from the wilderness? Senior brother, you just have to tell her your identity, and she'll probably end up in your bed tonight. I don't think senior brother even has to open his mouth to ask. The other disciples had disdain reflected in their eyes when they heard that the fleeting cloud sword sect was from the profound Azure Prefecture. They even felt that it was Yi Xiling's glory to be together with their senior brother. Their senior brother, Jiang Tao, had an extraordinary temperament. Not only was his cultivation the highest, but his temperament was also unique when compared to everyone else. Jiang Tao snorted after glancing at everyone. He was from the Jiang Saint clan in the ancient barren domain with a saint in his clan, meaning he was someone of extraordinary birth. The Jiang Saint clan could be considered as one of the 10 saint clans in the ancient barren domain. But Jiang Tao wasn't a direct descendant of the clan, he was only a branch descendant. Not to mention that he also didn't have a heaven-defying talent, so this meant he didn't receive any attention from the Jiang Saint clan. So he left for the Flowing Cloud sect. After he entered the Flowing Cloud sect, he smoothly became the chief disciple and received more resources than when he was in the Jiang Saint clan. Furthermore, he had always felt superior in the Flowing Cloud sect. Silence. I only asked you to ask around, so mind your words. Do I look like a lecher in your eyes? Don't you guys know shame as swordsmen? Jiang Tao coldly questioned. His words instantly stunned everyone, and none of them dared to utter a word. They weren't like this usually, and they didn't have much concern after hearing that those people came from the profound Azure Prefecture. To those from the ancient barren domain, the profound Azure Prefecture was no different from the wilderness, and people who came from there were no different from barbarians. So they couldn't help feeling ashamed after listening to Jiang Tao's reprimand. But then, Jiang Tao's tone suddenly changed. But it's natural for a gentleman to court a beauty. We can visit them tonight. Ha ha ha. Senior brother will surely succeed. They're mere barbarians from the wilderness. Only someone like senior brother can be considered a true man. Senior brother is from the Jiang Saint clan, so that woman will surely know what that means. Everyone was briefly stunned before they started flattering Jiang Tao. Jiang Tao didn't have any changes on his face, but violent waves were bellowing in his heart because such a gorgeous woman was rare, even in the ancient barren domain. He couldn't believe she came from a wilderness like the profound Azure Prefecture. He just hoped Yi Xiling wouldn't disappoint him. Jiang Tao closed his eyes. He was a prideful person, so he didn't think of failure when he made a move. So he was planning what to do after he succeeded. Why did he want to bring everyone over? This was because he didn't want to give others an excuse to speak badly about him. After everyone from the fleeting cloud sword sect entered the courtyard, Lin Yun took out the divine astral pellets to cultivate after returning to his room. In his violet palace, the fourth strand of the Dragon Phoenix sword aura was about to manifest. Once he circulates the Dragon Phoenix world annihilating sword cannon, the 4 strands of the Dragon Phoenix sword aura would reach a terrifying power. But since Lin Yun hadn't fought with anyone, he still had no idea how strong they were. But it shouldn't be an issue for him to instantly kill ordinary Greater Elysium Core Realm experts. When night came, Lin Yun opened his eyes. The few hundred divine astral pellets around him had been exhausted. Looks like I'm broke now. Lin Yun sighed. The Dragon Phoenix World annihilating sword cannon was no different from a bottomless pit, and he had exhausted nearly 1,000 divine astral pellets in just half a day. This also meant that he had used up all the resources he had on him. The only good news was that the foundation he had built on the profound Wither Island was too vast, and he was still digesting it. The Great Saint Origin has 9 seals, and each seal will bring me spiritual energy that far exceeds Saint Elixirs. But I have no idea when I can unlock the second seal, and it's too unrealistic to place my hopes on it, muttered Lin Yun. He suddenly realized that he was penniless. He had a huge harvest in the profound Wither Island. But regardless of the Azure Dragon Saint Art or Dragon Phoenix World annihilating sword cannon, the resources he needed were too massive. If it were Fengzhang or the others, even 10 years wouldn't be enough for them to digest the harvest if they were in his position. Lin Yun, when will you give this Empress my 500 kilograms of true dragon Saint Liquid? Lil Purple's voice resounded from the sword box. Hush, I'm having a headache now. Lin Yun only hoped to gather all the resources he needed after joining the sword sect. Aside from the true dragon Saint Liquid, he also urgently required a dragon bone. Without a dragon bone, his Azure Dragon Saint Art would be lacking no matter what. Let's go out and take a look then. In the end, Lin Yun decided to look around. This place was usually bustling to begin with, but with the test approaching, the number of people in the city has reached an unprecedented height. This city was close to the sword sect, so the flourishing site here was comparable to an imperial city. When Lin Yun came to the main hall, he could hear a commotion outside the pavilion. Yi Xiling was seated before a desk, wearing a cold expression with killing intent flashing in her pupils. What's going on? Lin Yun asked Wang Yurua, who was to the side. Wang Yurua sneaked a peek at Yi Xiling before she said softly, Someone wanted to visit senior sister Yi. Senior brother Feng and senior brother Zhang are outside stopping them. But there are more and more people coming over. Looks like everyone really treats the profound Azure Prefecture as a wilderness. Lin Yun's eyes flashed with rage because he had instantly figured everything out. Back on the profound Wither Island, all the big sects from the ancient Barren Domain had never placed cultivators from the profound Azure Prefecture in their eyes, but he never expected that it would be the same in the Sword Sect. Intruding a private residence was a rude act, and there were so many people gathered outside. This only meant they didn't place the fleeting Cloud Sword Sect in their eyes. But speaking of which, he didn't expect that Yi Xiling's charm would be so great, since he didn't notice it at all back in the fleeting Cloud Sword Sect. Outside the pavilion, many people gathered to pay Yi Xiling a visit, which was something that Lu Qingyan and Fengzhang had never experienced before. Get your senior sister to come out. Is it that hard to meet with us? They're just barbarians from the wilderness and have the guts to put up airs with us? A bunch of people from the profound Azure Prefecture wishes to join the Sword Sect? What a pipe dream. But you guys might have a chance if you guys form a good relationship with us. Those people outside were already running out of patience. As for Lu Qingyan and Fengzhang, their faces were already ugly. They weren't looking down on them, but they didn't place them in their eyes. They knew that the profound Azure Prefecture was nothing in the eyes of the Eastern Desolation, but they didn't expect that they would take it this far. What's with the uproar? Jiang Tao came, leading the Flowing Cloud Sex party. Seeing so many people gathered here, he couldn't help locking his brows together. When the crowd saw Jiang Tao, they immediately became quiet because they had long heard of this chief disciple from the Flowing Cloud sect. Jiang Tao was from the Jiang Saint clan with his cultivation at the Greater Elysium Core Realm. He was only 25 this year, achieved greater mastery in the Sky Sword intent, and grasped the Cloud intent simultaneously. So he could be considered a somewhat formidable genius. If there were no accidents, it shouldn't be an issue for him to enter the Sword Sect. The door opened with Lin Yun and Yi Xiling walking out right then. When everyone glanced at Yi Xiling from afar, they were all breath-taken by her beauty, and their breathing became hurried. They couldn't imagine that someone of Yi Xiling's beauty would come from the profound Azure Prefecture, and they began to wonder if Yi Xiling had opened the door for them. Jiang Tao smiled because he thought Yi Xiling knew about his identity. Standing 10-odd meters away, he smiled. My name is Jiang Tao, and I'm grateful that Lady Yi has opened your door for me. Lin Yun had some impression of this person because Jiang Tao was the only person who had reached the greater Elysium core realm in this inn. But there was nothing impressive about this Jiang Tao besides being shameless. Lin Yun merely glanced at Jiang Tao before he shifted his gaze to everyone else, using his sword intent to sweep through the entire inn. The sword sect used this inn to house their subsidiary forces, but many people entered this inn because of how filled the city was. The inn was heavily guarded, and Lin Yun's sword intent could sense many Dragon Pulse Realm experts and a Samsara Edict Realm expert. But seeing that they didn't react, did this mean that they wouldn't interfere in the affairs between juniors? Swiftly recollecting his thoughts, Lin Yun said, "You guys are all here for the test, and it's only right for us to get acquainted, especially since we've just arrived. But it's late tonight, so we'll pay everyone a visit at a later date. So, please leave." Lin Yun was already polite, hinting his refusal and the test's importance. But Jiang Tao's face sank because he felt he was being disregarded. Earlier, he seemed confident that Yi Xiling opened her door for him. But Lin Yun quickly disregarded him. How could he accept that? Most importantly, Yi Xiling didn't deny that, and she didn't spare a glance at him. Looks like the door wasn't opened for Jiang Tao. Haha, this is interesting. Jiang Tao is being disregarded. Those from the other forces were briefly stunned before they instantly figured out what Lin Yun was trying to say. But their expressions became playful because a small sect from the profound Azure Prefecture actually dared to disregard Jiang Tao. It was just as they had expected, since the other disciples from the Flowing Cloud sect became unhappy when they saw Jiang Tao's face sink. "Who the hell do you think you are? Our senior brother is here to pay Lady Yi a visit. Who the hell do you think you are? Didn't you see that the door has opened for our senior brother? Get lost while you still can." The Flowing Cloud sect's disciples all looked at Lin Yun unhappily. Their words nearly made Yi Xiling flare up. But just when she was about to make a move, Lin Yun stopped her with a smile. "I have a good temper, so let me handle this matter first." When Lin Yun claimed that he had a good temper, the lips of Feng Zhang and Lu Qingyan twitched as they sent a weird look at Lin Yun. This was because they knew how good Lin Yun's temper was. "I really have a good temper." Lin Yun looked at Feng Zhang and Lu Qingyan, who had helpless smiles on their faces. "So, you're saying I don't have a good temper?" Yi Xiling unhappily glared at Lin Yun. Lin Yun didn't dare to reply, but he knew that Yi Xiling had no tolerance for someone like Jiang Tao. If she made a move, then no one here would be able to escape. At the very least, they would all end up heavily crippled. At that time, let's not mention if they could still partake in the test. It would be a problem if they could get down from their bedward in half a year. Since this inn belonged to the Sword Sect, Lin Yun felt he had to give the Sword Sect some face. After all, there was a Samsara Edict realm stationed in this inn. When Jiang Tao saw Lin Yun and Yi Xiling happily chatting amongst themselves and disregarding him, his rage finally reached the limit. How could he suck this up? Who was he? He was a descendant of a saint clan. But mere barbarians have the guts to disregard him? But what made him even more furious was how close Yi Xiling and Lin Yun looked when they were chatting, which sparked his jealousy. Initially, he only treated Yi Xiling as a gem from the countryside, but he didn't expect her to be so aloof. So how could he possibly bear it? As rage blazed in Jiang Tao's eyes, he suppressed his anger. Since they wanted to play with him, he would play with them. He smiled. "You look decent. How do I address you?" When Lin Yun looked at Jiang Tao, he instantly knew what the latter was planning and replied with a smile. "Lin Yun. Flower Burial Lin Yun. Lin Yun? Have you heard of him before? Do you guys know who he is?" "Haha. What are you talking about? How can someone from the countryside possibly be heard by me? They have to be at least in the top 3,000s on the Empyrean ranking. But do you think that's possible?" "That makes sense." Everyone mocked when they heard Lin Yun's introduction. It had only been 2 months since the events on the profound Wither Island, so Lin Yun's acts of starting a massacre and suppressing Qinsong still hadn't spread out in the ancient Barren domain. Not to mention that Lin Yun had just reached the Elysium core realm, so he didn't leave his name behind on the Empyrean ranking, nor did he have his name on the Elysium core ranking for now. But Lin Yun's name had long spread throughout the Saint clans and powerful sects. So Lin Yun's name was only heard by those at the top of the pyramid in the ancient barren domain for now. These people who were ridiculing him had no idea that they were the frogs in the well. Zhang Tao had stayed in the flowing cloud sect for a long time, so he naturally never heard of Lin Yun's name. He smiled. Since you dare to give yourself a title, I believe that Brother Lin is proficient in the sword, right? He planned to praise Lin Yun to Cloud 9 before slapping his face. Zhang Tao had often used this tactic and planned to use it on Lin Yun again. Not bad, I guess? Lin Yun replied. Zhang Tao squinted his eyes and said with a friendly smile, So, do you have any interest in exchanging some moves? You said it wasn't appropriate for a visit since it has gotten dark. So it should be fine to forge a friendship with swords, right? I don't think that's a good idea. Lin Yun disagreed because he had no interest in bullying Zhang Tao. Haha. Brother Lin, you don't have to worry that I'll take advantage of you. Let's not use our cultivation at all, and we'll simply exchange some moves with our sword techniques. Zhang Tao wore an even more friendly smile. I don't think there's a need for that, replied Lin Yun. If they used their cultivation, Zhang Tao might be able to last for a more extended period of time since he had a cultivation at the Greater Elysium core realm. But if they weren't going to use their cultivation at all, then Zhang Tao was no different from courting death. This was why Lin Yun didn't think there was a need for that. It's just a small game. To start, I'll play something to bet on myself, said Zhang Tao as he retrieved a box from his interspatial pouch. When he opened the box, an elixir shrouded in 9 strands of sacred light was revealed. Each strand of light was brilliant and looked alive. Aside from that, the pellet's surface was engraved with runes that prevented the spiritual energy in the pellet from escaping. The pellet's surface was enveloped in a faint light that made the entire pellet look like a crystal. A fragrance was also emitted from the pellet that formed into a faint rainbow ripple in the air, so the entire pellet was shining brightly. 9 profound pellet. Holy shit. The Flowing Cloud sect prepared a saint pellet for Zhang Tao. Looks like the Flowing Cloud sect treated him well because of his origin from a saint clan. This is really generous of them. He's probably here to become a disciple of a saint. I heard that the saints of the sword sect would be showing up this time to take in disciples. If he manages to become a saint's disciple, everything will be worth it. When everyone saw the 9 profound pellet in Zhang Tao's hand, they were first shocked before their pupils were filled with envy. Meanwhile, everyone from the fleeting Cloud Sword sect was looking at Lin Yun with weird gazes. I don't need you to defeat me. This 9 profound pellet is yours as long as you can last 10 moves under my hands. I, Zhang Tao, am a man of my word. Zhang Tao smiled. He wasn't afraid Lin Yun wouldn't be attracted because he was confident that anyone would fall for his trick if they heard his offer. When he was done, even the people in the surroundings were tempted by Zhang Tao's offer and turned to look at Zhang Tao enviously. There's no need for that. Lin Yun still didn't agree to it. That Saint Pellet was extraordinary, and he would be lying to say that he wasn't tempted. But he would be bullying Zhang Tao if he agreed to it. If Zhang Tao didn't take out the Saint Pellet for the bet, Lin Yun might have had a slight interest in playing with him. What's wrong? Flower Burial doesn't have the guts to take on my challenge? You don't even dare to take 10 moves from our senior brother, and you have the face to give yourself a title. A disciple of the Flowing Cloud sect mocked with everyone echoing after her. None of them was a pushover, and they instantly figured out that Zhang Tao was trying to mess with this barbarian from the profound Azure Prefecture. Lin Yun briefly pondered and replied, Let's exchange a few moves, then. It's a friendly spar, so let's not take it too far. After all, I have a good temper. Ha. Zhang Tao smiled. When he was done, he drew his sword, and his saint's sword shone from the light reflected on it. Simultaneously, white astral energy poured out of his body and enveloped his sword, making his saint's sword look even more extraordinary. Zhang Tao naturally practiced the cultivation technique from the Flowing Cloud sect. But as a member of the Zhang Saint clan, he also cultivated the Zhang clan's Aqua Cloud Sword Sutra, which made the astral energy flowing on the sword look like misty clouds. Draw your sword, Zhang Tao coldly said as he looked at Lin Yun. But Lin Yun shook his head and replied, There's no need for me to draw my sword since we're only having a friendly spar. Flower burial, you're arrogant. Then let me see how strong you are. Zhang Tao attacked first after a cold snort. He had used a sword technique at the level of Holy Spirit martial techniques right from the start. Since they weren't far from each other to begin with, his thrust unleashed a torrent of sword rays over at Lin Yun. Lin Yun inwardly nodded his head when he saw Zhang Tao's attack. Zhang Tao's attainment in the sword path wasn't bad. Aside from grasping sky sword intent, he was also proficient in cloud intent. This was the path most swordsmen would take. They would empower their sword intent with another martial intent before it reached the height of firmament sword intent. But it was a pity that Zhang Tao ran into him. They weren't on the same level. The firmament sword intent represented the sky, and how could mere tricks be compared to the sky? Lin Yun used his fingers like a sword with a faint light enveloping his fingertips before he easily blocked Zhang Tao's sword with a swipe of his fingers. Lin Yun didn't just stop Zhang Tao's attack, but he also sealed off his next move. If there was an expert there, they would be able to tell that Zhang Tao had already lost this friendly spar. How is this possible? Zhang Tao's face changed as he quickly retreated before he unleashed his attacks once more, unleashing several attacks. But every single time, Lin Yun would just simply swipe his fingers to block Zhang Tao's attack and force him to retreat. This left everyone in the surroundings dumbfounded, with their jaws nearly falling off. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Some of them might not be able to see anything from the first move, but it was already the seventh move. So even an idiot could tell that Lin Yun's attainment in the sword path was much higher than Zhang Tao's. Lin Yun was like a world tree, while Zhang Tao was like a weed. There was no way the two could even be compared to each other. But what was even more terrifying was that they could tell that Zhang Tao's sword techniques were frightening, at least for them. But Lin Yun could easily resolve Zhang Tao's attacks, making Zhang Tao look like a child swinging his sword before Lin Yun. It has been 10 moves. 10 moves later, Lin Yun brushed away Zhang Tao's sword before he pushed his palm forth, forcing Zhang Tao to take 3 steps back before he could stabilize his footing. I'm not done yet. Zhang Tao's pupils flashed with rage. He was enraged this time and wanted to bring out his cultivation to suppress Lin Yun. Junior brother, watch out! Feng Zhang and Lu Qingyan called out. Lin Yun was surprised by Zhang Tao's sudden change in action, but he swiftly reacted and stepped out. When he reappeared, he was already standing before Zhang Tao. Everyone in the surroundings took a cold breath when they saw Lin Yun's speed. When Lin Yun pushed his palm out, his palm landed on Zhang Tao's chest, forcing Zhang Tao to take several steps back. It has been 10 moves, said Lin Yun as he placed his hands behind his back. This time, the rage on Zhang Tao's face had reached the limit as he said, "You win." But just when he turned away, Lin Yun's voice resounded behind him. I said that it has been 10 moves. Didn't you hear me? Zhang Tao, who took several steps out, laughed when he heard what Lin Yun said. Turning around, he snickered. Don't tell me that you believed that I'd give you the 9 profound pellet? This saint pellet was prepared for me for the test. It has nothing to do with you. You sure you want to mess with me? Lin Yun said with a cold light flashing through his pupils. So what if I'm messing with you? What can a barbarian like you from the profound Azure Prefecture do to me? When I become the disciple of a saint, you'll see how I deal with you. What a ridiculous person. Zhang Tao sneered. Zhang Tao flipped the table because he wasn't afraid Lin Yun would dare to do anything to him. This inn belonged to the sword sect with multiple experts here. He didn't believe that Lin Yun would dare to kill him. Instead, he hoped that Lin Yun would cause a huge fuss. It would be uncertain who would be killed at that time when everyone summons their constellations. So Zhang Tao calmly looked at Lin Yun because he was confident that there was nothing Lin Yun could do to him. As he looked forward to making Lin Yun summon his constellation, he provoked Lin Yun further. What's the matter? You want to make a move against me? At that time, they could fight again when he brings out his entire cultivation at the Greater Elysium core realm. Well, I'm known for having a good temper. Lin Yun smiled. Zhang Tao's eyes disdainfully flashed when he heard Lin Yun didn't fall for it. But when he wanted to turn around and leave, he suddenly realized that he could no longer move. This instantly changed his face drastically as he raised his head to see Lin Yun smiling at him with the same expression. This time, he was panicking because he could feel that his entire body was filled with Lin Yun's sword intent. Even his sky sword intent had been utterly suppressed. This was simply too terrifying because Jiang Tao had never experienced something like this before. His body wasn't listening to him. When Lin Yun stretched his hand out and tugged, he executed the Azure Dragon Grasp and pulled Jiang Tao over. When Jiang Tao appeared before Lin Yun clenched his fist and punched Jiang Tao in the chest. This punch made the astral energy enveloping Jiang Tao crumble with cracks appearing on his ribs and his internal organs shattering into pieces. This scene caused everyone to feel a chill down their spine with shock plastered on their faces. Jiang Tao threw out a mouthful of blood before he was sent flying back. Lin Yun stopped him by holding onto his wrist. Despite the pain, Jiang Tao yelled, "No! No! No!" When Lin Yun bent Jiang Tao's arm to 90 degrees. This made Jiang Tao scream even louder from the pain. But that wasn't all. Lin Yun then kicked Jiang Tao, easily shattering his left knee before repeating and doing the same for his right knee. With both knees shattered, Jiang Tao weakly fell to his knees when Lin Yun dropped him. Jiang Tao's face was pale, with his face distorted from the pain. Just when he wanted to circulate his astral energy to fly away, Lin Yun gave him a slap that made Jiang Tao slam to the ground. When Jiang Tao threw out a mouthful of blood, he spat out several broken teeth. When Lin Yun gave Jiang Tao another slap, Jiang Tao threw out a mouthful of blood. This time, he even threw out the fragments of his internal organs. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw this scene and began to tremble in fear. They could feel their scalps going numb and couldn't utter a single word. Everything took place in the blink of an eye, and the disciples of the Flowing Cloud sect didn't even have the time to react. When they recovered from their shock, 8 disciples of the Flowing Cloud sect became furious, drawing their swords and charging toward Lin Yun. But just when they drew their swords out by half an inch, a sword ray accompanied by a cold breeze blew past. Just like that, the 8 fell to the ground and were nearly severed from their waist, with the ground dyed with their blood. This instantly made all the audience members tremble in fear, with their faces becoming pale. Turning their heads around, they saw Yi Xiling sheathing her sword. They immediately realized Lin Yun and Yi Xiling were demons, one more terrifying than the other. "Young Master Lin, I'm wrong. Please spare my life." Jiang Tao kneeled on the ground and was scared out of his wits. "What are you saying? Didn't I tell you I'm well known for having a good temper? I'm not a killer," smiled Lin Yun while he searched Jiang Tao. A brief moment later, his eyes lit up. "I've found it." He had found the box containing the 9 profound pellet. But this instantly made Jiang Tao anxious because that same pellet was given to him by the Flowing Cloud sect to use on the test. So he yelled, "My Saint Pellet! Return it to me." Toying with the box in his hand, Lin Yun said, "I might have a good temper, but I have no habit of giving back something that's in my hands now." When he was done, he kicked Jiang Tao and sent him flying away like a ragdoll. This instantly left the remaining Flowing Cloud sect's disciples terrified as they ran for their lives with their blood flowing on the ground. Everyone began to feel their scalps going numb. They then realized why the other disciples of the fleeting Cloud Sword sect would look at Lin Yun with such weird gazes when he said he had a good temper. "What are you guys looking at? Get lost." Yi Xiling flared up, seeing that everyone was still standing there. They wanted to pay her visit so late at night? Who did they think she was? Everyone nearly forgot that there was still a demoness, aside from Lin Yun. When they recollected, they quickly left the courtyard and didn't dare to stay there for another moment. Aside from that, they were all wondering about the origin of the fleeting Cloud Sword sect for them to produce these 2 monsters, especially Flower Burial, who even crippled a Greater Elysium Core Realm expert. "Senior Sister Yi, what should we do with this 9 profound pellet?" Lin Yun asked while he toyed with the box in his hand. Yi Xiling glanced at Lin Yun and said, "Why are you asking me? Don't you already have an idea of how to deal with it? So keep it with you. I can't possibly ask you to return it to the Flowing Cloud sect, right?" Yi Xiling was still fuming with anger, so her tone wasn't polite when she spoke to Lin Yun. She was disrupted the day she arrived and couldn't rest for a single night. When she was done, she immediately turned around and entered the building. She might be happy about her charm if she was an ordinary woman, but it was only humiliation for Yi Xiling. She would have taken all of their lives if this inn didn't have that many rules. Hearing the sarcastic remarks from Yi Xiling, Feng Zhang, and Lu Qingyan couldn't help secretly smiling. Junior brother, why don't you give this 9 profound pellet to me? Lu Qingyan smiled. Just focus on refining the golden dragon bone soup. You two don't need the 9 profound pellet for now, smiled Lin Yun as he stowed the pellet. He wanted to ask if Yi Xiling needed it, but he didn't expect that she wouldn't appreciate his goodwill. Since that was the case, he could only keep it for himself. The 9 profound pellet might be a treasure for Jiang Tao because it could allow him to shine on the test, but it was nothing to Lin Yun. Remember to come back before the test, said Feng Zhang. I naturally won't forget about it. Lin Yun waved his hand and left the courtyard. On the highest floor in the inn, old Lu was standing by the window with his brows locked together, looking at Lin Yun's silhouette. He was shocked by Lin Yun's ability to create trouble. Feng Zhu initially instructed him several times to pay attention to Lin Yun. Still, he wasn't too bothered about it previously because Lin Yun was only at the Elysium core realm in his eyes. He didn't think Lin Yun could do much in Azure Black City. Azure Black City was just outside the Sword Sect and could be considered an imperial city. It was one of the 10 main cities in the ancient Baron domain where even Dragon Pulse realm experts didn't dare to cause trouble. But he didn't think Lin Yun would cripple the chief disciple of the Flowing Cloud sect in just one day. Lin Yun claimed that he had a good temper, but his action completely contrasted with his words and was terrifyingly ruthless. It was practically impossible for Jiang Tao to recover from his injuries within 10 days, unless he obtained a Saint Pellet. So this meant that he had no hope for the test. Follow him. Don't let anything happen to him, said old Lu as 2 people walked out from the shadows. But just when the 2 people were about to leave, old Lu's voice resounded again. Forget about it. That brat's sword intent is weird, and you guys might be unable to conceal yourselves from him. I don't think anyone will dare to cause trouble in the Azure Black City. Just let him go. Walking on the city streets, Lin Yun had a whole new understanding of how bustling the city was. The streets were filled with people, and the city's night was charming. All of Azure Black City was enveloped in a massive array with a light screen covering the sky with stars reflected. Occasionally, he could see the guards of the city conducting their patrols on a floating ship. The guards were standing on the deck, donned in saint armor, and anyone could tell they weren't pushovers. This ship also had a sword sex expert on it. This person might have hidden his sword intent, but just the lingering aura emitted from this expert was enough to strike everyone with lingering fear. Looks like mankind is still flourishing even after 100,000 years, sighed Lil Purple as she sat on the snow-heat blade. Why are you exclaiming that when you've seen cities from ancient times? Lin Yun looked at Lil Purple. He was surprised because Lil Purple should be boasting about how bustling the ancient city was, and that there was no way Azure Black City could be compared to it. I'm just saying it casually. Compared to Saint Cities, there's no way Azure Black City can be compared to it, said Lil Purple. It was just as Lin Yun had imagined, and he shouldn't have asked. Lin Yun ignored her since she wouldn't feel comfortable if she didn't boast for a day. An hour later, he stopped before a majestic building with many people coming in and out of it, the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion. Let's go with this. The Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion might sound like an overbearing name, but this was a chamber of commerce where people could buy saint artifacts, and they would also occasionally hold auctions. Lin Yun looked at the signboard but wasn't in a hurry to enter. An hour later, he returned wearing the silver moon mask and mixed into the crowd. Similar chambers of commerce could be found everywhere in the world, and they were just different in scale. Lin Yun didn't come to buy anything because he was broke to the point that he didn't have enough resources to cultivate the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Sword Cannon. Not long ago, he was generous enough to brew a soup with a dragon bone and saint elixirs. But now, he was so broke that he couldn't even afford a bowl of soup. Then again, this didn't mean that Lin Yun didn't have any treasures. Aside from the 10 saint swords he obtained back in the Hidden Sword Pavilion, he also collected many saint artifacts when he slew his enemies on the Profound Wither Island. Although he immediately left after he killed them, Lil Red didn't forget to collect their interspatial pouches. He still hadn't sorted them out, but he knew it was a huge harvest. Entering the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion, Lin Yun could see a majestic cauldron at first glance. This was a 1,000-rune saint artifact placed in the main hall to show off and act as a form of intimidation. Many people were in the main hall. It was so much so that there weren't even any attendants around. But after paying a certain amount of divine astral pellets and passing through the main hall, it was an entirely different haven. There were numerous courtyards surrounding a pond the size of a lake. The center of it was a majestic platform formed with railings stretched out from the courtyards. Lin Yun had spent 500 divine astral pellets to receive the qualification to enter. But that was only the qualification allowing him to eat and drink here. The central platform was enveloped in starlight. This was where auctions were held and where the saint artifacts were placed. Everyone here was either of noble status, the wealthy, top-tier geniuses, or disciples of the various clans. When Lin Yun came here, the surroundings finally settled down. Many beautiful attendants were standing to the sides in a row, and it didn't take long for Lin Yun to be attended by one of them. "My name is Qing Ling, and I greet this young master," the attendant greeted. As she led Lin Yun, she asked, "May I know how to address you?" In her eyes, Lin Yun was shrouded in mystery with his silver hair and the mask on his face that gave him an indifferent temperament. She wasn't unfamiliar with customers who wore masks, but it was rare to see someone with Lin Yun's temperament. Lin Yun. Lin Yun gave his name. "I'm here to sell saint artifacts, and many of them exist. The transaction involved will probably be a few million divine astral pellets. Who here can decide on such a huge transaction?" "Being me to that person." Qing Ling was stumped when she heard that Lin Yun was here to conduct a transaction involving millions. This was because ordinary 100-rune saint artifacts were usually valued at roughly 100,000 divine astral pellets. Even the best 100-rune saint artifact would only cost a few 100,000 divine astral pellets, and it was rare for it to go above 1,000,000. Even in the ancient barren domain, 1,000,000 divine astral pellets was an astronomical sum that even many Dragon Pulse realm experts would have difficulty taking out. So she naturally wanted Lin Yun to prove his wealth to ensure he wasn't here to cause trouble. Lin Yun was surprised by Qing Ling's confidence. But when he examined her further, he noticed her cultivation wasn't low. She was young and at the pinnacle of the Empyrean realm. Someone of her caliber could become an elite of many sects. "Look at my mask and tell me what grade this is." "Then," replied Lin Yun. "That's easy." Qing Ling smiled before raising her head to examine Lin Yun's mask carefully. The silver moon mask had covered half of Lin Yun's face. It was silver, with moonlight rippling on the surface of the mask. With a glance, she could tell that the mask wasn't ordinary. But she couldn't detect any saint runes when she looked at the mask carefully. Not only that, but Lin Yun's aura was retracted entirely in his body, so she couldn't detect Lin Yun's cultivation at all. Qing Ling's face gradually became ugly, with anxiety flashing through her pupils. She interacted with saint artifacts daily with seniors in the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion, teaching them how to appraise saint artifacts. So she was confident that she was even more experienced than most Dragon Pulse realm experts. But even so, she couldn't appraise the silver moon mask. It was so much that she wasn't even sure if it was a saint artifact. "How is it?" Lin Yun asked. "Haha. A product of the Mo clan isn't something that everyone can recognize. Young Master Lin, let's stop making things difficult for her." When Qing Ling was placed in a difficult position, a charming voice resounded. "Manager," and Qing Ling let out a breath of relief before turning to the direction the voice came from and bowed. When Lin Yun raised his head, he saw a charming woman standing on the rail that connected several floors. Her dress was pretty bold, exposing a large patch of her chest while leaning against a pole. Her eyes also seemed to contain a magic that could pull others in. "Young Master Lin, this is our general manager, An Luyen," introduced Qing Ling. "Since manager An is here, I'll not hinder you further. Young Master Lin can just go over to her." Lin Yun didn't hesitate and soared to the sky, gently tapping his foot on the lake's surface. When he flew to the sky, He faced several restrictions because the vast lake consisted of multiple spiritual arrays, and anyone who intruded would die a terrible death. When ripples spread out on the lake's surface, Lin Yun firmly landed beside An Luyen. But his gaze wasn't on An Luyen but the lake. He could see another massive cauldron at the lake's bottom. But that wasn't the most important part. The huge cauldron was filled with true dragon saint liquid. This meant that there was at least 500 kilograms of it. For a split second, he even wanted to take it with him. But after thinking about the spiritual arrays and how terrifyingly deep the lake was, he calmed himself down. "Young Master Lin, you're finally looking at me," and Luyen said in a pitiful tone, as if she suffered a grievance. Her charm was terrifying, especially when she revealed such a gaze that sparked others' desire to protect her. But Lin Yun's heart already had a belonging, and he also grasped the firmament sword intent. So his willpower had reached a height that others couldn't compare to. But even so, An Luyen still created ripples in his heart. Then again, there was a limit to how much An Luyen's charm could affect him because he swiftly calmed himself down. "Since young Master Lin is here to sell saint artifacts, I wonder if your great saint origin is also for sale?" And Luyen continued with a smile. Lin Yun was surprised that his identity was recognized, but he soon calmed down. Ordinary people might not know about his existence, but this wasn't the same for those powerful forces. He also had no intentions of concealing his identity and only wanted to ensure his safety. The silver moon mask was a saint artifact that could protect his life. But just when Lin Yun was about to reply, An Luyen suddenly became so increasingly charming before him that her facial features slowly overlapped with Su Ziao. Seeing that An Luyen was still using her charm on him, rage flashed through Lin Yun's pupils, and he coldly said, "Can I ask if your face is for sale?" When Lin Yun spoke, he secretly activated his firmament sword intent to tear apart An Luyen's charming tricks. In the next second, a pink light screen shattered like a mirror on An Luyen's face, revealing a lovely face, but her face was no longer as charming as before. Her actual appearance was that of a woman, yet she acted as though she was a teen. And Luyen was surprised for a brief moment before she smiled. But her smile soon froze on her face because Lin Yun suddenly reached out and grabbed onto her neck. This made An Luyen suffocate and panic because she had never experienced this before. When she sensed the killing intent released from Lin Yun, she realized that she had never felt so close to death before in her life. She knew she would lose her life if she made a careless move. But An Luyen soon calmed herself down and made a gesture with her hand to stop the guards who were responsible for protecting her in the dark. Lin Yun could sense several surges of killing intent locking onto him when he grabbed An Luyen's throat, but he remained calm and didn't panic. After all, An Luyen used a disgusting trick against him and crossed his bottom line. He couldn't be bothered if An Luyen had a habit of using her charming tricks to probe others, or if she wanted to excavate his secrets. Perhaps there was a bit of both, including trying to probe the mystery of his great saint origin before trying to erase his memory. Even if she failed, she could easily smile and give an explanation that could get her out of the mess. "Young Master Lin, calm down. I was only doing it out of interest and meant no harm." An Luyen stopped her guards before she squeezed out a smile, trying to ease the conflict between them. But when she saw Lin Yun maintaining his silence, she continued, "Young Master Lin, you're under the protection of the Sword Sect, and no one will dare to do anything to you in Azure Black City. So I mean no harm." When Lin Yun finally let go of her throat, An Luyen let out a breath of relief and gasped for breath because her neck nearly snapped. Though she had ensured her safety, she knew she had embarrassed herself this time. She always felt that all men in the world were merely toys to her, and even fated transcendents weren't an exception. She firmly believed that if she was willing, there was no man in the world she couldn't conquer, and this was the first time she had suffered such a huge loss. This made her inwardly swear to take revenge in the future. Despite her thoughts, she gradually wore a smile on her face. But her smile froze when Lin Yun slapped her. The resounding slap made An Luyen's cheek swell, and she threw out a mouthful of blood. She instantly felt dizzy. Her cultivation was at the heavenly Elysium core realm, and she was much older than Lin Yun. In terms of talent, she wasn't any weaker than Lin Yun. In addition to the fact that she was born in the Kunlun realm, her foundation was even stronger than Lin Yun's to a certain degree. If she had her guard up, she could easily avoid that slap. But she never expected Lin Yun to give her a slap when there were so many Dragon Pulse realm guards protecting her in the dark. And there was even a Samsara Edict realm expert in the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion. She was the general manager of the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion, and Lin Yun's act was no different from provoking the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion. So she had no idea where Lin Yun got the guts to slap her. "You're courting death." A furious roar echoed as several Dragon Pulse realm guards appeared. The one leading the guard was a middle-aged old man who was fuming at this moment. "Stop!" And Luyen barked as she held onto her cheek with flames blazing in his pupils. She finally had a wisp of killing intent flashing through her pupils as she began to unleash her aura. "Young Master Lin, isn't that a little too much? Even if you're under the protection of the Sword Sect, is there a need for you to bully a woman like me? We're all smart people, so stop faking an act. When I passed through the layers of restriction, I became isolated from the outside world, and I know what you're planning." Lin Yun wore a mask so no one could see his expression, but his voice was cold, making his entire temperament cold. And Liu Yan's face changed, and she coldly said, "I have no idea what you're talking about. You don't know? Then let me tell you." Lin Yun wasn't polite with her and continued, "You pointed out my identity because you wanted to shake my mind so that you could charm me. When you failed, you added an illusion to your charming tricks, and that's the second time. But even when I released you, you still didn't give up, and that's the third time." Lin Yun knew what she was planning. She probably wanted to know the secret of the Great Saint origin. After all, there were many rumors that the profound Wither Great Saint's Great Saint origin was related to the Southern Emperor's treasures. Even if her schemes were exposed, she was a woman and could pretend to be weak to brush it off. But it was too much for her to treat him like a fool, which was why Lin Yun wasn't polite to her and gave her a slap as a warning and punishment. There was something weird about her charming tricks because Lin Yun nearly fell for it even when he possessed the firmament sword intent. Simultaneously, he knew this woman wouldn't know when to stop if he didn't give her a lesson. Hearing what Lin Yun said, and Liu Yan's face briefly changed before the charm in her eyes finally dissipated, and she waved her hand, "Leave us!" When the Dragon Pulse realm guards backed down, the Samsara Edict realm expert released a faint aura on Lin Yun in the dark. This was a warning, but Lin Yun had merely ignored it. He was here to conduct a transaction, so he had no need to flip the table since it would be troublesome for him to look for another chamber of commerce. "It's no wonder why you can step on Qin Song. I admit that I lost," said Liu Yan. The charm she revealed completely disappeared, and Lin Yun could tell from this that Liu Yan wasn't simple. "Aren't you here to sell saint artifacts? Follow me," and Liu Yan said before she turned around and left. Before Lin Yun left, he turned to look at the cauldron under the lake with reluctance. He was simply too poor, so one could imagine how he would react after seeing a cauldron filled with true dragon saint liquid. The entire cauldron was filled with true dragon saint liquid, and there were at least 500 kilograms. Even if he couldn't take it, it would still be satisfying for him to look at it. After following in Liu Yan, they arrived in a room filled with an aroma. This place seemed to be Liu Yan's room, decorated entirely with furniture. This room was complicated, and there was even a chamber meant for seclusion. But there wasn't a guest hall, so Liu Yan brought Lin Yun to a quiet room. "Wait here. I'll be back shortly." After Liu Yan left, Lin Yun began to examine the entire room. Every piece of furniture here was filled with spiritual energy, and there was even an extraordinary incense. Opening the incense pot, Lin Yun noticed that the incense used wasn't simple, and it was probably made from rare flowers mixed with other precious ingredients. From that, Lin Yun concluded that Liu Yan was filthy rich and wasn't stingy to herself. "Lin Yun, you hit a woman." Lil Purple's voice resounded from the sword box, but her tone soon changed, and she chuckled, "Hee hee, but this empress liked it." "Your views are weird," replied Lin Yun. "Who do you think this empress is? I've seen all kinds of bitches in ancient times, and you have no idea how many of them this empress has killed with my divine breath. A bitch like her needs a beating, or she won't learn from her lesson, and that's how you should treat a woman like her. If you treat her well, you'll only be looked down upon by her. This empress is proficient in dealing with women like her, and they can only obediently be my maid back in ancient times. Lil Purple said with a disdainful tone. Lin Yun knew that Lil Purple's illness had relapsed. But An Luyen wasn't as simple as Lil Purple said because her charming skill was terrifying. Not only could she combine it with her illusion, but her charm could also invade the hearts of others, which even made Lin Yun see her as Su Ziyao. He speculated that she probably cultivated a cultivation technique of the demonic path. Judging from her young age, this only meant that she had a terrifying background. It wasn't shocking that the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion's background was a demonic force. There were too many powerful sects in the ancient barren domain, so the demonic forces couldn't openly interfere. But they also didn't want to let go of the prophets, so they could only disguise themselves. The moment Lil Purple started boasting, she would endlessly go on. But since Lin Yun had nothing to do, he would spend some time replying to her. Even a long time later, and Luyen was still nowhere to be seen. Lil Purple was bored and asked, "Why isn't she here after so long? Is she scheming something?" Lin Yun wasn't surprised and replied, "Her face was swollen with her dress dirted with her blood. Not to mention her makeup was all messed up, so she naturally has to clean herself up. Without 4 hours, you won't be able to see her." "You're really a playboy to even know this," replied Lil Purple. 6 hours later, and Luyen finally reappeared. Her face was no longer swollen, and she had patched up her makeup. She changed into a red dress that exposed her voluptuous figure. "Sorry to keep you waiting," smiled An Luyen charmingly. Lin Yun knew that An Luyen still didn't give up, but he didn't care about her since she didn't use her charming tricks. He took out all the saint artifacts from his interspartial pouch and said, "No worries. Let's go ahead with the business, then." In the beginning, An Luyen wasn't too bothered by it. She looked at most of the saint artifacts that belonged to the Thunder Sect, Flame Phoenix Sect, Myriad Beast Gate, and Flame Dragon Sect, those forces that were only second to the powerful sects. Those big sects naturally had terrifying foundations, especially the stone table that contained a drop of blood from a Jiao dragon. It was an intermediate grade 100-rune saint artifact. She knew the rumors weren't fake. Lin Yun had started a massacre on the profound Wither Island, and these war trophies were proof of that. These were all treasures. They weren't things ordinary people would dare to use because those big sects would hunt them. When Lin Yun took out 8 saint artifacts, in the end, An Luyen finally couldn't bear it any longer and immediately grabbed one of them, Feng Xuanzi's creation. When she examined the remaining 7 saint swords, she knew that they were all forged by Feng Xuanzi, leaving her utterly shocked. "Manager and, you know Feng Xuanzi?" Lin Yun looked at An Luyen surprised. "He's a famous heavenly spiritualist in the ancient barren domain. Heavenly spiritualists are comparable to saints and even rarer than saints." And Lu Yun smiled. "They're all good stuff. There are swordsmen filled in the city with the test starting soon. So each of these can sell for a huge price. Although the other treasures were also precious, selling them was a little troublesome. But the saint swords were easier to deal with, and since Feng Xuanzi forged them, they would only sell for a higher price." "Where did you get them?" And Luyen wasn't too assured. If these swords were stolen, it would be troublesome to get rid of them. "Feng Xuanzi used 10 saint swords in exchange for his grandson's life, and I gave 2 swords to my fellow martial brothers. Don't worry about the origin of these swords. I challenged the 3 arrays on the sword assembly, so it shouldn't be hard for you to inquire about that," said Lin Yun. Lin Yun challenged the 3 arrays on a lesser sword assembly, and Luyen was surprised as she looked at Lin Yun with splendor shining in her eyes. Lin Yun slapped her, but his achievement was worthy of her respect. There weren't many who could make it through the 3 rankings in recent years. This made her realize that the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion's intelligence network was still lacking. Then again, this was also because the intelligence network was too huge. The reason why she was in Azure Black City wasn't because of Lin Yun. She only tried to probe Lin Yun after recognizing him. If she had more information on him, she wouldn't have tried to probe him. After all, even Feng Xuanzi could only resort to taking out 10 saint swords to save his grandson. and Lin Yun didn't seem like the type who would suffer a loss and suck it up. I have to handle this matter carefully, so I have to send someone to verify it with Feng Xuanzi. Then again, I naturally believe that these 8 swords weren't obtained through illegal means, smiled Enlien. Make your offer, then. Lin Yun had no complaints about that. As for the saint artifacts from the other sects, he could only deal with them as items of doubtful origin. And Lien briefly pondered before she offered. Everything for 4,500,000 divine astral pellets, then. Lin Yun's brow trembled because he expected it would be a vast sum. But Enlioyen's offer had startled him when he heard that. He asked, "Isn't there a problem with this amount? Is it too little?" Enlien briefly pondered before she continued. "If you can wait, then I can sell them one by one. The price might be higher, but another 500,000 divine astral pellets would be the limit." "Your offer is too high," said Lin Yun. And Luyen smiled when she heard that and replied, "I didn't take any handling fee from you. The handling fee for most chambers of commerce would usually be 40%. As for items with a doubtful origin, it could go as high as 80%. But Enlien didn't stop there and continued, "Consider this an act of goodwill from me to befriend you and my apology for what happened back there. From an exchange of blows, friendship grows." Despite what she said, she seemed to be the only one taking blows from him. Looking at Enlioyen's offer for a handshake, Lin Yun wasn't in a hurry to shake it. The moment he shook hands with her, this meant that he had acknowledged their friendship. "You're a cultivator from the demon domain, right?" Lin Yun asked. The demon domain was a gathering place for demonic cultivators, and their ruler was the demon emperor. Furthermore, demon domains could be found everywhere in the Kunlun realm. Every powerful force of a demonic path would have a branch everywhere in the Kunlun realm. Their foundation wasn't any weaker than powerful sects, and Lin Yun didn't mind befriending them. But he was probing Enlien with his question. If Enlien admitted it, then he would acknowledge their friendship. But if she denies it, then there would be no need for them to have any interaction after this transaction. Enlioyen's face changed before she smiled. "Spot on. If we have a chance to work together in the future, I'll tell you everything. But for the time being, I can't share my identity with you. Furthermore, my intuition tells me we'll work together in the future." "Maybe." Lin Yun reached out and shook hands with Enlien. Half an hour later, an attendant came in with a silver bracelet. And Luyen took the silver bracelet and got the attendant to back down. "I noticed you're still using interspatial pouches, so I bet you don't have an interspatial bracelet. Consider this a gift for our first meeting, and your divine astral pellets are all in there." Lin Yun first examined the bracelet before he wore it on his wrist. The interspatial bracelet was much more convenient than interspatial pouches, and the space inside was much bigger. He had only seen Yu Weiwei use an interspatial bracelet in the past. After coming to the Kunlun realm, he noticed that an interspatial bracelet wasn't as common as he thought, which meant this was an expensive gift. "Young Master Lin, do you believe in my sincerity now?" And Luyen smiled with a pitiful gaze. Lin Yun was sure that Enlien had cultivated a terrifying demonic cultivation technique. Even when she didn't circulate it, she was already passively emitting a menacing charm. Since they were now considered friends, Lin Yun no longer got polite with her and asked, "Can I borrow this place for a few days to cultivate?" He wanted to refine another Dragon Phoenix Sword aura before the test, and this place was a lot better than the environment back in the inn. "That's for sure." And Luyen was happy to see that Lin Yun was straightforward with her. This meant that he was no longer holding it against her. "But young Master Lin, will you also participate in the test?" And Luyen was curious because she thought Lin Yun had already been recruited into the sect through an internal quota. Since saints were taking in disciples in this test, the 10 saint clans in the ancient Baron domain, aside from the Nether Divinity clan, had sent their descendants over. Furthermore, several fated transcendents not from the ancient Baron domain also came. Some even had their names on the Elysium core ranking under 25. "That's right. I'll leave before the test, so I won't occupy this place for long." Lin Yun chose to join the test because he wanted to spread the name of Fleeting Cloudsword sect, and he also wanted to face other experts. He was invincible back on the profound Wither Island, but that was still mainly between those on the Empyrean ranking since everyone had just made their breakthrough to the Elysium core realm. So there was no way they could be compared to those fated transcendents on the Elysium core ranking. But it was different after he went into seclusion for 2 months. He now had the confidence to face greater, or even heavenly Elysium core realm fated transcendence. Aside from that, Lin Yun also had a speculation. If his hypothesis was correct, he couldn't be accepted internally and had to prove his strength to everyone. Then, I won't disturb you. You can let me know if you need anything. And Luyen bowed. When she raised her head, she smiled before leaving. TSK. You occupied her room when you were acquainted for the first day. It looks like this Empress has underestimated you, Lil Purple sourly said from the sword box. Do you want the true dragon, Saint Liquid, under the lake? Lin Yun asked. But you don't have to sacrifice yourself for it, muttered Lil Purple. What the hell are you thinking about? Lin Yun was amused by Lil Purple. Interest is what binds people together. She will need my help in the future, which goes the same for me. If we're going to work together, everything can be negotiated, and we might have a chance at that cauldron of true dragon Saint Liquid. When An Luyen came out of her room, she immediately saw the middle-aged man. This was the person who previously roared at Lin Yun. He had a violent temper with killing intent surging in his pupils. His cultivation was at the 9th transformation of the Dragon Pulse realm. He was only half a step away from reaching the Samsara Edict realm, and he could be considered an expert in the ancient Baron domain. Is he gone? The middle-aged man asked. He dares to hurt Mrs. I can make him disappear without anyone knowing after he leaves the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion. But An Luyen glared at the middle-aged man before she coldly said, Keep that thought of yours to yourself. Feng Ju secretly protected him on the profound Wither Island, and I bet there's also someone protecting him in Azure Black City. You'll lose your life instead. But he slapped Mrs. Are we just going to suck it up? The middle-aged man asked. So what if he slapped me? At least he's better than those hypocrites who are polite to me on the surface and only want to get me on their bed. Even if I let them slap me, they'll only find ways to please me. When she spoke, her eyes were filled with disdain. She then continued, And he's now a friend of mine. Your thoughts are dangerous, and I have a strong intuition that he's my opportunity. He might be the key to me becoming the holy maiden in the cult, so I have to grab this chance well. The middle-aged man was dumbfounded when he heard that. He couldn't believe that An Luyen would befriend someone that slapped her. When Lin Yun sat down in the room, he took out the 9 profound pellet from Jiang Tao. He planned to use it immediately. Originally, it didn't belong to him, so he naturally wouldn't feel any heartache over it. Within his violet palace was a saint core the size of an infant with the golden crow saint rune engraved on the surface of it. There were 4 strands of golden dragon phoenix sword aura over the ocean of astral energy, and each strand contained unimaginable power. Faintly, dragons and phoenixes could be seen flickering in the dragon phoenix sword aura. Lin Yun closed his eyes and circulated the first-level sutra of the dragon phoenix world annihilating sword cannon. This immediately caused a heavenly dragon and divine phoenix to appear in his violet palace, helping him refine the 9 profound pellet. With the help of this 9 profound pellet, the spiritual energy on the mat he was sitting on, and the divine fragrance, Lin Yun's cultivation speed was 10 times faster than normal. He had to admit that the 9 profound pellet was a treasure. 10 days later, his violet palace's ocean of astral energy expanded to 3,000 feet, and the strands of Dragon Phoenix sword aura had grown to 7. This also meant that he had reached the pinnacle of the first level of the Dragon Phoenix world annihilating sword cannon and even stabilized it. The heavenly dragon and divine phoenix were gradually fusing within his violet palace. If he had more time, he might be able to make a breakthrough and reach the 2nd level of the Dragon Phoenix world annihilating sword cannon. He was also curious about what the heavenly dragon and divine phoenix would fuse into after reaching the 2nd level. But it was a pity that today was the day of the test, and Lin Yun had no choice but to pause his cultivation. Bidding his farewell to An Luyen, Lin Yun left for the inn before sunrise. When dawn shone on the city, Yi Xiling, Wang Yuruo, Feng Zhang, and Lu Qingyan all looked energetic. Feng Zhang and Lu Qingyan were comparable to geniuses from prestigious clans. But with the golden dragon bone soup, the two even managed to surpass them. When they saw Lin Yun returning, their eyes lit up with surprise. Old Lu, responsible for sending them to the testing ground, also looked at Lin Yun in surprise. "You've reached the Greater Elysium core realm?" When everyone heard what old Lu said, they were shocked that Lin Yun had made a breakthrough in just 10 days, and this cultivating speed was a little shocking. Lin Yun smiled. "Not yet. I only made a breakthrough in my cultivation technique and refined several more strands of my innate saint aura. I have to thank Jiang Tao for that." Phew! Everyone let out a sigh of relief. If Lin Yun reached the Greater Elysium core realm, it would strike a huge blow in them because that cultivating speed was too fast. But old Lu's eyes flickered because he could tell that Lin Yun's improvement wasn't that simple. He then smiled and walked out of the courtyard. When he said with his eyes were glued to Lin Yun, "Let's go. The test is held once every 4 years, and I'm looking forward to the performances of you four." Out of the four, he was optimistic about Lin Yun and Yi Xiling, especially Lin Yun, who he couldn't see through. Everyone nervously and excitedly followed behind old Lu. Feng Zhang walked closer to Lin Yun and whispered, "Junior brother Lin, the astral energy ocean of my Violet Palace has reached 2,000 feet. I feel that I've already reached the pinnacle of the Lesser Elysium core realm, and I can try to make a breakthrough into the Greater Elysium core realm in 2 months. The golden dragon bone soup is more terrifying than I expected. Even my physique has transformed." Lu Qingyan nodded his head in agreement. After all, the golden dragon bone soup contained 8 complete saint elixirs, not to mention the blood, essence, and marrow from the golden dragon bone. They had significantly benefited from the soup, an opportunity that disciples of saint clans wouldn't have. The two were grateful to Lin Yun. This was equivalent to them inheriting Qin Song's opportunities. If Lin Yun didn't bring them to the profound Wither Island, they wouldn't have been able to obtain an opportunity in the 7-treasured glazed tile pagoda. The opportunity in the 7-treasured glazed tile pagoda was massive enough, but Lin Yun even brewed the golden dragon bone soup. Without them, they wouldn't have much of a chance of making it through the test to join the sword sect. Everyone was happily chatting as they headed to the test venue, but Wang Yuruo was the only one who wasn't happy. She also drank the golden dragon bone soup, but she was still in the Empyrean realm since she had missed the opportunity from the profound Wither Island, unlike the rest. She wouldn't participate in the test. If Yi Xiling was accepted into the sword sect, she would follow Yi Xiling as her maid. This also meant that it would be hard for her to learn any martial techniques from the sword sect, and she wouldn't be able to receive the treatment of a disciple. But she was still young. She was only 17 this year and had strong talent. Yi Xiling treated her as a younger sister, so she would try and find ways for Wang Yuruo to join the sword sect. With how benevolent Wang Yuruo was, she might have had her opportunities in the sword sect. But just when they were about to leave, the Flowing Cloud sect's party came over, and Jiang Tao was amongst the party. This surprised Lin Yun because Jiang Tao was no different from a disabled person 10 days ago. He was sure it would be hard for him to recover his full strength from those injuries. Lin Yun never expected that Jiang Tao would recover. Most importantly, Jiang Tao's aura was stronger than 10 days ago. The Jiang Saint clan is also here for the test. This fellow is lucky, and his senior gave him a saint elixir. Not only did it allow him to recover from his injuries, but he also became stronger. The Flowing Cloud sect seemed to place great hopes on him and gave him a lot of pellets. Feng Zhang whispered. The Jiang Saint clan was one of the 10 saint clans in the ancient Barren domain, so it wasn't strange that they would have such a powerful foundation. But Jiang Tao couldn't be considered a direct descendant, so it was weird that they would give him a saint elixir. Lin Yun. Jiang Tao immediately jumped out when he saw Lin Yun, disregarding the Flowing Cloud sect's senior stopping him. "Where's my 9 profound pellet? I naturally refined it. Speaking of which, I have to thank you for the 9 profound pellet. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to make so much improvement in my cultivation technique in 10 days. Lin Yun smiled. What Lin Yun said was true, and he greatly benefited from the 9 profound pellet. Jiang Tao examined Lin Yun closely. It was just as Lin Yun had said. The aura Lin Yun was giving off was much stronger than 10 days ago. This instantly made his face flush red with rage because the 9 profound pellet belonged to him, but Lin Yun had refined it instead. Just you wait. Jiang Tao was calmer this time as he gritted his teeth. Humph. I know your identity. Turns out that you're pretending to be weak. But you're also foolish to refuse internal recruitment. You'll only lose your reputation by participating in the test. As for you guys can only dream about joining the sword sect. At that time, not one of you will be able to come out from the test. Since Jiang Tao was still furious, he vented his anger toward Yi Xiling and the others. What did you say? Feng Zhang and Lu Qingyan were furious because Jiang Tao was no different from a rabid dog. But Jiang Tao continued with a sneer. Let us see, then. Not one of you from the fleeting Cloud Sword sect will be able to escape. He already learned of Lin Yun's origins from the Jiang Saint clan. The various big clans already knew of Lin Yun's name, and there wasn't anyone who didn't know about him. Lin Yun had replaced Qin Song as the first on the Emperorian ranking following Qin Song's defeat. Most importantly, Lin Yun also had the Great Saint origin on him, which would only bring him destruction. He learned that many people wanted to see how strong the strongest genius on the heavenly path was. The Empyrean ranking was just the Empyrean ranking because those who participated in the test had long reached the Elysium core realm. So if they could step on Lin Yun in the test, who wouldn't be willing? Not to mention that they might even be able to openly take the Great Saint origin from Lin Yun, so many people were waiting to fight him. This was why Jiang Tao looked forward to seeing how these people were trashed on the test. Looking at Jiang Tao leaving with his head held high, Feng Zhang and Lu Qingyan gritted their teeth with dark faces. Let's not bother with him and head to the sword sect first. Old Lu comforted everyone and led everyone towards the sword sect. Along the way, he would tell everyone about the rules of the test. The test had a total of 3 stages, and the difficulty of those stages would increase as one went further. Most importantly, no one knew what the second and third tests were, only the first was known. An hour later, everyone arrived at the foot of the Sword Sect's mountain. This place was filled with people, and all the swordsmen from the ancient Baron domain or other ancient domains were there. Anyone could tell that they were all swordsmen just from the sword intent that they were emitting. The first stage of the test would be climbing the mountain. Many people had arrived long ago, waiting and occupying the best spots. The path to the sword sect might seem like an ordinary flight of stairs, but there was an ancient sword at the mountain gate that emitted a powerful sword aura. So it wouldn't be easy for one to get through the gate. They had to leave behind their aura in the ancient sword to make it through the first stage. So the test had already begun, and everyone was queuing in an orderly fashion because it didn't matter who was the first or last to take the test. The Jiang Saint clan is here. An exclamation resounded that instantly drew everyone's attention over. That's the prince of the Jiang Saint clan, Jiang Tian. The Jiang Saint clan has millennia of history, and their younger generations are all out now. It looks like they're here for the Saint Disciples quota, and they seem pretty confident. Is that Jiang Tian? He's a monster. He's only 25, and his cultivation is at the heavenly Elysium core realm. I heard his name is already on the Elysium core ranking at the 20,000th. The discussions in the surroundings piqued Lin Yun's interest. When he turned his head over, he saw a youth donned in a purple robe, surrounded by a group of people. Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts when he looked at Jiang Tian. If he was given another 5 years, he wouldn't just stop at the heavenly Elysium core realm. Then again, it was still impressive that Jiang Tao reached the heavenly Elysium core realm at the age of 25 with his name on the Elysium core ranking. But not all heavenly Elysium core realm experts were the same. In the heavenly Elysium core realm, cultivators had to agglomerate astral energy in their bodies. It was said that those powerful heavenly Elysium core realm geniuses could agglomerate 9 stars to light up the sky above their Elysium cores. The entire group following behind Jiang Tian should be direct descendants of the Jiang Saint clan, and each had terrifying cultivations. They were all at the greater Elysium core realm and much stronger than Jiang Tao. Was this the foundation of the Jiang Saint clan? This gave Lin Yun a direct understanding of Saint clan's foundation. and it seemed that the profound Azure Prefecture had still limited his outlook. There were 48 of them who have gathered behind Xianxia, passing through the crowd with no one daring to stop them. Isn't this a little too extravagant? Lu Qingyan's mouth widened with disbelief. But old Lu was calm as he explained. This is the foundation of the 10 saint clans. They're far stronger than the other saint clans. There are many saints in the ancient Baron domain, so you can imagine how strong the top 10 clans are. The Jiang saint clan's arrival had caused an enormous uproar, causing many people to whisper amongst themselves. But someone nearby heard what Lu Qingyan said and laughed. You're ignorant. You'll know how shocking it is when Xiaoyan appears. Xiaoyan? Lu Qingyan became emotional when he heard that name. Is it the super genius with the innate sword saint physique and innate sword heart? Who else can it be, aside from him? He was refused when he wanted to become a disciple under the Radiant Sword Saint. There are rumors that the Radiant Sword Saint will take in a disciple on this test, so he'll naturally come as well. That person continued, and his eyes were filled with admiration and respect when he spoke of Xiaoyan. Something like that happened? Lin Yun asked. There are many more like him, said old Lu. Senior Radiant is one of the 3 sword saints in the Eastern Desolation. So many genius swordsmen wanted to become his disciple. But after what happened 18 years ago, when Jian Jingtian was expelled from the sect, the Radiant Sword Saint has never taken in another disciple. Even a genius like Xiaoyan was rejected. Lin Yun could no longer maintain his composure when he heard that. It was different from what he had expected. When he heard Jian Jingtian calling him junior brother, he thought that the Radiant Sword Saint had taken an eye to him on the heavenly path, wanting to take him in as a disciple. But old Lu said that the Radiant Sword Saint had never taken in a disciple for the past 18 years. Even a genius like Xiaoyan was rejected. So did he get everything wrong right from the start? Lin Yun could no longer maintain his composure. There might be a possibility that the Radiant Sword Saint had no intention to take him in as a disciple because Feng Zhu or Jian Jingtian didn't give him a confirmation about it. The reason he chose to participate in the test was to prove himself. But if he was wrong from the start, it would be awkward. If the Radiant Sword Saint had no intention of taking him as a disciple, why did he send Feng Zhu to protect him on the heavenly path? He saw his relationship with others significantly. If Feng Zhu saved his life under the Radiant Sword Saint's order, the Radiant Sword Saint had helped him. After all, the Radiant Sword Saint had chosen to save him when he was at the Heavenly Soul Realm. But what if he had guessed wrong? Lin Yun, what are you thinking? Just when everyone was exclaiming at the Saint Clan's foundation, Yi Xiling sensed the changes in Lin Yun's gaze. Lin Yun had always been composed, and it was rare for his emotions to fluctuate. I'm fine. Lin Yun squeezed out a smile. Seeing Lin Yun wasn't willing to tell her, Yi Xiling didn't ask and only noted it in her heart. Right then, Lin Yun sensed 2 familiar auras examining him from not too far away. When Lin Yun turned around, he smiled when he saw Zhao Yan and Gong Sun Yen. He didn't expect these 2 to take part in the test, especially Gong Sun Yen, who had always claimed to be from the Sword Emperor's lineage. Lin Yun, it has been a long time. Zhao Yan greeted him with a smile. He was happy to see Lin Yun. Or rather, he came to the test because of Lin Yun. Why are you 2 here? Yi Xiling asked. Why not? The test is held once every 4 years. I heard that saints would take in disciples this time, which is the perfect opportunity for us to spread our name. As swordsmen, how can we not show up? Gong Sun Yen laughed. He was still as aloof as ever. Then let us go together. After we pass the test, we'll become fellow martial disciples, said Yi Xiling. Easy peasy. Let's aim to become a disciple of a saint, or it'll be too embarrassing, said Gong Sun Yen. Ever since he received an opportunity from the Sword Emperor, this significantly boosted his confidence. So he wanted to forge a name for himself at the Elysium Core Realm, and the test held once every 4 years was the best opportunity. Half an incense stick of time later, they came to the foot of the mountain where the first stage was held. There were 999 steps of stairs to the Sword Sect, and there was an ordinary rock on a platform that gave off an ancient and majestic aura. At the top of the 999 steps of stairs, They could faintly see the sword sect's signboard with an ancient sword rune. The rune was like a blazing sun that gave off a majestic and boundless aura. Just looking at it could make anyone's scalps go numb. The stairs were ordinary, but the rune on the signboard and the sword on the gate would make climbing the stairs even more difficult. They would have to bear immense pressure with every single step, and one would make it through the first stage if one could climb up the stairs. A few hundred people were climbing the stairs before them, and people would constantly fall from them. When they fell, they would be covered with injuries. The sword aura contained in the stairs was terrifying. So those who suffered the backlash of it would end up in a terrible state. They would be quickly taken away, and their injuries surprised many people because those injuries were too severe. But they weren't afraid and continued to climb the stairs. Some even continued after going through the 999 stairsteps, as if they wanted to prove themselves. Many people have already passed the test. But there's something they're trying to prove to themselves by continuing to climb the stairs. Yixiling asked. Does that sword have an origin? Gongsun Yen was curious. I heard that it was the sword that belonged to the Radiant Sword Saint before he became a saint. Zhao Yen replied. I see. If I can touch or even pull that sword out, I bet that'll shock the entire ancient barren domain, right? This is a great opportunity for me to spread my name. So I won't let it go. Gongsun Yen said with his eyes lit up. What are you guys standing here for? Are you guys afraid? While observing the gate, Jiang Tao's cold voice resounded as the flowing cloud sex party came. He took a deep breath and stepped on the stairs before he shot up and ended on the 100th step when he landed. Holy shit! Who's that? That's Jiang Tao, isn't it? The chief disciple of the flowing cloud sect. I heard that he's a member of the Jiang Saint clan. It no wonder why he's so strong. Jiang Tao's performance sparked an uproar that made Jiang Tao inwardly rejoice. He first threw a glance at Lin Yun before he continued to climb the stairs. As he released his sword intent, he swiftly climbed the stairs and caught up with many people before him. Not bad. Lin Yun squinted his eyes. Jiang Tao might have lost to him 10 days ago, but Jiang Tao was still a cultivator at the Greater Elysium core realm with a sturdy foundation. If nothing went wrong, he should be able to join the sword sect. After Jiang Tao crossed the 300th stairstep, he slowed down and looked at Lin Yun with a disdainful smirk. This fellow is even more arrogant than before. Feng Zhang and Lu Qingyan gritted their teeth. When they had just arrived in Azure Black City, Jiang Tao provoked them, wanting to visit Yixiling. Even after Lin Yun taught him a lesson, he still mocked them for being frogs in a well and said they couldn't join the sword sect. Even when taking the test, he didn't forget to provoke them. He's courting death. Yixiling instantly became furious. She had been putting up with Jiang Tao for a long time, so she finally lost it when she saw Jiang Tao's provocating gaze after he reached the 300th step. As snow flowers bloomed in Yixiling's pupils, she turned into a purple streak and shot forth, leaving behind crackling lightning in her path. She crossed more than 200 steps in the blink of an eye and was about to catch up with Jiang Tao. Senior sister has to change that foul temper of hers? Lin Yun helplessly said, and his words instantly made everyone's lips twitch. Jiang Tao, who was climbing the stairs, was startled when he suddenly sensed a boundless sword aura exploding behind him. When he turned around and saw Yixiling, his expression loosened up, and he smiled. Lady Yi, you want to climb the stairs together with me? I will surely welcome you. Lin Yun is too arrogant, and he'll die sooner or later. If you're together with me, I can introduce my cousin Jiang Tian to you. When he looked at you from afar earlier, he was pretty interested in you. It was still all right if he didn't speak. But his words instantly made Yixiling even more furious, and a dragon roar echoed from her body. As she activated the divine dragon Saint Physique, she reached her hand out and made a grab for Jiang Tao. As lightning and snow bloomed in her palm, a dragon coiled around her and a dragon claw flew towards Jiang Tao. What are you trying to do? Jiang Tao's face changed. But his cultivation was at the Greater Elysium core realm, so his reaction was swift when facing danger, and he ducked to the side. Shadowless dragon. Yixiling's eyes flashed with a cold light, and using her fingers as like a sword, she thrust them at Jiang Tao. instantly destroying the astral energy enveloping him. Before Jiang Tao could react, Yi Xiling grabbed onto Jiang Tao's shoulder and threw him back. Get lost! Yi Xiling had used the Dragon Blood Sword Sutra taught to her by Su Xiao and emitted a terrifying pressure. This caught Jiang Tao by surprise since Yi Xiling immediately threw him out. Just like that, he rolled down the stairs and was injured because of it, causing him to throw out blood. Just like that, Jiang Tao, who was still provoking Lin Yun's party just a moment ago, was lying before them. Brother, aren't you a little too fast? The test has just started, and you've already ended it. Gong Sun Yen couldn't help smiling when he looked at Jiang Tao's pathetic state. Jiang Tao was dizzy and wanted to say something, but he immediately fainted because of his severe injuries, and this scene instantly left everyone dumbfounded. This was the first stage of the test, and fights weren't forbidden. So it was fine for participants to fight as long as they didn't unleash their constellation. But they never expected that the first person to make a move would be a woman, not to mention that her strength was terrifying. Jiang Tao, who was shining brightly just a moment ago, was utterly humiliated and left in such a pathetic state. This scene shocked many people, including those geniuses who were already climbing the stairs as they turned around. Jiang Tian, who had climbed the 400th step, also turned back. But when he saw this scene, rage flashed through his pupils. Although Jiang Tao was a branch member of the Jiang Saint clan, Yi Xiling's act of publicly humiliating him was the same as not placing the Jiang Saint clan in her eyes. Lady, aren't you a little too ruthless? Jiang Tian ultimately spoke up, which instantly caused the surroundings to fall into silence. No one had expected that Jiang Tian would pay attention to this matter. This is my affair, so what has it got to do with you? But what shocked them even further was Yi Xiling immediately rebuking Jiang Tian. Everyone was shocked by Yi Xiling's fiery temper. They never thought that she would dare to rebuke Jiang Tian's question. After all, Jiang Tian was a genius on the Elysium Core ranking. He was ranked in the 20,000s on the Elysium Core ranking. It might not sound impressive, but it was because the Elysium Core ranking didn't have any restrictions on age. If the ranking was limited to those under 100, Jiang Tian could easily make it into the 10,000s. If it were limited to 30, it wouldn't be a problem for Jiang Tian to make it into the 3,000s. This was a terrifying ranking. In the past, when Qinsong challenged those on the Elysium Core ranking, he lost more than he won. So this was the same as being toyed around by those in the Elysium Core ranking. Everyone looked at Yi Xiling and was curious about her origin. Could it be that she had an even more terrifying origin than the Jiang Saint clan? They also noticed the purple lightning, dragon, and snowflakes enveloping Yi Xiling. With just a glance, they could tell that her bloodline wasn't ordinary, and anyone could tell that Yi Xiling's identity wasn't simple. Who is she? Did she just talk back to the Jiang Saint clan? Isn't she afraid of Jiang Tian? She practically crippled Jiang Tao before the Jiang Saint clan. Even if Jiang Tao is from the branch, this is still slapping Jiang Tian's face. I bet Jiang Tian will probably act in response. A disciple from the Flowing Cloud sect said, "She and those from the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect are simply barbarians from the Profound Azure Prefecture. That woman is a demoness and must have chanced upon some sort of inheritance. Profound Azure Prefecture? That's too far away. It's simply at the border of the Eastern Desolation, and it's not an exaggeration to call it the wilderness. So they're from the wilderness. It's no wonder why they didn't place the Jiang Saint clan in their eyes. I'm afraid they don't even understand the meaning of a saint clan. It makes sense now that you look at it that way." As murmurs resounded from the surroundings, Jiang Tian's face sank with a cold light flashing through his pupils. Cripple her. No one can get away with offending the Jiang Saint clan, not even if she's a woman. Break the hand she used to injure Jiang Tao. Jiang Tian wasn't a kind person. He wouldn't make it on the Elysium Core ranking if he was. Most of those on the ranking were over 100 years old, and some were even a few hundred years old. They had great experiences and were ruthless. So if one wasn't relentless and courageous enough, it was practically impossible for them to gain a footing on the Elysium Core ranking. When Jiang Tian was done, several geniuses from the Jiang Saint clan sped towards Yi Xiling. "Senior sister, we'll help you. Feng Zhang and Lu Qingyan also charged over. They had a strong relationship since they had been following Yi Xiling for a long time in the fleeting Cloud Sword sect. So when they saw Yi Xiling facing the Jiang Saint clan, they charged over and met the Jiang Saint clan's geniuses. Feng Zhang and Lu Qingyan didn't hold back, so both sides clashed and gave it their all. They also shocked all the audience members when they saw Feng Zhang and Lu Qingyan holding their own against the Jiang Saint clan's geniuses, especially Feng Zhang. Since losing to Lin Yun, his entire person has transformed. After he refined the Golden Dragon Bone Soup, his strength was extremely close to a greater Elysium Core Realm expert. You guys are taking it too far. Feng Zhang reinforced Lu Qingyan after seeing that the latter was having difficulty holding his own after defeating two people. As starlight enveloped the surface of his body, a crackling sound came from the bones all over his body. Simultaneously, a faint golden membrane also appeared on the surface of his body, giving off a golden metallic luster that looked like a dragon bone being activated. Feng Zhang had activated the golden dragon blood and golden dragon marrow in his body. When he pushed his palm out, a golden dragon roar echoed and the Jiang Saint clan's geniuses facing Lu Qingyan were sent flying back. Storming wind and cloud. Soaring azure sky. Clouds manifesting dragon. Feng Zhang didn't stop there and followed with 4 forms from the fleeting cloud 13 swords. When he used the last form, he used his fingers, which looked like a dragon claw, as a golden sword, manifesting an ocean of golden clouds that tore apart the chest of one genius from the Jiang Saint clan. As blood splashed from the chest of that genius from the Jiang Saint clan, the genius then rolled down the stairs. This scene left everyone shocked. Are they really barbarians from the profound Azure Prefecture? They suppressed even the main branch's geniuses. Isn't that a little too terrifying? What's with the dragon roar from his body? Why do I get the feeling that these people have refined the divine dragon blood? How is that possible? How can divine dragon blood possibly appear in the profound Azure Prefecture? Not only the divine dragon blood, the membrane on the surface of his body seems to be manifested with golden dragon marrow. The strength that Feng Zhang revealed shocked everyone. From the power that he had shown, he didn't look like a barbarian from the profound Azure Prefecture at all. He's strong but too reckless to face the Jiang Saint clan. One of the audience side. The Jiang Saint clan was one of the top 10 Saint clans in the ancient Barren domain, which meant they had a deep foundation. Over the past 3 millennia, they produced more than a saint. At their peak, they had 3 saints in a generation. Although they were no longer at their peak, they were still a giant in the ancient Barren domain. Not only did they have many geniuses, but they also took in many disciples as a force, including many talented geniuses. Those geniuses defeated by Feng Zhang couldn't even reach the top 10 amongst the Jiang Saint clan's younger generation. Looks like there are many fearless people here. Jiang Xing, you go and deal with him, Jiang Tian coldly said. When he was done, a figure soared to the sky with his palm descending. This person had used a high-grade Holy Spirit martial technique right from the start, the Turanian palm. Jiang Xing had reached the pinnacle of greater mastery with the Turanian Rivas palm, and he was one of the top 10 amongst the younger generation in the Jiang Saint clan. With his palm descended, boundless starlight converged into a river that roared. Moreover, Jiang Xing's cultivation was at the greater Elysium core realm, which meant that his cultivation was a whole stage above Feng Zhang's. Not to mention that Turanian Rivas was a powerful Holy Spirit martial technique. It didn't just consist of a palm technique but also a movement and sword technique that came along with it. Only direct descendants of the Jiang Saint clan were qualified to practice it. His attack placed Feng Zhang under tremendous pressure. When Yi Xiling locked her brows together and wanted to make a move, Feng Zhang's voice resounded. Senior sister, you're always the one standing before us. Let me stand before you this once. I'll prove to them that disciples from the fleeting Cloud Sword sect aren't frogs in a well or barbarians. His words surprised Yi Xiling, but she was gratified that Feng Zhang and the others had grown up. Ha ha ha! How can frogs know they're in a well? Let me show you how high the sky is. Jiang Xing charged over with a river manifested with starlight circling his palm, emitting a dazzling light. But Feng Zhang let out a cold bark with his arms spread apart and pushed his palms out, unleashing a bright sun. When the river and sun collided, they both took several steps back and were evenly matched. Learnt that from Qin Song? Lin Yun could tell that Feng Zhang's attack was similar to the Golden Dragon sky-patching art that Qin Song used. Then again, it was only somewhat similar because Feng Zhang fused his own comprehension and fleeting Cloud 13 swords into it. Feng Zhang had worked hard when he said he was only one step from becoming a greater Elysium Core Realm expert after refining the Golden Dragon Bone Soup. Back then, when he fought Qin Song, Feng Zhang probably gained a lot of insight just by watching him. He carefully researched Qin Song's martial techniques and fused his own comprehension. This made Lin Yun both surprised and impressed. Not bad. But I've only just started. Jiang Xing was furious when he couldn't defeat Feng Zhang. He immediately drew his sword and a river coiled around him like a dragon, with his sword aura instantly enveloping Feng Zhang. Jiang Xing is only ranked in the top 10? Why do I feel that he's even stronger than the chief disciples of many sects? His Turanian Rivas sword art is a little unpredictable. Many people exclaimed when they sensed Jiang Xing's aura after he drew his sword. So they couldn't imagine that Jiang Xing was barely ranked in the top 10 amongst the younger generations in the Jiang Saint clan. Since Jiang Xing was weaker than Jiang Tian, how strong was Jiang Tian? Looks like that senior brother of yours is a little weak. Gong Sun Yan's voice resounded beside Lin Yun, flashing light through his pupils. He naturally wanted to blow up the matter because this meant he could spread his name. A Saint clan? Gong Sun Yan was confident that it would just be his stepping stone. Senior brother Feng grew up too late, so even if he had his opportunities, his foundation is still a little lacking, not to mention that he has a lower cultivation level. It's already impressive that he can persevere till now, said Lin Yun. Need my help? Gong Sun Yan grinned. After all, you helped me once. Others might fear a Saint clan, but not me. Let's wait a little longer, said Zhao Yan. Don't listen to this fool. If you continue to wait, those bastards from the Jiang Saint clan might really cripple an arm of your senior sister. Gong Sun Yan spoke in disdain. Even I can roughly recognize the origin of Lady Yi. So what do you think of Jiang Tian? Zhao Yan replied. What do you mean? Gong Sun Yan was baffled. Half an incense stick of time later, there still wasn't an outcome from Feng Zhang and Jiang Xing's fight. No one had expected that the battle between them would be this intense, and that a barbarian, in their eyes, would be able to fight a genius from a saint clan. This had surpassed everyone's expectations, giving everyone a huge blow. This made everyone start to inquire about the fleeting Cloud Sword sect. They have a stage of difference in their cultivation, but why can't Jiang Xing take down that fleeting Cloud Sword sect disciple? This is a little weird. Don't tell me that the talent of a fleeting Cloud Sword sect disciple is even greater than Jiang Xing. Not too sure about that. Jiang Xing doesn't seem to be using his full strength, which is baffling. There were many people puzzled, including those from the Jiang Saint clan. Jiang Xing, can you handle him? You're embarrassing us. Let me deal with him if you're having difficulty. This man's name was Jiang Shun. His talent was only secondary to Jiang Tian, so he had an arrogant personality. Big brother Shun, you must be joking. Jiang Xing said. They're simply barbarians, and I just don't want to take advantage of him at my cultivation level. Others will only say that the Saint clans are bullying them. But since you spoke out, then let's put an end to this. It was true that he didn't want to use the advantage of his cultivation against Feng Zhang. The reason why he fought so long was that he wanted to display his strength. As for a reason, this was because Jiang Tian and the others took all the limelight, so it was hard for him to enjoy the spotlight for once. Put an end to this? I don't think you guys can do anything. The fleeting Cloud Sword sect isn't something you people can touch. Gong Sun Yan finally lost his patience and laughed as he soared to the sky. As dazzling sword rays shone in his pupils, starlight bloomed before gathering into his palm and forming into a dazzling sun of sword rays. When the sword ray reached a height, it instantly caught everyone's attention. When the sword ray flew from his palm, the Jiang Saint clan's geniuses surrounding Lu Qingyan were all sent flying away. There's nothing impressive about the Jiang Saint clan. Gong Sun Yen laughed and charged towards the three. Sun annihilation cloud pursuit. Light of the glory sun. Great sun divine sword. The sword rays that he released were as dazzling as the sun as he used his fingers as a sword. The three geniuses of the Jiang Saint clan tried to block his attack, but when Gong Sun Yan's attack landed on the astral energy around them, their astral energies were instantly dissolved by Gong Sun Yan's sword ray. The three geniuses threw out a mouthful of blood before they rolled down the stairs. What the hell? Where did this person come from? It's Gong Sun Yen. He was an ordinary genius back then, so why did he become so strong after reaching the Elysium core realm? How did he and the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect get together? Just what the heck is the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect? Aren't they a little too strong? Gong Sun Yan's strength shocked everyone, making everyone feel unbelievable. He had some name when he was on the Empyrean ranking. Still, he could suppress the Saint clan's geniuses after reaching the Elysium core realm, which made everyone feel unbelievable. Isn't the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect a little too strong? They actually have the strength to face the Jiang Saint clan. Another three eliminated. It looks like it's impossible to resolve this matter peacefully. The other Saint clan members locked their brows together because the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect was a little too arrogant. Lin Yu knew what kind of personality Gong Sun Yen had. He was the kind of person who wouldn't mind blowing things up. He was the kind who wouldn't miss any opportunity to show off. But if he encounters a tough nut, he would immediately go down on his knees. So Lin Yun didn't know where Gong Sun Yen got the guts to provoke a Jiang Saint clan. If the matter blew up, it would be impossible for him to clean up. We obtained a unique opportunity on the Profound Wither Island, and he's a lot stronger now, Zhao Yan explained. He wants to show his strength to attract the attention of Sword Sect's saints. How dare you? Jiang Shun instantly recognized Gong Sun Yen and knew what kind of person Gong Sun Yen was. But he never expected that Gong Sun Yen would dare to face the Jiang Saint clan. Even Jiang Tian's face changed because he didn't expect the matter to blow up to this extent. Big brother Tian, big brother Shun, let me deal with him. That fellow lost to me before. Jiang Ran, ranked 6th amongst the Jiang Saint clan's younger generation, made his move. He appeared before Gong Sun Yen, pushing his palm out. His palm had a freezing astral energy gathering within it, before it manifested into a black dragon that flew towards Gong Sun Yen. This scene was simply too terrifying because the black dragon's jaw was huge. Before Gong Sun Yen could even respond, he was already swallowed by the black dragon. Ha ha ha! Pitiful tricks. A burst of laughter resounded before Jiang Ran could smile. A hole then appeared on the black dragon that was created by thousands of golden sword rays before the black dragon exploded. When Gong Sun Yen appeared before everyone, he shone brightly like a vast sun, which changed Jiang Ran's face. He didn't expect Gongin Yen would be able to break free, and he coldly said, Gong Sun Yen, this has nothing to do with you. Do you want to face the entire Jiang Saint clan by poking your nose into this matter? Don't overthink it. I just can't stand how you guys treat the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect as barbarians. Since the Sword sect is recruiting disciples, everyone can compete over it. So who are you guys to treat others as frogs in a well? Others might fear your Jiang Saint clan, but not me. Gong Sun Yen laughed and attacked. His attack caught Jiang Ran by surprise, forcing Jiang Ran to take several steps back. But when Jiang Ran let out a cold snort and fought Gong Sun Yen, he was shocked to discover that he couldn't get any advantage over the latter. Simultaneously, while fighting Feng Zhang, Jiang Xing also released his cultivation and instantly obtained the advantage in the fight. When he swung his sword for the 10th time, Feng Zhang finally couldn't bear it any longer and suffered a stab in his shoulder, forcing him to take several steps back with blood splashing out from the wound. He was fortunate that he had refined the golden dragon bone soup with the membrane protecting him, so he had only suffered light injuries and wasn't sent flying away. But even when Jiang Xing obtained an advantage against him, he had no intentions of letting Feng Zhang go. Right then, 10 odd people flew out and surrounded Feng Zhang, Lu Qingyan, and Gong Sun Yen. The Jiang Saint clan naturally wouldn't let this go without sending those who dared to provoke them down the stairs. When Yi Xiling saw this scene, A cold light flashed through her pupils. She finally couldn't hold it back and charged over. Since the Jiang Saint clan dares to bully and injure disciples of my fleeting cloud sword sect, I won't let this matter go so easily. Let me see how strong the Jiang Saint clan is. Circulating the Dragon Blood Sword Sutra, Yi Xiling unleashed a sword ray enveloped in lightning the size of 10 feet. As a dragon roar echoed, Yi Xiling looked like a divine dragon at this moment and instantly sent several Jiang Saint clan's disciples flying back. Chaos ensued, which meant that the fleeting Cloud Sword sect and Jiang Saint clan had utterly flipped the table. When Zhao Yan saw this scene, he looked at Lin Yun before he sighed. Looks like this battle is unavoidable. Lin Yun didn't have much change on his face because he also had no choice. He didn't want to offend a giant like the Jiang Saint clan at the first stage. But Jiang Tao was simply too much. Jiang Tao was the one who didn't learn from his lesson. And Lin Yun also didn't think that Yi Xiling did anything wrong. Even if Yi Xiling did something wrong, there was no way Lin Yun would just stand and watch. Since the matter had developed into this, he naturally had to stand out as a fellow disciple of the fleeting Cloud Sword sect. But Zhao Yan was a step further than him and charged forth. When he landed on the stairs, he immediately attacked by unleashing his sword aura. His gaze might seem dull, but the sword aura he released was terrifyingly strong. His sword aura quickly separated everyone who was fighting, and he said, "Can't we talk things out peacefully?" Zhang Ran instantly recognized Zhao Yan and was surprised. He knew that Zhao Yan was also from a Saint clan and a genius in the sword with the title Sword Fanatic given to him. So Zhang Ran replied, "Zhao Yan, are you going to interfere with us teaching these frogs in a well a lesson?" "We're not frogs in a well." Feng Zhang flew into a rage and wanted to attack. The Jiang Saint clan was too much to make them seem superior to others. So what if they were a Saint clan? "Am I wrong?" Zhang Ran mocked. "Don't tell me that a tiny fleeting Cloud Sword sect wants to climb over my Jiang Saint clan?" Zhao Yan was surprised because he realized that the Jiang Saint clan had no intention of admitting their wrongs. They didn't think there was a wrong for a Saint clan like them to teach a tiny sect from the countryside a lesson, and it was all written from the disdain plastered on their faces. It's no wonder why the fleeting Cloud Sword sect is so courageous, so you're standing behind them. But you're still not qualified to be a peacemaker. My Jiang Saint clan has never been provoked like this before. If we don't cripple them, where will we place the faces of the Saint clans? Zhang Tian slowly walked down the stairs. "Then you can try and see who you can cripple today." Lin Yun's voice resounded as he slowly climbed the stairs. "Junior brother Lin." Everyone from the fleeting Cloud Sword sect turned around when they heard Lin Yun's voice, including Zhao Yan and Gong Sun Yen. Everyone had treated Lin Yun as the leader amongst them when they directed their gazes over to him. Not only Yi Xiling, but even Zhao Yan and Gong Sun Yen turned to look at Lin Yun. This simply surprised everyone. The fleeting Cloud Sword sect's disciples were strong and had already proven themselves when Feng Zhang could evenly face against a Jiang Saint clan's genius. As for Yi Xiling, there was nothing to say about her because she was stronger than Feng Zhang. But they seemed to believe in the last person that walked up, which instantly placed Lin Yun in the spotlight. Who's that person? A lesser Elysium core realm can beat so many people? Even Gong Sun Yen didn't say a word when he stood out. This is weird. Murmurs resounded from the surroundings as the crowd looked at Lin Yun. "I heard that you suppressed Qin Song, who was first on the Empyrean ranking 3 months ago on the Profound Wither Island," said Zhang Tian. Others might not recognize Lin Yun, but he could instantly recognize him, and his tone was filled with hostility. "It appears you've looked into my background," said Lin Yun. "I heard you obtained the Great Saint Origin on the Profound Wither Island. I'm now curious if it's real or fake," said Zhang Tian with a playful smile. The Saint clans already knew what happened on the Profound Wither Island a month ago, but they were skeptical about Lin Yun obtaining the Great Saint Origin. After all, it was something that only Samsara Edict Realm experts could refine. Lin Yun was only in the initial phase of the Elysium Core Realm, and refining it meant death to someone like him. "What has it got to do with you?" Lin Yun calmly replied. He was losing interest in the test because he felt he had guessed everything wrong from the start. He had no interest in Jiang Tian and wouldn't have stood out if they didn't provoke Yi Xiling. You're arrogant. Jiang Tian smiled. I'll be honest with you. Qin Song fought me 10 times before I reached the heavenly Elysium core realm, and he lost all 10 times. Is there anything impressive about winning against someone at the quasi-Elysium core realm when you're at the greater Elysium core realm? Lin Yun said in a mocking tone. Qin Song said that before, and he didn't seem bothered by it. Even Qin Song wasn't bothered by it. So why would he, Lin Yun, be concerned? Looks like you still don't understand. Qin Song is nothing before me, and that means that you're not enough to make me let the fleeting cloud sword sect go. Jiang Tian smiled. Lin Yun locked his brows together and replied, Why are you taking it this far? I don't understand why you're taking it this far with someone of your status. Even if there is a feud, it's not too late to resolve it after the test. If possible, Lin Yun didn't want to fight. If a full-blown battle occurred, then Feng Zhang, Lu Qingyan, and Yi Xiling might lose their chances to enter the sword sect. You still don't understand? Maybe I'm not direct enough. What I meant is that you are not qualified to talk to me. Understood? If you want me to let this matter go, answer me honestly if you have obtained the great saint origin. Jiang Tian smiled. Lin Yun was surprised when he heard that. Yi Xiling and Zhao Yan also became alert because Jiang Tian only seemed to care about the great saint origin. I already said that it has nothing to do with you, replied Lin Yun. Still not going to be honest? It looks like I'll have to teach you a lesson. Then, Jiang Tian soared towards the sky with his sword aura soaring even higher. The surface of his body started to become dark purple, making him look like a metallic statue before he appeared before Lin Yun in the blink of an eye, throwing a punch out. Aside from the Terranian Riva Sutra, Jiang Tian also practiced another body-refining technique. Upon reaching a high level in it, even saint artifacts couldn't put a scratch on his body. Lin Yun ducked to the side and avoided Jiang Tian's punch. If it were 2 months ago, Lin Yun wouldn't be able to last 10 moves under Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian's attainment in the sword had reached a terrifying height, and his cultivation was also at the heavenly Elysium core realm. Terranian Rivas Myriad River. Jiang Tian used the Terranian Rivas sword technique. As Jiang Tian's attack bloomed in his hand, he used his fingers as a sword. He gently tapped the air, but that caused the surrounding air to tear apart as starlight flowed like a river, charging forth. Divine Solar Lunar Fist. Heaven and Earth unite. Lin Yun remained where he was and threw out a punch. When both sides clashed, they flew out, creating a massive shockwave from their collision. All of the disciples from the fleeting Cloud Sword sect and Jiang Saint clan had long backed off, fearing being caught in Lin Yun and Jiang Tian's clash. A genius on the Elysium core ranking was indeed terrifying. A fine crack appeared on the Golden Crow and Silver Phoenix Holy Spirits, and Lin Yun had blood dripping from his left hand. Excluding those whose ages were over 100 years old, Jiang Tian could be ranked in the top 10,000s with his strength. If it was only amongst those in the same generation, it shouldn't be a problem for him to make it into the top thousands. But fortunately, Lin Yun wasn't slacking in the fleeting Cloud Sword sect and had made preparations to clash with geniuses on the Elysium core ranking. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have any odds of winning. When he circulated the Azure Dragon Saint art, a faint light glowed on Lin Yun's arm that healed his wounds. This scene surprised Jiang Tian because he was at the heavenly Elysium core realm. Although he only formed a single star in his Violet Palace, he was still a genuine heavenly Elysium core realm expert. His body refining technique wasn't at all inferior to the Dragon Clan's body refining technique. So he was baffled as to why Lin Yun could still stand on his feet. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he emotionally yelled, "You really obtained the Great Saint origin? You also obtained the profound Wither Great Saint's inheritance, right? You're fortunate. It's no wonder why you can face me when you're only at the lesser Elysium core realm." "I already said that it has nothing to do with you," Lin Yun replied indifferently. "Ha ha ha. You can't refine the Great Saint origin, not to mention that it might involve the secrets of the Southern Emperor. So how can it have nothing to do with me?" Jiang Tian laughed with his eyes shining brightly. In his view, Lin Yun was simply courting death to act with such a high profile after obtaining the Great Saint origin. When he unleashed his attack again, 18 astral rivers coiled above him before gathering on his hand. He then used his fingers to condense them into a dazzling sword ray. Divine Solar Lunar Fist, Dragon Sun and Moon Cauldron. Lin Yun executed the second form of the Divine Solar Lunar Fist. When he threw his punch out, a sun and a moon flew out from his body, making his punch look like it was trying to split the heavens and earth apart. This shocked everyone when they saw Zhang Tian's majestic sword suddenly become tiny in comparison. When both sides clashed, Zhang Tian was sent flying back and the astral rivers above him nearly dissipated. Divine Solar Lunar Fist, Eternal Light. Lin Yun took another step out and unleashed countless punches that rained down on Zhang Tian. What fist technique is that? Zhang Tian was shocked because this fist technique was nearly comparable to a low-grade ghost spirit martial technique. Lin Yun probably brought it to the manifestation stage, or it wouldn't be so powerful. Oh my god! Who the hell is he? Is he also a disciple of the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect? Isn't the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect a little too heaven-defying? How did they nurture so many monsters? This is too terrifying. He doesn't look like someone who came from the wilderness. Didn't you hear what Zhang Tian said? That guy defeated Qin Song, meaning he is the undisputed king of the Empyrean ranking. Exclamations resounded from the surroundings with everyone's gazes falling onto Lin Yun. You guys are so outdated. That person is Flower Burial Lin Yun. He's the one who swept through the 10 realm suns on the 9th heavenly path, known as the strongest genius in the history of the heavenly paths. But I have no idea why he came for the test when he could have just directly joined the sword sect. The youths from the other saint clans said as they looked at Lin Yun. Holy shit, are you serious? Did he really obtain the great saint origin? He suppressed Qin Song? When did such a monster appear in the ancient barren domain? Why don't we know about him? Everyone at the foot of the mountain had disbelief on their faces. They had never heard of Lin Yun's name before, so they had no idea who he was. But now, they knew Lin Yun was an underdog who could fight someone who was stages above him. The battle between Lin Yun and Zhang Tian created a huge phenomenon that caused many people to back off. Just like that, the first stage came to a pause because no one dared to continue up. Another clash later, both Lin Yun and Zhang Tian backed down. As a cold light flashed across Zhang Tian's pupils, he drew his sword with his sword aura, causing the surroundings to tremble. But in response, Lin Yun merely tore a piece of cloth from his clothes and used it as a sword. Are you looking down on me? Zhang Tian questioned furiously. At least you're not blind, replied Lin Yun indifferently. Lin Yun's words instantly made many people chuckle, such as Gong Sun Yen. This fellow laughed out loud and wasn't hiding it. This fellow is really good at making someone angry. As for the geniuses of the Zhang Saint clan, their faces were ugly when they saw this scene. After all, Zhang Tian furiously asked while Lin Yun replied indifferently, and this only made Zhang Tian seem like a fool. Humph! You're courting death. Zhang Tian suppressed his rage and charged forth with his sword. Zhang Tian's strength had undergone an enormous transformation with a saint's sword in his hand. He was clearly holding on to one sword, but his attacks had created countless afterimages of his sword. Storming wind and cloud. Soaring azure sky. Clouds manifesting dragon. Lin Yun casually executed the Fleeting Cloud 13 swords that was empowered by his firmament sword intent. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed the 3 moves which could easily be considered the ultimate moves for Fengzhang. As 3 sword rays overlapped, they easily tore Zhang Tian's sword aura apart. Terranian Rivus Myriad River. Zhang Tian stood on the same spot and executed the Terranian Rivus sword technique, with the astral energy within his body exploding. Everyone's faces changed because they could sense an immense pressure falling like a waterfall. They could tell that Zhang Tian wanted to suppress Lin Yun with his pressure, and under this majestic phenomenon, even an ordinary Greater Elysium core realm would have difficulty moving. Aside from that, this also proved that Zhang Tian had reached a terrifying height with the Terranian Rivus sword technique, or the phenomenon wouldn't be complete. Holding onto the cloth, Lin Yun took 3 steps back before he stepped forth and swung his sword out twice, executing the emerald stars and azure mountain beyond the clouds of the fleeting cloud 13 swords. When both sides collided, countless cracks appeared. When an explosion occurred, fine cracks appeared on the azure birds around Lin Yun, and Lin Yun also took 3 steps back. So what if you have the great Saint origin? Heavenly Elysium core realm experts aren't people you can provoke. Zhang Tian's eyes coldly flashed and he barked. Since I can stand firmly on the Elysium core ranking, this means that I'm not simple. Don't think that you're the only one with opportunities. The astral energy around him began to ignite as his flame intent perfectly fused into his sword aura. Moreover, that flame intent was in the 3rd grade. Empowered by the flame intent, Zhang Tian's sword intent broke through the boundaries of the 3rd grade and was only beneath the 4th. Pinnacle 3rd grade flame intent. Holy shit. It's no wonder why Zhang Tian is a genius on the Elysium core ranking. So this is the foundation of a saint clan. Exclamations resounded because everyone was shocked and envious of Zhang Tian's attainment in the martial path. The firmament sword intent was a threshold that most people wouldn't be able to obtain in their lifetime. Even when they reached the Dragon Pulse realm, many genius swordsmen couldn't grasp it. Thus, they could only take another path by merging another martial intent into their sword intent to be comparable to or surpass the firmament sword intent. But this required talent, and it wasn't an easy path. Let's not mention that it wasn't easy to fuse 2 martial intents. Even the resources one had to use were astronomical. This was why many people were envious of a saint clan's foundation. When Zhang Tian brought out his flame intent, his aura rose and instantly reached an unbelievable height. Under the pressure he gave off, some Elysium core realm geniuses on the 1st stage had their faces changed. That was the heavenly Elysium core realm pressure, and most people were only at the lesser Elysium core realm. So the pressure instantly made those beneath the 400th step feel terrible. Simultaneously, the astral river around Zhang Tian also turned into a flaming river when he brought out his flame intent. His clothes were ripped apart, revealing his metallic body, and making him look like a deity under the flames. Just when everyone felt that Lin Yun was going to lose, Lin Yun circulated 3 of the 7 Dragon Phoenix sword auras, and a golden aura transformed into a heavenly dragon and a divine phoenix that enveloped him, resisting the pressure coming from Zhang Tian. Then, everyone was surprised to see Lin Yun charging toward Zhang Tian. At the same time, the 2 sword souls in his sword ocean also glowed as Lin Yun swung the cloth in his hand like a sword. His attack was too swift. Before anyone could respond, he had already cut the flaming river around Zhang Tian. When the cloth landed on Zhang Tian's body, sparks began to fly, and a long gash appeared on him. This made Zhang Tian scream in pain as he pushed his palm forth in response. Arjh. Lin Yun didn't drink the golden dragon bone soup for nothing. He also made improvements in the Azure Dragon Saint art. So when Zhang Tian's Saint Sword landed on Lin Yun, 3,000 purple golden dragon runes appeared on Lin Yun's body. Some dragon runes shattered, but Zhang Tian's sword couldn't leave any injuries on him. He had reached the pinnacle 8th stage with it, and each dragon rune underwent the baptism of the golden dragon blood. So the crimson threads around the dragon runes came from the divine golden dragon's blood. Zhang Tian could no longer contain his shock. Lin Yun managed to injure him, and he couldn't harm Lin Yun. Before he could respond, Lin Yun swung the cloth at him again. Zhang Tian quickly raised his sword to block this attack, but the fabric suddenly became soft and slapped his face like a serpent's tail. When a resounding slap echoed, tens of thousands of swordsmen had their jaws wide open. Zhang Tian didn't suffer many injuries from this attack because he had blocked most of it, but that wasn't the main point here. The main point was the blood-red mark that was left on Zhang Tian's face. As Zhang Tian staggered, he took 3 steps back and threw a mouthful of blood. But Lin Yun stepped forth once more and circulated his firmament sword intent. At such a close distance, he easily forced Zhang Tian's sword aura back before using the cloth in his hand as a whip to smack Zhang Tian. This made Zhang Tian panic as he activated all the saint runes on his sword. But even so, he still couldn't block the increasing amount of sword rays. When the sword rays landed on his body, they sent sparks flying around, and it also didn't take long for the flaming river around him to collapse. When the astral river collapsed, Lin Yun's cloth was like a dragon's tail that gave Jiang Tian another resounding slap to his face, sending Jiang Tian flying, spinning in the air. But Jiang Tian was a genius on the Elysium Core ranking, so he quickly readjusted himself in mid-air and thrust his sword towards Lin Yun's chest. Lin Yun responded by forming a rotation with the cloth in his hand, causing the cloth fragments to fly around. When the rest of the fabric was utterly shredded, Jiang Tian's attack had also lost most of its power. So when Jiang Tian's sword landed on Lin Yun's chest, Lin Yun spread his arms apart and took 3 steps back. Meanwhile, Jiang Tian fell to one knee when he landed on the ground, covering his face with his left hand. Rage could be seen blazing in his pupils. How is this possible? Lin Yun used a piece of cloth to break Jiang Tian's sword aura and gave him 2 slaps. How the hell did he manage to do that? If I remember correctly, it's practically impossible for someone who's at the same cultivation as Jiang Tian to injure him due to the body-refining technique that Jiang Tian practiced. Many people exclaimed. The genius who pointed out Lin Yun's identity previously snickered. You guys still can't tell that Lin Yun has grasped the firmament sword intent? His firmament sword intent has improved, and he can now control it as he wishes. How could he not break through Jiang Tian's defenses with the firmament sword intent? Even if he's using his bare hands, he could break ordinary saint artifacts with his sword intent. Firmament sword intent? I heard that even Dragon Pulse Realm experts have difficulty grasping it. So how did Lin Yun manage to do it when he's only 20? It was hard to grasp the firmament sword intent, which could be considered a threshold. Even the sky sword intent was a threshold. Only those who grasped the sky sword intent could barely be considered a swordsman. Otherwise, they could only be cultivators who knew how to use the sword. But the firmament sword intent was different because it required decades to a century to grasp it. What's impossible about it? He already grasped it back on the profound Wither Island. It might be hard for others, but I know that there are Dragon Pulse Realm geniuses who have already grasped it in the sword sect. It's impossible for you guys, but it's not impossible for genuine geniuses. That person smiled before he sighed. Coincidentally, Lin Yun is such a genius. A peerless genius in the way of the sword. Hearing what he said, everyone finally understood what was happening, and some women even had splendor shining from their eyes. The shock Lin Yun gave them was too great and far beyond what they could digest. Firmament sword intent. Jiang Tian gritted his teeth. It's a pity we're in the test, and I can't summon my constellation. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to obtain any advantage against me, even if you possess the firmament sword intent. Constellation. Now that he thought about it, he should be able to summon 4 paintings. If he pushed himself, he might be able to summon 6. Then again, he did not need to tell Jiang Tian that, and stood with his hands behind his back. So, do I have the qualifications now? Lin Yun's indifferent tone made many people's hearts tremble. Jiang Tian previously said he wasn't qualified to talk to him, but when Lin Yun returned those words, it was equivalent to a slap on Jiang Tian's face. Lin Yun could even slap Jiang Tian's face, so how was he not qualified? Sorry, but you don't. Today, no one from the fleeting Cloud Sword sect can make it through the first stage. Do you guys want to enter the Sword sect? Then ask if I agree to it. Jiang Tian coldly said. You still want to fight? Lin Yun asked with his head raised. Humph. Who the hell do you think you are? You're alone. Do you think you can face my entire Jiang Saint clan? Jiang Tian barked. The 60-odd remaining people from the Jiang Saint clan moved and gathered together. They were all top-tier geniuses, and their cultivations were practically at the greater Elysium Core realm. They also practiced top-tiered Holy Spirit martial techniques, nurtured by the Jiang Saint clan from a young age. They were direct descendants of the Saint clan, and everyone was top-tier geniuses. Lin Yun, I didn't want to take this step, Jiang Tian coldly said. But you're too arrogant, hopping around before me just because we can't summon our constellations here. Did you think I can't deal with you? Today, I won't let this matter rest till you kneel before me. Who says that he's alone? Yi Xiling stood out. Disciples of the fleeting cloud sword sect have no habit of kneeling to others. Feng Zhang and Lu Qingyan's eyes blazed with flames as they firmly stood beside Lin Yun. Interesting. Do you guys want to take advantage of your numbers? Let me join in, then. Gong Sun Yen righteously came beside Lin Yun. Jiang Shun and Jiang Xing were surprised. They didn't think that Gong Sun Yen would choose to stand beside Lin Yun. Right then, Zhao Yan also made his move. He was a genius from a saint clan and had some fame in the ancient barren domain with a given title, Sword Fanatic. This scene made Jiang Tian's face sink as he gritted his teeth. Zhao Yan, our families have some relations. So do you really want to stand together with him? Zhao Yan's gaze was still dull, but he had no intention of stopping and came to Lin Yun's right side. He replied, "He's my friend, so I naturally have to stand together with him. I know what you are thinking, and I advise you to lose that thought. The Radiant Sword Saint personally showed up for the Great Saint origin. And it's not as simple as you think. I have no idea what you're talking about. The fleeting Cloud Sword sect has provoked the Jiang Saint clan, so they naturally have to pay the price for it. Otherwise, how will others think of my Jiang Saint clan?" Jiang Tian smiled. He wanted to let Lin Yun suffer a setback and take the Great Saint origin from him. But there was no way Jiang Tian could openly speak about it. "Then force all of us down the stairs if you can," Zhao Yan indifferently said as he held onto his sword hilt. Just like that, the surrounding atmosphere became tense on this first stage, and all the geniuses still queuing up became nervous. Just what charisma does Lin Yun have to have so many people stand by him? They're more willing to fight the Jiang Saint clan than to step down. Well done. Fleeting Cloud Sword Sect. I can't imagine that they're from the profound Azure Prefecture. Many sects in the ancient barren domain don't even have half of their courage. Murmurs resounded from the surroundings as everyone looked at the fleeting Cloud Sword Sect's disciples with reverence. The fleeting Cloud Sword Sect's strong stance exceeded Jiang Tian's expectations. He didn't expect that even when 60-odd geniuses from the Jiang Saint clan stood out, not one from the opposite side took a step back. He glanced at Zhao Yan and coldly said, "Since you insist on interfering, then don't blame me for being ruthless." When he was done, two people charged at Zhao Yan. They were geniuses who were only secondary to the other geniuses in the Jiang Saint clan. They were both at the Greater Elysium core realm, and Jiang Tian would have to take some time to defeat them. So the two were more than enough to deal with one Zhao Yan. Jiang Shun and Jiang Xing also moved, charging at Yi Xiling. When the fight broke out, Zhao Yan drew his sword with a boundless sword aura sweeping out, clashing with the two geniuses head-on. The shockwaves from their collision made many people's faces change, and they quickly retreated. Zhao Yan was composed, facing two opponents, and his dull eyes had become sharp at this moment, while he restricted his opponents under his sword aura. When he flicked his wrist, it looked as though a painting had shattered. He walked out of the painting, swinging his sword out. Break! The surroundings were enveloped in his aura, turning into a painting before a sword ray tore the painting apart. This move was terrifying, and he had comprehended it from the fight between Tian Xuanzi and Jian Jingtian. Although it wasn't complete, it was already incredibly powerful. As blood dripped down the lips of those two Jiang Saint clan's geniuses, they took several steps back and landed on the ground. There were several cracks in the astral energy around them, and it didn't take long for them to be covered in blood. On the other hand, Yi Xiling had an entirely different fighting style when she faced Jiang Shun and Jiang Xing. She held onto the advantage right from the start with a dragon appearing around her, and her sword rays were like lightning bolts. Every single sword ray was dazzling, and it didn't take long for more people to reinforce Jiang Shun and Jiang Xing. It was a chaotic battle between the fleeting Cloud Sword sect and Jiang Saint clan. Ha ha ha! That's satisfying. Gong Sun Yen was like a bright sun as he faced four enemies, executing the inheritance he got from the Sword Emperor, Yu Qingfeng. Feng Zhang and Lu Qingyan's performances weren't as strong, but they weren't weak either. They had refined the Golden Dragon Bone Soup, allowing them to manifest the dragon membrane. Relying on the dragon membrane to protect themselves, they didn't suffer many injuries, even if they couldn't defeat their enemies. As for Jiang Tian, he was in an even more terrible state. His opponent was Lin Yun, even if his flame intent and sky sword intent had fused, allowing his sword intent to be comparable to the firmament sword intent. How could he possibly face Lin Yun, who had grasped the genuine firmament sword intent? Zhang Tian could rely on the advantage in his cultivation to suppress or kill all his opponents, but it was obvious that he would suffer a setback in Lin Yun's hands. His sword aura and cultivation was restricted to only 2 feet around him, so one could imagine how terrible he felt right now. Most importantly, Lin Yun only used his fingers to suppress him with his firmament sword intent. But that wasn't all. Lin Yun summoned an azure dragon close to 30 feet in length. The azure dragon had blood and flesh, sword rays flickering in its pupils, and it was also enveloped in a powerful thunderstorm aura. The azure dragon wasn't meant for Zhang Tian. It flew out and held down 30-odd people from the Zhang Saint clan. Now that Lin Yun no longer had any dragon runes on the surface of his body, his physique was much weaker, and he would be heavily injured if he took a sword from Zhang Tian. But what made Zhang Tian want to throw out blood was that he was the only one receiving beatings right from the start. He couldn't even retaliate in front of Lin Yun's firmament sword intent, which nearly drove him insane. Several moments later, he almost lost control to summon his constellation to suppress Lin Yun. Holy shit! The fleeting cloud sword sect actually managed to hold down the Zhang Saint clan. Bullshit, the fleeting cloud sword sect is clearly holding the upper hand. Lin Yun is too strong. Not only did he manage to hold down Zhang Tian, but he could even summon a dragon. That azure dragon is practically invincible when no one can summon their constellation. Not only Lin Yun, but none of the disciples from the fleeting cloud sword sect seem to be weak. It looks like the Zhang Saint clan is going to be embarrassed this time. Everyone was in a high mood, looking at the fight between the fleeting cloud sword sect and Zhang Saint clan. When they looked at Lin Yun, their eyes were filled with admiration. It was simply unheard of for someone at the Lesser Elysium Core Realm to suppress a Heavenly Elysium Core Realm expert. Right then, a huge commotion resounded from the last step with a powerful aura sweeping out. Many people couldn't resist the aura and immediately fell to their knees. Retreat! Lin Yun recalled the azure dragon back into his body as he spread his arms apart, using his firmament sword intent to protect everyone on his side. As for the Zhang Saint clan, they weren't that lucky. Aside from some monstrous geniuses, most people threw out blood when exposed to the aura. They were heavily injured by the abrupt sword aura, instantly causing their faces to turn pale. What's going on? Zhang Tian turned around and saw a person standing at the top of the stairs. That person was emitting a boundless sword aura before he flew and held onto the sword used by the Radiant Sword Saint before he became a saint. Then, that person let out a roar, causing the surrounding mountains to resonate. As he released a golden glow, he quickly drew out the sword. The pressure that everyone bore abruptly increased when the sword was drawn out. As for that person, he merely smiled before putting the sword back to where it was, and the explosive aura was suppressed once more. Amongst everyone on the stairs, more than half of the people were on their knees. Xiahou Yan! Gong Sun Yen exclaimed. When Xiahou Yan returned the sword to where it was, he spread his arms apart and disappeared, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Zhao Yan, Yi Xiling, and Gong Sun Yen were surprised someone drew out the Radiant Sword Saint's sword. They couldn't help turning to look at Lin Yun. The name of that sword was Sky Annihilation, a sword used by the Radiant Sword Sect before he became a saint. So it still had the Radiant Sword Saint's aura lingering on it even today. Most of the pressure everyone felt on the stairs was from the sword. The reason why they couldn't climb the stairs so easily was also due to that sword. What are you guys looking at me for? Lin Yun was surprised. Yi Xiling and the rest quickly retracted their gazes, as Gong Sun Yen awkwardly replied, "It's nothing." In their view, Lin Yun should be the one to draw the sword out. Xiahou Yan might be famous and considered a top-tier genius amongst the younger generation of swordsmen in the ancient Baron domain, but they weren't familiar with him, so they naturally felt unhappy after seeing how he showed off. They thought Lin Yun would be significantly affected when he saw Xiahou Yan drawing the sword, but they didn't think Lin Yun wouldn't have any changes on his face. According to what I know, Xiahou Yan wasn't someone who likes to show off. On the contrary, he has kept a low profile. I'm afraid that the reason why he's showing off today is probably for the Saints or Senior Radiant. Yi Xiling analyzed. The Eastern Desolation was vast, but there were only 3 sword saints. So it was the glory of any swordsman if they could become the Radiant Sword Saint's disciple. When Lin Yun raised his head, he saw 7 towering peaks in the sword sect piercing through the clouds. Within those clouds, he could sense several unfathomable auras above the Samsara Edict realm, and they were examining them. Now that he looked at it, it should be true that the saints have come out to take in disciples. But he couldn't sense the Radiant Sword Saint's aura amongst them. He had seen the Radiant Sword Saint's clone before, and he would be able to feel the Radiant Sword Saint's aura if he was there. So the news about saints taking in new disciples should be true, and the word about the Radiant Sword Saint taking in a disciple should be fake. The Radiant Sword Saint probably never thought of taking in a new disciple, which meant his speculation might be wrong. This meant that Xiahou Yan's act of showing off was futile. Right then, a soft voice resounded beside Jiang Tian's ears, causing Jiang Tian's face to change. When Lin Yun recollected his thoughts, he looked at Jiang Tian. So, are you still going to continue? If they continued to fight, the fleeting Cloud Sword sect would be bound to suffer a heavy blow. So if Jiang Tian were willing to take a step, Lin Yun wouldn't mind putting this matter down. Jiang Tian had already recovered from most of his injuries and smiled. What's the matter? Are you anxious after seeing Xiahou Yan drawing the sword? If you want me to let this matter go, come and fight me one-on-one and see who can reach that sword first. But Lin Yun was just calmly looking at Jiang Tian, waiting for him to continue. If you win, then I'll let this matter go. But if you lose, then kneel and tell me the secrets of the great saint origin. Jiang Tian smiled while he tugged his hands together. Junior brother Lin, don't agree with him, Yi Xiling said. She could sense that Jiang Tian was scheming something. Lin Yun, don't fall for it. If we continue to fight, they will be the ones to suffer. Gong Sun Yen also spoke out. If they continued to fight, the Jiang Saint clan would suffer a more significant loss. They would lose 2 to 3 people, but this meant that at least 50 or all of the Jiang Saint clan's geniuses would be eliminated. What's the matter? You don't have the guts. Jiang Tian chuckled. I have a good temper. Since you want to bet, let's go with it. Lin Yun indifferently replied. When everyone from the fleeting Cloud Sword sect and Gong Sun Yen heard Lin Yun claiming he had a good temper, they instantly became speechless. Even Zhao Yan was sending a weird look at Lin Yun. Back on the profound Wither Island, Lin Yun slew the geniuses of the 8 big sects under his rage, and those scenes were still fresh in their minds. They couldn't figure out how Lin Yun had the guts to claim that he had a good temper. Ha ha ha. Flower Burial, you really have a good temper, indeed. Let's go, then. If you win, then I'll call it all off. Jiang Tian laughed with an unnoticeable sinister light flashing through his pupils. When he was done, he turned around and charged up the stairs, instantly climbing more than 50 steps. This immediately made Gong Sun Yen enraged. Holy shit, that bastard is really shameless. A violent gale blew past him, forcing him to close his eyes. When he reopened his eyes, he discovered Lin Yun was already gone. Seeing Lin Yun casually climbing the stairs made the corner of Gong Sun Yan's lips twitch. That fellow is the one cheating, instead. Lin Yun seemed to have an even easier time climbing the stairs than Jiang Tian, who was at the Heavenly Elysium Core realm. Not only Gong Sun Yen, but everyone else was shocked by Lin Yun's speed. The pressure on the stairs would become heavier as they climbed up, and many people were eliminated or forced to give up after the 500th step. But Lin Yun was just casually climbing the stairs like he was strolling. Jiang Tian was fast for someone on the Elysium Core ranking, so it wasn't surprising to them. But why the hell was Lin Yun so fast as well? Jiang Tian didn't have to turn around to sense that Lin Yun was closely following him. He didn't want to turn back, but he couldn't help turning around. When he saw Lin Yun climbing the stairs so easily, he began to grit his teeth. Simultaneously, his speed slowed down for a split moment when he turned around, allowing Lin Yun to pass him. This instantly made Jiang Tian's mouth widen with shock. When he quickly turned around, he saw Lin Yun enveloped in a faint golden sword intent, and Jiang Tian noticed that the pressure was negated on Lin Yun. That also meant that Lin Yun was in no danger, and it was no different from taking a stroll for him. What the hell? So what if you have the firmament sword intent? You think it's impressive? Zhang Tian cursed out as he lost control of his emotions. The firmament sword intent is, indeed, impressive. Lin Yun's voice resounded ahead of Zhang Tian, nearly causing Zhang Tian to throw out a mouthful of blood. He then circulated his astral energy and pushed his cultivation at the heavenly Elysium core realm to the limit. But even so, he noticed that he wasn't catching up to Lin Yun, but was losing him instead. It didn't take long for him to lose sight of Lin Yun. Forget it, then. Zhang Tian gave up chasing after Lin Yun and slowed down with a smirk on his lips. So what if Lin Yun is fast? This only means he will die faster. Lin Yun was surprised upon sensing that Zhang Tian had slowed down. It made no sense because it shouldn't be a problem for Zhang Tian to continue climbing since the astral energy of a heavenly Elysium core realm was at least 10 times greater than someone at the greater Elysium core realm. Just when Lin Yun was puzzled, 6 figures suddenly appeared before him and stood on the last step. The gate of the sword sect could be seen behind them. The gate was majestic, with 6 pillars and an ancient signboard hanging above. The Sky Annihilation sword was above the rune on the signboard, emitting a terrifying aura. When the 6 people simultaneously opened their eyes, their gazes fell onto Lin Yun. When Lin Yun sensed their hostility, he stopped and calmly looked at the 6 of them. He knew that Zhang Tian wouldn't give up so easily, and his so-called bet was nothing but a scheme. Judging from the auras the 6 released, they were all at the heavenly Elysium core realm. He could also sense a temperament similar to Zhang Tian from them, which meant that they were probably from the Saint clans. Knowing they would gang up on him, Lin Yun had no fear, but rage was blazing in his pupils. Even he had no idea how strong he had become after going into seclusion for 2 months in the fleeting Cloud Sword sect to digest his harvest from the profound Wither Island. He wasn't afraid and was only furious. He felt that he had a good temper and had repeatedly been putting up with Zhang Tian's provocation because he didn't want his fellow martial brothers from the fleeting Cloud Sword sect to lose their chance of entering the Sword sect because of him. He had expressed his goodwill, putting up with all the shit from Zhang Tian. So he had already done the best he could. But Zhang Tian still had no intention of letting him go. Ha ha ha! Lin Yun, are you surprised? Zhang Tian's laughter resounded as he caught up. He really wanted to know if Lin Yun would have despair on his face after seeing so many people ganging up on him. You lied to me. Lin Yun's voice faintly resounded. So what if I lied to you? You're from the lower realm and can't even be compared to those barbarians from the profound Azure Prefecture. Do you think I'll really bet with you? You're too naive. I'll be honest. I already planned this 10 days ago. Zhang Tian spoke in a disdainful tone as he rubbed his nose. He continued, so what if you're strong? You're still a fool being toyed around by me. I can do what I want on the test as long as I don't violate the sword sect's rules. But you're really foolish to come alone when I suggested it. But he soon stopped when he saw Lin Yun turning around and giving him an eerie smile. With his eyes squinted, Lin Yun grinned. Well, there's nothing I can do about it since I have such a good temper. I really have a good temper, and I don't lie about it. Lin Yun's smile was warm, but his smile made Zhang Tian feel a chill down his spine with his back covered in a cold sweat. For some reason, he could feel the danger that Lin Yun was giving him. Are you guys just going to watch? Zhang Tian barked. When he was done, the 6 people stood up and pounced at Lin Yun. They were the princes in the various saint clans and were all at the heavenly Elysium core realm. So one could imagine how terrifying the momentum was. As bolts of lightning flickered in the sky turned dark as though the apocalypse had arrived. This instantly made everyone at the foot of the mountain dumbfounded. They couldn't believe that the 6 experts from the various saint clans would simultaneously make a move against Lin Yun. Judging from their momentum, they were clearly planning to suppress Lin Yun here, not giving Lin Yun the chance to join the sword sect. It was so much so that they even looked like they wanted to cripple him. Ha ha ha! I know that you're angry, but what can you do? You have a good temper? What has your temper got to do with me? You've long been an eyesore hopping around in front of me. Zhang Tian laughed as his sword radiated with sword rays. forming into a river. The situation suddenly became unfavorable for Lin Yun as he faced the joined forces of the 7 geniuses from the various saint clans. Lin Yun's Azure Dragon Saint art was strong but still weaker than Qin Song's. As long as he didn't have a dragon bone, there would always be a flaw to his body refining technique. Lin Yun could be invincible when facing those at the same cultivation level, and he wouldn't have to fear someone even if he met 1 or 2 Heavenly Elysium Core Realm experts. But if he faced all 7 simultaneously, he would at least be crippled if he took more than 4 of their attacks. Even if they had only formed 1 star, they were Heavenly Elysium Core Realm experts, which meant that they were 2 stages above him. Junior brother Lin, Xiling and the others suddenly became nervous. Lin Yun was too far away, and there was nothing they could do, even if they wanted to help. But Lin Yun was calm even in the face of danger. He turned around and executed the Azure Dragon Grasp. When he pushed his right palm out, the dragon runes instantly formed into a vortex in his palm that manifested into a dragon claw that descended from the sky, splitting the clouds apart in its path. Get back! The 6 princes were surprised and gave up attacking Lin Yun, choosing to retreat. But they soon noticed a space distortion pulling them towards that dragon claw, even if they fled. Calm down. Let's attack it together, one of them calmly said. The 6 then combined their attacks together and launched them at the dragon claw. Simultaneously, Zhang Tian's sword stabbed Lin Yun's right shoulder blade. As fine cracks appeared on the dragon runes, Lin Yun flew into the sky under that attack and took several steps back. But Zhang Tian naturally didn't want to give Lin Yun the time to recover and launched another attack on him. When Lin Yun landed on the ground, the dragon runes on the surface of his body manifested into an azure dragon that coiled around him, blocking the attack from Zhang Tian. When Lin Yun flicked his finger, his firmament sword intent easily sent Zhang Tian flying away. But Lin Yun could still feel the pain coming from his shoulder blade. Right then, the dragon claw he had manifested shattered under waves of sword rays as the 6 princes hovered in the air. 6 saint clans are ganging up on me? Lin Yun smiled with his eyes growing even colder. The prince of the G Saint clan coldly said, "Don't blame us for bullying you. You can only blame yourself for standing out too much. We already heard of your accomplishments before you came to the ancient barren domain. Just Xiahou Yan was enough for us. So where will we stand if you rise as well?" Lin Yun was speechless because he didn't think that the reason for them to gang up on him would be so simple. "If you want us to let you go, it's simple. If you're willing to expose the secret of the great saint origin, then you won't have any threat," smiled the prince from the Wang Saint clan. "Why are we wasting time with him? Do you think he'll hand the secret over? Just cripple him and force it out of his mouth," the Guan Saint clan's prince coldly said. The remaining 3 saint clans were the Zhang Saint clan, Gong Saint clan, and Lu Saint clan. In addition to the 3 who previously spoke and the Zhang Saint clan, they were all ranked in the top 10 amongst the saint clans in the ancient barren domain. Since they could become the prince of their saint clans, they were all on the Elysium Core ranking. This also meant that it would be impossible for them to make it on the Elysium Core ranking if they weren't from a saint clan. As they hovered in mid-air, they were emitting dazzling lights with their innate saint auras. Their sword auras suddenly linked together, like 7 skies overlapping before crashing down on Lin Yun. The joined force of the 7 heavenly Elysium Core realm was too powerful, and anyone standing under their sword aura would feel like they were facing an entire ocean. Their sword aura tore a hole in Lin Yun's firmament sword intent. This made Lin Yun groan and take several steps back, blood dripping down on the corner of his lips as he fell to one of his knees. "Lin Yun, I advise you to stop resisting. Do you think you can face all 7 of us? As a fated transcendent, you should know that you have no odds of winning even if you've grasped the firmament sword intent." Zhang Tian snorted. But Lin Yun had no change on his face as he stood back up and wiped the blood off his lips. He wasn't careful when facing the 7 heavenly Elysium Core realm experts, making him instantly pay the price. His entire body was straight like a sword when he stood back up. He ignored Zhang Tian's words and triggered the Golden Crow Saint rune on his Elysium Core, circulating all 7 strands of the Dragon Phoenix sword aura. When the 7 auras came together in his violet palace, A vibration echoed as a boundless innate saint aura flowed out of Lin Yun's pores. Not long later, the innate saint aura formed into a golden mist that enveloped Lin Yun, as a heavenly dragon and divine phoenix appeared around Lin Yun. Circling him, Lin Yun unleashed a powerful wave of sword aura that made the 7 princes groan before they were sent flying back. What's going on? Why is his innate saint aura greater than all of us added together? The gray-clothed youth from the Guan Saint clan exclaimed in surprise. Just cripple him, Zhang Tian replied. He was the first to attack, combining his flame intent and sword intent again. Star-shattering sword. The prince of the Guan Saint clan also unleashed his attack. Simultaneously, the prince of the Zhang Saint clan, Zhang Ming, emitted a desolate aura from his body. Ocean Desolation 9 swords. The 6 princes unleashed their attacks, aside Gong Ao of the Gong Sang clan. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. They were shocked by the princes' strength. Those princes were only 25, and they were all incredibly powerful. Every single one of them is a fated transcendent with their names on the Elysium Core ranking. But they're actually joining forces to deal with Lin Yun. Lin Yun is the strongest genius of the heavenly paths. If they didn't suppress Lin Yun this time, they might be the pens being suppressed by him after he joins the sword sect. But this is too much. So what? They're princes with saint clans standing behind them. Who will dare to compete with them? Murmurs resounded, and many ordinary geniuses felt indignant for Lin Yun. When their attacks were about to envelop him, Lin Yun spread his arms apart, activating the Golden Crow Saint Seal. As a pair of Golden Crow wings unfolded behind him, he soared to the sky along with the heavenly dragon and divine phoenix around him. Zhang Tian was the first to arrive near Lin Yun, and he could see the Golden Crow wings behind Lin Yun that made him look like a deity. Before he could get close to Lin Yun had already pushed his palm out with 7 strands of Dragon Phoenix sword aura enveloping his palm. Before Zhang Tian could even respond, he took a massive blow to his chest and was sent flying back. This made him throw out a mouthful of blood with his face distorting from the stinging pain in his chest. He was horrified to discover that his ribs were shattered. As blood dripped down from his chest, Zhang Tian's face was distorted with his teeth chattering. How is this possible? Just what is the cultivation technique that he's practicing? Zhang Tian was shocked to discover that Lin Yun's innate saint aura was stronger than his own. His face also changed when he saw Lin Yun chasing after him, ignoring the 6 behind him. Circulating all his astral energy, Zhang Tian soared to the sky, flying towards the sword sect's gate. As the wings flapped behind Lin Yun, he disappeared from where he was standing. When he reappeared, he was already standing on the signboard. He then turned around to look at Zhang Tian, who was still in midair. You! Zhang Tian's face changed drastically when he saw Lin Yun ahead of him. But before he could respond, Lin Yun executed the Azure Dragon Grasp and pulled Zhang Tian over. When he was pulled over, Lin Yun grabbed onto his collar before smashing his head down on the signboard. This made Zhang Tian wail in pain, with blood flowing from his head. He was trying his best to struggle free from Lin Yun and soar to give up the test. But when he flew up, Lin Yun grabbed onto his feet, which made Zhang Tian's face change as he turned around. Let me go! Let me go! When Lin Yun grabbed Zhang Tian's feet, he started swinging Zhang Tian, smashing against the signboard. Zhang Tian's physique was comparable to a 100-rune saint artifact because of his body-refining technique, but it also couldn't withstand such torture from Lin Yun. Whenever Zhang Tian collided with the signboard, everyone's hearts would jump. It didn't take long for Zhang Tian to be covered in blood. When the 6 princes caught up, Lin Yun held Zhang Tian by his feet before throwing him at them while using his firmament sword intent. This made the 6 princes' faces change, and they pushed their palms out, sending Zhang Tian back to Lin Yun. But Lin Yun simply kicked Zhang Tian, sending him flying back at them. But this time, Zhang Tian rolled down the stairs. You're too ruthless. The Guan Saint clan's prince barked with his scalp going numb. Don't bullshit me. I have been known for having a good temper, said Lin Yun. Move out. The six princes' lips twitched as they felt a chill down their spines from Lin Yun's gaze. They didn't hesitate to join forces because they knew that if they couldn't beat Lin Yun today, their future outcome would be even worse than Jiang Tian's. Flower burial. Lin Yun waved his hand, and the flower burial sword flew out from the sword box. The moment he held onto it, his entire aura changed with a piercing aura. Sensing the aura coming from Lin Yun, the gray-clothed youth from the Guan Saint clan said, "Don't hold back anymore. We have to suppress him today, no matter what." Pushing his star-shattering sword to the limit, he unleashed 99 swords, and each sword shattered a star. When the stars exploded, this instantly pushed his sword aura to a terrifying height. As a decisive light flashed through Guan Ao's pupils, he circulated his cultivation technique, and flames began to blaze on the sword in his hand. His face instantly became a lot paler, and the flames enveloping his sword were a bloody crimson red. Guan Ao had clearly used a secret technique, a powerful trump card. But he couldn't be bothered because he could sense a dangerous aura coming from Lin Yun that made him feel a chill down his spine. As for the others, they also brought out their strongest attacks without holding back. Carefree 9 swords. Heavenly sword form. Lin Yun finally drew his sword. When the flower burial sword left the sheath, the surroundings suddenly became quiet. Even the golden aura enveloping Lin Yun turned ink black. A peculiar scene appeared as Lin Yun used his sword to face the 6 princes, and his sword aura instantly suppressed the 6 of them. Whenever he swung his sword, it would make him look like a sword immortal, leaving behind an unerasable mark in the heavens and earth with his black ink-like sword rays. His sword became increasingly faster and reached the 18th stroke in the heavenly sword form. As Lin Yun wrote with his sword, heaven and earth were like a canvas. Before him, the 6 princes were nothing in comparison. Go! We're not his opponent. His sword technique is too bizarre. The gray-clothed youth threw a mouthful of blood and was covered in blood under Lin Yun's sword rays, with his face pale. This made the remaining 5 princes' faces ugly. They had long tried to leave, but they were shocked to discover that they couldn't leave because Lin Yun's sword technique was everywhere. Lin Yun seemed to be everywhere, and his attainment in the sword had far exceeded their imagination. This also meant that Lin Yun was a lot stronger than them. What sword technique is that? Isn't that a little too powerful? Is flower burial becoming an immortal? I can't see through his sword technique. But why aren't the 6 princes doing anything? Even if they couldn't defeat Lin Yun, they could run. Tens of thousands of people were utterly dumbfounded at the foot of the mountain. Suddenly, someone emotionally exclaimed, Look! Aren't those the saints of the sword sect? Oh my God! The saints are taking in disciples, and they're all alarmed by Lin Yun's sword technique. The crowd burst into an uproar as tens of thousands of people raised their heads to look at several faint figures in the clouds above the 7 peaks. There were a total of 6 figures, and they were all looking at Lin Yun. When Lin Yun reached the 36th stroke, the ink-like sword rays in the air merged and manifested into a gigantic ancient word. It was an ancient word that no one had seen before. It was something from the primordial era. When the sword aura in the ancient word swept out, the 6 princes threw mouthfuls of blood. Before Lin Yun even unleashed his attack upon them, the 6 had already lost. Lin Yun, let us go, the gray-clothed youth said while gritting his teeth. What do you mean? Everyone knows that I have a good temper, replied Lin Yun. His words instantly let the 6 princes let out a breath in relief, but it felt weird for some reason. Before he could think more about it, the pressure on the few of them increased as a sword ray flew over and shattered their knees. Just like that, the 6 kneeled before Lin Yun in a row, and those who saw this scene were dumbfounded. After all, those were princes of the various saint clans and were monstrous geniuses on the Elysium core ranking. So the scene of them kneeling was impactful. They couldn't see how Lin Yun had a good temper, because this was even worse than crippling the 6 of them. When Lin Yun flew across them, he would step on their heads every time he passed one person. When he landed on the ground, the 6 were bleeding from their 7 orifices, and their heads would slam against the ground. As exclamations resounded from the surroundings, Lin Yun didn't spare another glance at them because his gaze was on the Sky Annihilation Saint's sword. This was the sword used by the Radiant Sword Saint, and Xiaoyan had previously pulled it out.